Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. It's that time again where I bring you my tips, facts, or experience that you may or may not find helpful. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome to the 1 to 60 full route of my guide, long play of my guide. So it's me doing everything, and this is the Horde version. I realized in my last episode, which was the Alliance version, part 1, that, oh, yeah, if I'm gonna do this, I need to do both versions, because duh, there's Horde and Alliance. I mean Alliance, so I didn't, for some reason, didn't dawn on me until afterwards, but, so it's not gonna be 11 hours, it's gonna be 22 hours. Anyways, so we're doing Exile's Reach. We're gonna do a fresh character just like the Alliance did. And we're going to make it a hunter just to keep it fair. That way, cause I'm a little faster with like monk, for example. I was gonna do monk, but I decided I should probably keep it even. So we'll do two, yeah, that looks fine. We'll do a hunter on the Horde as well, which is fine. Let's see, let's do, I really like that chin strap. It's kind of hot. So we're gonna do Blood Elf. That brown hair looks nice. Nice, lush brown hair. I really like this brown that they did. Pretty good looking, if I do say so myself. Yep. Oh, you know what? I need to change the size of this. Hold on. Sorry. Apologies. It's gonna get smaller for a second. There we go. That way I can monitor myself. Let's play size. My bad. Real professional right here, right? Okay, those eyes. Do I want the green? Or do I want the purple? The blue's kinda neat too. I like both. We'll do purple just because. Medium ears are fine. Let's see. Do I want one of the new hair maybe? I do rather like the new hair. Although the hair it was on was fine. Let's just stick with that. It can get really dark. Let's go with that one. And let's change the face. It's a little too angular. That one will work. He's a young boy. Okay, Exile's Reach. Start, and just like before, you're gonna see... Well, if you watch the Alliance version, you're just gonna see me do everything, including loading screens. Your favorite, right? Yay! So, yes. Oh man, I do look a little red-faced. It's really, really cold. It's like 30 degrees outside. Freezing temperatures for all you EU friends. So I just took a really hot shower, so it's freezing.
Of the mighty Horde, a disparate band of races united in their pursuit.
So, let me move, please. There we go. So just like before, we're going to get off the boat real quick before I finish setting up my UI. Because I don't want to get stuck, because that is a thing that seems to happen occasionally, and I don't want to take that chance and have to, like, delete this character and blah blah blah. It's a really irritating glitch, but, you know, whatever. If it's even still around, actually, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm not going to risk it. I just say I love the new sets. Really do. Where'd he go? There he is! Oh, look at this red dude over here. Nice hair. Purple. Nice. Alright. Okay. Blue, blue, blue. So, how was y'all's weekend? How's it been for y'all? It's officially December now. I mean, it was when I recorded the last one too, but you know, it's cold. Oh yeah, and I was going to just, like, keep these to, like, Fridays. But then since I realized I need to make the Horde version too, I was like, well, I guess you'll just see a lot of these Let's Plays, from me of my route for a while. Which is fine, just because... Alright, let's get this going here. Are his add-ons already set up? He might have been. Well, almost. Let's do leveling. Turn off help me play. TD can stay on, that's fine. Yeah, we'll fix that later. Alright. So, yeah. And someone was saying that this isn't actually a long play because I'm not doing cutscenes. Okay, sure. It's my version of a long play because it's a long play to my guide. And if I included the cutscenes and all the quest dialogue and all the text, it would not be accurate to my own guide. So I can't do that. But I'm calling it a long play because it's going to be really long and I'm otherwise not skipping anything. So there you go. Sue me. It's my channel, don't I want to? No, I don't really care. I'm not hardcore about what things are called. It doesn't really bother me. To me, it's a long play because it's going to be a very, very long play of everything I'm doing. So let's get this guy all set up. Just like last time, it'll be probably an hour for a 30-minute zone. Like, Exile's Reach should only take you like 30 minutes, if that. But of course, since I'm including setup and prep, it's gonna take me a wee bit to get this all together. But those of you that watched it and actually commented, I appreciate it. On the Alliance one, you seem to really like it, and I'm glad, because those few of you that are gonna watch it, those are the ones I'm, you know, trying to please. So, okay, so put that one there. I need to grab my guild real quick, because this is absolutely fresh. Oh, there I am. Oh, da, 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 da. Let's put my heirlooms on. My Huntar. I'll probably make this guy... should I do survival on him too? Yeah, I probably should, to keep it as even as possible. I can't do survival until after Exiles, but at the very least, you'll know that that's what I'm gonna do. Man, my face really is red. I'm that weirdo that likes taking scalding showers where I'm like, almost in pain, but not quite pain. I don't want to say pleasureful pain because it's not pain. It's just almost too hot. You know what I mean? Hopefully I'm not the only weird one. But I don't feel clean if I don't do that. You know? Right. My thing's already set up. This was a character. He's already somewhat set up because this was a character I already had. He was just level 10 and was sitting there forever. So I remade him. That way I didn't have to make a completely new character. Okay, yeah, so his Kong's already set up. Okay, so let me go get him in the guild real quick. Oh, let's put his mounts on his bar while we're waiting for log out. Ugh. Okay, so, yeah, so prepare yourself for a lot of this 1 to 60 route stuff for a couple of weeks. And I'll be sticking, I was a little unsure exactly how I was going to go about it in the last episode on part 1 of the Alliance version. But, duh, if I'm going to be following my route, then, you know, if I'm making a long play of my route, then I need to stick to my own guide. Because, you know, I'm lazy. I mean, maybe you don't know, but I'm lazy when it comes to my own guide. Like, I have that there. It is technically the most efficient route. And then half the time I don't use it myself. I mean, I do use it a lot. I'll use like parts of it. I have to be in the mood to want to, like, you know, be efficient type of thing, which sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. What do you do? I mean, what do you do? What do you do, man? Okay, and invited. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. All right. Here we go. And for those of you who did not see the Alliance Ep 1 part of this and just are seeing this one, because it'll say Horde on it, it's, I have a video going over how to invite yourself to your own guild, because someone had asked that in the comments. So just look up guild on my channel, or even in the playlist. I have little playlists for that, so I do have all my, yeah, I have all this on, good. So yeah. Put this on. And also, like on the other one, other episode, I am not going to be using the anniversary buff. Ends in like 2 days anyways, so yeah. But yeah, so in the meantime, on the channel, my regular guides and my regular Kraken facts, as they've come to be called, which are my Tuesday, Friday guides, will be... Oh, I gotta do my auto turn in. I knew I was missing something. They'll be put on hold for now, just because I need to get, you know, this one out. I'll go turn that on. Well, I don't need it because I'm not leveling with a friend. Alright. So, for now, they will be back, which is fine. It gives me a chance to do a backlog of some stuff for once. I'm usually only ever like a week or two ahead. I should be more efficient about that, but I can't say I'm entirely lazy, but you know, I do have another life outside of playing WoW and this channel. But what do you do? What do you do? So I need to get more scarves. This is my last one that's actually still soft. Because, you know, enough washings, they get funky after a while. They get old. But, yeah. Hopefully the camera angles might change it a little bit. There we go. Scoot. Apologies, I'm not professionally set up for the camera part necessarily. I actually have my webcam sitting on top, it's an external webcam, sitting on top of a really big flashlight. Since this is a standing desk, and the camera can't zoom. But I mean, it's pretty good for the little camera that it is. It was just a little $60 camera. Because I don't do camera-oriented stuff like this very often. But I figured for these, I was gonna do it without it, but I was like, I might as well include it. Oh, that's right. The thing. I need to move. I did this. I forgot about this last time, too. I need to move down this window so you can actually see it. Because my face... Is that right? There we go. That way you can actually see what I call my emotes window, which has my loot, my experience, stuff like that. Emotes, NPC speech in it, separate from everything down here. Ooh, black spike. So yeah, get settled in, everyone. Grab a blankie and a snack and put me on in the background. Unfortunately, parts of this series... Oh, I need to put the... Oop, that way the things are right. There we go. Parts of this series will be the same, well, very similar, at least, to the Horde, well, to the Alliance version, since this was going to be Horde. Like, Exile's Reach, play-wise, is identical, as, well, except for, like, one quest, as the Alliance. It's the boar part, where you, instead of riding the boar, we shoot well, it's, yeah, instead of riding the boar, we shoot the zombie things from the sky, from the Rafflecopter. So, yeah, no. But otherwise, it's identical. Besides, you know, the NPCs and such. But we're not here for the lore. This is a long play of my guide. So, very long. Let's play, long play, whatever you want to technically call it. I don't care. Num. So, I need to finish the Alliance one too. I got up to, you haven't seen it yet, but I got up to, up through Val'sharah in one shot. So it really doesn't take very long to get all the way from 1 to 50. Like my guide says like 6.3 or 0.4 hours, but I can do it in like a little less than that. Like that's the average time type of thing. And if that's all you do, it really doesn't take that long, especially if you're chunking it out and you take breaks like in between. I mean, you know, not everyone has all day to sit down and play WoW, but you know, when this is, you know, think of this as my job. I'm gonna be sitting here putting on a show, I guess. It would be considered a show. For you, then, you know, that's my job time. And the channel's finally doing better, speaking of job. So that's making me really happy because literally, like, the launch of Shadowlands, for whatever reason, my channel was in a major decline. I was losing a couple hundred subs a month and barely making enough to pay my own bills. The internet bill, actually, which is just that every month. So I had to take up other jobs, and I recently got laid off from those, which is fine because I need to focus on things I actually want to do for my own career. And doing these YouTube channels, I say plural because there are other things. I need to scoot this. See, just a tiny bit. There we go. Hopefully that doesn't change the mic too much. Oh, maybe. Oh boy. Come on. This chair. It's so aggressive. There we go, that's better. I love this chair, but it is so aggressive. There we go. Okay, let's take a sippy sip. I got me some organic coconut water. A lot of people probably don't like coconut water. My mom doesn't, but I think it's delicious. So I've always had like really bad blood sugar. But I can't eat a lot of bad things that, you know, sugary things because it makes me sick. So I like my coconut water, actually. Kind of addicted to it. It's really good. There's almost like no sugar in it except for what's natural. You know, it tastes like you cracked open a coconut and drank it right out of it, which is pretty much what it is. And I got it at Costco, so of course, you know, it's this giant frickin' bottle carton thing. But, you know, alright. Alright. Enough of that. Let's get on. Okay. So I can pull. That's fine. These off. There we go. Clean up my bar. Man, I really wish I could stream this. I really honestly do. It would be so much more fun, I think, for you guys and me, because it's, like, I'm not very social, but I wouldn't mind streaming this sort of thing. Just because it's chill content. I'm not, like, trying to do mythics or dungeons or things, so I really need to focus. Because I'd be dead silent if I was doing that. Oh, yeah. Oh, no! Oh no. It's doing the thing. I've had issues occasionally with Exile's Reach Horde. I cannot shoot things. So I have to log out. Because it won't let me dismount either. So that's great. I was hoping it wouldn't do that. Have any of you run into this issue too? I've submitted a few bug reports, but it's still here, and probably will be for a while. Alright, let's give it a minute. I've not been able to solve this any other way, like reloading doesn't fix it. The only way I can, and deleting the quest and picking it back up doesn't fix it either. It's just logging out and logging back in. I don't know what causes it, and it's only on the Horde that I have this issue. And I always forget about it because I play Alliance mostly more just because it's my main, but I play both too. Okay, function please. Yes, there we go. Good, I only had to do it once. My record so far is logging out 5 times. Yeah, this is the only quest that's different between the two factions. Even then you're doing the same thing, it's just... the results are the same, it's just, you know, you're using a laser and a rafflecopter instead of a pig. So it's whatever. Okay, good. No more hitches, please. Yeah, so you all excited? You get to see my full... I mean, I showed you the route, you know, in my guide, but y'all are, we want to see you do it, so we can analyze it for some reason.
Mother, I tried to stop the ogres on my own. I failed.
I love the
My
dialogue,
strength
the
was
actual
not
voice
enough.
acting,
Shuja,
but
the Horde
it
is
drives me
strong,
nuts that this
not when
part
we fight
is
alone,
not part of the dialogue
but when we
toggle.
stand united. Now, tell me what's happened here.
Come on, guys. Yes. And don't worry, for those of you wanting a lore-accurate long play with the full cutscenes, all the quest dialogue, everything, it's going to happen come February. Assuming she's still up for it by then, Canary and I, and even I'm gonna do it with or without her, are going to be doing the Lore Walk series. I talked about this in my other episode. I think in the first episode. I recorded like 5 episodes that day, so I'm not exactly sure what I did and didn't talk about. But I'll tell you, Horde fans here too. Come on, lady. You're so slow. Shoosh. Anyway, we're gonna do a lore walk. This is what I'm coining the term of. Actually, that was Canary's idea of the name. But, of all the zones in WoW, we'll do it by expansion. That way you get to see what all the quests say and what all is going on. And, you know, like, we'll do Northrend. And, we'll just go. Even if we outlevel it, you know, we hit 50 and it poofs us out, because that will happen. We'll come back and finish it, because, you know, assuming we do it on the one character. I'm not 100% sure how we're going to do it yet, because you can't, like, on one hand, it's really nice that you don't need a lot of zones to hit 50 anymore, but on the other hand, it's kind of annoying that Chromie time kicks you out. So you can be in the middle of a scenario and it doesn't care. It will kick you out, and I've had it where it glitches out some quests sometimes and I have to delete it and start over because it kicked me out. You're not supposed to leave in some of those older scenarios. They don't like you leaving, so it's like, great, thanks guys. Can we opt out of that, please? Or at least let me finish the quest first? Drives me crazy. I don't know why they do that. Just let me stay in Chromie time if I want to. But, you know, whatever. Blizzard, am I right? So, but, anywho. I'm not sure if we're gonna do like multiple characters or if we're just gonna do like one pair that does everything even after they've hit 50. because you'll hit 50. Like, I mean, in Borean Tundra alone, you'll go from, if you go there at 10, which is the earliest you can go there, you'll be like 30, between 30 and 33 by the time you finish the zone. And that doesn't leave a lot of room for all the other zones. Oh, and the thing too is we'll have technically be doing everything twice, because, or at least almost everything, not everything, or maybe we will do everything twice because of the 2 factions. I do have that list, thankfully, because I did all that research of what zones do have like different differences thanks to faction, but the problem with that list is it's not considering like the quests themselves. It's just time. I need to look over here at you guys, I'm sorry. I'm looking at me, not you. Anyway, because my list has to do with results, not actual like the differences in the lore of the quests themselves. So like, you know, if you do, what's one that's contested but similar? Arathi Highlands, I think, would be one. You have completely different quests for both factions, but the results are very, very similar. So from a leveling perspective, it's basically the same thing regardless of faction. I could be wrong on Arathi, I don't remember. But that's not how we're going to be going about it. We're going to be doing, you know, the quests themselves. So maybe we will need to do every zone twice. Because there's like 118 zones in WoW, and like 90 something of them are specific for leveling. Because, you know, there's zones like Suramar and Argus, the Argus zones, and Nazjatar and Mechagon and stuff like that. We'll be doing those too. So I'm wondering, but those, you know, those aren't leveling. You have to be 50 plus to do some of those. Like Suramar is 45, BFA ones are 50, Argus is, I think, also 45, because that's the Legion cap. It's whatever that zone's expansion cap, level cap is. Like Legion goes to 45, for example. And WAD, Draenor, that's 40. I think it goes to 40. But anyway, so I'm kind of talking about this out loud, because we're not going to be starting that until January. And you guys won't see them until February. Because it's... I need to finish getting out my Latte and Tea episodes, because those are re-uploads, and I just want to get them out instead of dwindling them out over a stinking year. I just want this back on the channel and be done with it. And then I can move on, you know? And some of those, like, I mean, they're done already, but some of those were lore walks as well. With me and Silverfire Tea. So, you know, like those zones, we don't necessarily need to do again. The ones that we did, which wasn't very many. It was the Panda Starter Zone, Exile's Reach, and oh yeah, I might as well kill this guy so you guys know, because if you didn't watch the Alliance version, this guy, these rares, and they don't give XP. I don't know why, I don't appreciate it, but they don't give anything, so I don't know what the point of them is. They don't even give good loot. It's like, I don't know. But anyway, what was I saying? Right, yeah, so we've done, and we started the Goblin one, so we'll probably have to do that one. But anyway, I'm getting all scatterbrained here, because I'm thinking faster than I'm talking, you know? So, let's see, what was I? Oh, TLDR, is basically, yeah, I'm just kind of talking out loud, thinking about how I'm going to go about that lore walk series. I should start thinking about a plan. And I think if we do them by expansion, we'll do the expansion, you know, minus raids and stuff. Or maybe even raids too. That'd be kind of cool if we grabbed a couple 60s. Because story is technically wrapped up in the raids and the dungeons too. Here's a thought. Yeah, because we're gonna do it by expansion for sure. Instead of like I was originally gonna have it just by zone type of thing, but I think if we're really gonna do a lore walk to get the whole story of that expansion, then we should do it by the expansion and try to do it in order as much as possible. Yeah. Yeah. I think that'll be good. I don't know why I'm still in combat, but I don't appreciate it. Oh no, trees. There we go. So, yeah. I wonder what expansion we should do first. Because it doesn't... Maybe we should just start from the old ones. What do you think? If you're watching this and see up to this point, because there's plenty of time before we start recording in January. Got this entire month to think about it. What do you think? Should we start from oldest expansion and work up to new, or just kind of go in whatever we want? Old to new would probably make the most sense if we're going by lore. Although the expansions don't tie together super well. So they just kind of do their thing, I guess. So, you know. What do you do? They need to move me over here. There, that looks a little better. I can never get... You know how, like, no one likes what they look like in a camera? I'm never satisfied with the angle, with the color, like, no matter what I do with it. I've always been that way. Partly why I don't do a lot of camera content, on top of not really needing to. I just, you know, it's not my thing. And I need to lose weight on top of it. Not like I'm super self-conscious, but you know, you look over and you're like, wow, I think I'm feeling pretty good. And you're like, oh, my fat face. Because I have a very round head, even when I am thin. Because I'm really tall, I'm 5'8". I'm a little over 5'8" on top of it. So, like, yeah. You know. Not a great combo. At least to me, it's not. Alright, use dismiss pet. Dismiss pet. So. Call out my pet, please. Get me a dragon hawk. Ooh woo. Because it's... Like, I know they're called dragon hawks, but to me they're butterfly dragons. That's what they look like. What? Why did it say not available during the tutorial? That was weird. I'm like, I know, I'm trying to tame it. Whatever. Okay, stables. Let's put this guy in there. Keep out the dragon hawk. Good enough. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, let's go kill the bear. Put that over there. We don't need that. Alright. Neat. Neat, neat, neat. Neat feet. Hello, other people. Alright, let's go murder this thing. This big old bear. It's actually up this time. There was a lot of people here on not a lot, but others at least, on the Alliance version. And there were people ahead of me, so I had to kept having to wait for spawns. But that's okay. That's part of it, you know? Alright. And you can tame that bear, and he does keep the weapons. He does look all beat up. At least I'm pretty sure he does. I've only tamed him like twice. I don't remember. So I'm going to give a soft yes. That's it. Neurom, super run. I'm excited to get to, well, get through this, I suppose. Not that I don't enjoy it, I'm just excited to get through it, because, there are other things I want to get to. But, you know, I can only put so much of this out at one time. These episodes are already going to be huge. Oh well. What do you do? Right, gotta wave. Hall raw. There we go. I'm making better time on this one at least. I don't know. I didn't have to wait for stuff as long. So that's good. Save the Moo Man. Alright. That one there for now. We'll fix his setup when we get to Orgrimmar. Wug. Ogre names crack me up. Speaking of ogres, I thought it was funny that so many people would want to play ogres. I mean, I would have one too. Not that I wouldn't. I like having everything. It's just so funny to me that people are like, Tuskar, ogres, Naga. I mean, Naga are super rad. They're definitely one of my favorites, but you know, ogre's just this big ol' burly guy. Just brr. I'm here for the raid. Grunk hit hard. Although they do that, they'd need to make officially make female ogres, I think. So having this as a female would be a little awkward. I mean, unless that's what their females look like. I don't know. Who knows, man? I don't know how ogres reproduce. Technically, like old school dwarves, like pop out of stones and earth or something, which probably isn't accurate to WoW. I think they actually have babies. Yeah, because what's her face? One of the leaders has a baby, and she probably actually get stuck. Had it. So unless she made it out of stone, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think ogres do that, but then again, you know, WoW doesn't really go into how certain species breed in this game, so I have no idea. You know, if they do that, they totally need to make male harpies. Just saying, I love harpies, and I would love to see a male harpy. I mean, I know they're generally female because they just reproduce through eggs, but technically, birds do need a male, like chickens, like chicken eggs. Chickens will just produce eggs with or without a male, but they need to be fertilized to become baby chickens. Is that the case for harpies? Is there just like this one male per flock, kind of like in a pack or something, or a pride rather, would be more accurate. There's usually one-ish male of lions, and the rest are female. Wouldn't that be interesting? Huh, just interesting to think about, you know? There we go. Yeah, I can move on now. I'm hungry, I just realized that. I might make a sandwich after this. I think I did that in the other episode too. Well, I've been recording these in the evening because I do other stuff during the day and I get other work done. And, like, I've been trying to cut back on, not that I eat a lot, but I've been trying to cut back on how much I eat just because I am starting to exercise more. but I'm trying not to like, I'm starving. Well, I did my 1 mile today. I can eat a whole bunch, you know? So yeah, so usually by the time I'm recording these, I'm hungry, so like, no sandwich. Oh right, dungeon. Dungeon! Boop, here we go. That was nice and quick. Of course, we still got prep to do when we get into Orgrimmar. Whoa! I got like 3 other people? That's never happened. I mean, the other 2 aren't in here yet, but there they are. Neato. See, that'd be cool if Blizzard did this for other dungeons. I was talking about this in the Alliance one. Is you know, it's totally okay if you queue for a dungeon, there's no one there, and it just takes you in anyways, and some NPCs help you get through the dungeon. Just I think it'd be kind of nice, and it'd help with queue times. But this, and you know, and then when people do actually are queued up at the same time as you, they get pulled in too, and you're like, oh, people, hi! Instead of, ugh, I can't believe I'm forced to work with these asshats. It's kind of a difference when it's more optional, I think. Because, you know, as someone who's not very social and I don't play well with others, really. I mean, I can play perfectly fine with others, but it's not my preferred. So, you know, the general populace. I'm not talking about, like, the one bestie that you might have type of thing. And I can't say, because we all have that one friend, because not everybody has friends. So sad. Speaking of, I do have a guide on how to make friends. Can't even say it with a straight face. It was an April Fool's joke last year, I think. Yeah, that was the first April Fool's video I'd done. Some people got so salty because it was about how to make friends. Well, I won't spoil it. Go watch it. It's called, the thumbnail says, "Are You Lonely?" I don't remember if I titled it How to Make Friends or something. I think I did. But it's totally a troll video for April Fools. I even put in the description, take a shot every time someone's salty in the comments. Some people got pretty damn salty. I had to, like, bring out the banhammer on some people. I was like, whoa! April Fools, dude, it's a joke. Don't you know what that is? Easy, and I thought it was pretty mild compared to what other people were doing. Anyway. Watch it if you haven't seen it. I won't spoil the end. Shoot the thing. I'll make the other people do all the work. We're not that kind of lazy player. Come on. Stand back and watch everyone else play. We are a part of this team, even if we don't know them. Crumph. Got a nice little mix here. Sarfang, Brain, Tundra, Sarfang. Huh. Those must be really low pop realms. Or maybe they're not, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen someone from Sarfang or Brain Tundra. Are those even RP realms? I don't think they are. Yeah, I think those are non-RP realms. But it matters. Just it's more common for RP realms to get paired with RP realms. Unless there's just not enough. Maybe that's only cross realm. I don't know, whatever. It's just nice to actually have people in a group. Usually I'm doing this all by myself. Not that it makes really much of a difference, but you know. Alright. Kill this Durgan. I want a mount of that one right there. I want it. You see how pretty she is? Yes, please. And I know it's a she because she talks like a she, unless it's a male with a very, very girly voice. But Ravnir is super cool. And it feeds into why I think this might be close to or a part of the chain of the Broken Isles. Or not the Broken Isles, the Dragon Isles. If you didn't see the one theory video that I've ever done, I was gonna make more, but I just haven't gotten to it. Because theories take a lot of thinking. Like, you know, and I want to make sure all of my facts are correct when I do a theory video, because it's kind of like an opinionated video, but it's like... it's more persuasive, I guess. And I'm not very good at persuasive videos. It's kind of not my thing. I just like giving you the facts and letting you decide what to do with them. I'm not really telling you what to do and why. It's just, here's my thought, here's what I do with it. Have fun. I like people making up their own minds. I'm not the person that really enjoys the sheeple mentality. I mean, if you want me to tell you what to do, I don't care. It's totally fine. Take it that way. I'm just saying that's why I present it the way I do, because I don't like telling people what to do unless they're looking for that. Because I don't like being told what to do. As far as how to play a game, you know, like if this was, you know, you're at a job, you're at the workplace, of course you're getting paid to be told what to do. That's just how that works, but in a game, it's supposed to be your time. Supposed to be, you know? Supposed to be. Oh! Yep, I'm hungry. After I get this guy set up and end this episode, I'm gonna get some food before I do the next. It's not that late. I got through this decent time. I know I'm like 45 minutes into the episode, but that's just because, you know, you're seeing character creation and I talked the intro and all that stuff. But this Exile's Reach should only take you like 30 minutes-ish. Especially now that it's not being absolutely swarmed. Like, those numbers and that data was like, I had to wait until like 3 in the stinking morning to do, because I couldn't tell what the zone was going to give by itself without all these people, because it was just swarmed for so long after it came out. Understandably so, it's a great zone. And I like that they give us the option, even as veteran players, to do it. It's nice. Alright, so that was Exile's Reach, but we're not done. Oops, that's not it. We're not done yet. We got to do some setup before he is ready to be leveled officially. So let's just make this in our home for now. Oh, I think I have everything I need in the bank. Right. I gotta go get writing. Well, I'll do that last. I'm gonna pick up some gold. Let's get bags first, I think. Oh yeah, and that. I know I have some bags in here. There they are. Bags on. Whoops. There we go. Oh, wah. There we go. Much better. Set that to trade goods and equipment. Where'd the thing go? There we go. Put that on. And delete that. Alright. Let's go. Oh, might as well grab the other stuff. Nah, we'll come back. So I'll need to put gold back. I need to buy boots, hopefully. If there's some on the auction house. Yep. Gloves, right. I have gloves. There they are. Ooh, good timing. Oh yeah, I need to pick spec. We're gonna be survival to match the Alliance one, because that's the spec I decided to do to be different. And I do like survival a lot. Marksman's technically my favorite. It'll always hold a place in my heart, but like, it just isn't the same. I fell in love with the Legion version, the early Legion version, the launch to 7.1 edition. And I'm just not as in love with it as I used to be. But survival's great. Alright, let's sell all this stuff. anything but the whites. So we want to keep those. Except for the soulbound stuff, because we can sell these. Yep, those are all sellable. Okay, boots. Yeah, I think that's the only thing I need to buy. Hopefully there's some on... Moonguard's always good about having stuff, but I'm on Worm Rest for Horde. Really? Yeah, whatever. Mogging is very important to me. Right, I got my riding now. What mount should I ride? Let's pick... I don't remember what I had this guy on. Let's do one of the undead horses. They're cool. What are those under? Not ovids. Ungulates? No. Oh, horses. There we go. Undead steeds. Here we go. Oh, things are... let's pick... You know, no one ever rides these semi-naked ones. We'll do that. Yep. Perfect. Neat. Okay. So let's pull the stuff out of the bank. Or mail, rather. My slow butt. And we are not, alright. Log out and log back in real quick. It hasn't kicked in that it's still the anniversary, technically. It ends in like a day and a half-ish now, as of this video, but I'm not going to be using the anniversary buff because I need to, you know, make sure this has the longevity, at least for this expansion. So, because obviously once it's over, you can't use the buff. And then it would be immediately inaccurate in like 2 days. So let's put on those boots. Put that in the bank. Oh. That's right, I needed to mug first. Oh well, it's fine. We'll take out a few of these, a stack of those. I'll go ahead and grab a stack of those since we are going to go all the way to 60 with these guy. These guy? Dump all these. It's important to clean out your bags often. That's what your personal bank is for if you have one. Okay. Alright, I need to switch weapons. Oh yeah, I gotta do this too. It never ends, man. Switch this around. Get all the information I want, because I don't care about most of this. There we go. And survival. And this. Yes. Alright. Okay. Alright. And someone said if you just do that, it fixes it. But we'll see. If you switch it instead of remaking these. But I don't know about that. In fact, we can check the health one right now. Let's see if it fixes it. Whoops. Change name. It does fix it! I'm impressed! You smart person. I don't remember who commented that on the Alliance one, but whoop, no sticky. Now we'll just have to see if that, you know, sticks. Alright, let's log out and log back in real quick and we'll check this. Because I've always had to remake the macro real quick because when you copy over mod macros with your action bar profile saver, for some reason the icon won't switch back and forth, and the only way I could figure out how to fix that was to just copy, paste it, you know, remake it real quick, which isn't hard, it takes like 3 seconds. But let's check here. It did. It fixed it. Well, thank you, commenter. I will, if I remember, comment a thank you on that. I can, because that's nice. I don't have to do that. Canary will be happy because she was whining about this before, which I don't think it was that much of a big deal. Flex. There we go. I should pick a flying mount real quick. What other Dragon Hawks do I have? Dragon. Ha. Where's the Doom Hawk? I guess it's not categorized yet because it's new. There we go. We'll put the Doom Hawk on there for him. It'll match the muted colors. Oh yeah, duh, we need heirloom, and then we can Mog. I already have his Mog set in mind, because he's a remake of a character I had. Alright, so let's see here. I took a picture even. Not that you can see it, but I can see it. There it is. Did I not do anything? Oh, he had black hair. Well, whatever. Okay. So it was no helmet, it was these shoulders. It was... Where's that chest? That chest? Was it that one? Yeah. And the pants from this one. And the belt. What's that look like? Nah. We'll go with that belt. Yeah, that's what I had. And then the boots. Those look so funky. Those boots. I like these boots, but they're so huge. They made them enormous. I think they were older. Let's look here. Was it those? Yeah, it was those. Okay. It was the matching gloves for the chest. Somewhere. There they are. And then, did he have a cloak? He did. It was the cloak to the shoulder set. Which is that one. Okay, now we need to pick a spear. So that one is good. Nice. Okay, so let's pick a cool pole arm. I love these pole arms, but a lot of them, like on some of the races set up too high, like right here would technically be the middle, and it's at their head. I don't know if that's like how you're supposed to wear a pole arm, but it looks funny to me. Like this, I would move it down some because it's up too high. It kind of bugs me where it sits. Like that one feels more natural, even though it's technically, its tip is in the ground, but you know, whatever. I do like that one actually. That one's cool though. Give him a scythe. Pointy. Yeah, see, like, this one sits right. That one feels correct to me. It feels even and not up too high. I don't know. It's probably, you know, a very minor gripe. Oh, I do like that one. Let's go with that one. Should I put a thing on it? Oh, that looks cool. That looks cool. Let's do that one. I need to change his... Yeah. There we go. That way it's the base. Okay. Okay, okay. And he needs some sort of helm of some sort. Let's give him the... there's these. Would work. I wish they sat down a little more. They're too attached to the head. But, you know, I guess minor gripes, I suppose. And the hair clipping doesn't really bother me. I know that really bothers some people, but I guess I'm used to it. I like that one. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Good enough. He is looking snazzy. Temp. Okay. I think the only thing he's missing is his traps. For some reason I didn't save this spec with traps. I don't know why, because it should be. Ah, right. We need to go set Chromie time. And then we're, I think, good to go. Whoops, as I get stuck on things. Horde does not get the portal-y thing for some reason from the Legion quest, which really annoys me. Unless they fixed it. I know they did do a fix on Legion. The skip. No, they didn't. I still don't know why they did that. The temporary Hearthstone that this quest used to give you, the Alliance still gets it, but they took out the Horde one, and I don't know why. It's so strange. Whatever. Alright, so we picked up that, and now we're gonna grab the... Since it doesn't really matter when you pick it up, but I grab it anyways. These, so I don't have to try to remember later. To not juggle. There we go. Even though we're not going there yet, let's see. So, let's make sure we're all set up here. We got our items, our bags, we have our heirlooms on, we got our writing, we're in the right spec, our spec is set up. Our UI is good. I adjusted it for the camera. Yeah. We set our hearth right? Yep. Okay. I believe we are good for our prep. Oh, I didn't do this in the other one because I didn't need to, but I do need to make a profile for him, a TRP profile, so let's do that real quick. I just have a starter one down there that I duplicate. Excuse me, leaning forward here. Horde, WRA, Orovin, Black Fox. I didn't have a profile for this guy already, even though he's a remake. Orovin, Black Fox. We'll make this purple. We'll make him Shadow Hunter for now, I guess. He is Sindori. We'll make this something shadowy and neat looking. Yeah, that works. Save. And is about looking for his next kill. Ugh. Bow, bow, bow. Good enough. Bam. Look at that. Instantly a profile for me. Now I'm all set up. Okay, so now I think I am good. Because, yep, and I got my boots and everything. So, that's it for this episode. In the next Horde one, I'll have one Horde and one Alliance each week. And that way they'll be, well, the Alliance will be one ahead, but on the route because I did it on a Friday instead of... Anyway, they'll be coming out every Tuesday and Friday in place of the regular guides for now until these are done, because they're technically guides. And I don't want to release these as Let's Plays because it is showing you what I'm doing, and I'm trying to get the latte and tea stuff out so that's out. I don't want to get those behind on my schedule. So for now, these are going to be my guides until the entire 1 to 60 route is complete. That way you will have it, and they will be in their own playlists just for you. So next episode for Horde, we're going to be doing Silverpine Forest. I am still going to keep these per zone, section zone in the brackets to help keep it organized and keep the series from going on too long as well, because it's going to be like 10, 11 hours probably for this entire thing. So anyways, thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to the 1 to 60, full 1 to 60 route, long play, whatever this is. I'm doing my full 1 to 60 guide route. All of it. It's a terrible intro, but you get the idea. This is episode 2. We are continuing right where we left off before. I just went and had a sandwich, and I am good to go now. I was quite ravenous in the last episode. I didn't realize how hungry I was. So we are heading to Silverpine. We got all of our stuff. Yes, yes, yes. So we are good to go. Going to Silverpine Arena. Because that's what's next in the guide for all 10 level 10 plus characters. So I'm all set up. Yep, I mean, I checked this beforehand, but in the end of the last episode, I made sure I was all set up, but I am good. I am good to continue, so we can just ride our bums up here and take the portal to Undercity. Skaploosh. And here we go. Maybe. It's being very slow. These load screens sometimes, man. And it's usually just to like new areas. Like for me, if this character hasn't been somewhere before, or if it's Legion Dalaran. Up, here we are. Give it a second to kind of chill. Alright, there's the dormy. Perfect. Hello, lady. Alright. Off we go. Up other direction, actually. All the way to lovely Silverpine. I was all like, oh no, do I need to turn on war mode? Duh, I can't turn on war mode yet. Not till 20. Like, in my opinion, you should be able to put on war mode at 10. Like, before, their excuse was you put on war mode. They put war mode at 20 because they said they wanted to make sure people had their fastest ground riding. From what I remember them saying. Well, you can get that at 10 now. So, well, not their fastest ground riding. They wanted them to have riding. You get your fastest now at 20 instead of, 20 used to be when you picked up your riding. That's what it was. They wanted you to have your riding, at least. Your basic riding. But I don't remember that, whatever it was, that was back in like beta BFA that they were talking about that. That's when they were adding in war mode for the first time. So, but whatever. Let's see, did I fix turn my auto turn in? Yeah, that's all good. Alright, cool. Neat. Neato potatoes. And the nice thing too, if you saw the Alliance version for this step, which will have come out before this one, For the Alliance, I had to use... excuse me, I had to use the flight map, which is the scouting map, and the problem with that is it explores all the zones for you. Well, yeah, of the expansion you use it for, which is a bummer because you don't get that rested XP. Rested XP. I'm all over the place. I am sorry. You don't get the exploration XP from those zones that you're going to be questing in, which I think is what kind of damaged my results in the Alliance one, because for Lochmadan I was only like 22 something when I should have been almost 24. So that's the thing. But the nice thing here is for Horde, we don't need to use any of the flight maps, the scouting maps. It's completely optional. Like, I could go over to Brill, since it put me outside if I wanted it to fly here, except it wouldn't put me here. It puts me down at the Sepulchre, which then I gotta ride up here anyways. So it's kind of a waste. Oh man, it's cold. My face. Usually I'm like this when I play, because my face gets so cold. It's so cold in here. But you know, you kind of need to hear my voice for this. Having a muffled voice for all of this, I don't think you'd appreciate. So, there we go. Pull it up a little bit. There we go. That's better. My neck gets so cold. As it is December and it is very cold here. So, oh yeah, I need to turn off. Or do I have cinematic? Yeah, I need to turn off cinematic canceller. I can't remember if I have the altered cinematic canceller on or not. That won't skip the this zone for me, but it's fine because I said it turned off in the guide anyway, so I'm being accurate to the guide. Because the same fellow who created Help Me Play and the GB auto deposit add-ons for me. Also, I mean, yeah, they're basically for me. Whoa. Did you see that? Whoa! That guy needed to catch up. He must have just had his coffee. Did you see that? Like, watch the upper part of the screen and, like, roll back a bit if you didn't see that cart just rocket in. Anyways, I'm accurate to the guide if I turn off cinematic canceller, and you wouldn't have the altered version of it anyways, because the annoying thing about this zone is all but like one of the cutscenes you can't skip, and there's a lot of RP in this zone too, which normally makes a zone bad. Not like, you know, bad, but not efficient. Which, in the spirit of trying to level efficiently, I call it speed leveling. Like, to me, it's speed leveling, but it's not speed leveling in terms of min-maxing speed leveling. It's just efficient. Normally, this zone wouldn't be, but for some reason it just gives so much, despite the time it takes. I must have had that on. No? Where'd my mounts go? No, I hate it when it does that. I need my scaly mounts back. Darn it. Black. I've been having that lately. Like, for some reason, it'll change the mounts on my bar. I don't know why. I had the Doomhawk. It's kind of like this new glitch that's been going on, and I'm not sure what's up with that, but I don't appreciate it. Anyway, let's pwn some noob NPCs. Attack! Attack! Attack it! So, anywho, we are, here we go. You know, this is just me, I guess. I think it's kind of funny that, oh yeah, rare. Sweet, we'll get that guy in a second. that everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people kept asking to see this so they could like super analyze my route. I'm like, I gave you literally all of the hot points for it. I mean, I don't know that I do anything different than most of you, honestly. Told you exactly where to go and what to do. And half the time I'm pretty sloppy myself. So, I don't know. But some people like that. They like to be super analytical, so this is for you. That's fine. It's content. And if I'm try to be quick on the draw about these and get these out, then it'll give me a chance to get some videos backlogged anyway, because I'm not doing any editing on these besides adding the intro, the outro, and upping the volume. The first episode, the Alliance first episode, was too low, and I'm sorry about that if you're watching that one and this one. I had forgotten, like, I have all of my settings for each video that I put out, each type of video saved, and I have to up the audio for my mic specifically in my video editor. My mouse. And but I have that saved on that portion, but I forgot that I am, just for sake of ease, because it's not necessary, I have the audio tied into the video on this one, on these, when I do video, just because it's easier. I don't have it in a million pieces. 'Cause, you know, I'm not doing anything fancy with it. It doesn't need to be all separate from in my line of work. But for, you know, when I have camera, at least it is separate when I do my regular content. But anyway, so I have that on the audio line and not the video, because the video is muted. Well, I unmuted it, but I didn't apply the increase in audio, so my bad. And it didn't, because I listened to it, but it didn't occur to me that it was too low until after the fact. My bad. So that'll be fixed in all the future episodes. But you know, I need one more guts. More guts, please. More guts. There's one. And it'll be same rules as before. For the following the guide rules, we'll put war mode on as soon as I hit 20. We'll portal back and do that. That's why we set our hearth. And we'll have the flight point for wherever we're at, so we won't need to. Did I still not get my guts? Darn it. Anyway. And you know, we'll do that. So we will come on, give me my guts. Arg. Getting me distracted here because I'm not getting my guts. Oh, right, rares. That's the next thing I was going to mention. So rares, you know, it'll be just like the guide. They're not required, but if I'm not going to go out of my way to go get all the rares. But if I happen to come across them, then I will get them. I always forget that this works over here. Oh, there's technically a rare over here. I know I just said I wouldn't go out of my way, but I know there's a rare right here. So let's get it. If I can, actually. I don't think I can pull it down because I'm not ranged. Well, poopies. I can't use any of those. Well, never mind. I guess I'm not getting that one. I forgot that, I don't get any of those. I don't get Serpent Sting till 12. It's whatever. Anyway, they're not required for this. It's just a nice little boost. They don't give much anyways. They used to give a lot more. Like, it used to really be worth your time to pick every urban ore node and hit every rare and get every treasure, but all of those got super nerfed in the XP that they give. Which just sucks, honestly. I mean, like, it's not a big deal, it just means it takes longer. Which is a bummer. Whoops, not that guy, it's this guy. Dawning Isles, please. So, yeah. Not a big deal, I suppose. But yeah, let's see, like, let's look at, where's my... There it is, that's right, it's down here. Had to find it. Let's see, like, where's the rare we just killed? It's back here somewhere. Renegade, 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 renegade. Grizzle bear. Where's the rare? Gorfang. Yeah, see, it only gave me 878 because I don't have any rested. Bleh! They used to give like 10 times that. So, yeah. It's not a big deal, honestly. Because that's why I made the routes the way I did anyways, because, you know, all it took is one person. Like, if I was trying to be reliant on the rares, it wouldn't work, because it just takes one person to be ahead of you to get all the rares, and then you'd be screwed. That's, like, kind of like why I don't ever really recommend, from my guides at least, doing, like, herbalism and mining to level reliantly. To rely on that, just because I'm on a high pop and full pop servers, depending on what server I'm playing on, which is just Moonguard and Wormrest. And 9 times out of 10, it's very hard to find nodes, consistently, in current content at least. So, because there's always so many people out and about, especially on Moonguard. So, like, if I wanted to just level from, like, say 50 plus, for example, from just mining or herbalism, I couldn't do it in a reasonable time because I'm sitting around waiting for nodes to show up. And that's kind of like, I mean, I could be doing other things, you know? Whatever. It's fine. Come on, talk to me. There we go. So, you know, it's whatever. It's one of the few downsides of being on a high pop server. I mean, other than that, there's pretty much very minimal issues. I like the servers I'm on. Alright, in we go to go watch some more RP. There's a lot of RP in this zone. Which is fine when you know, you're enjoying it, but when you're trying to do this quickly, it's just like, ugh! And for some reason, this zone still ranked higher for the 10 to 30 stretch. This zone with parts of Hillsbrad right after it, it was still better. Even over like Gorgrond or like the WoD intro or things like that that other folks recommend. It just was faster. Better average, I mean. Like, it takes overall time is longer, but you're getting more experience out of it. Whereas, you know, some of those other zones that they say to do first don't. Because for my averages, what I'm meaning by that is I'm taking the time it takes me to complete it and then dividing that by the levels I gained. So, like, in this case, it would be... Jeez, excuse me. It would be, usually takes me, we'll say 90 minutes to do Silverpine. Divided by 10 to 23, that's 13. 6.9. My throat is seizing. It's too cold. Anyways, 6.9. That means I'm getting 6.9 minutes. It's taking 6.9 minutes per level. That's what that means. Which is, in this case, really good. Because a lot of other zones don't don't meet that standard for this range specifically. The only other one that came close was Val'sharah, but Val'sharah is the best 30 plus zone. So 30 to 40 zone, rather. So, you know, ironically, Val'sharah is actually, by my standards, the best zone for the 3 major brackets. The 10 to 30 to 30 to 40 and the 40 to 50. You know, by using that metric. But obviously you can't do it without some party sync trickery. And even then you can only do it twice in a day, not 3 times. So yeah, that would be something interesting though to try, because they have a a daily lockout on party synced zones, and what that means is if you've already done a zone, like say we'll use Val'sharah for this example, you've already done Val'sharah in its entirety and you want to do it with your friend, you can party sync because they haven't done it and do it again. But I know you can only do it twice in one day. So I wonder if that's twice including... I don't remember. I tested this ages ago, but I don't remember now. I wonder if that's twice including the time you did it? So if I did it one day and then like the next day I party synced and did it, could I do it again after that? Making 3 times? Or is it I can do it in that one day, my own, and then 2 party sync times? I don't remember. I haven't tested the party sync stuff in a long time just because I don't like how the party sync works, personally. I think it's a pain. Because it is a little glitchy. I have had many quests not function properly on stuff I've already done and couldn't do it with the friend, so I had to desync with them and resync after they completed it to continue with them, and it was just kind of a mess. And it doesn't work well with Chromie time. If you are 50 plus, you can't be Chromie timed with them. They have to turn it off. And I know that sounds crazy because you'd assume it would, but it doesn't work. They're phased out. You can't be in the Chromie time even if you party sync. And it's really strange. So like, unless there's some trick you all know about to be able to party sync Chromie time if you're 50 plus and you're the one being, you know, Chromie party synced. That part doesn't even work at all. So you can't do carries with it. And not that I'd want to anyways, because the higher level player, if they're being synced down, they get majorly destroyed. Like, they got hard nerfed. And so then the one who's being carried, the low level, is actually now carrying the high level because they do way more damage because they're at the appropriate level. So I don't know what that's about, but it's silly. I don't really like it. So kind of like carrying people through leveling isn't really a thing anymore, because if you haven't seen it, Canary and I did a series of like 11 episodes, I think, where we tested my route, my 1 to 50 route, with me carrying her, because you can do parts of this route without Chromie time. For the most part, you're like, it's like, except for like the end, because Legion only goes to 45. You have to have it on for that, but yeah. And it just, with the parts that we had to party sync for, she A, had to be not in Chromie time so that I could party sync with her, and B, I mean, you can party sync with someone in Chromie time, but you won't be able to see them. That's kind of the thing. But anyways, and B, it was glitchy. It was really glitchy. we ran into a lot of issues. Like, we found out you cannot party sync and redo the WoD intro. The Warlords of Draenor scenario intro. If you've already done it, I tried everything I could to try to get it to work again, and I could not do it. I don't know why. I don't know if that's supposed to be like that, but yeah. And crummy time. Oh, did I not get all the things? Oh, I didn't kill all the scavengers. Whoopsies. I'm not in my groove yet. I'm talking and leveling is not my skill. So don't pay attention too much to the times. Usually when I'm doing these, I'm not talking to people so I can focus. And even then, I'm not focusing really on the game necessarily. I'm like listening to a YouTube video or something. Or like when I was in college, I was listening to my lectures. Yeah. So it's a heck of a lot easier because listening and talking are two different parts of your brain, I swear. Okay, time to go get our spooters and sea dogs. And I'm already 13, so nice. It goes up pretty quick, which is nice. Spoods. But, yeah. So I guess we can move on topic. Not really much more to say about that. It's just beating a dead horse. TLDRs, I just don't really like how the party sync and crummy time systems don't work together very well. There's lots of issues. And hey, it's the spooter rare. I'll take it. You know, I should actually tame that, but oh well. It's whatever. Maybe I'll get one of these spiders instead. Actually, I wonder what the big spooter at the end looks like. I don't remember what she looks like. I always just kill her and go. Because I like my Dragonhawk, but it doesn't quite match my theme here. That's okay though. Let me loot, thank you. I guess one minor trick here, well, you'll see it. I'll tell you when we get there. I won't get ahead of myself. The matriarch. Alright. Does she just look like a big one of the other ones, or does she actually look different? You'll see. Can I tame a second pet? I can. Good. Come here, you. Ugh. It's cold. Might get my blankie. I'm pretty cold. Yeah, she just looks like a big one. She's not special. Get down here. That's okay. Sea dog! Sea dog! Sea dog! Alright. Let's go ahead and dismiss you. Actually, am I going to be able to tame it now that I have all these orcs following me? Yeah. Interesting. Oh, I know. I'll put my freezing trap down. That'll keep him from attacking it, hopefully. Because these orcs, man. They are hungry for murder. Okay. So let's... There we go. And... No. Yeah, I thought so. Darn it. You assholes. Fine, whatever. Let's go get the Ettin first, and I'll get a spider. I just wanted a little spooter, jeez. Should have got one before I got the orcs. I wasn't thinking that direction. Anyway, my trick, what I was going to show you, is you don't have to worry about the chicken, because if you get the orcs first, they destroy this guy. He done. These orcs. Normally you have to use the mutant bush chicken cage to poison him. Otherwise that Ettin will eat your face. But not with all these orcs here, man. If I could just keep them with me, I would. Because they're wild. Okay. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Okay, let's grab a spider real quick. I want one. Want it! Hey, I got harpoon. Neat. Now that I don't have the dang orcs. Wolf, bear. Can't wait to go back and turn on war mode and get my fast riding. This slow riding just kills me. There we go. Perfect. Look at that little spooter. Let's name you, Spood. Spood. I don't know why that just amuses me. Look at it, it's so cute! It's so little! Yay! It's my little Spood. Koro and Spood. Spood the spider? Yes. I'm sorry, I'm easily amused. Alright, back to Sylvanas. Topical, right? Speaking of Sylvanas, if you've been keeping up on what's going on in current WoW, apparently people are speculating that she's going to be the new Lich Queen or something. I mean, she kind of already was, in my opinion, the way she was acting. Trying to forcefully do things to her people, but, you know, whatever. Even Garrosh here said, what makes you different from the Lich King? Oh yeah, let's get off this thing. There we go. Get our chickie here. But I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Like, I mean, whatever. Personally, I would like to just kind of see her go off with Thanos and do her thing elsewhere. Whatever. I would like to move on. She's been the star of the show for 2 expansions now. 2 expansions. So, in fact, maybe 3. Did she become War Chief in the beginning or the end of Legion? 3. I think she's been in. Yeah. She. Can we get a different main Horde character, please? Yeah, because Vol'jin was War Chief in WoD, and then the pre-stuff happened for Legion. He died, and she was immediately promoted. Yeah, she's been the star of the show for 3 expansions now. Can we have someone else, please? Man. I don't know. I'm sure I'll get a lot of hate over it, but I'm just not fond of Sylvanas personally. I'm just not that fond of her. I've read all the books. I've played all the zones. I love the lore in this game. So I know a lot. I know everything about her, from her history to the retcons to the not retcons. I've just never liked her. I liked the dynamic that she and Nathanos had back before she died, and even after, like when she became the Banshee Queen, and then they got freed from Arthas, the Lich King, because he died and all that jazz. You know, she went and found him. It's either before she got liberated or after, I don't quite remember. But anyway, she went and found him. He was just a mindless fool, and she somehow picked him out. Which I thought was very sweet. And then later he gets that new body in BFA, because in between what you don't see, she went and found his, like, cousin? It was either cousin or nephew. I think it was cousin. Nathanos' living human cousin. And they take him and put Nathanos in his body. So that sexy body that you're seeing of new Nathanos is not actually Nathanos. Physically. That's his cousin. Or nephew. I think it's his cousin. So that's awkward. Which is terrible, and I wish they would put this stuff in game, because I think that was in the book. I think it's in the book. I don't remember where I read that, actually. Anyways, Sylvanas, when she was alive, knew that kid when he was little, and like gave him a coin or something and told him to remember her or something, which I thought was really sweet. And then frickin' comes for him 30 some odd years later, or however long it's been, to murder him and give his body to her dead boyfriend. What? That's horrible. She's done a lot of horrible things. And I guess that's why people like her, but dang. I don't know. If you don't know, like, if you really like Sylvanas, but you don't know a lot of this stuff I'm talking about, I suggest looking into it. Oh, she was also super into, like, torture and stuff. Look up what she was doing with Kultira. That poor guy. Sylvanas is working through some shit, let me tell you. Isn't this just great? Butt shot. But anyway, yeah, I just, oh, and there was that other thing, and I didn't really look into see if it was confirmed as an actual, like, retcon or change or whatever, but, like, for those of you that know, like, about the Wrathgate, and then there was, like, that separate group of undead that rebelled or whatever, and went and plagued everyone at the Wrathgate. That's why they all died, and, you know, the Red Dragons had to come, and it was like this whole thing. Look up what happened at the Wrathgate if you don't know. Well, supposedly, they changed it so Sylvanas actually was behind the Wrathgate, and she just said she wasn't. I don't know. I'm very confused on all that. I'll have to look it all up again to be more fresh on it, but I wasn't really pleased with how a lot of that went down. Oh, and this cutscene right here, this is like the one you can skip without it freaking out. So, so that's nice. But anywho, yeah, I suppose that's enough on that tangent. But I don't know. I haven't really liked the direction they've taken her, or kind of like how recently in, like, Shadowlands, for example, she was serving the jailer and all of that, and it was supposedly to, you know, free herself from him, I guess. But, and then, like, there was that part, like, in the cutscene, the cinematic, where she turned on him because he was like, you know, she said, this isn't what we agreed or whatever, and he's like, bitch, please. I know this is a very bad version of that story. I don't remember. This is why I write script and not to tell you things off the cuff. But, so I'm not very good at speaking. But anyway, I don't know. I just feel like they tried to play it like she thought she wasn't being used. But I just feel like that's kind of lame, because she's really smart. She's a tactician. She was a general. She's intelligent, extremely intelligent, and very, you know, behind the scenes with all of her inner workings and stuff. So for her to kind of play dumb all of a sudden and just be like, oh no, he was using me? That just feels weird to me. Like, I don't like that, personally. Like, I was expecting her to be like, ho ho, mustache twirl. You thought that I didn't know that you were using me, but I set up this plan because I knew, or whatever. Like, I was expecting that, but that didn't happen. I mean, we haven't seen 9.2 yet, and I haven't looked too much, like, into what's going on with her in 9.2. So, I don't know. I could be wrong now, but oh wait, I don't want to do this yet. Darn it. I always do that. Come in here too early. Because we need the quest, we need to kill the stalkers, and then we can come in here. Whoops. Anyway, I don't know. I just haven't liked how all this has gone, personally. Like, I mean, I don't really know what else to say about it. I just haven't liked it. It feels shallow, I guess. You know, and this is from someone who has read all the books. I've seen what she's thought. I've seen, you know, I've read all the quests. I've read all the lore. I've read all the extra little comics and stuff that they put out sometimes. And I don't know. It's just, it's just this disconnect somehow. It doesn't help, too, that I've never really cared for Sylvanas much. She never really struck me as a very interesting character, personally. And I'm sure I'll get a lot of hate for that, but she's just not my jam. Really hasn't. I'm not really into a lot of female main characters, mostly because I don't like how they, I don't know. Like, Jane is too temperamental. She's either really passive and, like, wants to be everybody's friend, but then on the other hand, she's murdering people in Dalaran. Or all, like, this close to assaulting Orgrimmar itself. After, I think it was after Theramore was destroyed. I mean, like, yeah, it's one thing to get very upset. Because on one hand, she was totally in her right to get angry like that, but on the other hand, she's on such a flip switch. I don't know, she just feels too temperamental to me. I don't know, I'm just not into a lot of the female characters. I'm not into Sylvanas, I'm not into Tyrande. I'm not into Jaina that much. I like Jaina. Probably the most out of those three. But I don't know. I just don't get behind them as much personally. But you know, whatever. Everyone's gonna have their likes and dislikes, I suppose. And mine just tend to fall in the minority. I'm usually that person that likes or dislikes things different than most people for some reason. I've always been that way. I guess it's because I like making up my own mind before anyone tells me what they think. Because I don't really care about what other people think when it comes to opinionated things. You know, kind of that you do you and I'll do me type of thing.
Work complete.
So, it is what it is. It's, yeah. Don't really know what else to say on that, I suppose. I'm kind of rambling at this point. Oh. But, that's what's gonna happen when you're talking to yourself. Like, technically, I'm talking to myself right now. Yeah. I'm technically talking to myself. Like I'm talking to you, but you can't talk back to me. I'm talking to myself. So I gotta carry on a conversation with myself, and it's interesting to be able to just keep talking. Especially since I'm normally a very quiet person. I don't talk probably 90% of the day to anyone. So, you know. Why sometimes I go silent because I'm like, oh yeah, I need to keep talking. Because I could have just done this series as a silent Let's Play. It wouldn't even be a Let's Play, it'd just be silent. You know, a visual walkthrough is what it would technically be called. But, I'm not. I didn't think that would be very interesting. Of you just watching the game. That seems very boring to me. But then again, I know most of you who wanted this specifically wanted it so you can see me do my own route, not so much so you can see me blabber. But whatever, it is what it is. I think this will probably be the last episode I record tonight, though, because I get tired from talking. Talking wears me out. It really does. So just need orcs now. And we still got a long ways to go with this zone, so that's okay. Oh yeah, I can pick a talent now. Alpha. It's yeah, it's after 10 now, so I'm tired. That's okay. Talking wears me out, man. I've tried to be more expressive too, by the way. I've like been practicing. I'm just not a very like a visually expressive person. I'm just not. Never been that way, so it's not natural for me. Whoops, as I lose my mouse here. It's not natural for me to do that. So yeah. But that's okay. Nope, I don't need any more orcs. Good. We good, we good, we good, we good. Well, that's okay. Most of the Let's Play stuff you'll see from me won't include my camera anyway, so. So we're good. Alright, time to shoot some Morgan. Come on, guys. Drives me nuts that you have to shoot them out of the water. You can't shoot them. You see those over there? That'll always crack me up. Look at those Worgen over there. They're just they're just dancing. Come on, hit something, please. This thing does not have enough explode radius, I swear. I'm sure I'm, for once, kind of in the majority. I'm not fond of a lot of Blizzard's mechanical, vehicle, that's the word, related stuff. Like, you know, like this is technically a vehicle. I'm using a turret. I'd rather go kill these things myself. But, come on, shoot. Wait. I hate this question. Because it's glitchy and it's buggy and it just doesn't work right. Come on. Be done now, please. There we go. Let's get out of here. Sheesh. Come on, Spood. Little Spoody. But I should be... Yeah, because we got all this down here to do and all that. But, you know. Onwards to the Forsaken Front. I would say I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody here, but then again, it is like 10 o'clock my time. And not a lot of people have been playing Horde lately. I've noticed. Wormrest, which is my Horde server, because it's the more Horde populated server, has dipped down by quite a bit in population. Moonguards is bustling as ever, but just kind of interesting. But yeah, because when I've been leveling as Alliance, I see other people around, but this one's been pretty quiet. Pretty quiet. Even in Crummy time, which is where most people are going to be, I think. I don't think people realize. I wonder if I should do a video on that. That you could level actually without Crummy time. So long as you leave the zones when their cap is, like, Legion caps at 45. You can still technically level there. After that, without Crummy time, you'll just get way less. It won't let you. It won't scale properly to 50, so you won't continue getting XP out of it. I think WoD was like 40. Yeah, WoD was 40. Legion is 45. BFA obviously is 50. There is no Crummy time for 50 for BFA. BFA is like the base time, technically, if you want to look at it that way. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can technically kill this guy for a quest, and sometimes I can kill him. He's not required, but let's see if I can. Yeah, I think because I have a pet, I can kill him. Got him. Nice. He has an extra quest, so we'll turn that in too. But he's not required by any means. I don't think I included him in my guide because he's... Yeah, kind of like the one in Val'sharah. There's a guy like that in Val'sharah, but I absolutely cannot. It's at the Temple of Loamm. Yeah, that big old demon that's there. I can't remember if I included this guy or not. Wow, sorry for the yawning. You think I was a little sleepy or something? I can't remember. Well, just to be safe, I'll delete it. Just to be safe. Because it's not required. I'm pretty sure it's not. I don't remember. It's been a while since I followed. Like, when I do it, I usually get it if I can get him, but I can't always get it, and things that I can't reliably say that everyone can do this, I usually don't have in the guide, just because I try to make it so everyone can do it, you know, for the most part. No, we're not gonna do that. Get out of here. So, you know. There we go. And I need the Wolfsbane. Whew. Oh yeah. I'm excited to do the Lore Walk series soon, just because like there's a lot of in-game lore I need to get brushed back up on, because it's been so many years since I've done it. Ugh. Sorry, I'm sinking in my chair here. Need to keep readjusting myself. I think I'm undone. Eh. 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 There we go. There we go, that's better. But, yeah. So, like, for example, in Northrend, ironically, that's what made me think of it, you learn that Worgen are weak to Wolfsbane and True Silver. Kind of like, werewolf and lycanthropy stuff in real-life mythology. Which is interesting. So, you know, little things like that, that's interesting to note, and if you do any sort of RP, it's handy to have that info on hand, because it's all lore accurate. Because in the game, it's lore accurate, so it's, you know, it's canon, as they say. So, you know, stuff like that, it's kind of interesting. Like, I wonder if Sand Lane or other vampires, maybe you're allergic to garlic, because there are regular vampires technically in the game. You see some of them in Stormheim. Is it Stormheim? I think it's Stormheim. They're not Sand Lane, they're not Darkfallen, they're not even elves. It's a Vrykul who turned a bunch of humans. So, kind of interesting. And I wish they'd do more with it, because it was obviously a curse that could be passed on, because a bunch of pirates had gotten it from this guy. Human pirates. And, yeah. No thing ever became of it beyond that, because we killed them, but, I mean, there could be more, you know? So, I happen to be a big fan of vampires, so, I mean, I know we got, like, the Venthyr now, but they're different. They're not, I mean, they're very aesthetically vampires, and they do, like, suck the red anima out of people, which is super cool, but it's not like actual blood. It's different. Anima's like, I don't know, soul blood, I guess. You want to put it that way? I gotta go around. It's the energy version of blood. It's kind of how I look at it. It's essence, you know? Whereas blood's the material version. I know that probably doesn't make any sense to some of you, but it makes sense to me, so I'm sticking with it. I don't know, I love the lore in this game. Like, and the main plot is different than the lore. It is, even from a writing perspective. And I have a writing degree, so I know things. Not that I need to sit on a high horse. I almost went for a master's. I might go back and get my master's at some point, but I don't particularly need it. But anyway, the main plot that's going on, that's like the stuff going on with Sylvanas and Anduin and stuff like that, and then the lore, and like it'll become lore, but think of lore as like the world building, the history, stuff like that. Plot turns into lore, of course, but I like to say that I love the lore of WoW, but I don't like the current plot that's going on. Like, I love, like, everything in the Shadowlands is awesome. I love the whole thing going on with the jailer. I love, like, you know, how he's apparently the brother of these other 4 Death Titan-y folks. which is super cool, and how apparently he was the original Arbiter, and that she's the new one was like a remake to replace him because he went psycho and all that stuff. And like the Venthyr, they're super cool, and how they like make people atone for their sins type of thing. And then you got like the Kyrian, they're like the ones that carry people between worlds, the souls, they bring them there, and like, oh, that's really cool to me. I love all that. And I just, that's the stuff I'm interested in. I like that more usually than the current main plot, I guess. I like the background stuff more. It's just usually it's more interesting to me. Don't really have more of an explanation on that. It's just those stuff I like. So, yeah. But, you know, it's whatever. Okay, we are 18. We're getting there. We're getting there. We are getting there. I hope they do something with Gilneas someday. Like, it's such a cool city, and it's like actually a really kind of a large city. There's a lot there. I feel like they could do so much more with it, and it's kind of a bummer that it just sits there unused. Aside from a couple quests and an intro that only the Worgen can access and can't access again after it's over. Make it a city already, especially since they're down Teldrassil now. And the Worgen have never really had a home in-game. It's always just been Teldrassil because Gilneas has been destroyed since Kata. So, you know, come on. Make Gilneas great again. That'd be cool. Alright, Belmont, show up. I hate it when these guys... There we go. Sometimes these two like to not show up, and you're doing like this entire part by yourself, and those Worgen hurt. Like, I don't appreciate... I'm so bad about that. I'm looking at my camera image, not the camera. I need to look at the camera. I'm so sorry. I'm not trained in this. Not trained at all. Oh, there we go. Get these. Come back. Wait. Yes. Like these guys. These Worgen hurt. Wait, where'd they go? They were here. Son of a bitch. They left again. They disappeared. See? There. Stop disappearing and reappearing. I need you. Hey, vey. This guy hurts. Ah, my nose. Tickly. Trying not to sneeze. All of a sudden. Oh, and then I yawned. I'm a mess tonight. I'm sorry. Okay. Need another pack. Can I be out of combat now, please? Another wolf pack, please. There's one. Because you can't just kill like these single guys, but you need 20 of them, and those single ones hurt. So the dogs are way easier to kill, and they all count. I'm back. There we go. See, look at that. Perfect. Now we just need one. And that guy will do. Die. There we go. Utimus. Okay, so now we just need to head down to there. And we can ignore everything because we have the lovely barding, which prevents you from getting discounted while being hit. Like a tank. Stinks have that naturally. But I, obviously, am not a tank. I am a little squishy hunter. That's why I like that, because the dazing while running or mounting thing, it just infuriates me, and I think it is the stupidest thing ever. So the barding is nice because it removes that, and that's why all of my characters wear it. All of them. Alright. We made it. We did it, guys. We found Godfrey. And of course, true to my guide, I don't do the very last quest in this zone, because it's like 5 minutes and you don't get that much out of it. It's mostly RP. But if you want to see the only guy to ever kill Sylvanas with a shotgun, that's Godfrey. It's pretty awesome. He just freaking point blanks her in the back of the head. In fact, I wonder if it's still like that or if they retcon that too. I haven't watched it in a very long time. Just like they took out Garrosh calling her a bitch. It's at the very intro there when you're waiting of this zone, when you're waiting for Sylvanas and Garrosh to talk, he used to call her a bitch. Which, given what she was doing and saying, was quite fitting. But apparently that's too sexist or whatever. I mean, if a woman frickin' deserves to be called a bitch, call her a bitch. You know? Whatever. I don't know. Sylvanas, I know, is Blizzard's new favorite poster child for some reason, so just gonna leave that be, I suppose. It's whatever. I just hope that she's, you know, on the note of Sylvanas again, done at the end of this expansion. She doesn't have to die. I don't care. Just that she's just done being the poster child. I want other characters to take the limelight type of thing. We don't need... Because, yeah, it'll be Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands. No wonder I'm tired of her. No wonder. It's just dawned on me that must be why I'm kind of sick of her. I didn't mind her in BFA. I mean, she was fine in Legion, I guess.
Work complete.
I started to like her in Legion because I was like, hey, she's actually working with everyone. This is awesome. Never mind. She had ulterior motives the whole time. Never mind. Alright, I gotta sit here and wait. And you can't run off from this one too far because you'll miss it. She wants you to physically watch everything. Also, I love how there's always two chromashes here. One's for PvP and one's not. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So you don't want to run off from this one. Or it won't count and you have to do it again. Because, for example, there's a couple rares over here. They're just right there. We might as well go snag them. Not that they give that much, but they're, you know, they're really easy. So. Walk with you? You mean ride with you? My queen. That said, I would totally play Dark Rangers and Undead Elves, and there's kind of a whole nother thing. Because the undead we have currently in the game are Forsaken. Well, they're all Forsaken, but they're the Lordaeron humans specifically. Undead. And there's a rare right here, but you have to like back out, by the way. Yep, there he is. Because this area phases for some reason. So you gotta kill this guy outside of the boundaries. Little trick on that one. Where's my pet? Hey, Vay. There we go. Anyway, I don't even remember what I was saying. I got distracted. But, yeah, undead. I would like to see the undead specifically be branched out to all the races, because there is undead of all races, but the only playable ones are the Forsaken, who are specifically the Lordaeron humans. And any, you know, humans that got caught up in that. They're humans. So you can't play, like, you know, the elves that were risen. You can't play... There he is, there's Corpse Feeder. You can't play the, you know, the Tauren that were risen. I don't know if you can still do it or not, but the, there's one over here too. Might as well grab him. Not that they give much, but, it's something. But anyway. Yeah, the... What was it called? The Battle for Lordaeron? Siege of Lordaeron? Something like that. The one where, you know, Jane, and everyone jokes about Jaina's dad's boat. She comes in on that ship, and, there, to Amberfall. And, Lordaeron gets, Undercity gets, lighted and all that by Sylvanas, because if she can't have it, no one can have it, including her own people, which is pretty cruel, but whatever. But yeah, in that scenario, she resurrects a lot, even the Horde. So you see all these different Horde races, you know, in that scenario alone. And on Darkshore, the Darkshore scenario for what they call the War of Thorns or something, they oh hey, here you. Neat. I'm exploring all the rares right now. Not a lot of people leveling Horde right now. That's fine. More for me. But anyway, she resurrected. Sylvanas did a lot of resurrecting in BFA. All different kinds of races. She went crazy with making everyone undead. But night elves made a lot of night elves into undead, and I'm really hoping that we'll see something become of that, because they did technically both go join, you know, the Horde. Well, I don't know about the Horde ones, but the Night Elves, at least, the ones that didn't go too crazy, rejoined their Alliance brethren, which is interesting. So... And then there's this whole thing with Kalia going on. I like Kalia. She seems interesting, but I feel like there's more going on with her than we think. Because, I don't know, I just get that sense that there's something going on, something brewing. Because she was partially resurrected by the light, too. Light and death, which is an interesting mix. They're not necessarily enemies of each other, but they don't usually go together. Those two forces. So that's interesting. Yeah, and then we, you know, in the meantime of all this going on, speaking of light, we have Turelion on the Alliance throne. So I'm curious to see what's going to go up with that, because I'm kind of hoping they don't turn him into a tyrant. I like Turelion, but I guess I could see it if he goes light Nazi like Yrel did. Which is fine. Speaking of Yrel, I guess it wouldn't really be a spoiler. It's been out for like a couple years now. More than that. But if you haven't done the Mag'har questline to unlock them, do it. And spoiler incoming, I guess. You see Yrel in it. It's in the future. It's they're way ahead where we left them. Apparently Yrel's a light Nazi. Literally. Like, she literally conquered / is conquering Draenor and can forcibly converting any orcs or anyone else that she finds to light. And I guess Garrosh, like alternate Garrosh, was one of them, apparently. So that's a thing that I'm like, yeah. Like, I know people have been saying it for a while, but I'm really sensing a light and void thing coming soon because there's been all this little voidy hint stuff going on. I highly doubt N'Zoth is actually dead. I think he totally planned it. Oh hey, we can go turn in our thing now. So let's do that. We can go turn on lovely war mode. Lovely, lovely war mode. So that'll be good. So yeah, so that'll be pretty rad. I would love a Light and Void expansion. Like, the Shadowlands have been really cool, but if I really had to pick a favorite for like the cosmic stuff, I think Life, Light, and uh-oh, the music stopped. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh man, no internet. What? Okay. Hold on. I get to pause the episode. I guess I do get to cut something. 1 sec. Is it working now? Yeah. Okay. And we're recording again. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I know that was only like a second or two for you, but I just spent like 5 minutes fighting with my internet. Joys of playing on a hotspot. It's the one consequence of living out in the country. You tend to have shitty internet. And DCs are kind of common for me, especially when the weather is crappy. Okay, good. So we are in Urgrimmar. Good. Yeah, good. Hoping it wouldn't, eat up my hearth, but not hearth me. Why is that tracked? I don't want that tracked. Untracked on my right quests. Give me that one. Thank you. Anyway, what was I doing here? Right, riding. Fast riding and war mode. Jeez, getting me a lot of whack. So irritating. Oy vey. I don't even know what I was even talking about. I don't know. I got all frustrated and flustered, I'm sorry. It's okay. Yeah, not till 25. Alright, well. Oh, why don't I pick a title? Let's go with... Lord of the Rains. Oh, I could do Mass Chuckler. Let's do that one. Even though I'm not wearing a mask. Okay. I gotta go repositioned in my chair again. Okay. Cool. Alright. So let's turn on... Right, go up there. War mode. I like... Dragon scale. Okay. Oh yeah. Is this my... Oh, you know what we should do? I can do it when we get there. I can pull them out of the bank. It's fine. Maybe I can hit up the one in Undercity, because it's going to put me in Undercity this time. Yeah, I'll do that. I need to stop by the stables so I can put away my Dragonhawk and just have the spider. I like only keeping like one pet on me, that way if I suddenly decide... Yeah, there we go. First time BFA area, second time Undercity, because you've switched it back from the BFA thingy. Which is nice. But anyway. Yeah. What was I saying? Right, stables. Oh, I probably need to set... I don't actually know where the stables are here. Buttons. It's fine. Whatever. I'll just do it. I'll just pull a thingy from the bank. Nope. Killed bank. Oh yeah, I was gonna... That was 240, right? Yeah, right. I need to turn off GB auto deposit because if I'm going to do what the Alliance one was doing, I'm going to keep track of my gold, and that was, I had 240, so I'm going to pull out 240. Normally I just auto deposit all my gold like that, but I wanted to see, because I've never actually totally kept track of how much I get completely. Well, I only... Well, hold on. Log. Money log. Come on. 190 and some silver. Okay, let me deposit 240 and I'll withdraw 190. 191. I don't feel like doing the other ones. There we go. Close enough. Anyway, what was I gonna grab? I'm all over the place now. That stupid DC threw me off. There we go. In fact, I'll just grab this stack. The, interdimensional companion repository. Mobile stables. Which is nice. There we go. Okay. Now we can go talk to this dude and fly back down to the, where we were before. Because I have Wormwood on right? Yes. Alright, back to the Forsaken Front. Wait, I think we needed to go to the other one. Nah, rats. Oh well. It's okay. I'm all out of whack now. I'm sorry. I've gotta get all adjusted while I'm flying here. And it's worth turning on, in case you're curious, why we're doing it right at 20 instead of after Silverpine. Because we're riding right over to Hillsbrad after Silverpine's done. So, you know, I need to talk to you, not my face. Talk to you. It's very difficult to train yourself to talk to a camera when you're not used to it, I swear. It really is. Anyway, yeah. I don't know what I was saying. Oh yeah, get out of here. I don't care. We can go to, here it is. Hillsbrad. Afterwards, right afterwards, it's right. See, it's right next to, Silverpine. So, there's no sense in going back up to Undercity or Hearthing or whatever to go turn it on after, when you might as well just get that extra XP by turning it on now, because you gotta fly all the way back down there anyways. Let's hit the request stop button, see if it'll stop me at the next one, because I think I went to the... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is the one I wanted, so I hit the front, which is the very bottom one. Whoopsie. Okay. Now we're back in business. Yes, please. And see, that's why I logged before to save my macros and stuff. Because if I didn't, a DC would have removed what I pulled over. Because I know my internet, and sometimes it dips out, and then it dips out for a good few minutes, and it's like, okay. So frustrating, man, but it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. That's okay. Alright. Oh man, I don't even know what time I'm at anymore. I think it was making good time, but I had to stop it. Instead of just editing out and letting it keep rolling, it's easier to just stop the video and start it back up. Because you have to... I had to cut it there anyways. Because I didn't know how long it was going to take me to get my internet. I mean, it could have been 5 minutes, it could have been an hour. It's just whatever it felt like doing, so... There was no sense in just letting it roll. Because then I gotta cut all that out anyways. But anyways, yeah. Let me get back in the swing of things here. Look at this little book. Isn't it cute? It's a little pet. You can catch these. They're so cute. The lofty librum. Ooh. No, do I want to do Hillsbrad after this? The Hillsbrad part doesn't take very long. I think my best time was like, what, 40 minutes or something? Something like that. Like 40 to 60 minutes. It's not that long. I gotta get it back in the thought process of yammering to a camera. Well, I mean, technically to you folks who are watching, but you know. Yeah, alright. Hey, a treasure chest. Neat. They don't give nearly as much as they used to, but still cool. Give. Yeah, see, only 3,000. Those used to give like 20 something. 15 to 20 something. It was pretty sweet. Okay, we need the big guy. Where's the dude? I require... There he is. Get him. Bite him in the arse. But yeah. Yeah, I might go ahead and do a Hillsbrad after this. Get the 1 to 30 sections done. Hey, the rare's up. Neat. That part doesn't take very long. And then I can focus on Val'sharah and stuff tomorrow. Did I get everything? I did. Alright. Down we go. I like gliders. They're so nice. Boop. Well, yeah, we did the thing. You're welcome, sir. Neat. Okay. So we could take the flight point back down there. Might as well. Boop. Sylvanas, we did the thing. Guess I should probably put on some gear here. What do we got? Yeah. I think that about does it. Now I look ridiculous, but my... Where's my things? There they are. They didn't show up for some reason. That was weird. Been some weird glitches in this game lately, man. Alright. Let's go ahead and start clearing out some of this. Getting a little full. That was really exciting, watching me sell everything in my bags, but you know. Alright, and I wanted to mog real quick. There we go. Alright, I did it. Alright, let's go get our inconspicuous bears. I like how they say they're inconspicuous, but they're, you know, that's sarcastically, clearly. Inconspicuous is kind of a sarcastic word anyways. These are obviously druids. Kind of funny. Am I lagging a little? Not really, it's just being weird. Being really strong. That's okay. That's okie dokie. Found the worm. Took a little while. Well, I need to keep talking at you, but I'm running out of things to talk at you about. It's very hard to carry on a conversation with yourself. Especially for over an hour. Tend to run out of things to rant about because whoops, getting crazy. Lost control of my mouse. Sorry, everybody. Getting crazy over here. There we go. Since this is a standing desk, I have a lap desk in my lap. Little lap table thing. So that's where my mouse and my keypad are. Down underneath the desk, technically. Oops. I'm knocking things over. Oh, I'm getting all sorts of crazy. I need to stop. Sorry. Knocking everything over. But anyway, yeah. So, normally I'd be standing while doing this sort of stuff, but since this is a long series, and I'm going to be playing for, many hours at a time, usually, I wanted to sit, so I had to move the mic down, because the mic hangs above me from the upper shelf, and, set up the camera from the other desk, and all that jazz. I wanted to sit. So, Alright, let's see if I can do the trick. I can't always do it. Sometimes I can run all the way to the back here. I like to do that. Because you can click on the thing and go through the portal if you can make it all the way to the back without dying. It's a fun little challenge. Oh, stop with the stuns. I hate the stuns. Absolutely hate the stuns. Let me in! Ah! Did it. Just as planned. Okay. We can proceed now. Cause I don't usually purposely skip mobs. If they're in front of me, I kill it. That's just kind of my thing, but Silverpine's long anyway, and I don't feel like Silverpine has great shelf life. I don't like doing it repeatedly, but it is unfortunately, literally, I cannot beat its results for the 10 to 23-ish range. The only other comparable one is like Lockmadon, for example, but that's Alliance only, and this is Horde only. Unfortunately, a lot of the better zones for the less than level 30 range are faction-specific stuff, so... What are you gonna do? What do you do? Oh, it's okay. And yes, if you're wondering, even though my Horde and Alliance are going to be identical for the 50 to 60, I am going to go ahead and include it because that would be the full 50 to 60 range for that character. That way you get to see the whole thing. Even though it'll be the same. So, you know. You know, it just dawned on me. I think for the video, I've leveled to 60 many times now. I'm up to like almost 30 characters at 60 or something like that. I have to look. But I think for the video, the guide, I used my orc hunter. Yeah, I used the same orc as the one who was the poster boy for my old 1 to 120 Horde guide. I mean, he wasn't in all of it, but he was on the thumbnail and he was the one dancing, at least, in the intro and outro. Or whatever I did for it, I don't remember. Back when I was doing the dancing thing for the intros and outros, because I didn't know what else to do. Never been very good at starting things. I'd like to just start. You know? But little intros, outros, good to do. We're professional. So. Oh, gotta wait for this asshole. I mean, technically he's not an asshole, he's just trying to protect his people, but technically we're the assholes. But, you know, all's fair in love and war, I suppose. You would not succeed, monster. I know, I'm sorry, Archmage, but alas. What are you gonna do? That's just part of being Horde. We kill everybody. Apparently. I am looking forward to the day where the Horde can stop being the bad guys. Like originally, you know, like in the original Warcraft and the first expansion of World of Warcraft, I get it. And even then, the first expansion of World of Warcraft is a little pushing it just because, well, I guess we technically didn't see them work together until Wrath. Really. Yeah. Okay. So, first 3 expansions, I get it. But after that, come on, guys. They're as bad as real politics. Too real, man. And no, I'm not one of those people that's all like, well, the Horde can stop being the bad guys so long as the Alliance becomes the bad guys. No, why does someone that we play have to be the bad guys? Just have the bad guys be the bad guys. You know? But whatever. Why does all of our evil have to come within? I like every time they do like an external threat expansion, it's way more interesting than when it's another war chief or something. Just saying. Come here, you. Alright. Onwards. And yeah, I'll be right where I need to be with probably almost 24 by the time I finish these last few quests for Silverpine here, because we're almost there. We're approaching the end. So I think it really is, like for the Alliance's case. And I might go do Lock My Dawn again anyways to see if that's what was up. But I know I'm rambling, I'm not making sense. What I'm talking about is I'm right where I need to be with the Horde, and I think the Alliance in their episode went short a little bit. They didn't get where they were supposed to because of the what do you call those things? The scouting map. I had to use the scouting map for the Alliance one if I wanted to fly all the way to Thelsamar, which I do because it's way faster than taking the tram, which can take up to like 6 or 7 minutes up to, oh, I need to do this thing, up to Ironforge to just then ride another 3 or 4 minutes all the way over to the Lost Pilot quest. It's a trek. So, you know, if you just use the flight map, you can just fly straight there. Which is, you know, way faster. It only takes a couple minutes. But I'm like, is that gonna be worth, you know, that extra, that loss in XP now? I don't know. I gotta take another character up there to test it. And I can give my findings at least. But that is on my to-do list too, is to do my route again. Maybe not in this format, but using all the scouting maps, as they're properly called now. All of them. And so I get no XP from exploration whatsoever. And seeing where I fall short. Which I know, especially in Legion, since you do 2 zones in Legion, and you fly over a lot of it. From Dalaran through all of, you know, over, depending on how straight you fly, over part of Suramar, over a little corner of Azuna, and then you do all of Val'sharah and all of Highmountain. Yeah, that's a lot of XP from those exploration points that you don't get. What do I still need here? Scouts. Surprised I haven't gotten enough scouts yet. Usually they're crawling up my tailpipe. There's that one. But, you know. There we go. There they are. And they were all hiding together. But yeah, so, I really think that is what did it, because I've done Lock My Dawn a lot, and I've never come up short. So, and it's not because I didn't get all the rares. You don't need all the rares. I got about 3/4 of them. And the rares don't give that much in XP anyways, which is a bummer, but it's, you know, if you see one, you might as well. And even with hitting 3/4 of the rares, I didn't get enough XP. I was like partway through 22, not 23, almost 24, where I should have been. So, something be afoot. Yeah, if you're doing this quest, don't, unless you feel really cocky, really confident, don't overpull. These guys have a lot of health and they hurt. I can kind of get away with it because I have a little bit of a pet, but he's eaten into my pet's health. And they don't heal you very well. Like that guy there, Lord Walden's supposedly a disc priest, but I've died on this quest many times on my squishier characters, and it kind of sucks. Like, if you actively sought out all the rares before this point, and even double tapped them when you turn on war mode, because technically war mode is a separate phase from non-war mode, you know, you'll hit 23. As long as you're 23 before you go to the next zone, you're good. You can skip these last 2 quests. But I do them anyways, just because I'm here, they're not that hard, I might as well. And it's less I have to do in Hillsbrad. The less you do in Hillsbrad, the better, because Only about the first half-ish of that zone is actually good. The last 2 spots, the South Shore, what is that area? Terran Mill and the East Point Tower stuff, it's not great. Give me the thing already! Ah, I hate it when I'm super unlucky. I usually have it by now, come on. Usually just those dwarves down there gives me the attack plans. Maybe. Give me your attack plans. I'm running out of dwarves. Come on. Oh yeah. I hate these RNG quests. I really do. I really do. Get him.
Work complete.
Oh, of course. And I gotta kill these two. Swear. Well. Yeah, because I can tell you, I am not fond of Silverpine and Hillsbrad. I never have been, honestly. If I could level solely in Legion, I probably would. I mean, you can. It'll just take you, like, a good few hours longer. Unfortunately. Because Azuna gives the same as Val'sharah, but it's, like, 20 to 30 minutes longer than Val'sharah. And Stormheim is great, except for the stupid intro that's you're forced to do, which gives no XP and takes about 15 to 20 minutes, and it's glitchy on top of it. The cannons break a lot. Nathanos disappears a lot, you know, on the Horde side at least. And whoever the equivalent is, I can't remember, on the Alliance one, disappears a lot. The whole scenario is just buggy as heck. And it's just infuriated me every time I've done it, which is quite often. Because without that intro, if I could figure out how to skip it, because there is no skip for it, which agitates me. Without that intro, that zone would be just as good as Highmountain. You know, and Highmountain is the best 40 to 50 range zone, depending on, you know, even if you start it late, you know, 45 to 50 or 40 to 45, whatever. Stormheim would hold up to match it, except for that intro. If it wasn't so glitchy, I wouldn't, you know, care as much. But man, it's glitchy and it pisses me off. So, you know. Okay, so if you can figure out how to bypass that darn intro, let me know, because I hate it. And even you can't even just go do the quests there. If you fly over to Stormheim, there's no quests except for the one that you'll find there. Will send you back to go to Dalaran to go do the intro. The introduction scenario to Stormheim, which is, you know, you do the Horde and Alliance thing that has nothing to do with the rest of the zone until the very end. So it's like, if you took out that intro, I would absolutely do that zone. And then that alone would make Legion the top expansion to level 1. It really kind of is anyways, but what do you do? What do you do? Alright, well, we can turn this in, and then we can move on to Hillsbrad. So, that'll be nice. I don't know what my time was, because I can't look at it. Well, actually I can if I move this over. I'm turning this in at roughly 33 minutes. We'll say 34. My previous one took 1:15, so that's 75. That's terrible. I did terrible time. 35 plus 75. 110. Yeah, I'm way over my time limit. Barf. I did way bad. Well, as I'd said before, talking and questing, I messed up a lot. This is not my forte. So you can just delete this quest, Cities in Dust, or you can go do it. It takes about 5 minutes, and you can watch Sylvanas just win over the whole war by threatening to kill Lorna. Which is pretty scummy, honestly. Because the Worgen would have taken back Gilneas. They were being overrun. But, that's why we went and grabbed Lorna. And then you can watch Godfrey shoot her in the back of the head. Kill her if they didn't retcon it. So, anyway, so that will do it for this episode. That was Silverpine Forest. I messed up a lot, but that's to be expected. So, I've only done every zone perfect like once or twice. So don't feel bad if you're getting bad times too. Practice takes perfect. So, yep, so the next zone we'll be doing is Hillsbrad. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoy this and got something out of it, maybe. Question mark. And as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to episode 3 of the full 1 to 60 playthrough of my guide, my 1 to 60 route. We're picking up exactly where we left off for the Horde. Right at the end of Silverpine here, where we dropped that quest, Cities in Dust. We're not doing it. It's not necessary, and it's an extra 5 minutes for one quest. Not necessary. And we're gonna ride all the way over to Hillsbrad Foothills, and do quests there until we hit 30. Which won't take us too long, and hopefully I can focus a little more this time, because I made terrible time in Silverpine. I was not with it, unfortunately. Because my best time ever in Silverpine is like 85 minutes. It's pretty good. And I did, according to my recordings, about 110. Oof. That's embarrassing. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, man? Lovely, talking to the camera while also questing is not my forte. So don't take too much account into the times. I'm gonna make a lot of mistakes. Because, yeah. Alright, it's Hillsbrad time. So we get to do these lovely quests here. We're right where we need to be with our XP. Partway through 23, which is good. That'll make this good, because you want to come into, well, get out of Hillsbrad as soon as you hit 30. There's no reason to stay here any longer. I mean, yeah, we could, but literally the, where am I looking here? Yeah, these quests here suck. Especially the ones that send you up here and make you do the Yeti stuff and the exploding deer, and most of East Point sucks. Like, you can do, like, if you can do Durnhold, oops, and like some of the East Point ones are okay, but they take a while because they're spread out, and like the elite ones for Durnhold kind of suck because I can't solo it on every class. Like, I can do it on like the ones I can really put out on, like Hunter, Monk, but I can't do it on my Warrior. I can't do it on, you know, my Rogue or stuff like that. This classes are a little squishier, so what are you gonna do? So, I love the sparkles. Get out of here, Johnny.
Work complete.
But anyway. So, we're gonna get right into it here. We get to do the lovely, yummy egg collecting for all the spooters. Give me all your eggs. Gross. I don't have anything against spiders, but this is gross. Oops, I killed the eggs. Darn it. I know not to use AoE on that too. Ay, 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 ay. Give me all of your eggies. Tasty, tasty eggies. You technically don't have to do this quest. You can skip it. But it's along the way. You might as well. It's easy. And it's less you have to do later in the zone. And the quests later in the zone suck more than the ones that are earlier, so. You definitely want to make sure you don't have to do the Terran Mill stuff. Like, at the very most, you can do the East Point things, but the Terran Mill ones just suck. Except for, like, one. So. What do you do? Done these zones so many times, man. When I want to get characters, come on. Am I lagging a little bit? Not appreciated. Trying to do long play, people. Oh shoot! I did it again. Damn it! It's habit. When you use AoE on the bears, it kills all the eggs. So, you know, throwing a bomb at the bear is, or a grenade in this case. Yeah, it's a bomb. Not wise. I'm messing up all kinds of messing ups. All kinds of Damn it! It's such a habit! I don't even mess up like this when I'm watching YouTube. It's because I'm focusing on trying to talk.
Work complete.
Not appreciated. It's okay. Silent playthrough of this wouldn't be fun though, so, you know. That's okay. There. Well, I can use all my AoE now. Sheesh. I'm sorry. Ay, ay, ay. Oh yeah, I should go up around the top. Been a while since I've leveled Horde. I've been trying to get all my Alliance alts up first. Mostly because Canary means Alliance too. So we've been trying to get her alts up. At least we were until we decided to try to do PvP stuff, which we might not do, because supposedly it's like every time I'd PvP'd in the past, 2v2 specifically for rated 2s. I wouldn't lose rating until I hit the 1400s from losses. And you can do the... I was excited because you can do the, you can get the mounts now at 1k, at 1000 rating. Which means every win that you do after 1000 will get you progress toward the mount. So long as you stay above that. And I thought that, well, cool, we won't lose rating then because, you know, it's not 1400. So So I thought it would be awesome because I was like, sweet, I can finally get the PvP mounts that I want. But I don't know if that's going to happen because we haven't even hit 1,000 yet, and we've started losing rating from losing, and we haven't even hit 1,000 yet. I'm like, oh, great, never mind. That might not happen because I can do PvP fairly well, but poor Canary is just not a competitive player, way less than I am. Even though I guess because I have a lot of experience. I've done PvP fairly often in the past, and I've raided a lot too. So we get a lot of losses. That's why I was okay with it, just because I thought we weren't going to lose rating. But I was wrong, apparently, and that kind of sucks, so might not get those mounts after all, still, which really bums me out. I thought we would finally be able to slowly grind our way to them, but we're gonna lose more rating than we're gonna get at that rate, so. Yeah. Need more supplies. Give me more supplies, please. There's one. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed there. I've heard this. I tried to look up to see, like, you know, what causes rating loss because we wouldn't always lose it. Obviously, that's why I was excited about this and thought that you wouldn't lose rating until you were almost to like 1400 and such, like in the past. And even everything I read online is like, yeah, you won't lose it till like 1200, 1400, 1600. I'm like, well, that's apparently not the case. That's apparently not true because we're losing it and we're not even 1,000 yet. But has something to do with MMR. Like, the closer you are in matchmaking rating, till your opponent, then the more you lose, I guess? And I was trying to see, okay, so then does MMR reset, since that's apparently separate from, you know, from your actual overall rating? I got so many answers. I don't think anybody actually knows. Some said it's daily, some said it's weekly, some said it's only every season. I don't know. So I was gonna make a video on it, about it. Like, hey, why has no one talked about this? About how much easier it is to get these mounts right now. I don't know. I don't know. Oh shoot, I should've waited for him. Oh well. Well, there's a rare back here. I might as well catch up. Get. Got it. Okay, I got the spooter. Okay. Alright, got all my humans. Come on, dumbass. Will he attack them if I don't? No, he won't. Good. He doesn't seem to care. Alright, neat. Oh, he's attacking that one. He changed his mind. How did all these people get here? Oh, you see, dumbass. I was kind of wondering how that worked for undead. Cause like, they used to be living, they used to be humans. They were people once. But now, they, you know, when they get resurrected like that, they I mean, some of them turn stupid, but, you know, for a while at least. But, yeah. Like, they don't, most of them don't care anymore? I don't know, it's a little funky. Like, why does being undead warp the mind? That's what I always kind of wondered. Because you would think it's still you, right? I think that's Sylvanus' problem. I mean, she was kind of a bitch in real life, though, so I don't know. But what do you do? Oh yeah, I can turn cinematic canceller back on now. Because it's just... Where is it? There you are. Just Silverpine that has the issue. With not skipping cinematics. There we go. Hillsbrad don't care. There's not very many zones that have an issue with you skipping cinematics, but Silverpine is one of them, unfortunately. So, you know, whatever. What are you gonna do? That's okay, though. Neat. Okie dokie. Let's get this quest over here. Give. Doing that quest, this quest here will give you a shovel transmog if you can learn it, which is kind of neat. Use shovels. Give me your flesh. Getting all the human seedlings. These poor humans. I love it. There we go. And we got Wilkes. Citizen Wilkes. The crazy ghast. Crazy ghast. There we are. Nice. I'm getting cold again. I'm tired too. I was going to go to bed after Silverpine, but I decided to go ahead and do Hillsbrad just because it doesn't take as long. It's one of the shorter parts, shorter zones, and yeah, that way I can just focus on Val'sharah and such either tomorrow or the next day or something. Oh, you guys all left! Hey! Rude. Usually I can drag a whole bunch of them in here and then I can get the key off of them, but for some reason they all ran back this time. That's weird. Lame. That's okay. I was gonna show you a trick. These guys had to be mean about it. Lame. Alright. Alright, Jenny, give me your quest. Still cracks me up that water guy, whatever his name is over there, calls Johnny Jenny. I mean, it makes sense. If I were some kooky, crazy, undead man and saw a beautiful blood elf, I'd want to hook up with him too. It's just funny to me. Joke never gets old. Oh well, what do you do? Hey, some boots. on. Oh, I was stuck in combat like that. That was weird. Okie dokie. Boots. And boots and pants and boots and pants. And boots. It's good to change out your gear once in a while. Although I've gone all the way to 50 without realizing I didn't change any of my gear because it's only like, what, 3 pieces? 4? Yeah, 4 pieces for me. Because I have both rings, so I don't have to worry about those, which is nice. Heirlooms are so nice. Still water. I knew it was water something. Alright. This guy's gonna talk for a minute. Sell some stuff here. They're gonna blue. And I can clean up my bags a little. Blue, you stupid horn. There we go. All shiny clean. See all that stuff right there? That's all gonna be sold on the auction house. Oh, I should have mogged. Oh, there we go. Transmog. Yes. I am a threat. I am deranged. Yes, yes, you are. I love how he says that, though. This is how the Forsaken will thrive, not through some magical winged fairy sprinkling happy dust on corpses. I mean, I kinda don't blame him, because yeah, it would seem like that, wouldn't it? Oh, I can use lust now. Nice! Didn't realize my Spooter was a lust pet. Sweet! Whoop! I'm on the 2nd floor now. Poor Stillwater. She just wanted to make people not have to use fairies. That cracks me up. Alright, to South Shore. Get out of this place first. Here. See, we're already 27. We'll be out of here in no time. Actually, if you go down this way, like I showed in the guide, come around up behind it, you can hit a couple of rares. Might as well, because you're on the way. And they're not required. It just means you'll get out of here sooner. Because there technically is plenty of quests for you to hit 30 in this zone. It's just, you know, not great if you have to do the later stuff. Creep this. Big old fuzzy tarantula. Down. Crab. The crab. Alright. Okay. Would you stop? Stop. I don't want any more of you. That's enough. Stop it. I need to go talk to Orcus. Orcish Schmorkish, who's standing and drowning in standing water. Hello, sir. You need to stand up. Poor Orcus. Why did he have to die? He was cool. Oh well. Oh, man. Too much yawning. Stop it. Yum, yum, yum. Come on. There we go. Alright, we don't go up to South Shore just yet, because if we do the Naga quest, And the Mudsnout quest first, and a couple of rares that are over there. We can turn in the Naga one over at South Shore and not have to come back. So, you know, that's nice. These are easy anyways. Feel all these boys. I do love the the updated Naga models. They look so good. I would totally play Naga. Oh, jeez, can I stop yawning now, please? Nagas are cool. Aw, oh, come on. Darn it. Rude. Look at that, see? Ladies Empress. We can kill her. These rares are practically always up for me. Because at least this Horde, people don't seem to go after the rares, which is fine. Understandable, since they're not worth that much, but they're also really easy to kill, too. I think, honestly, easier to kill than some of the regular mobs. Kind of funny. Stop it. Stop it. Did they make you yawn? Definitely going to bed after this, which we actually don't have that much left to do. We'll hit 30 here soon, which will be nice, because this is a shorter episode, and it won't take nearly as long to upload. I usually don't do episodes over 30 minutes, because for some reason, after that 30-minute mark, it's like 28. If it's 28 minutes or longer, it just seems to double and triple in upload time, and it already takes me multiple hours. Part of a day, sometimes maybe all night, to upload just a couple of videos, depending on how long they are. So you can imagine how long, you know, the hour plus videos take. Like that Silverpine one? I haven't uploaded it yet, but yeah. It takes a while to render too. I should probably set that to render tonight, that way I can upload it tomorrow. Because I want that out Tuesday. Or Monday. I might have it go Monday just because Tuesday I want to what do you call it? I guess it doesn't matter too much because I can release it later in the day. Time Walking, Legion Time Walking comes out on whatever you call it, Tuesday this week, and it'll be up for a couple of weeks. And you can buy all the reps with Time Walking badges, with the exception of the Kirin Tor, which is fine. But the thing about that is you can buy essentially Paragon caches with that. Not directly, but you can buy enough rep to get a Paragon cache, and every cache gives you like, or not cache, token of rep is like, it's either 250 or 500. I think it might be 500 rep per cache. Token, sorry. Jeez. Which is really good. And if you think about it, and they only cost like 50, I think? 50 badges, which is not much. That's like one dungeon. And if you do the once a week dungeon quest for it, you get, you just do one dungeon. And you get 500 badges when you turn in the quest from doing that first dungeon of that Time Walking. So, you know, that's a whole bunch of rep you can buy right there. And even if it's account wide. So you can send those tokens to whatever character you want. You can buy them on anyone, send them to whoever, and then buy all the rep in Paragon. And the thing too that makes that even better is, from what people have been saying, I saw it on Wowhead a few times and seen it in a few videos too. Apparently Blizzard raised the drop percentage of the Paragon stuff from Legion Paragon caches, which is mounts, pets, toys, and that's pretty awesome. So in addition to that, you'll get stuff even faster than I did. I didn't get all those mounts, for example, until BFA. It took me that long to farm them all. I was very unlucky. I was in a good few hundred tries for each one. Paragons. If you've ever done Paragon cache farming, you know how long that takes. So I'm very happy that all of y'all won't have to spend as much time as me, but anyway, point is, I want to do a video on that and try to put it out as soon as possible. That way people can have more time and be alerted to it. Need one more Naga. You know, rather than me waiting until the following week, because it'll be up for 2 weeks. The very first time Legion Time Walking is going to be here, Blizzard's being nice and letting it be up for 2 weeks because it's more than just the normal time walking this time. I mean, it's still regular time walking, but the Mage Tower is a thing, while Legion Time Walking specifically is active, which is super cool. Oh shit, no, 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 no! I messed up. I messed up. No! I messed up! I forgot! I was too busy talking. You're supposed to do South Shore first and then Orcus's stuff, because when you finish his, he takes you up to Terran Mill. And if you haven't done South Shore, you gotta ride all the way back down and do South Shore. I'm mad now. See? Told you this wouldn't be a perfect run. I did this very out of order. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Where's that moth? Come here. Now I'm irritated because I was doing really good with this run. I would have been out of here in like 45 minutes. I'm really mad, I'm really mad, I'm really mad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody dies. Anyway. Like I said in the guide, don't turn into Orcus. You do that after you do the South Shore because he'll just take off with you and be like, whee! And you're like, okay, I didn't get a say in this. It's fine. Meh! See, my runs aren't perfect either. I get too busy talking and I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Well, anyway, whatever. I warned you, these runs weren't gonna be perfect. It's okay. Luckily this part doesn't take very long. It's fine. Up we go. Because ideally, you'll do South Shore, turn in the stuff with Orcus, and then he'll take you over here, and you can stop when he takes you over here, and you don't have to do this part. And wait. That's where I usually stop, like I show in the video, in the guide, because I would have been. All that South Shore stuff would have put me up. Come on, Orcus. But no, I had to be a dumbass. A dumbass. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Please. Come on. Yeah, I know. I appreciate the RP, but, you know, when you're trying to hurry and you're already irritated. Oh, Orcus, you silly fool. Alright. Is he even gonna engage with them? No! He's just following me. He doesn't want to die. We'll just grab Orcus. Come on. See, he didn't get hit at all. They didn't even fight. But he's gonna die anyway, because he's told to. You came back for me. That battle was so hard. I was so scared. I ran in circles while they just watched. Oh my goodness. It's fine. Poor Orcus. He was a good orc after all. And see, I hate that we don't get to keep Kasha. We're kind of a douche player, because I'd be like, yeah, I'll take care of her. You should have gotten Kasha as a mount here. That would have been cool. Or at least a pet or something. But no, she just flies around Terran Mill here aimlessly, and you never do anything with her after that. This guy's literal dying wish is to take care of her and make sure she finds somewhere cold to live. Do we do that? No. Does that mean our character is forced to be a douche? Yes, and I don't appreciate it. That's what I say about that. Come on. Oi, 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 oi. He died a hero of the Horde. And we don't even give a damn about his mount. His poor dragon. Boo. Boo. That's what I have to say about that. Well, we'll do the, this one really quick here. Aid the Frostwolf, because if you need it, you know, it's still there. That's why, if you notice in the guide, I had to use 2 different characters. I had to come here purposefully at like 22, so I could have to do this part. Because normally, I'll do this stuff down here, not turn into Orcus yet, do these, then do Orcus, and stop when he flies you over there or shortly after. Because it, you know, you'll be 30 by that point. That's where I usually am, unless I screw up like this. Like a dumbass. So. Now I gotta turn this in real quick and then go all the way back down to South Shore. And I don't even have the flight point for it because I wasn't down there yet. Why? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, do your thing. Okay, we're not gonna do that because it's crap. So we're gonna go down here. Boo. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Whatever. We're still making decent time, I guess. It's okay. Luckily I have my fast riding. Luckily. It's okay. Bloodfang. Oh, look out. There we go. Bloodfang. Bloodfang are cool. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now, let us proceed. Their regularly scheduled program. I swear. I'm sorry. Well. We get to suck on slime. Mmm. So tasty. So yummy. And gooey. Oh, the lovely light. That's okay. Angry blight slime. Love how these things come alive, I guess. Just tasty. Collecting all the blight. I really should have like a hazmat suit on, but you know, apparently as the player, we are immune to this shit. Which is great. Yummy! Just delicious. Here's the big boy. Chet the slime breeder. Doesn't that just sound tasty? I'm sure someone's got a fetish with that. I'm all for a hot goo girl or a hot goo guy, but not blight. Blight's gross. Ick. Icky poo poo, as children would say. Oh, let's see, did I get all the canisters? Yeah, I did. Just need my goo now. The blight slimes are getting angry. Alright, got all those. Hey, there's a ranger. Come back here. Getting out of range of me, how dare. Rude. Turn yours in. 30 maybe? Nope. Not enough. Alright, gotta do the other two. Power all these dark rangers. Here's some power for you and some power for you. Get all these wargies. It's nice to get these clumps like this, because especially when the Dark Rangers are fighting them, because it makes it easy. Nice. Another one. Another one. Get all the organs. Perfect. Use it. Oh, I guess I can't use it on her. She's already empowered. Alright. Then we'll go over here. There's another one. She doesn't have the red glowy, so I can use it on her. I like that I can do this while mounted. It's nice. There we go. Here's another one. Kill these Worgenses. Alright, how many more do I need? Here's one. Is she empowered? Yeah, but we need more Worgen anyways. No, she's not. Okay. Come on, do your thing. Here we go. Okay, now we just need one more organ and to empower one more chickie. Chickie doodah. Nope, not her, not her, not her. Is she empowered? No. Oh, she did. Alright, oh, not that one. Another Worgen girl. Not a Worgen girl. You know what I mean. Here we go. Perfect. And we'll kill these and be done with it. Beautiful. Alright. Turn those in. That should put me to 30. If not, that's okay. Ah, 96. That's mean. You do have to be 30 or you can't pick up your flying. That's fine. Let's run over to East Point over here. Oh, I didn't pick up the East Point quest. Ah, well, that's fine. That's okay. Ah! No. I wonder if that worm's up. I'd probably just do like one rare instead of taking that time to go do another quest. That is the advantage of having rares in these zones. Yep, we can just do one rare because a quest will give you like 20% of a level and I don't need to spend, I don't need that much. I just need to hit 30 so I can get flying and get out of here. There we go. See, look at that. Alright. We can hearth now. Get out of here. We are 30. And no, I don't recommend staying here longer than that because the rest of the quests will take you like another hour plus and you'll only get like 4-ish levels. Not worth. Not worth. Not worth. So, just move on. We did the good parts. Because yeah, if you're that close to 30, I mean, just kill a rare or something. Pick some flowers. I don't know. Alright. First, let's clean out our bags. That way we have a fresh start next time we log in to do this. Clean, clean, clean. Mug. Yes. And our bags out. We can get flying. Alright. Mog. Dump all these. There's a blue in there. Cool. That might be worth something. I don't sell all the Mog. If it's worth over 1,000, then I sell it. if it's not worth much, then I disenchant it. That way I actually get something out of it. Just because Mog sells, the reason I do that is Mog tends to sell fairly slowly, even on an RP server. And, you know, it's going to cost you as many times as you have to put it back up. It's going to cost you in deposit fees. So if it only sells for like a couple hundred, you know, over the course of several weeks, you're going to pay that in fees. Posting fees. So that's why I make sure it's at least 1,000. Worth at least 1,000 before I post it. And then, because when it does sell, you immediately make back everything you posted it for, and then of course profit. So, because they don't cost that much, but you know, it's going to take you, if you're posting every day and it takes a good few weeks to sell, it adds up. But yeah. So, alright, so we can go ahead and swap these two. Still have PvP on, that's good. I can track Legion now, because we don't do Draenor until after, is it after Val'sharah? I'd have to look at my route. Originally, I had the Horde one matching Alliance almost very closely, but because the BFA and Garrison portions of the Horde side give you less XP than the Alliance does, it didn't fit in the same bracket, and in order to get more out of them, we have to do it earlier, because if you do it last, like the same order as the Alliance, for the BFA stuff at least, you get a fraction of what it gives in the, you know, earlier, like we have in the route. So that's, you know, that's a big bummer. So that's why I jumbled it like that. But anyway, yeah, we are now ready to go to Val'sharah because we are 30. We are not going to use the scouting map for anything because we don't want to lose that XP. That's why I think we were exactly on track, with the exception of my fudge ups in my own route. So yeah, so that's good. That'll do it for this episode. There we go. I still didn't do too bad on time. That was 50 minutes. You know, 51 now with me talking. Not bad. I'd say that's pretty good. My fastest is like 40, 45, something like that for Hillsbrad. But anyways, we're going to end it there. So thank you so much for watching. And as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my 1 to 60 full route long play of my entire guides. The whole shebang. This is part 4 on Horde. I think it's part 4. Should be part 4. Yeah, I'm level 30, so our next step is going into Legion. We are going to go right to Val'sharah. We're picking up exactly where we left off from last time. Nothing has changed. It's been a few days since I've leveled last because the holidays are coming and everybody and their grandma literally wants my attention. So I'm like, guys, I have work to do, please. So, welcome back. So we're going to get right back into this. And we're going to do this. So let's skip this. They finally fixed what is slightly different from my guide. That quest for the Horde. You can skip the intro immediately instead of having to do the buff quest, turn it in, and then come back before you take the boat because you don't want to go do the scenario. The dang scenario gives like no XP. I die a lot. I even did it when I was testing it. It was kind of a mess because there's no one else in it. It was just me. It's meant for like, you know, 10 plus people. Not a good thing going on here. So, oh, my cheeks are red. It's really cold outside. It's been snowing for like 2 or 3 days now. It's really cold, And so I've been cold all day, so I just took a freaking scalding hot shower because I was so cold. And the little house that I live in does not have good insulation. So I've always got like candles and tiny little box heaters going, and not a big deal. It just means it's actually my favorite weather. It means I can just get cozy. So we gotta wait for this guy to show up. For some reason, for me, he always takes half a century to show up. It drives me nuts. That way I can turn this in and get my Hearthstone. Because you can, in case you didn't know, also pick up your Hearthstone from the Ledgerman Lounge over there. There's the innkeep. She'll give you one. But for some reason, I've noticed... There we go. If you don't do this quest and just get the Hearthstone, you can't use it until you're like 50. Or maybe it's probably 45. Like, what's with that? I don't even know. But whatever. So anyway, I'm setting a pin here because we're going to fly our bums physically all the way to Val'sharah. And that is because I want that sweet rested, or not rested XP. I do have rested, but that's not what we're getting here. Exploration XP, which you will see rack up over here. And I have not used any of the maps, the scouting maps. So that's going to take a hot minute. But that's okay. I got me some peach V8. It's freaking delicious. I usually have like coffee or something, but I don't know. I just felt fruity, you know? Coffee's great, but sometimes you just need something clean and sweet and fresh and not, you know, dirty bean water, as some people call it, which is very accurate. It's what it is. It's what it is. So, I know these are releasing technically twice a week, because they take forever to upload. I wanted to do the series like every day, but it takes me a good couple days to upload one, because, you know, they're over an hour, most of them. Which worked out though, because I couldn't get this done in one shot like I wanted to. I wanted to try to avoid having rested, because when I tested the whole route, I made sure to have every zone tested without rested, because rested will affect your XP overall. You will get more with rested, obviously. But, you know, you only get rested XP if you wait. If you log off for a couple days, and it's been a few days because I've been really busy. Holidays are coming and I'm trying to get other things done and everyone wants my attention, and the one day I had to myself, I wasn't feeling too hot because I'm just not a social person. So having to talk to people and be around other family and stuff, it's like, wears me out, man. Wears me out. So, yeah, that's a thing. Start lowering our descent here. We're getting close. But yeah, so this whole episode is going to be Val'sharah for the Horde, which will be good. Which will be good, because Val'sharah, the Legion part, honestly, is my favorite part because it's like the easiest. And it's the most reliable for me. I pretty much always walk out of the Legion stuff with the same results. You know, granted, I come in and out at the appropriate level, which in this case is 30. So, yep, here we are. I'm up too high. That's okay. But, yeah, you know. Here we are. Alright, talk to this chickie. And talk to Malfurion. I am ready, Malfurion. So, oh yeah, and I'm sure you noticed I got a headband thingy to keep my hair out of my face, so I don't have to have my hair up the whole time. because my hair drives me nuts. I have 7 shockingly different cowlicks throughout my hair. So it just goes beep. And it may not look like it right now because it's wet, but it's actually really wavy. It gets all curly and crazy, but it never goes the same direction. My hair is impossible to deal with, no matter how I cut it. So, I used to just have it up in a bun, which I actually hate the look of. I do not like the look of having my hair up in a bun, because I just don't. So I thought I would give the headband a shot, which is fine because it's keeping my forehead warm. I have a very round head with a big forehead, so my forehead gets cold. But I can't wear my hat, and I do have that horned hat, by the way. It's not in here right now. But, you know, my little avatar that you see, I do have that hat. It's a real hat. I have it, and I love it. It's my favoriteest hat ever. It's so warm and cozy, but I can't wear it with this, with my headset, because it's thick. And the headset's quite tight on my head, so it doesn't fall off because of my round head. And I have really, like, I don't want to say long ears, but my mom calls them pixie ears, I guess. So I have to have headsets with long oval shapes or a square instead of the classic round, just because otherwise it won't fit my ears. So, you know, the combination of that, my headset and hat don't go together. So far, this has been working out great. I used it earlier for something else, and it's been quite comfy. So I think I might go that route for a while, and I kind of like the look of it. Dresses up my face a little bit, because I don't know if you noticed or not, but I don't wear makeup. I don't like makeup. Not only am I allergic to practically every makeup under the sun, I just don't like it. I don't like feeling like I have to put on my face for people. I don't like feeling fake. And I don't care if you wear makeup, you know, for the other ladies or men or whoever out there that wears makeup. Many people wear makeup. Doesn't bother me when other people wear it. I just don't like it for myself. Because for me, if I can't look good with my actual face, then what good am I? That's just me. But, you know, whatever. It's just a personal thing. But anyway, so here we are. We are in the mighty Val'sharah. This zone, when done properly, is the best zone for all 3 brackets. For the 10 to 30, the 30 to 40, and 40 to 50. Or in this case, 40 to 45, because you'll only get 5 levels out of it. But it's the fastest 5 levels. So it's kind of a bummer. Like, you can't do it more than once. And, like, you can do it a second time technically with party syncing, but that's just too much effort. Because I know how to do all the party sync tricks, but they're just too much of a pain. Honestly, it's just too much of a pain. So, whatever. It's fine. I do things more authentically anyways. But, yeah. So, might zip this up. I'm cold. It is cold. So we are back at it again. With this lovely guide. So, the 1 to 50, specifically, I'll just talk about my route. I wanted to get the Horde and Alliance ones as close as possible, so that there isn't such a deviation between the two, but that was actually quite difficult because the Alliance 10 to 30, well, just the 10 to 30 in general for both factions is, I call it the volatile range, personally, because it's very easy to mess up. There's so much, like, it doesn't seem like it, you know, because I've already given you the route, but there's just so much you can do in the 10 to 30 range, and some of it's good, some of it's not, a lot of it's not, in fact, and it'll look good if you don't know what you're looking for, because from 10 to like 25, you'll level up very quickly, pretty much no matter where you are. But of course, you know, that is in retrospect when you gotta compare that. You gotta have something to compare it to. So my point is, everything that I did, I compared to Val'sharah specifically. Oh shoot, I didn't realize I was so far ahead. Oh well. Magula here, she counts for this bonus objective. I don't remember how much, it's like 10% or something. So I like to usually do her before finishing that objective to save a minute or two, but I'm not really paying attention. I gotta get back into the groove of this. Talking and playing like this really is a different animal. Uses a totally different part of your brain, I swear. Anyway, so my standards that I used were in comparison to Val'sharah, and you can see those in the first episode, I think? Yeah, it'd be the first of my 1 to 50 research series. I think I linked those in the description. I'll have to check after I upload this next one. I don't remember if I linked that one. I know I linked to the guides, the roots, but I don't remember if I linked to the research series. Oh well. Anyway, get rid of that now. Ooh, thunder. Getting a little thundery. Ooh, watch where I'm going here. Is there a thing going on? Good, there's no invasion right now. And hopefully it doesn't hit Highmountain. A Val'sharah invasion was just the other day, which annoyed me. Like, the Val'sharah invasion doesn't mess anything up, but the Highmountain one is the one that irks me because it'll mess up the Murloc stuff at the very north. And various things can happen. The boxes can disappear, the Murlocs can disappear, it can prevent you from doing the quests itself. It's different every time, it seems like, and it really kind of frustrates me. But anyway, my route. I wanted to get the Horde and Alliance as similar as possible, which is why I wanted to try to prefer contested zones or faction neutral zones, which are the same thing, which would be like Val'sharah and Highmountain. They're the same for both factions, even if they talk to you differently, which in this case they don't. But the 10 to 30 is just, well, a lot of the vanilla stuff is really just still the best. Like, Loamm is the best for Alliance, for example, and Silverpine and Hillsbrad, back to back, are best for Horde. But Wetlands is not good for Alliance. It used to be pretty good, but for some reason it just doesn't hold up anymore. It sucks. I don't know why, but it really took a hit after the 10 to 60, after the squish to 60, 50 technically, because that's only what those zones go to. But yeah. So, the issue for me there for a long time on Alliance was finding a filler for that, well, 22, 23 to 30 spot. It was just 7 levels, and no matter what I did, throwing in other zones just wasn't panning out. Because, it just couldn't hold up to the 45, 50 minutes that Hillsbrad, because I was comparing them to each other. I wanted them as close as possible because I don't want to take 7 to 8 hours on Horde and then like 6 hours on Alliance, you know? That seems silly when there's 118 plus zones in the game. Some of them have got to be good somewhere, you know? Let's see, did I pick my talents? I did not. There we go. There we go. But, yeah. Where was I going with this? I don't remember. But, yeah, the 10 to 30 for me was, I think, is the level range, because you can level pretty much, for the most part, like as soon as you hit 15, you can go almost anywhere. 15 is kind of the real range, because a lot of, they say you can level anywhere you want, but that's not entirely true. It's anywhere you want as long as you do it linearly in that expansion. For example, if you go to Northrend, you still have to start at level 10. You still have to start in Borean Tundra or Howling Fjord. Period. You cannot go to the other zones until you are at the appropriate level, which just irks the hell out of me, because not cool. As it really kind of put a damper on where you could level and on making that guide. But anyway, I didn't want to use the WoD intro for Alliance, the Warlords of Draenor intro, because I just hate it. I'm so sick of it. And it's only good if you use it in the lower levels. If you use it later, like, you know, 30 plus, it really takes a hit. You get like 2 levels, but the time is the same. You can't make it faster. That's why that was something I had to be very conscious of, is the higher level you go, the less you're going to get out of every zone. But the time's not going to change much, even with flying, because like you would think flying would really change time on things, and it can in some zones if there's a lot of travel. But what changes that is when you're like between 10 and 30, you're basically god tier mode. You can just one-shot anything without thinking about it. 30 plus, you start having to actually put a little more effort into it. But because of that, you know, you take no time at all leveling between 10 and 30, and that's what makes it fast. And then you start leveling slower, and you get less XP overall, percentage-wise, you know. And, but you can get flying. So, it kind of actually equalizes out. A little weird. It's hard to explain. If you want to see what I'm talking about, you can look at my research series or in my Discord under Zone Compendium. I have it all listed as well, my results for every zone in the game. Took forever. Took 9 months. It was like literally having a baby. It's all I did for 9 months. That's why I have 6.5, 7 accounts now of characters. 30 to 50 plus. Level 30 to 50 characters. So many. So many. I did not want that many characters. Oh boy, oh. But I had to. Because, you know, if you're gonna test properly, I needed to test every zone in specific brackets that I thought would be good for them. I didn't test every zone in every bracket. You know, the 10 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. But I tested a lot of them in most of them. Because I can tell, I started to learn, you know, what the scaling was like, and I could make fairly educated predictions on what a zone would give you. Based on the expansion it's from, because they all do scale differently, shockingly. I think a lot of that hidden former scaling that they used to have for each expansion is still kind of there. I can still kind of see it in certain things. It's really hard to explain. It's just from experience, because I've leveled for so long, and I know what to expect. I know what things should feel like, you know. So that's why I didn't try to bog y'all down too much with explanations like that in the guide or in the research series. I just gave you my results. Because it gets, like, on one hand you get the raw data. You know, you do zone X, took you X time, and you get X levels in X range. You have to specify what range you do it in, because doing Val'sharah from 10 to 30 will not, I think it's like 23. You'll get hit like 23 after finishing the zone or something like that. I don't remember. But you will not get 13-ish levels when you do it 30, 40, obviously, which is here, you get 8 levels. You know, or almost 8 levels at least. So, you gotta specify that, because 8's very different than 13, you know? And if you do Val'sharah again at 40, you'll get 5 levels if you complete the entire zone. Which 5 is very different from 8 and 13. So you can't just be like, you know, it's not like it used to be. You can't be like, well, you know, if you do this zone, you're gonna get X. Because you used to only be able to do each zone at X level, if that makes sense. You were here, well, not in Legion. Legion is still kind of the only one you can do whatever you want, but maybe we should go back to that, honestly. But anyways, Ogwendon, for example. I don't remember what range it originally was. It was pretty early on. But you could only do it from a certain level to a certain level. That was it. You couldn't come back to it. So that's why, you know, there's such a variety now. Because you can do lower level zones at any level, if that makes sense. So like, you know, I can go back and do Lock My Down at 40, and it's actually pretty good at 40. It's not as good as it is for the 10 to 30, but it's pretty good in the 40 plus. I get about 6 levels out of it. It's not too bad. It's almost as good as Val'sharah in that range. Granted, you can make good time. But, that's why it was, not straightforward doing the route testing that I did for this new stuff. Because one zone could be really good in one range, but it could be shite in the next range. Or vice versa. It could be really good in the later levels, but not good in the early levels. So, like Highmountain, for example. Level-wise, Highmountain is really good, even in the 10 to 30. You go from 10 to like 26 or 27 in just Highmountain, which is really good. But because of the verticality, because remember, you're not going to have flying unless you have someone flying your butt around for you, then the time like doubles. Despite your ability to practically one-shot things, that's just because the terrain is a mountain. You're going up and down, up and down, up and down, in caves, out of caves, climbing up ropes and things. It's just, you know, not as great, which is fine. So, you know, there's a balance there that you gotta keep an eye on. Alright, I need another Thorn Dancer. And Val'sharah is one that is really good in the 10 to 30, and it's very easy to get around as well, because it's very small. Like, if you actually look at this, you only quest here. Oh, here. Oh, I guess you do all go the way. Okay, you do the whole thing, except for the Dream Grove up here. Because, yeah, you go up into Shellanir, too. Alright, so you do all of this. But even then, it's still a very small zone. What? Not you again. Darn it, this guy. Gah, whatever. Come on, Spood. Oh, I don't have my... Where are you? Pet. Passive. There we go. Fix my assist. I forgot I got a new pet. There we go. Anyway. Yeah. So, I know I'm kind of all over the place with that. It's really hard to explain without, like, sitting down and writing out a full script to explain it properly. It's very complicated because on one hand, there's the raw data aspect of it, but on the other hand, there's the feely part, the experience part, I tried to pick easy zones too, because zones that can have a specific route and you don't have to worry about, you know, difficult things or whatever. Or messing it up too much because, you know, if you just follow the one route, you're fine. Zones that have multiple routes can get a little difficult now. And what I'm talking about is, if you watched my original 1 to 120 guides from BFA, I think I mentioned cluster questing was really good. Which, that's what I call, it's not an official term, zones that are non-linear. You can go in any order of the clusters of quests. Like, I know that's hard to explain, but let's see, what would be a good example? The name is eluding me right now. Dustwallow is one. You don't need to just do Theramore. You can go, you know, if your alliance anywhere. You don't need to start in Brackenwall. You can start down in Muck Sprocket. You got stuff there. You got stuff up here. And it's in multiple orders. It sends you to different places, but you can do it in any order. Unlike, say, Val'sharah here, or... I mean, Val'sharah's kind of cluster questy. Technically, it's half and half. So Val'sharah's not a good example, actually. Because it's a halfie. But it's not even really clusters either, because, like, I don't really consider 2 or 3 quests a cluster. That's just a couple quests. If you go to places like Dustwallow or other places that are similar, you'll pick up like 7, 8, 9, 10 quests up at once from one spot. And then they send you all over creation to go do it. So that's cluster questing. That is not a very good explanation. I don't feel like I explained that properly, but what do you do? My speaking is not my forte. Writing is my forte. I'm a writer, not a speaker. What do you do? But yeah, anyway, cluster questing used to be the way to go. Borean Tundra is a major cluster quest zone. Borean Tundra, if you look up here, you can technically start here, but each spot, here, over here, down here, you can do them in any order. It does not matter the order that you do them in. And there's a lot of quests in each spot, which I call a cluster, because there's more than 2 or 3. So Borean Tundra is still kind of good, but it's really hard to traverse because it's so long. It was a necessary evil, is kind of what I called it back in the day, because it was in the dreaded 60 to 80 range. For those of you that know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. The worst range in the 1 to 120 section. It sucked for some reason. But anyway. So, yeah, but cluster questing is not the way to go anymore. It's just different now because of how things scale. For the most part, the linear zones are better. So, that's a thing. Which is fine. The linear zones are technically easier because it's the go here, go here, go here, go here, you're done. Instead of, okay, I gotta think about this for a second, you know, where am I going? It's telling me to go in 8 different places. What's the best way to do this? You gotta think about it more, and when you don't have a solid route or you're not familiar with the zone, a cluster quest zone it can be difficult, it can be daunting. And a lot of older zones, there's a lot of them that were like that. Not so much anymore. They're a lot more structured now, which is actually fine, because not only do they tell a better story that way, you're being pushed along faster without having to think about it as much. So it works out. Of course, there were a few linear zones in my old guide too, like Fellowwoods linear. Can't really do that, and like you can kind of do it in 2 different orders, but you still have to do all of it to progress to the end. So it's better if you do just start at the bottom. Anyway, I'm rambling. That's, you know, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's not gonna make sense. So ignore me. Yeah. And for those of you that actually know the Horde route, because you did watch my 1 to 50 Horde guide, then you'll know that after we do Val'sharah here, excuse me, which will not be in this episode, that'll be the next episode, is the Garrison and Gorgrond stuff. And that is because, well, I would like to do Highmountain for Horde directly after. The difference for Horde is, well, the Garrison stuff is you have to do it earlier or you just don't get anything out of it. Same with the WoD intro. Past 30, in my opinion, the WoD intro is pointless because you cannot change the time on it, and it's, you know, the fastest I could do it was like 34 minutes. And the higher level you are, the less you get out of it. Like in the 40s, you're gonna get like a level and a half, maybe 2, if you're exactly 40 when you start. Not good. Not great. Not great at all. For that range. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. So, you know. That's why the WoD intro is actually not in the Horde guide, because we don't need it. But we do still need something to make sure we hit 50, because if we do Highmountain directly after Val'sharah here, like we do in the Alliance guide, we will hit like 44 or 45, something like that. Been a little while, I don't remember. But the last 5 levels, especially the last 2, 45 to 40, 45 to 50, and then the 48 to 50. Those 5 and 2 levels cumulatively are the worst of the whole 1 to 50 section. And I was hoping that going to whatever you call it, Shadowlands at 48 would make up for it. But it doesn't. So much, no, if that makes sense. It doesn't so much that Blizzard even made it so you have to be level 50 to skip the Ma intro. Because you do not get enough XP out of the campaign, specifically, in Bastion, apparently. According to them, by doing just the campaign part. Like, you will get enough XP if you do all the bonus objectives. Well, actually, no. You don't get bonus objectives in the campaign. You just get, like, 1. Because the bonus objectives... Threads of Fate. Thank you. Sorry. That was my mother. Wave to the camera, Mom. I was recording.
Hi.
Thank you. You're in the video now. I was delivered food. Anyway. I don't even know what I was saying. I got startled. Where am I going? What's going on? Grell. I need Grell. Suddenly sandwich. That's embarrassing. Okay. I don't know what I was saying anymore. Where's my pet? Come on, let's get out of here. Dang spood. Now I'm just gonna have this sandwich there taunting me. I don't want to do a break, even though I'm starving. Is it worm? It is. No. I don't want to do a break, darn it. Okay. I'm really hungry. Oh, come on. Really? Alright. I'm gonna sit right here. Safely. And I'm going to... well, I'll just cut it out. I'll just cut this out. Nah, I'll stop it. I don't have to cut it anyways. I'll stop it. Okay, I'll be back in just a second for you. A few minutes for me. I have not eaten today. So, give me a second. Is that going? Yes, it is. Okay, I am back now. Apologies, everyone. I was doing this recording during dinner, and they didn't want to wait for me, apparently. So, but it works out because I looked back at my previous recording, and apparently OBS decided to change audio on me, audio sources, so it did not pick up the game sound for that whole first section. So this would have been a almost silent episode except for my voice, which is really frustrating because no. So I'm going to have to put in some game sound over that so it doesn't sound so weird and you don't hear my clicking and typing so much. Anyways, it's the holidays, so everybody's here. Everybody's like, food, have some more food. And I'm like, I don't. Normally I'd be like, no, I'm good. I just want my drink and I'm good, but I hadn't eaten today, so yeah. Anyway, I don't even, what was I talking about? I just watched it too to try to remember what I was talking about. I don't know, I don't remember where I was going with it. Oh, yeah. It was something about the 45 to 50 spot. Oh yeah, I think I was talking about how that little range sucks, and you can't. I was hoping, yeah. I was hoping you could make it up with Shadowlands by going into the Shadowlands at 48, but you can't skip the Maw intro at 48. You have to do it, even if you've already done it. And the Maw intro just sucks for XP. You get barely a level, if a level. I don't always get a level from it. It's like, between 90 and one level, 90% and 100% of a level. Even at 48, like, it doesn't change. 48, 49, you still only get, you get the same. And it sucks. It's not like 2 levels or a level and a half at 48. Because if that was the case, I'd absolutely do it. But there's just way too much RP and escort in that intro that it just isn't great because it takes about 40-ish minutes to do it, and 40-ish minutes for one level is terrible. Even in the 50 to 60 range, that's not acceptable. So, oh yeah, I was saying I remember where I was going with it. That is why I have the Garrison plus part of the Gorgrond intro stuff and the BFA stuff between Val'sharah and Highmountain for the Horde. Because, first of all, the Garrison and all that, you get less and less with it as you go, and you can technically skip the Garrison. You can actually go quest in like Gorgrond and stuff without opening the Garrison, but honestly that's just silly in my opinion, because then you don't get the Garrison hearth, and it's a pain to get back to Draenor every time you need to go there, because you have to go back to the tower and take the portal, and why do that when you can just get a hearth And you get XP out of it. I mean, if you're gonna set it up, you might as well do it while you can get XP out of it, you know? But of course, that's better to do earlier, or you don't get anything. It's not worth its time anymore, you know, if you wait too long. And as far as the BFA part, the Horde side is obviously quite different than the Alliance one for the BFA Footholds and the intro. You both get very different XP. Hordes is a lot faster, but you get like a level or so less than the Alliance one because of it. And because of that, that's why I had to make sure it went earlier. Because whatever goes into the 45 plus spot has to be able to put out in the XP, or it just eats it. Especially the 48 to 50 spot. Those last two levels just eats it. And if you try to do the Garrison stuff or the BFA stuff that I have in the route in those spots, it completely diminishes it. Because the time's not going to change. That's the thing. The time does not change, you know, much, if at all, in those ranges. If I did it at 40 and I did it at 45, it's going to be the same time. Even if I did it at 30, it's about the same time. The flying speed actually makes less of a difference than you think it does. It feels like it's terrible, but shockingly, it makes less of a difference than you think. Ooh, chest. Hey, I got XP that time. Sometimes those give XP and sometimes they don't. And it's not great XP either, but you know, whatever. Almost finished with that. But anyway, and so having the Garrison and the BFA Footholds after Highmountain for Horde, because the Garrison gives so little at higher levels, and BFA Footholds for Horde specifically gives a whole level less, it drops to like level and a half, I think. The Footholds do, if you do it in the later 40s, which is terrible. Oops. I need to pay attention here. But yeah, so it just, I had to do them earlier. But it worked out because Highmountain will make up for it. Because it's long, it's got a lot of quests in it. And I've never had a problem with it, so. It's just kind of funky. But it's okay. So I shouldn't have any more interruptions now. I have a sign up, so, because I live on the, I mean, I'm sure you know already, because I said this in my previous episode, but, or two. I don't remember. One of them I said it. I live on a farm with my family. And, so, I have to have a sign on my door when I'm working to not bother me, but it did not deter the food bearer this time. As I had asked if my mom would make Reuben's, a sandwich that's on rye bread. It's got kraut, sauerkraut, pastrami, and a couple other things on it. She makes really good Reuben's. Usually I make my own food, but she said she would. But apparently she didn't want to wait to bring it to me, so sorry for the interruption, everyone. It's okay, it worked out for the best, because my stupid sound wasn't working, and I had even checked it. I don't know why OBS likes to switch. It's probably making my computer, but likes to switch audio sources sometimes. It just does, and it kind of drives me nuts. So whatever, it worked out. It worked out. It's fine. But I didn't move between that, I promise. It was in the exact same spot. That way, you know, there's no change in XP or anything. But, yeah. That's fine. I have food in my stomach now. I'm not dying anymore because I was really hungry. I hadn't eaten. I'm very bad about working all day, and not eating. You'd think I'd weigh less, but alas, I hold my weight really well. I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but you know, that's okay. But yeah. Regardless, I'm gonna do a few episodes on this tonight because I need to get it done. Especially before the holidays, before everything starts getting really crazy. I mean, it doesn't get that crazy at my place, but, you know, it's supposed to be when I'm spending time with family and stuff, so, you know. Want to at least get this done before, at least up through 50. For both. Because I'm doing, you know, two. I'm doing this twice, technically. I'm doing a Horde and Alliance. Not just one. Because the 1 to 50 is different. Speaking of, I've been debating on how to go about the 50 to 60 for the two factions. Because 50 to 60 is going to be completely identical regardless of faction. Unlike the 1 to 50 spot, which is similar, but, you know, it's in different order. Yeah. So, whoop. So yeah, been kind of debating on that. Because doing it twice would be very unnecessary and a waste of your time as well as mine. Because the purpose of this isn't to, you know, make a fun long play necessarily. It's to show you what I'm doing. That's what I've been asked for many times. I just turned it into a Let's Play long play format so it's more interesting. Because these are really long episodes, you know, that's why it's a long play. There's, with the exception of the occasional interrupt and DCs, there's no, like, real cuts. I'm not cutting things out. I'm just pausing once in a while when I have to. Because, you know, realistically, sitting down, and as much as I like to do this in one shot, it doesn't happen, unfortunately. You know, life. I have a life outside of WoW. What? What? You know? What's that? No. WoW is life, right? But, anyways. So, you know... Ooh, treasure. Shiny. Hey, that one gave XP too. Nice. I don't know what determines whether or not those treasures give XP. That's why I didn't really put them in my guide. I'm probably going to do an updated version of my guides later, like, and then put it into one video and, you know, a full 1 to 60. But in my eyes, whoops, no, I don't want you. Howie. The routes I have now are, I don't want to say work in progress, but they can definitely be fine-tuned a wee bit. I have a few adjustments already. Like, actually not recommending professions in the 1 to 50 spot. Just because apparently people are going overboard with it and getting so much XP out of the professions, which I didn't expect. Out of, you know, herbalism and mining, that it's literally screwing up what they're getting out of these zones, and they're not getting the proper results because of it. You would think more is better, but that is not the case. That is absolutely not the case anymore. Front loading, as I've just kind of been calling it, just hurts you in the end. Which sounds funny, but because it's dynamic now, the XP is dynamically scaled to, which is what is letting us level virtually wherever we want, at least expansion-wise. So it's both a good and a bad thing. You just gotta know how to use it. That's kind of the issue, though. So I was gonna probably drop that, and for whatever reason, people are having a hard time with the Undercity thing, and think they just can't continue with the guide because they got put in Undercity for Horde, you know, before you go to Silverpine. It's supposed to put you at the Isadormi, or whatever her name is. No, I think that's Canary's character. I don't remember what her name is, but the bronze drake, that bronze dragon lady who will change it from BFA to past time, I guess. I don't know what else to call it. It's not crummy time, not for those. It's just shifting now to then. But anyway, for some reason it doesn't work for everyone. I don't know why. I don't have an answer for it. I have not been able to replicate it. It hasn't worked for everyone, and I don't know what the order is. The only way I've been able to get it to do something different is when I turn crummy time off and then on and then off and then on like a few times, which freaks it out, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know why you'd be doing that anyways, but who knows? I don't know what people do. But anyway, people are like, I can't continue the guide because it put me in Undercity, and I'm like, no, it's fine. It's okay. All it does is add a minute to your travel time, literally. It doesn't change anything. It was just a little trick to get you outside instead of, having to navigate the city. But if you do, it's not a big deal. You need to be in that time anyways, past time, or you can't get to Silverpine. And for some reason, people aren't getting that. So, I don't know. Whatever. It's not a big deal. But that's another thing I was going to drop out. And I didn't mention the treasures in Val'sharah and Highmountain because I don't focus on them, and they don't always give XP. But like this time, I got lucky. And they've been giving XP. As you've seen. And that'll put me ahead a wee bit. But, I'm also not doing professions either. There's so many variables. Like, there's more variables than you'd think there would be in something as simple as getting from 10 to 50. But there are way more variables than you think, especially with Chromie time. So, what do you do? But, yeah, so. That's okay though. Yeah, there's a few minor adjustments to that, and I was thinking about tackling a version again where I can drop of both guides, where I can make them the same and drop the Garrison stuff and the BFA stuff. But really kind of the problem is they're just good, even though it's instanced scenario type stuff, which usually aren't that great. They're just good. The WoD scenario itself, the WoD intro, varies. It's only good if you do it before 30, in my opinion, because after that it just drops off into nothing, which is why the Horde doesn't do it, because you get like 2 levels in like 40 minutes, 30-40 minutes, which is not good. Not good at all. If that. It's if that. It really varies. So, yeah. But it's okay. So. But, put on that belt. Neat. But yeah, so. But yeah, my point was just seeing if I could do it without that, because like there are other zones that are good, but I don't know. Approaching the 7-hour mark is just to me. I would like my 1 to 50, my entire 1 to 50 be between 4 and 5 hours, but that's just not a thing anymore. And speaking of that, I still once in a while get people telling me I need to do the speedrun version, which you cannot do anymore. The folks that had the speedruns that held the world records, there's multiple things going on that you cannot do now, or I refuse to do now for various reasons. One, it was during pre-patch. The there is an adjusted scaling in some areas, especially in Warlords of Draenor, in between the 9.0.0 and the 9.0.1. Little teeny tiny patch. There was some adjustments made to prevent such speeds of 4 hours. So that's one thing. That's the major factor. And even more after 9.1. There was a couple other things that were silently smoothed out in 9.1. Which is why a lot of my stuff is actually 9.1, not 9.0. But anyway. Oh yeah, I need to talk to you. Or excuse me, 9.0.1. I'm sorry, I'm getting those messed up. 9.0.1. Because there's the big patch is 9.0, 9.1, 9.1.5. But there's also that second point, 900, 900, 901. I'm getting confused. I hope you know what I mean. This various, I guess hot fixes, they wouldn't even really be considered a patch, really. Anyway, there's differences in that. Things were changed, and you do not get the same results anymore. And two, that was during the anniversary. That was during the, was it the 16th anniversary now? I was going to say 17th, but we just had that. Yeah, it was the 16th anniversary, right? It was during an anniversary, because pre-patch overlapped with anniversary during Shadowlands. Pre-patch Shadowlands stuff. Shadowlands wasn't out yet, it hadn't launched. Which is the 901. That's what that launch was. And a lot of them that you see were Horde. They were doing Val'sharah. Not everyone's a Val'sharah, not everyone's Horde. So there's that. And they were also using about 30 to 40% worth of XP buffs. So the anniversary, I think Darkmoon Fair overlapped too, and that's why it was such a big ordeal. Darkmoon Fair, War Mode, the anniversary, and they're using, you know, all this special crafted gear, plus expensive items and enchants and all that stuff. So I've been asked a few times why I'm not doing that. I'm like, well, because I don't want to spend that much money on every single alt that I level. Nor do I want to have to put that much effort into it. I level for fun, not to be the fastest on every single one. You know what I mean? So, like, I prefer efficient. So that's why I'm not really calling it a speedrun, because it's not a speedrun. True speedrunners are insane, and more power to them. I've been asked a few times why I haven't competed in that sort of stuff, and I'm just like, I'm not into it. You gotta put a lot of gold into it, and a lot of tries, and perfection. I have never done my route entirely perfect, for example. I'm not trying to play to be perfect, and that comes down to kind of how I am as well. I'm not a competitive player. I don't do that stuff anymore. I play for fun. Shocker, I know. And being competitive is not fun to me. I've never cared about numbers. Which is why, despite raiding for many years, I didn't really enjoy it. I had to wake up and smell the coffee one day and be like, why am I doing this? I'm not having fun. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't do that anymore. But it's the same thing to me. That'd be competitive on a different level for the speedrunning stuff. I've thought about it a few times. Because, and don't take this as egotistical, but do I have the skill and the know-how to do a speedrun? And possibly get up there? Yes. I think I do. I know I do. Do I want to? No. Can and will are two different things. I'm just not into it. Maybe one day when I'm bored, I have nothing else to do. Which is gonna be in the far distant future, man, because I always have something to do. I like collecting everything. I'm never caught up with everything current, it feels like, because A, I have a life outside the game. I don't live on the game. And B, I do everything. Everything except competitive stuff. And by competitive, I mean dungeons, raiding, and PvP. Dungeons, raids, and PvP. I don't do those anymore. Group content is what it could also be considered. Like, I do brawls sometimes, or I do twos occasionally with Canary. We've been trying to do that, but she had to stop for the holidays, so I don't know that we'll actually get anywhere this season again. But yeah. So I'm otherwise, like, I like some of the brawls. I do like Comp Stomp. A, because you're not against other players. And I do like the winter one. I think it's coming up soon, actually. PvP Brawl. No. Ashran. The classic Ashran. I do like that one. I saw it somewhere. Arathi Blizzard. Arathi Blizzard. That's the one I like. I really like Arathi Blizzard. Because, I don't know if you haven't done the Arathi Blizzard Brawl, it takes Arathi, the battleground, and covers it completely in snow. And it, not just in snow, but I mean there's an actual blizzard going on, so much so that it reduces visibility to practically nothing. Which you wouldn't think would actually have that much of an effect on how that battleground feels. But when you're standing there by yourself or one other person guarding a flag, and you can't see anything beyond a few feet in front of you, and then suddenly red names appear all over the place, and there's about 6 Horde on your throat. Or Alliance, but I usually do it as Alliance, so Horde are the enemy on this one. It's a little more thrilling than you would think, because you're just like, it's I do like that one. So I did like some PvP, but yeah, I really liked, like, on the note of PvP, I did really like the Legion World Quest Tower PvP. I think I talked about this one already, but yeah, I really enjoyed those. And Ashran. Yeah, I know I talked about all this. I enjoyed Ashran before they forced it into a queue. I liked it when it was more open world. You can walk in whenever. But too many people whined about having faction imbalance. It's like, well, yeah, duh. That's just kind of what happens when things are open. It's not a controlled scenario. But apparently, too many people didn't like that, which was aggravating to me. Because I don't like controlled PvP. I like solo PvP. I like being out there in the world when I want PvP, not when I'm leveling. War mode is different. War mode's fun, but that's why I liked the Legion world quests that would come up, because it was open world PvP but in designated areas, so there was always people there, but you never knew who was going to be there. And some of them, a lot of them, were free-for-alls. And in Legion I mained a hunter. Shocking, I know. I actually didn't really like hunter until Legion, ironically. I thought the pets were annoying. Go figure. But anyway, yeah, it was not just any hunter, it was a marksman hunter. I think I already talked about this, but I don't remember. But that was back when your secondary stats, like, you know, mastery and stuff, didn't have diminishing returns like they do now, which is a major bummer. So you could stack mastery super high, and the thing with marksman is the higher, I don't know if it's still this way, I haven't looked, but the higher mastery you had, the greater range you had, because marksman, at least at the time, it's really not now, was more of a sniper class. sniper spec. And so your shots were slow, you didn't have great mobility, and you were best without a pet. But if you got a shot in, they were done for. And it was great because I had some 50 plus range. I don't even remember. I think it was like 54 or 60 or something yards of range. You know, that's over the normal 40 range, which is awesome. I loved it because I would perch up on those columns that was in a lot of the PvP areas in the open world of Legion and sit there. And that was also when the camo talent, camouflage, did not have a timer on it. You could just sit there and camouflage indefinitely, and I really, really miss that because I like stealth and I like ranged. But I'm just not into rogue. I don't like it. I liked assassination in Legion, and I liked subtlety in BFA. I don't like rogue now, and I didn't like it before Legion. So, because, you know, they change everything every dang patch, it feels like, for all the classes. So, just, you know, class changes, that's a whole different topic. But, yeah, anyway. Yeah. So, I would prefer a stealth ranged class. And at the time in Legion, that's what Marksman was. And I really loved it because that is my jam, and I wish I could do it again. I mean, you can still take the camo talent, but it only lasts a minute. But what made it cool was I could stealth like a rogue and hang out and wait. And I could queue up my aimed shot, which is your powerful, slow shot that, you know, you can't... At the time, I think you still can't move while using it. Yeah, I think that's still the case. But it wouldn't break stealth until you fired. But it was really slow, especially since I put all of my... I don't think it was affected by haste. I put all of my stats in crit and mastery for marksman because that's what really benefited it at the time. But yeah, so I could take aim on someone and not come out of stealth until I actually released the shot, so they wouldn't know, so they wouldn't interrupt me. And it was really nice. Of course, you know, once I opened fire, I was out of stealth and I couldn't go back into it because I was in combat. You know, if I actually hit him. But it was fun. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. And that was on Horde, actually. That was not on Alliance. That's when I mained Horde for one whole expansion. So, yeah. But it was fun. Uh-oh. There we go. Between the live maintenance they've been doing today on WoW and the snow outside, my internet has been a little on the weak side. So, you know, little lag here and there is fine. Ooh, ouchies. Go. So that's the kind. My point is that's the kind of PvP I like. I like open world. I like free form, free for all, not team based. I like to do my own thing. That's really all there is to it. But I'm not into like 2s and 3s and stuff because it's a controlled environment. It's small and quick and chaotic. You can't really like strategize. I like the slow sneaking around, shooting you in the backside type of PvP. I'm not into just going ham on people's faces. That's Well, I want to do that. I'm going to do that with my paladin. But it's just not my thing. So. You know, that's that. I'm not into that type of PvP. So. It's not my style. But that's okay. Well, we're almost done with Val'sharah. It's nice and quick. So, that's good. 'Cause after we put down Sarah here, we just have the lovely Blackrook and Bradensbrook spot. And then this one is done. So, yeah. So that's pretty awesome. We're right where we need to be with levels. I should be either 38 or almost 38, where I normally am when I finish this zone here. So that's good. Right on track as usual. On a random note, I saw that that Blizzard extended both Legion Time Walking and the Mage Tower until the 4th of January, so that's kind of neat. And what's with all the people complaining about how hard it is? Like, it's supposed to be hard. Why are they so many people asking to nerf it? I don't understand. Like, obviously there are folks who didn't do it back when Legion was, live. Not that you had to, but it's supposed to be challenging. I haven't done it yet in this version, so I can't entirely speak for it, but I did do all 36 specs back when Legion was live. And they were all with characters who were in green questing gear. Some of them even had heirlooms. They were alts who were fresh. They did not have their proper legendaries. If a legendary at all. And, yeah. So, it was rough. It took me a lot. And that was back when you had to pay for it. You had to farm up, what was it, Apexis crystals, I think? Something like that. And you had to do that just to enter it. So if you went in and died immediately, that was your one free one. You got one free one in the duration that the Mage Tower was up. And at the time, I think it was only up for like 3 days or something. It wasn't long. And it was on a rotation. Kind of a rotation. I feel like I talked about this already. This feels deja vu-ish. I might have talked about this in the Alliance one. Oh well. Alliance Val'sharah, I mean. But yeah, it was on a resource-based rotation with 2 other buildings. And, oh, that creeped up really far. My dang hair. I'll have to fix it afterwards. Whatever. This headband keeps creeping up. Anyways. Yeah. So you didn't have long, and you only got one free one. There we go. The first time. During its duration, and after that you had to pay for it. I think they made it free later, but I did all of mine before they made it free later. But this Mage Tower is, from my understanding, I haven't tried it yet, always free. Which is nice, because it's very easy to mess up in the Mage Tower. At least it was back when I did it in Legion, and as far as I'm hearing, it's still the case. And like, on one hand, I don't want to do it all over again. Because it was really hard. The challenges for, let's see, Xylem sucked. Oh gee, I don't remember the names. But the class, the spec specifically I had the hardest time with was Frost DK, Frost Mage, not Rogue, surprisingly. I mean, they were all difficult, but Affliction Warlock, Holy Paladin, but I think that's just because I strongly do not like Holy Paladin. I don't know if I want to do all 36 again. I am kind of relieved that they're letting us just do the 7 challenges once, instead of having to do all 36 to get the spell tome mount. I don't really care about bragging rights. I already did all 36 back in the day. I don't want to do it again. You know? I might combat. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Just know, you know? Just know. Yeah. So I'm considering giving it a shot after I get these guides done, because my goal is to have them done before Christmas. They won't be all released before Christmas, but I need to get them done before Christmas because I got other things I need to start working on, and I need to prepare for the stuff. Yeah, I got XP again. Good. Good. I need to prepare for the stuff I'm going to do in January. So in January, I'm starting up a podcast, and I'm going to start recording with Canary for, whatever you call it, for the Lore Walk Let's Plays that I'm going to be doing with her. Because those will release in February, but we need to get started on that. That way I can get them uploaded, because it takes me forever to upload, unfortunately. Because of how slow my internets are, so yes, internets, plural. But yeah. So yeah, over the end of this month of December here, I was thinking about giving the Mage Towers a shot. After I get caught up on this, and I can actually take like maybe a week off for once. Because I'm always working. I'm always doing stuff for the channel. Always. That's all I do when I am playing. It's always working on the next video. Because a lot of people don't seem to realize is videos, even just a short one, if you're doing content that is presenting facts or is a guide of some sort telling folks how to do things, it takes time to put that together. It's not just a let's play where you just go and do it. And those don't have scripts. Guides and things need scripts. They need planning. They need research. You know, it like just even the little Kraken fact vids that I have, you know, that are only a few minutes long. They require some research. Or if I find something, 'cause that's what they are, is just a little fact instead of a guide or a how-to necessarily. Usually they're when I'll come across something and be like, hey, did you know this? Well, I have to make sure that what I'm telling you is correct. You know? That's part of the reason I started the channel, because so many videos out there that are just not correct. And I play a lot. I know a lot of this game at all angles, including the mythic raider scene. I've done the mythic stuff. I used to raid lead mythic Hellfire Citadel back in WoD as a healer. I was heal lead and raid lead for a while. It's not my thing. I mean, I had a great group, luckily, before they disbanded. But, yeah. So, and I've done competitive PvP. I did all that in MoP. I did a lot of competitive PvP in MoP. 2s, 3s, and RBGs. I did all those. So, you know, I can't make a guide on any of that because I'm outdated. Nor would I want to make a guide. I don't know, you know, it changes every expansion, it seems like. But I used to do all that, the cookie cutter builds and the metas and whatever was best at the time. But not my thing anymore, you know? Okay. We need. Oh, I need to get the thing. Legion reputation. You know, it would be kind of cool. Is if these time walking buffs also gave extra XP while they were active. That'd be cool. So it would encourage people to level in different areas. You know, I should bring that up. I should mention that to someone because and it should be the same 50%. Like, imagine a 50% XP buff for Burning Crusade zones. Heck yes, I'd go level in Zangarmarsh again, because that's the buff it needs. You know? Because poor BC and Wrath, with the exception of like a couple zones, which is just Borean Tundra and Sholazar, they just didn't hold up. BC especially. You know, Outland. Didn't hold up, man. So, that's okay. But yeah, that'd be cool actually. To try to encourage people to go level in other expansions instead of, you know, just sticking to a route. I'd do it. I'd absolutely do it. So, yeah. I might have to make a tweet on that and speak with some people that I know. Yeah. Speaking of, I keep getting asked in DMs on Twitter, since I don't accept DMs on whatever it's called anymore, Discord, because I was sick of being solicited and people raging at me for no reason. It's like, if you're gonna do that in the comments where it actually supports the channel. But anyway, people kept asking me if I joined the community council for WoW. I did not. I thought about it, but I didn't even apply because on the chance that I did get into it, that's a lot of responsibility, first of all. I have to work with other people that I don't know. Probably a lot of them that I wouldn't get along with very well is highly possible. A lot of people that and even if I got along with them, like, we probably wouldn't agree on a lot. Excuse me. I don't tend to agree with much of the WoW general community. I'm just not a negative Nancy. Yes, I'm realistic about it. No, I'm not. I don't have rose-tinted goggles. Like Shadowlands, for example. Is it the best expansion ever? No. Is it terrible? No, I don't think it's terrible. I think Mop was worse. I hated Mop. I absolutely did not enjoy Mists of Pandaria. It's my least favorite expansion, right next to Burning Crusade. I know them are fighting words right there, but that's the thing. Everyone's gonna have different opinions, and I don't care if we agree. And that's the thing about a lot of people. They care too much, in fact, if you agree, or they get offended if you don't see exactly as they see. I don't care if we don't agree, you know? Your favorite expansion can be totally different than mine. I don't care. I liked WoD. I liked Warlords of Draenor. I always liked leveling it before everybody suddenly thought it was the best thing since sliced bread when the, squish came out. I was like, yeah. It was even better before the squish came out because, not just because of the treasures, but I mean the actual questing there themselves. The zones. The bonus objectives were better. All that got nerfed because of people farming the hell out of it, by the way. Thanks. So, you know. But it's whatever. So, you know, and a lot of people aren't going to agree with me. That's just how it is. And I think a lot of things should be different. Like, I think reputation should be account-wide. A lot of you aren't going to think that. I think, I don't know, I'm trying to think what else is controversial. I don't know, I can't think of that on the spot. But this is the type of content, if I may interject myself, that is going to be in my podcasts starting in February. I'm going to be recording them in January, but they're going to go out in February. Is that type of stuff that might be more controversial or opinionated and not guides. It's going to be not just me blabbering, but I'm going to have Canary with me, and we'll have a topic that we're going to pick between the two of us, and we'll discuss it for hour, 2 hours. I don't know, however long it ends up going. I'm probably going to go for like an hour, I think would be best. But I don't listen to a lot of podcasts, except for like a couple, so I need to kind of go look at other podcasts of similar quality content, rather, of similar content, and kind of see what their length is, just because I'm unfamiliar with the territory. But I kind of thought a podcast would be like the best outlet, because I don't mind sharing my opinions with folks, but I don't want to do it in my guides, because that's not why I do guides. I do a guide or a walkthrough or a let's play to, well, not really a let's play, but you know, the other things, to show you what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, maybe why, but it's not necessarily an opinion thing. It's just, here's the data, here's what I did, and here's how you can do it. Or maybe a why I do it, but not so much, you know, I do it because I get 10k gold out of it, not because it's not necessarily an opinion thing. So, I mean, that's kind of opinionated, but you know what I mean, I hope. So, yeah. But, anywho. Yes, so I think a podcast format would be best for those, and then I can keep opinions and things out of my guides as well. I don't mind sharing it, my thoughts and opinions, and even over more controversial things, but I don't want to do that in my guides because it's not their form. We've all seen those, like, I don't know how you feel, but we've all seen those guides where you're like, you see how to get to, I don't know, 50 in X hours. Cool. What do they have to offer? And like half of it is them complaining about something, or like, I don't know, just something like that, or talking about how negative everyone is, or how negative they're being. I don't know. Oh, are we done? Oh, we're done. Okay, well, we're done. So that was Val'sharah for the Horde. Yeah, I'm 38.5. That's perfect. I need to look at my data. I feel like I'm over where I normally am, but I think that could be because I got lucky with some of the treasures and I had full rested for the whole thing. My rested did not run out yet, which is kind of nice. So, yeah, it can vary. As long as you're at least 38, you're golden. Believe me. So, I'm going to go ahead and end this there because I'm going to slip right into the next episode, and I'm just going to keep going and try to get this guy to 50 at least tonight, because I want to do the Alliance one too. It's only 6 o'clock my time. I got a lot to do. So, enough of that. That's right, I need to get sound for the first half of this episode. That way it's not just me talking. I hate that. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. Yeah, as always, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for watching. Remember, it's never too latte. Okay, that's recording. Alright. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my 1 to 60 long play of my route of leveling 1 to 60. I'm not good at intros, if you couldn't tell. Anyway, we are picking up exactly where we left off on last time for the Horde. We just finished Val'sharah. So now the next step on the list is actually not Highmountain, but the BFA intro and Footholds. However, as I show in the guide, we are going to go to Highmountain first. We're going to pick up that quest and set our hearth to Thunder Totem. And the Horde are special because of the Highmountain Tauren being part of the Horde. We actually get, as any race, a portal to Orgrimmar down inside Thunder Totem. That can be used. It's a one-way. Can't use it back if you're not Tauren, but you can use it to Orgrimmar at least as Horde, any race. So we're gonna use that. And even if we didn't have that, it's okay because we had a Potion of Deep Home, which is basically practically a hearth that goes to, Orgrimmar and Storm. Orgrimmar and Stormamar? Wow. That's new. I've never done that before. Orgrimmar and Stormwind. Stormamar. Stormamar sounds kind of cool. No, Orgrimmar. I'm getting all flustered and it just started. Whatever. So we are at it. And I did go check my guide. And yes, that's why I show what level I am in the guide, so I can refer to it later as well. I am actually quite a bit ahead of where I was, and I think it's because I am more actively collecting the treasures this time. Because I don't have it on, but I picked up handy notes for Legion treasures to be able to collect them all on my main, because he hadn't done that and I wanted to do that for the achievements and stuff. I have the flight Pathfinder, that's part of Pathfinder. I did that on another alt, but my main character didn't have it. But apparently all of the treasures that I thought were random are actually static, which means they're there all the time. And I didn't just find this out. I've known this for a little bit. Because I've been leveling through this a lot lately with Canary, who kept pointing out treasures to me, like, there's treasure, we need to go get it. And I'm like, shit, you right? You know what I mean? Because in my mind, they were random, and I swear they were when Legion was live. But, obviously there's treasures that are not static. Or are static, rather, like the big ones that contain specific items, but these are just the little treasures. But and I think I figured out why. This is just a theory, I haven't been able to prove it. Those treasures don't always give XP. I think the ones it's either one of two things. Either if you're here 45 plus, even with Chromie time on, they don't give XP, or it's random, which it might not be that, or it's the treasures that give you, that are this big specific ones that give you specific items instead of just trash. Those are the ones that don't give XP. Theories, I don't know. But timed that just right. Yeah, so not 100% sure on that, but like I mentioned in the previous episode, for the Horde series here back in Horde Val'sharah, I want to do an updated version of a full 1 to 60, because I've been doing this more. Because testing it and putting it all together is one thing. Even if you do run it multiple times, you can only get so much and information out of it. And there's a couple things I missed, and a couple things I should add, and a couple things I should take out that I would like to. And, for example, I learned archaeology. It's not the super most efficient leveling in the world, but for getting like 50 to 51 for the 50 plus stuff is pretty good. And I need to test it at 48, because if it's really good from like 48 plus, then I could drop a couple things. So, where are we going here? BFA, right. So yeah, just, kind of theorizing there. Come on, Orgrimmar, load. Such a slow city. It's It's because I play on a full and high pop server. So, the Orgrimmar and Stormwind both take ages to load sometimes because there's so many people here. You just don't see them all because they haven't populated yet. But, anyway. Come on. Plus, they've been doing live maintenance all day, too, and that has... Whenever they do that, it makes it a little laggy, because I know, whatever you call it. Come on. It's getting slaggy here. Plus, my hotspot died. Luckily, when I stopped recording and I was fixing some playlists on the channel. Because Friday's video finished uploading and I needed to fix a playlist. So I'm a little high on the latency at the moment. Wait, no, I didn't. Damn it. Come back. Don't take the potion. Talk to you. Thank you. Jeez, Nathanos. Anyway. Speaking of, what happened to Nathanos? I know we killed him in the pre-patch, and he went to the Shadowlands, but then what? I'm that weirdo that liked Nathanos, so I can't super judge people for not liking Sylvanas. Or for liking Sylvanas, because I'm the weirdo that... loud part. Or not. Okay. Alright. Oh, the music actually stopped. They actually stopped it. Usually it would just blast your ears out during this part. It even did it during the dang, let's see. Do you say anything? No. Alright. I'm coming. This part was always loud. The music would just keep blasting your ears out from the cinematic. But it stopped. So, nice. I was prepared. Anyway, what was I even saying? I don't know. But... yeah. Oh yeah, I am ahead of where I need to be, because I looked in the guide, and yes, the goblin I showed in the guide was one that I specifically did not have rested XP on, because I wanted to make sure that being just under 38, you could still get exactly what you needed, which is true. I've also heard that people who play Zandalari... No wait, I didn't want that. Specifically, you don't do this intro. Which is weird because I've done this on Zandalari. I have a lot of Zandalari, I play them a lot. So, I'm not sure why that's a thing. But, yeah. But if that's the case, then those adjustments I make will help them too. Because, yeah, don't want you being short, because you have to be 40 to do the last BFA Foothold. Even if you come in at, because you can start the Footholds at 35, which I think is kind of silly, because, not that starting it at 35 is silly, but it's silly that the last one, the third one, whichever one you do last, requires you to be level 40 to do it. Because you won't get 5 levels. It's either 36 or 35. Maybe it's 38. I don't remember. It's been a while. I don't remember what the requirement is. But either way, you won't get enough. Yeah, I think it's 35. It's 36. And that's why I picked 38. Because you will not get enough levels out of it to hit 40 if you're not at least 38. So you can't just do the last one, which is silly to me. So, yeah, being ahead here and making sure to get the treasures, that's where I was going with it, that will help a lot, because not having rested is fine. Picking professions is fine, but the thing about professions is herbs and stuff, they're random and they vary, and they may or may not be there. They're not a static source because someone can come along and mess it up, if that makes sense. So that's why the treasures would be better. I can actually recommend those because they're not random. They're something that's always going to be there. They're reliable. And if they do indeed always actually give XP, and one of my theories as to why they aren't giving XP sometimes is correct. I think it's the 45 plus one. I've done Highmountain and Val'sharah so many times at so many different levels. It all blends together, okay? I have a lot of alts. I tested this so many times, it's not even funny. But, yeah. So, I think it might be that. Even with Chromie time on. Which I still have it on. Should still be on. Obviously these are gonna go to 50, but yeah, still on. So, yeah. Then I can put together, you know, kind of which ones you need to hit. Yeah. Maybe not necessarily like the specific ones you need to hit, but to tell you to, let's do Dressfire first. To get them. Sorry. I was distracted for a second. Making sure I picked up stuff. Gallywix. Right. Let's see. Turn you off that. Because he'll freak out. There we go. I don't care about the mother load. I'm not doing it. Do-do-do-do. And I think, Sire Light Sky, who is the lovely Discord member of mine who built the Help Me Play add-on, I need to do a full run-through of the 1 to 50 on my own with it. I'm not using it here just because I didn't recommend it in the guide, because at the time it wasn't completely done and it wasn't completely to my liking, but I think he mentioned he altered it to do certain things, and like Gallywix, for example, it'll make sure to pick up only the right quest and not pick up Motherload, because if you pick up Motherload, he'll stop talking to you and run all the way up and go talk to Nathanos, and you have to wait for the RP before you can pick up the Dressfire one. Because it's before the Dressfire quest, so it'll pick up Motherload first, automatically, if you just let it, you know, do its thing. Auto turn-in does that too. It's really annoying. So, yeah. That, and as far as I can tell, I know I'm just kind of talking out loud here, but this is stuff I think I'm going to put in there in the adjusted version. But, I had said, and from what I could tell, the testing, doing the footholds in any order didn't matter. But I think it might, because I almost always do Dressvar, for Horde at least, Dressvar, Tiragarde, and then Storm Song. Yeah, Storm Song. I don't really have a reason, that's just the route I tend to take. I've done it multiple different ways, and I haven't noticed a difference, but I get the gut sensation that there might actually be a difference in overall XP results, and that might be partly also why if you do Dressvar last, for example, because I think you get more out of Dressvar. And of course, since you're lower level and before 40, you'll get more out of it if you do it first. And I think for those that are coming in scraping in barely, and if you're a Zandalari and couldn't do the BFA intro, that might be why I'd seen a few comments saying that they couldn't get enough out of it even with War Mode on to hit 40 to do the last one. which, I mean, I've only seen a couple comments like that, but I don't know how many people that's actually affecting. Like, there's a lot of people that might have that issue, think that the whole guide is just wrong because of it, and then give up and not say anything. So I don't know. Because, if there's a problem with it, you gotta tell me so I can adjust it. For the most part, I do see your comments. Maybe not all of them, but the ones the system tells me anyways. So, I do consider those issues, because I like to try to make it as, I guess, all-inclusive as possible. Accessible would be the better word. I want to try to make it, my guides as usable by as many people as possible. So if you, at least when it comes to leveling, like obviously a lot of the altaholic type stuff, not everybody's going to do that, and that's fine because that's, the non-alt people, the single character people are not who I'm appealing to anyways. But, I want to make sure that it's as easily accessible by anyone as much as possible. Because you gotta consider too, I've been playing for ages. I level a lot. This is my jam. I enjoy it. So I have the experience, the skill, the familiarity with all this stuff. More stuff in my lips. My lips have been so dry because of the cold weather. Better. So when I do things, it just comes easy to me when it comes to leveling and stuff like that, because I understand it. I'm familiar with it. I know what's going on. I've been doing it for years. Even if I'm not entirely familiar with the zone, I know how to quest, if that makes sense, according to, how I play. Not everybody's going to have that, so there's things that I do that I don't realize people might have issues with because they're not familiar with it. And that's why, if you see that, if you've been watching this, you gotta let me know in the comments. Because I won't know otherwise, if you're having a problem with it. Even if I don't have an answer for you right away, that doesn't mean I'm not thinking about it. Like the Undercity one, I mentioned it already in the last episode. I'm still baffled as to why that's not working for everyone. In the beginning there, when I show you to pick up Legion and then WAD from Chromie in that order, and then doing that, it'll send you to BFA time in Tirisfal, and it won't put you inside Undercity. It does that for me every time. Including on allied races, because I've been told, well, it's an allied race thing. Does it on them too. I've not been able to replicate it besides turning on and off Chromie time a lot, like several times, and then I think it kind of freaks out and puts you in Chromie time. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that, so the only thing I can do is drop it, because I think it's confusing a lot of people who aren't familiar with it. Like, it's not a big deal if you get stuck there. It's not even stuck. You're not stuck, rather. It's not a big deal if you get put in Undercity instead of out in Tirisfal. It's an elevator right away to get outside. That's it. And in fact, all that means technically is you don't have to switch it to the proper time because you're not in BFA time. But, people don't get that. They might see that something is different immediately and then give up and think that the guide is wrong. I don't know. So that's, one thing I gotta change, or, stuff like that. And, but yeah, my point is the treasures. I need to add those in because that's something, I wasn't even doing it before. I would just, if I happen to see one, because I'm not usually paying attention to picking up stuff like that. If I'm not in the mode, I'm in quest mode, not treasure gather mode, then, I don't see them. But Canary was really good at picking them out when her and I have been leveling together, and I'm like, oh shit, these have been up consistently. Are they actually static? And I'm just stupid? So that's something I needed to look at. And because I picked up handy notes for Legion, again, for a different reason, but then I noticed that those treasures I was picking up while I was leveling, even the little ones, were consistent. So I'm going to add those in. And I think because I've been familiar with that now, and I kind of just instinctively picked them up in the last episode, that on top of having rested, is why I'm ahead. Because I know rested will put you a little over 38. I have the proof and footage for that. I just used the non-rested ones in the guide to show you that you can still, you know, get what you need out of it, even if you don't have rested. You'll just be further ahead if you do. Because I try to make the guides as if you're going to sit down and do it in one shot. I never do. I don't even do them in one shot. But, you know, I try to make it as if you are. Would you get out here? There we go. That way, you know, for those that do sit there and play all day, they don't have an issue. And they don't come up short because of it. Because I take a lot of breaks. I don't level all in one shot, even though I'd like to. So, so my rested builds up. I mean, look at how much rested I had at the start of the last episode. I had like 105% or whatever. And that was just because I didn't have time to get back to this character because of the holidays. Because Christmas is in like a week. And, you know, things have been going on. And family wants my attention and so on and so forth. So, and that's pretty normal for me. So, I think those treasures actually would be good. And they're in Highmountain too. And I need to highlight those. I'm trying to go look. I don't even have them on right now. You'll see there's treasures here in BFA too, but I'm not going to bother with these ones here because we don't stick around long enough to bother. And I'm pretty certain that, in fact, there's one right here. Pretty certain that the BFA ones were random. At least when they were current, the XP they gave you was random, from the small treasure chest specifically. Of course, that one gave XP. Go figure. I don't know. It could be different now. And I only say that because they nerfed, silently, the XP you get from vanilla through Wrath treasures. Because those used to give a lot. And I noticed when I did Lochmadan on... I don't think I found any treasures on the Horde one, but on the Alliance one in Lochmadan I found like a treasure, maybe two. And I noticed that it gave less than a quest when it used to give like 5 times a quest. Like, there's a big difference. They're not required by any means. They're just a little, yay, surprise. But I'm wondering, because it tends to be when Blizzard changes one thing, it always has some sort of quiet cascade effect, whether they even realize it or not. And I think because they normalized, because of the, they normalized the, oh, I gotta talk to him first. The treasures in the XP in the old ones, the old treasures, wow, I worded that really poorly, I'm sorry. It might have had an effect on the rest of the treasures, because they're giving about the same. Because percentage-wise, they're giving about the same as the Shadowlands ones, which the Legion is giving the same now, and so is the vanilla ones, and the WoD ones are too. Oh, I need to talk to him. I'm getting distracted. So that's something else I need to test again, because like WoD treasures, for example, are static, and I need to see if those are indeed giving the same XP as I have recorded from 901, or if it's different now, because the ones from vanilla are drastically less, which is not a big deal, but it's bonus XP that I can get. The vanilla ones are not static, but the Legion ones and the Draenor, the WoD ones, are. So, and I'm just talking out loud here, at the very least, I need to look into the Legion ones, and perhaps I'll keep an eye on this one on Highmountain as well. So I think I got every treasure. I got XP from every treasure in Val'sharah that I picked up. I think for... I'll do a slight test. That's still fairly true to the guide. I don't want to do this a million times, you know what I mean? But I think I'll turn on the treasure map for Highmountain on Horde here and see if those treasures that are on the map are indeed always up. And if they all always give XP, because I swear they used to not. But something changed, and I think maybe they normalized it so that they do. Because I used to collect them a lot. I remember even in when Legion was live, they wouldn't always give XP, and that's why I just stopped caring, because they were worthless to go out of your way for. Same in BFA. But if that's changed, then I definitely need to look into that. Because that could be a good supplement. But of course, your rested will affect that. So I'm gonna make sure that I go straight into Highmountain after I do BFA, and I think I need to do the Garrison thing after BFA. Because BFA is next, right? I did this in the right order, right? Yeah, BFA, then Garrison. Okay. I have my list wrote up. Most of my characters can't actually do my own route properly because of the leveling testing. So it's, yeah, a lot of my characters that I've been leveling have done parts of it out of order, so I can't do it in the right order. And yeah, it's kind of part of it. But anyway, yeah, so I need to make sure I don't have rested because I need to get a look at how much those are doing. And I'm kind of just thinking about possibly comparing it to like herbalism and mining, but again, I'm just kind of probably not bother with those because it's easy to get distracted. And I quest better and I'm more efficient when I don't have professions. As funny as that is. Like, they're a good supplement if you're doing just that, and they're all up consistently, but I also play on full and high pop servers, so finding herbalism and ore nodes is sometimes a little, even in older content, kind of impossible. A lot of farmers out there. And the Legion ones might even be more impossible now. I don't know, I haven't looked, because of the Mage Tower currently being active until the 4th. Apparently a lot of people are selling like old stuff because I guess people are using old things for the Mage Tower. I don't know. I don't know why you'd do that. I guess if you really, really wanna, with that extra optimization. I usually just go in buck naked to that sort of thing, so to speak. I raw dog it, if you will. That's how I did the Mage Tower ones in Legion. I was in greens and quest gear and heirlooms and didn't have legendaries. I just kind of went for it. It wasn't easy, but I did it. And I'm glad I did because, oops, I need to go down here. Yeah, I got all those skins. And I really wish they had brought back the skins for people. I'm one of those folks, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that disagree, but I don't like FOMO, which is fear of missing out. It's a tactic to get people to play, I guess, while a thing is current. I don't know. But I think it's silly because I would absolutely make guides on how to get the Mage Tower skins. if they were still a thing. And I wish people could go get them because they're really cool. And I always kind of feel bad. People are like, oh, what's that weapon you're wearing? And I'm like, Mage Tower, can't get it anymore. And they're like, oh, okay. I'm like, sorry. It just leaves this bitter taste in my mouth because I'm not that person that likes to have bragging rights, okay? It's a game. I like everybody being able to get their stuff, you know? Just, it just annoys me, honestly, when people can't do that. Now, like, you know, Mythic Raid achievements and AOTCs, and that's different, you know? I get that. I'm talking about, like, Mog and appearances and stuff like that. Especially since it was a solo player challenge, and it wasn't, like, on a leaderboard type thing, you know? It's, I don't know. It just kind of bugs me. Or, like, limited time mounts. That bothers me. I mean, I have a lot of them, but people that play start later, new people, or even folks that took a break. It's not wrong to take a break from a video game. You know what I mean? And yeah, if you take a break, you miss stuff and you won't get stuff. And to me, that's just silly. Like, I get, on one hand, they want to commemorate certain events, and that's cool, but we literally have time walking now. We've had time walking since WoD. Yeah, time walking came out in WoD. No one seems to remember that, but that's when it came out. I farmed the hell out of it because it was so cool at the time. Still is. Less so now since you can't level low-level ults through it anymore, which I think is BS, but whatever. So, yeah. Can't we take this silly outfit off? Here we go. Yeah. I just don't like FOMO, personally. I don't really know how I got on that topic, but I guess it doesn't matter. I don't remember where I was going with things. It's okay.
Work complete. Work complete.
Alright. Warlord's Call. Curbush. Alright. Big chatter sail. Alright.
Work complete.
We did it! We're here now. Yeah. But anyway. I want to see TLDR. I want to see if I can adjust the routes a little bit. Because with the combination of those treasures, which are apparently static in Val'sharah and Highmountain, and then possibly archaeology, then it's highly possible that the BFA and Garrison portions aren't necessary. Now, that's in terms of Horde. As far as Alliance, I'm unsure, just because the WoD intro is unfortunately necessary for their 23 to 30, and something is wrong with Lochmadon, and I'm not sure what it is, because I came up short in the Lochmadon video, which is unusual because I'm usually not, and I even got a handful of rares, and the rares are not actually required. You can do the whole thing, supposed to be able to do the whole thing, and hit 23 and not need any of the rares. So that concerns me. I'm not sure why I was barely 22. And had gotten most of the rares in that one for the Alliance. So, I'm a little concerned there. Yeah. I'm gonna have to look into that. Like, I'm assuming it's because of the flight map stuff, but I'll have to test it again to see with and without it. I'll have to look into that, which kind of bothers me. C'est la vie. Such is life. So, it is what it is. It's how it be sometimes, I suppose. But either way, I want to update the 1 to 50 and possibly bring them a little closer together. That way I don't have to have 2 different videos for it. Because I want to do a 1 to 60 full, clean guide, but it'll need some adjustments for me to be satisfied with it. Because I won't lie, I'm not 100% satisfied with either of my routes, the 1 to 50s or the 50 to 60. Right now. They work, they make good time, a lot of people have liked it. I feel like they could be better somehow. I'm just not entirely sure how. So. Because keep in mind too, I'm not doing speedrunner methods about this. I'm not using buffs out the wazoo. The only XP buff I'm using in these guides is the war mode buff because it's always available. I'm even purposely skipping Darkmoon Faire when I do it, just to make sure that you could do this whenever you feel like, and if you decide to go pick up the DMF buff, you get a little extra, you know what I mean? So, I just need to kind of go through it again. And then there's the other part of me is like, is it even necessary? Because realistically, like, it's gonna sound crazy, but if you think about where we are right now, in like less than a year now, 10.0, whatever the next expansion is, will be out. Usually, we have the announcement of the next expansion this year. We would have had an expansion announcement this year, because it is 2021, almost 2022. And, yeah. Assuming they still keep to that schedule. I know things are kind of awry right now, so we'll, with Blizzard and Activision in general. So we'll just see where that ends up. But, you know, I don't know. Because there's, you know, would it be worth me doing, kind of cleaning it up a little bit? Yes and no. No, because it'll be kind of short-lived, but yes, because I think it could be useful for future stuff. Because even with them adding in, whatever you call it, the, Shadowlands zones to the Chromie time stuff for next expansion, because that was what they said they were going to do. And that's why they did the squish the way they did and lumped everything together into a dynamic leveling system like they did for old content, is because that way they can put the most recent expansion into the old stuff when the new expansion comes out, if that makes sense. So like Shadowlands will become a part of the Chromie time leveling system when whatever the 10.0 expansion is comes out. Assuming they stick to that, that's what their plan was. And I'm looking forward to that. because Shadowlands has some good zones, and I think Ardenweald and Bastion specifically would be really good for that. Okay, was that it? I can usually do that a little faster. My record for that is 28 minutes, but I did that twice as long. Whoops. Hey, I'm exactly 40. Yep, it's perfect. So I'm going to cut that there because otherwise this will be really long. I'm trying to keep these, as tight as possible because the next stop will be us going to the Garrison, doing the Gorgrond intro and the Crimson Fen. And we have to hit at least 43 before we go to Highmountain, which I definitely will because I am actually ahead of where I need to be. And I'm going to note that after this video here. So, thank you so much for watching. As always, remember, it's never too latte. Okay, that's going. Alright. Oh, that got moved. There we go. Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my 1 to 60 long play of my entire 1 to 60 route. So, we're getting right back into it. Last time we did the BFA Footholds for Horde. Now we are going right into the Garrison portion. Garrison, the Gorgrond intro, and the Crimson Fen. So, yeah. Yeah. First, we got to go back to Orgrimmar, so that we can pick up our fast flying, because we are over 40 now. And, yeah. I can't afford it with my current gold. I was wanting to keep track of how much gold I'm gonna have. So I'll have to pull out of my guild bank, but that's fine. That is fine. It's cold. Cold makes me sleepy, man. I got candles going. I'm all wrapped up in a blanket. I got my fuzzy cloak on. I got my headband and my headset, and I'm all warm and toasty, and yeah. So it feels nice. Whoa, come on. What's with the stuttering here? Wake up. But, yeah. So I'm a little sleepy. Which is funny, because I've had like 2 coffees and 2 energy drinks, but those don't affect me, man. They really don't. They just don't. I'm immune to caffeine. Too much in my system, I guess. I'm just immune to it. But it's okay. That is okay. Alright, so Garrison and Garrison and WOD stuff. So we can go ahead and drop that. We want the river main, we can drop that. We'll keep Tears of Elune, we can turn that in. Don't need the dang Zul'Ur thing. What is with this stuttering? We can get rid of the war cache. I don't care about the scrolls. There we go. Alright. First, fly license. We're gonna want it. Okay. I don't know why the game's stuttering, but dang Orgrimmar. Alright, pick up 5,000. Let's go get our flight license. But yeah, as I was saying at the end of the last episode, I want to clean up these guides just a wee bit, and I have a couple theories. It's 45. I can put back 500. And I want to see if I can drop possibly the BFA and the Garrison stuff. Because it's not necessary on all my alts. Like, put 500 back. Oof, I'm a little light on the Horde gold. I've been playing mostly Alliance because there's no faction-specific stuff this expansion. So, yeah. Where's the drainer? Right. Alright, down here. So yeah. I don't have a lot of gold. Alright. But yeah, something I was talking about but forgot to... I think I forgot to finish what I was saying in the either last episode or the previous one. I've been debating on what to do about the 50 to 60 portion of this, because it'll be absolutely identical between the two factions, because there is no difference between factions. Come on, there we go. And I feel like me doing the same route twice in a long play, just for the sake of finishing the two, is a bit silly. But rather than letting it go to waste and you don't see what happens to the other one... Wait, I didn't want that. Whoops. Don't want that. We're skipping the intro. Thank you. Horde doesn't need it. I think what I'll do is one of them will go through the route proper. I will go through the guide that I had made. And the other one I think will be a little more experimental. I've been working on a slightly less efficient but way easier route, if that makes sense, that consists mostly of treasures, archaeology, herbalism and mining, and pet world quests, bonus objectives. But it's been working out pretty well. I haven't not timed it yet. That's kind of the thing. So I can't give you any, you know, quotes on time and stuff. But at the very least, I want to see if I can, you know, beef it up a little bit. Maybe do it something a little different. Even if it doesn't work out perfectly, it'd be fine. Just to make it different, because the treasures do, you know, they give decent XP. The, you know, pet world quest is easy peasy if you have rematch and TD scripts and a handful of pets that you can use. You know, at least like the good ones that are common and, you know, stuff like that. So, because it's not a hard route. The 50 to 60 route is already not hard. It's just a bunch of side quests. But since it's current content, it is slightly more difficult than this, you know, 1 to 50 stuff, which you just breeze through and I don't even have to look because it's old content and it's slightly undertuned. Slightly. Some places like Mop and Wad are a little more difficult in the later levels, but otherwise really not too big a deal. So yeah, but that's totally different in the 50 to 60 stuff. Plus, I was mentioning before, you know, folks having trouble with certain things, and I like when they tell me when they have trouble with things so I can think of alternative solutions. Archaeology, is a possible one. Herbalism and mining is another, although I can't really test that myself because there's just not enough nodes up on my servers for that. And yeah, because I play on high and full pop servers and they're always being farmed. Always. And yeah. And people have been having trouble with islands, which I can understand. I said they were difficult. They're moderate challenge. You know, they're not face rolls in my guide, and that's why I warn. You know, if you can't do it, go do the intro. You know, that's why I say to wait to skip it. If you've already skipped it before seeing it, then do other things, I guess. You'll just have to do more quests, because there are enough quests in Threads of Fate if you do everything to get you to 60. It will just take you a good hour or two longer is the thing if you do all of them. So that's that. But it's okay. But, yeah, so... That's what I want to find out. So I'm looking for alternative stuff. So I think that's what I might do. I'll assign one faction to the published route, and then the other one will be an experimental one, so you can kind of see, you know, some other stuff that I've been doing, because the route is just fine. I haven't been doing it myself just because I've been really lazy. So it'll be the less efficient version. And not all in one shot either, because, you know, I've been trying to parse these out to, like, you know, per zone, but if I'm doing it, well, I can still be per zone in the experimental route, because it's still separated by zone. I don't know, I just have a bunch of ideas, and I have some testing, but I don't have it, like, timed, or I wasn't trying to be super efficient, so I can't really give you any super good pointers right now. Maybe it takes longer, maybe it's faster, I don't know. But it's easier. And that's what's been counting here. It's easier. So I like easy. I'm sure, like most folks, I get bored after a while too. I don't just do the same route all the time. When I get bored, I go do whatever I want. Like, there for a while, there was other people like, I'm bored of this route already, can you make another route? I'm like, I'm not gonna make another route, just go do whatever you want. You know? You don't need a whatever you want route, because that would be the other route. I am going to do, after this series, the long play series, a video showing you, all of the 10 to 50 zones that almost made it into the guides. Ones that are good, but they're not good enough to be on the guide. Excuse me. Sudden yawnage. But, yeah. That's not a route, you know? It's just... Because honestly, you only need between 5 and 10, if that, probably like 5 and 8 zones, really, to hit 50. And even then, it depends on what zones you do. Like, if you do Borean Tundra, it'll take you 3 to 4 hours to do it, but you'll be 32, from 10 to 32 when you finish it. And that's not a great time, but... you know, it's one zone. So it's not bad, you know? It's not bad. Treasure. Give. But, yeah. So, yeah, it's just stuff like that, a little bit of fine-tuning here and there. That's why I wasn't entirely sure, like, if I should bother, because, I mean, less than a year and we'll have 10.0 out. But at the same time, unless they do more secret tuning, it's... any adjustments I make now, I can have that information for the future, you know? Because the only reason, you know, the new guides, the 1 to 50s took as long as they did, and then the 50 to 60, is because they were doing all of these changes. I mean, look at the squish. Just in the Chromie Time edition, and being able to have war mode on, and all of it. And all that had to be tested. And plus, a lot of the older zones, they're different between the two factions, so I had to do them twice. And I even had to do many of them in multiple brackets. You know, 10 to 30, I had to try then 30 to 40, and then 40 to 50. You know, so if I did 1 in each bracket, 10 to 30, 30 to 40, and 40 to 50. And oftentimes I did a 20 to 30 as well, just because not a lot of zones will get you all the way to 30. That's just the experience bracket that I've assigned based on what seemed to be working for XP distribution. But anyways, so we'll say 4 brackets, possibly 5 brackets because of the 45 to 50 or 48 to 50, so 5 or 6 brackets. Times 2 because of factions if it's a zone that has completely different stuff. And a lot of the zones I didn't remember if they had different stuff or not, so if they were doable by both factions, I had to do it twice to see if there was a difference. Like, Stone Talon, for example, is different for both factions, and the results are indeed different by a good half an hour-ish. Horde's way faster than the Alliance one. Whereas other zones, like... can't think of one right now. I don't have my list in front of me. This is why I make lists. But some other zones had, could be doable by both. Winterspring. Winterspring and Fellwood. They do have slightly different quest lines in a couple spots, but the results are still the same regardless of your faction. Even though, they're slightly different because of your faction. So, but I had to check. I had to do all that. I didn't know. So, yeah. Yeah. Just one of those things. That's why it took so dang long. And I did it for every zone in the game. Now, I didn't do every single bracket for every zone in the game. And of course, not every zone needed both factions tested. But that's a fresh alt every time I have to do that. Think about that. Just Gorgrond alone, I did, I think it was 12 or 13 different alts specifically to make sure I could get clean testing. And of course, I keep all these alts. I put time on them. Keep them. Use them. I'll keep them for something. Even if I don't have the account active, there's no reason not to keep them. So, oy vey. Just how it be sometimes. Alright. Do I say to do the herbalism and mining one on the Horde one? For your Garrison? I don't remember if I do or not, because I don't think they needed it. It was Alliance that needed it because I was kind of scrounging for extra XP in that range, the 20 to 30 spot for them. And I am ahead. I don't want to get too far ahead. Oh. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead. Well, I should have watched the whole thing. I haven't done my route, I mean, I've said this multiple times already, properly in quite a while because of all the alts that I have that did testing in the different sections at the wrong spots because of testing. So I haven't been able to do, I've been cleaning up those alts kind of very slowly. I'm not very quick about it, but yeah, yeah. Let's see, should I go ahead and skip it? It's debatable. Oh, that's right. I think I do have to skip it, whether I like it or not. Yeah. Yep. Because even if I grab all 3 treasures, they don't get 200. Okay, answered my own question. Let's get out of here. And I don't do Ashran because at this level it gives freaking nothing. And I can have it later if I need it, but yeah, it's I'll keep it, I suppose. But anyway, now we're gonna fly over to Laughing Skull. We're gonna do the Gorgrond intro and the Crimson Fen, which ironically is the best part of Gorgrond. And how I know that, in case you're wondering, because the way I dissected out, how I dissect out what... I need to get on course here. Yeah, I'm still on course. Clean my glasses. How I dissect out what to do and what not to do within a zone is... First, I do the zone, and this is just a little insight for you, so you know how I do things. We'll take Gorgrond, for example. Ignoring the fact that it has different quest lines because of the outposts. Ignoring that part for now. For the first time, I'll do the zone in the bracket I feel like it would be best to do in its entirety. I do the whole thing. And then I look at the results. And then I do it again, but I record it, because I record the whole thing. That way I can go back with audio, video, everything. And that's how I record my data. That way I can look at it and go back if I need to and be like, what did this specific quest give me? Where did I get that thing? How did I get this? Whatever, but anyway, then I'll go back and do it again. And each spot that feels like it's a section or a group of quests, if that makes sense. So like this intro here, up to Beastwatch, when we open Gorgrond, that is what I'm calling the Gorgrond intro, because you need to do this part before you can get to Beastwatch and, open your little outpost thingy, before you can do anything else. That's its own section. And then, you've got the quests that send you down to the Tangly stuff. You got the Stone Mall Arena stuff. You got, the Gorgrond Canyon stuff. You got that stuff with the other guy and the tree and the Pride over here. And, those are different sections, different clusters, different groups of quests. So what I do is, when I've kind of mentally figured out, based on having just done the zone, so it's fresh in my mind, I'll go, okay, so I'll record this section by itself, this section by itself, and so on and so forth. And then, and I try to do them as efficient as possible. I full focus, I give it its best chance. Uh-oh. A little bit of lag. That's not good. There we go. Anyway, I try to give it its best. I give it its best foot forward. And then I compare all of them. And by doing that, and I use this for any zone, how I see kind of how I rate the zones is I take the time divided by the levels I gained from it. So if it takes me 50 minutes to do Gorgrond and I get 5 levels out of it, 50 divided by 5, yes, I'm using my calculator, that's 10. That is not accurate, that's not actual data, but that's how I would do it. So 50 divided by 10, 5. 50 divided by 5 is 10. That 10 is the number, the rank, if you will, I assigned to it, because that is your average minutes per level, if that makes sense. So, because it took me 50 minutes to do it, and I got 5 levels out of it, it takes me 10 minutes per level, kind of scooping it out over the whole thing. Now, if that's over an entire zone, that includes the good and the bad. So that way I can compare the Crimson Fen spot, for example, versus Stone Mall Arena. Crimson Fen, for some reason, is actually the best part of the entire zone. I don't know why. That's down here in the, here it is, in the shrooms. The shroomy area. So, like, you know, that's funny. And I can't tell you the specific rating it got right now. I don't remember. But it is all in my, Discord, in the, zone compendium. It's open, it's free to the public. You're welcome to come look at it. I have it in italices next to each zone on the far right on the end. That little italic number is that result. So like, you know, one zone scores a 6, and mind you, I compare it in the same bracket. So if a zone scores a 16 and it's in the 10 to 30, that's terrible. But if it scores a 16 in the 40 to 50 or 45 to 50, that's pretty good. Not amazing, but pretty good. You kind of get what I'm saying? Because of that, it takes you longer to level the higher level you get. And so those numbers are going to be different. And like I mentioned during the Val'sharah episode for this series, Fight Club. Whoa. I don't think I want to talk to you, do I? I don't remember. No. It's her. It's Maro. Yep, School Takers. It's that one. Anyway, I compared everything to Val'sharah, because Val'sharah scored the best in all 3 major brackets, which is the 10 to 30, 30 to 40, and 40 to 50. So that was the standard I held all the zones to. Well, I can't say best in the 10 to 30. Technically the best is Silverpine / Hillsbrad and Lochmadon, because those scored 6s. But did you not give me your quest, you little douche? Give. Still lagging slightly, aren't I? Hold on, let me look. See what's going on here. Since I play on my hotspot, I have to be conscious of background downloads or things like that. Yep, something's pulling. It's you. You know, good old Windows likes to frickin' do things when it's not supposed to. And I don't appreciate it, because my little internet can't handle that much. Stop. You stop. You. Details. Get out of here. Yes. I know you can't see what's going on. I was shutting down something. There. Because my poor little hotspot can't handle much at one time. So the second something starts, you know, even remotely slightly downloading in the background, I have to shut it down or I'll start lagging. And when I'm trying to record, it's not cool. So, yeah. Joys of living in the country. Oh well. What do you do? Starlink will be here one day, maybe. But anywho's. So, yeah. I don't remember what I was talking about. It's fine. Ugh, gross. Stronger, faster. Oh, but, yeah. And a long story short, I want to adjust the guides a little bit to see if I can't improve on them. now that I've given them plenty of use, you know. So, oh, do I need more of those? I do. I need one more of those. But, yeah. So, because ultimately I would like to, and I know I said this already, but just kind of reiterating, ultimately I would like to drop the WAD and, BFA portions, entirely if possible. But, you know, I don't know if I can. I'll just have to find out. Oh yeah, I was talking about how I dissect things. Well, I think I already covered it, essentially. I just record each section, and then I use that rating system I told you about, dividing the time by the numbers gained. And then I compare each quest spot to each other and then see what ones are the best, because sometimes doing that you can suddenly realize that this one area you thought was pretty good is actually terrible, and just dropping it improves the entire zone vastly, which is interesting to think about. But you know, when you pick it apart like that, the Drudges area near Pridefall in Revendreth, for example, is actually terrible. It is the worst. Right next to doing the RNG stuff in Emberward, also in Revendreth, the Aroma something little quest line. Also extremely terrible. Just dropping those two improved the zone significantly. And you wouldn't know that, you know, unless you compared them like that, really. Like, I can kind of feel when things feel like they're taking too long. You're like, alright, I need to look at this. This is taking too long. This should not be taking this long. What's going on here? So, you know. It's good to look into that. Because, like, I'm not a speedrunner, and I certainly don't claim to be. But I don't like taking, you know, way longer than necessary to level. I don't care if I'm the fastest or not. I'm not trying to be the fastest ever. But I also don't want to be taking forever. So, you know, that's kind of that thing there. And it needs to be easy. If I want to repeat it, I want to be able to repeat it easily. Oh, I should have talked to this flower thing first. Whoops. He takes a second. Oh well. So, you know. It's just kind of that thing, if you will. So that's kind of why I've been calling it efficient, not, you know, super speed run or something. And that's why, like, when I title those routes on my guides, I say how I level X to X in X time. Because that's it. I'm not trying to be like, fastest speed run ever, bruh, or how to hack myself to 60, or whatever, you know? It's just, this is how I do this. And if people like it, people like it. And to me, that's what I like seeing in a title or on a video anyways. I just want to see what your data is. I tend to not care about other people's opinions much. Not that I don't care about them. I just mean whatever it is whatever it is. Like, I don't really care too much, if that makes sense. Not in a negative way. It's hard to explain. Just, I'm just here for the data type of thing. Someone has a route, I just want to see what the route is. And then I can look at it and be like, I should test that. Or whatever. Let's see. Yeah. So, yeah. That way I know what's going on. Okay, yeah, that's it. I will continue my thought in the next episode. This one was a lot shorter, which is fine. But this is just the little, like, intermittent 2 levels that we're kind of missing, which is, again, why I want to see if I can hone it a little bit, because I feel like there's a way I can do a better Band-Aid with a smoother run and less jumping around, but, you know. Time will tell. Time will tell. So that'll be it for this episode. The next one we are in will be Highmountain, which will put us all the way to 50. Even with me being ahead, like I was, I'm exactly where I need to be. I'm barely 43. So that's kind of that thing I was talking about before. Front loading your XP will not matter. And all it will do, if you do too much of it, will hurt you later, because of it'll start, like, it depreciates in value. So all that extra leveling you did ahead of time, it's just extra time. It doesn't necessarily help. So anyway, that'll do it for this episode. Next one will be Highmountain. We'll be 50, and we will go from there. So thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. Okay, let's go in there. Alright. Scoot that over. That way I keep an eye on myself. Yep, okay. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to another episode of my 1 to 60 complete long play of my own route. So, we are picking up technically exactly where we left off. You should notice why if you haven't already. So forgive me in advance if I seem a bit salty for this episode. I had just almost finished rather. I was like 48, almost 49, recording Highmountain, which is the next step on the proper alt, which is not this one. I'm on a different character because my computer decided to crash. Still salty. Still salty. It crashed last night, so I had to get another alt up in order to show you the Highmountain part. So I apologize for not using the same specific character. We're gonna get right into it. I'm gonna try not to be salty. I wouldn't be so salty if I wasn't as far as I was. I was almost done with Highmountain and I was making really good time. But I'm a little salty because if you know how WoW leveling works, you can't just undo what you did. That character is leveled. I did the route and I cannot show you because the footage, even though I had it set to MKV, I'll explain what that means in a second. It didn't completely saved it. It corrupted it. So what is existing is like 10 minutes, and it's not even, you shouldn't, be that short either, of like psycho corrupted glitch Kraken. It's messed up. Oh, I need to turn my thing back on. So anyway, what we're doing here, I just hearthed because I had my hearth properly set. I got this guy all caught up. I did exactly what I did before. He's all caught up. As if just like what I did on my hunter. So he's going to be the fill-in for the 43 to 50, unfortunately. I'm sorry, but there's not anything I can do about it. I thought about, doing another Blood Elf Hunter that looked identical and, you know, try to be like, hey, nothing's wrong, but that just feels dishonest to me. So I was like, you know, whatever. The results are going to be the same either way. It doesn't matter. It's just, I'm just on a warrior instead of a hunter this time. Because I did not want another hunter. I have so many hunters, it's stupid. I didn't even need the 2, technically, that I made for the Horde and Alliance long plays here. Hunter just is easy for me. I can do it. It's one of the classes I can play without thinking. I don't have to pay attention. And Warrior is another one like that, at least for Fury. While leveling, that is. This is not including, you know, max level stuff. This is just while leveling. I don't have to pay attention. So, excuse my slight salt. That happened last night, and I went to bed, got up, saw that I had hoped that the footage, what I had done, was saved, and it was not. Because in OBS, you can set it to record as an MKV, and then convert to an MP4 when you've completed recording. The idea with that is to, in case of any power outages or failures or something that happens, it's supposed to save what you recorded up to that point until it stopped. If you record as just an MP4, it won't do that. And it has saved my ass a few times. It has, it works. But for some reason, because I could not get back in, it completely shut off my computer. And I'll tell you what happened here in a second, because I'm miffed about that too. Because it's my own fault, technically. I need to focus here, what am I doing? But, I couldn't get back onto the computer, for reasons I'll explain in a second, and so I went to bed. And then got up, got the computer back on, found out that the footage I do have is a corrupted, pixelated hell. And I can't use it. And I can't undo the leveling. I can't just redo it. It wouldn't, you wouldn't see what I'm getting. So, you know, I was a little mad this morning. I got started a little later than I wanted today because I was a little mad. Still mad. And the reason it crashed, I know exactly what happened, is because this desktop that I'm playing on is a 2017 Alienware. It was the second best of the time. I put a lot of money into it because I needed one. I didn't have a good computer before. I had a cheap $600 desktop from Amazon. Like, I don't even remember what brand it was. It was some sort of off-brand crazy cookie sounding like Autobot. Like, it sounded like a Transformer name. I don't even remember what it was. I'd have to go look. I think my brother has it somewhere. Like, for what it was fine. But, and that was a 2012, I think? So when I bought this one, I put down the money because I needed a computer. It was for work and school and everything else, and the one I had just couldn't do it. But anyway, so this is 2017. It was running on Windows 10 when that was new. That's what it came with. Well, I've never updated it because, well, I can't say never. I've updated it a couple times prior to now. Just because, you know, so there are some updates you need, but I have, in case you didn't already know, despite how many times I've said it in various videos, I have very poor internet where I live. I play on a hotspot, and if I want to download anything, it takes multiple days to do that. Reason one why I don't update, and reason two is because the few times that I have, for some reason, my Windows, it screws everything up. Something gets messed up, OBS gets messed up, I have to like redo all of my settings, it just freaking irritates me. And I saw that it kept asking, hey, you should update to Windows 11, and I keep hearing from people that, oh, Windows 11 is better than 10, you like it more, it's better for gaming. I don't know if that's true or not, because I did all these updates, it took me 4 days. So those days that I couldn't record and I was getting rested while people were harboring for my attention for holiday stuff, those are those days. During those days, I was updating my computer. you know, I figured, well, hey, if it's going to be better, then I should probably do it. I'm going to take some time and update it. So I did. But all that, just to find out, all these updates it did, it is apparently, I don't know why, it won't tell me, my computer is not eligible for Windows 11. Which makes no sense because my, whoops, where are you going, fish? My laptop, which I had gotten shortly after my desktop, it's the same computer. It's an Alienware 2017. I bought a second one because I needed one. It's slightly different. It's got slightly better specs. Because I needed one for graphic design. Mobile. I needed something mobile because at the time I was going to art school in Portland, which is a couple hours from where I'm at. That's a different story. But anyways, but I say it's funny because my laptop upgraded. It's like the same computer. It had the same, almost the same specs. It was just a laptop instead of a desktop. That one updated. It's fine, but I don't play WoW on it because that's my rendering computer. I do all of my art and my graphic design stuff. I do make my videos. Like all the recording happens on my desktop because it's where I play WoW. But all of my, you know, I transfer all of my data to a external hard drive, so it's not sitting on either computer. It's stored on a separate hard drive, and then off that hard drive I pull the parts I need to make videos. Because videos, yeah, I have to have a separate hard drive because it takes so much data. Like, you'd be shocked. Just in my first year of doing YouTube, I had, and I'm on year 2 by the way, I had to get an external hard drive because it filled up all the space on both of my computers. And I have a terabyte on my desktop and something close to that on my laptop. Anyway. So yeah, my point is, excuse me. Oh, I've not been spraying these drug bar. Darn it, I've been too salty. I've been not paying attention. My bad. You can spray them when you're dead. When they're dead, luckily, but I haven't been spraying them because I've been too salty. Oh well. Anyway. So my laptop updated just fine, so I didn't think my desktop would have an issue. Well, apparently, Blizzard, wow. I'm blaming on this on Blizzard, no. Microsoft won't tell me why, but my desktop is not eligible. It just says it's not eligible. Okay, fine, whatever. Didn't want it anyway, I guess. But, like a needy girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, it keeps trying to forcefully update it to 11 anyways. Only for then to stop halfway through and be like, oh, never mind, it's not eligible, and then undo it. You can imagine that can cause some issues. I don't know why it's doing it, but it's making me mad. I can't get it to stop doing it because it's also eating up my internet data. I have limited data each month, and it's causing lag and all kinds of fun issues. So my brother said he's gonna take a look at it and, you know, try to figure it out, but it's kind of making me mad because it's causing problems. But that's why my computer crashed, because it decided to try to kick in and update and then fail without telling me. Yeah, and because I was running OBS and WoW, it maxed out the memory on it because it flipped out and shut off the computer completely. And the reason I couldn't get back on the computer was because when I turned it on, it's all like, we're updating, please wait. And I'm like, and it just sat there for like 2 or 3 hours. And I said, forget it. It's like 4 in the morning. I'm going to bed. I was very tired and mad, and I said, forget it. I'll deal with it when I wake up. And it finished undoing itself again. You know, the one time I decide, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and update it, yeah. Besides, you know, like, I'm talking about the Windows stuff itself. I update my graphics card, my NVIDIA, and all that regularly. I do that. I need that. I'm talking about the Windows specifically. That's separate on the computer, not the graphics card stuff, because my graphics card is an NVIDIA. And I keep that up to date because obviously I need it for gaming and stuff. But anyway, I'm a little salty because my computer, my desktop has been running pretty much flawlessly since I bought it. And now, after taking the time to go ahead and update it because I figured it would be good to do, everything has been not working. My media player has stopped working, it's crashed, I can't even view videos anymore on it, I can't use multiple other programs that I have. They've just stopped working or they cause errors. It keeps trying to install this weird Microsoft Xbox shit, and I'm like, this is a desktop, I don't use what? Yeah, it's just one problem after another, and it's making me mad. I'm like, okay. So I apologize for the salt, but this is just, it's one of those where, like, it's partly my fault. I knew better. I shouldn't have updated it, or at least waited until after I finished the series or something, but I genuinely didn't think it was going to cause that much of a problem. So, I'm sorry for the saltiness. But, you know, if it was like, I don't know how to put it. I guess I wouldn't be so salty if A, it wasn't partly my fault, if B, I don't know. If I wasn't almost done, I guess would be it. I was like almost 49. I was almost not completely done with Highmountain, obviously, because you should be 50 or really close to it by the end. But I was, 3/4 of the way through Highmountain. That's like an hour and a half-ish. I was making really good time. Yeah, I'm just salty. I don't know what else to say. Because I wanted to do the same character. I usually jump around between alts a lot because, I get bored easy or I get busy doing other things, and that's why they build up rested like they do, and then it makes leveling easier. Because rested really does affect your leveling. I promise you, it really does. You will actually get way more out of a zone if you come in with full rested. Now, is it, you can't do that every time unless you specifically stop to get rested or you don't play very often, just because, if you want to level all the way to max in one shot, by all means. That's why I had to make the route like I did without rested as much as possible, which was difficult for me to do just because I don't play every day. Like, especially at the time, I was, doing college and I don't know, so it's just difficult for me to not get rested because it's so easy to get. But anyway, yeah, just irritated because this character's got rested, so I'm probably gonna finish at 50 way earlier than normal. And I couldn't keep track of my gold now because I don't know what I had without searching through my previous episode, which was the BFA Footholds, which you do right before. No. Garrison. I was thinking BFA because that one's rendering right now for into a video. Another reason why I have two computers, because I can record and render at the same time. Don't do that on one computer. It's not wise, just FYI. Personal experience. Rendering takes, a lot of memory. A lot of computer brains. And I don't claim to be smart or tech smart or nerd or really even understand how computers work. I really don't. If it works and it does its thing, I'm happy. When it no worky and no do its thing, I don't do that thing that makes it not work. To put it in Kraken terms here. But anyway. Yeah, so I'm just salty. I don't mean to complain, but sometimes I feel like it is a little warranted because I can't just undo all the levels I did or get that time back. And And 50 plus, I will continue with that same character. Not this one, but the hunter that I was using, because he is 50 now. I went ahead and finished leveling him so he could be ready for the 50 plus section. I might as well get this. But, yeah, all my heirlooms on. I'll make sure I did. I don't remember. Ah, I have the wrong ring on. I'm gonna go ahead and switch that real quick. This was a different character, obviously, that's was half leveled, one of my many test characters, and luckily had not done the Gorgrond Garrison stuff, the BFA stuff, or the Highmountain part. But he did do Val'sharah early. So I was just like, okay, well, that's fine. I don't need to do that one. So luckily this character was the golden child. And I'm able to use him for this. But so I didn't have to start totally from scratch. So I guess that is not 100% true. I didn't make an entirely new character. He was like 20 something. So, but still, I had to redo, you know, a good couple hours of stuff, and I couldn't exactly do my route because Val'sharah had already been done, and I'm just like... But luckily, I know all these zones well enough that I was able to catch him up. It was only 2% short, because I had to be 43-21 was what my hunter stopped at in the previous episode. So I got him as close as possible. I didn't want to go over. I'd rather be under by a little bit. So he was 43-19, I believe. So we're good there. We're good there. That's okay. So, I'm sorry. The hunter will be back in the next episode for Horde. And I'm hoping I can get these errors fixed. I need to do the Alliance ones, but I'm now hesitant. So I'm like... Because it doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me when it's going to be doing that. It doesn't give me a warning or anything. It just starts doing that, even though I have automatic updates off. It just does it anyways. That's what infuriates me, honestly, about Windows stuff, is because it just constantly tries to force feed you these updates and hotfixes and all this stuff constantly. I'm like, if I had like beast-ass boss internet and a computer that didn't care, I might not care so much. But I don't have either of those. So, you know, it starts trying to update, I feel it. My internet starts going to crap because it can't handle it. And it eats up the data, you know, and I'm just like... Anyway, so hopefully I make good time on this run too. I did really good in the last one, so I'm really annoyed. This again. It's okay though. I wanted to get this ult up anyways. So... Whatever. It's fine. It's okay. But on a totally different note, I am hoping that on this character I do hit 50 like I'm supposed to at the end of Highmountain. And I say it like that because I should be. But that doesn't mean I will be, because I am on Chromie time, right? Let me make sure I turn that on. Yes. Because Legion only goes to 45. After that, you won't get very good XP. And drop off real hard on the wasted zone. But anyways, need this guy. What did I don't know. He was looking at me weird. Anyway. Chromie time's a little unpredictable sometimes. Even if you do everything, you know, I see comments like that sometimes. I followed your guide exactly, and yet I'm off. What's going on? Unfortunately, I don't really have an answer besides the fact that Chromie time is whack. It really is. Like, even in my own runs, I don't get the same exact results every time. That's why I put that warning at the start of the video and trying to explain to you that Chromie time that the scaling is now dynamic. Dynamic means you will not get the same, it's not static. Dynamic's the opposite of static, meaning it's flexible. Which has its up and downsides. In this case, Chromie Time is that dynamic scaling. It's what allows a zone that is not BFA to go all the way to 50. So you can level in Northrend all the way to 50 if you wanted to. Which I like. That is a nice system that they implemented for that. If I want to level content. The problem is, for some reason, it's not consistent. Even if you do the same zones in the same order across multiple alts, they will not get the same exact results. It'll be a little ahead or a little behind. That's why I tried to give, you should be at or close to explanations in my guides, because you're gonna be over or under, and as unfortunately a whole lot I can do about that. And because of that, I've been thinking about doing, well, 3 different things, really. One, I've been thinking about, I don't know if I mentioned this in previous episodes or not, because I can't remember what I said now that one of my episodes is trashed, so I can't remember what I've already said to you folks without having to watch the previous ones. But the first thing I want to do is do an updated version of this route, which I've been debating on whether I should do now or not, just because, according to Blizzard, what they had said in 2019 BlizzCon and some dev interviews about when they introduced the level squish and the Chromie Time system, is new expansions, like Shadowlands in this case, is currently the current content. Current. Those, when they're no longer current, so whatever 10.0 is, the 9.0 Shadowlands will become a part of the Chromie Time system. So that means whatever they do with whether they add on levels and we go to 70 or whatever the new stuff is, Shadowlands will no longer be new, and it will be part of the 1 to 50 or 1 to 60 or whatever that bracket's gonna be. Technically 10, because for some reason the 1 plus is 1 to 10 is kind of funky, because you can't turn on Chromie Time till 10. But anyway, but that's why I've been debating it, because it's already almost 2022, and assuming they're still going to be able to be on track, I don't know, with all the kerfuffles going on at Blizzard, what's going to happen, but assuming they're going to be able to stay on track, if that's still a thing, 10.0, normally, the next expansion would be coming toward the end of next year, 2022. So I would only get a year's worth, because I'm already going to have to redo the guide anyway. And luckily, unless they do some crazy scaling attunements or adjustments, which they might, but I kind of doubt, I don't have to redo every zone in the game again. I know what to expect now. I had to do it all before because I was running off of, where are you going? Come back here, jail. Anyways, the results from pre-level squish are not going to be the same as they were after level squish. So that just had to be done. So even if they tweak it, treasure, and adjust it now, I don't have to redo everything. So it won't take me nearly as long to make a new guide. However, the Chromie Time scaling is janky, and that's what makes testing difficult, because I don't always get the same results. So even if I find something that seems like it works, I have to do it like several times to get a range of lowest to highest and make sure that it's going to work, and I don't have to add something. Anyway, my point is, I've been debating whether or not I even should do an updated route, just because when they add in Shadowlands to this low-level section, which I'm looking forward to, it is highly possible, go ahead and sell some stuff here, that one, if not two of the zones could be good enough, possible contenders for that new 10.0 plus, well, 9.0, I don't know how to put it, the new Chromie time route, I guess. Because Ardenweald and Bastion are both really good zones in Threads of Fate. Revendreth's alright, Maldraxxus sucks. But when I compare it to like Val'sharah and Highmountain, it's very similar on a rating basis. You know, if I take into account, like if it were in this level, it would be very similar, which is good. That's very good, because that means those zones, you know, could provide some fillers. Because I'll say it right now, and I'm sure this would be fighting words, as much as I love the vanilla through mop, so vanilla, BC, Wrath, Kata mop zones, especially Kata. I absolutely love the Kata zones. Some of my favorite zones in the game. But all those are just not efficient, including mob. Yes, I know, I'm sure that's fighting words right there, but they're just not quite as great. Like, there's some little golden nuggets here and there, but if you really look at as a whole, the better zones that are more efficient, they're more better told, not just story-wise, but they're just better put together, if that makes sense. Better designed, I guess. It's WoD plus. WoD, Legion, you know, BFA included, and Shadowlands. Whether you like, you know, Shadowlands or not, people were saying WoD was shit back when WoD was live too. Well, now everyone says WoD's the best, so I already knew that, but in terms of leveling, but whatever. It's a different discussion, different topic. But anyway, the zones that, if you're just questing, you know, I'm not talking about doing cheesy things like world quests and battles and things in Shadowlands, or treasures and bonus objectives in WoD. I'm talking about just the quests from questing. And the reason why I like questing too is because it is something that's static. World quests change daily. In fact, it's not even daily. They're on I think it's what, twice daily? 12 hour, I think? Some of them anyway. Some of them are 24 hours. Even that varies. But they change. They're not, I can't give you, you know, do X this and you'll get X that with world quests, for example, because it's going to change. They don't all give the same XP. They're not all the same time to completion. They don't all appear in the same spots. They're different. And that is what makes them partly fun, but at the same time it's very difficult to make a guide out of that, because most people, especially myself, like reliable, concrete things. And that is what's making this Chromie time stuff kind of frustrating, because when people ask, hey, I did your route, but I got X and it isn't what you got, what did I do wrong, or what did you do wrong? I can't really give them an answer besides that's how the cookie crumbles, because of how it's set up. So that leads into my next point. I know I'm all over the place with this. So it's, you know, possibly doing a updated route for both factions, for 1 to 50 specifically. And B, that leads into my next point, was I've been thinking about doing I don't know how to word it properly, what's wrong with Chromie time, I guess, video. But I've not liked how it's turned out. Like, I don't want it to be a negative video putting down Chromie time, because in its essence, at its core, Chromie time is fabulous, and I'm very glad that they've added it in. It makes me very happy that they have. But I don't want it to seem like I'm coming down on Blizzard or something for something that I actually like. You know what I mean? But there are some major issues, in fact. Whoops, 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 whoops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Mount first. There we go. Getting excited here. But there are some glaring issues with it, and I want to bring those to people's attention, like the dynamic, or it's like too dynamic. It's too floppy, too wishy-washy, too unreliable. Because, for example, something I was discussing with someone in my Discord was if you come into Highmountain, for example, too high level and not at the level I've shown you, like in the guide, because I went and looked and made sure I was, I'm not just talking out of my ass, because it was a while ago that I made that guide now. Back in July, in fact. But, I came in, according to the guide, at 42.90 something. And so I'm a little ahead, actually, in this. Likely because I had rested, owie, lady, owie. In the previous zone, it could have been because I killed more mobs. It could have been because of the treasures I gathered a few more than normal. It could be a lot of things. It varies. And, but anyway, I'm a little high. And now I still hit 50 when I did the hunter. I can't show you because I don't have footage for you, unfortunately. But it took I hit 50 on like a quest before the last one, which was later than normal, even though I came in earlier than normal. Higher level, I guess. I call it early, but later would be better. The better term, as I come in at a higher level. And in that case, it was 43.21. 21%. So, which, I came in at 43.19 on him. To try to be as close as possible. But, anyway. These people are hurting. Leave me alone. Owie. You're hurting me. Bad herpes. No, leave me alone, please. Damn it. That's what I get for being bad. Alright. Yeah. I might die. Oh, nope. Need more health! Give! There we go. That's the nice thing about warriors. If you don't turn your back in combat, like a true warrior, you can keep fighting for the most part. Get more health. Health through combat. There we go. Much better. Anyway, yeah, so I've been thinking about doing a video showing kind of what's wrong with Chromie Time. And the thing is, I don't really have a solution either. I don't like saying what's wrong with something if I don't have a solution. Or an idea of a solution, because I don't want to go back to static. I don't want what we had before because it was rigid. You could not level, like, it's still kind of rigid because it's not 100% dynamic. That is kind of the funny thing. It's like halfway there. My ideal solution would be able to start at level 1, or at least 10, in any zone. You can't do that now. You can only start where a zone says you can, even in Chromie Time. Chromie Time only lets you stay there longer. It doesn't let you go there earlier. The entry level requirement would be the best term for that, does not change. That, even with or without Chromie Time. See, look, I'm in Chromie Time, and all these are 10. If you look up here at the top, see Stormheim is 10 to 50 up there. This is, but Surmar, for example, is 45. This is one of the few, actually I think it might be the only one, that you can enter at any zone. So it's a bad example. But, actually not BFA, because that's not Chromie Time. Here we go. Northrend. Borean Tundra and Howling Fjord are both 10. Grizzly Hills is 15 to 50. Zul'Jak's 20 to 50. Storm Peaks is 25. Ice Crown's 25. Crystal Song's 25. Dragonblight's 15. Wintergrasp is PvP. Sholazar is 20. That means you cannot level there, no matter how much you want to, until you're at least level 20. You cannot go to Sholazar until 20. With or without Chromie Time. Which, for me, annoys me. Because they said that they kept those caps because, or entry requirements, because, you know, then the story doesn't make sense. I get that, but the point of having this system, new players can't use this. You have to have leveled to 60 at least once. Either 50 or 60, I think it's 60. Before you can turn on to use the Chromie system. You can't use it on a fresh character. So that's already characters, people, players who have already leveled, possibly more than once, already done in-game content, possibly more than once, who are using this system. It's not new people necessarily. You know, of course, veterancy is gonna vary, but you get my point. It's people like me who I've already leveled everywhere. I would like to just level anywhere I want, you know, and not have to be still bound to a still technically a linear system. All they did with Chromie Time was it just lets you stay in a zone until 50. So like if I want to level in Northrend all the way to 50, I can, as if I have Chromie Time on. Otherwise, if I don't have Chromie Time on, which I can still level there without it, I can only level there until, I think it's 30? It's either 30 or 35. I think it's 30. So I think Vanilla, BC, and Wrath all go to 30. And then Kata and Mop go to 35. I think WAD is 40, Legion's 45, and then BFA's 50. It's not Chromie timed. I think that's the order, without looking. I could be off on a couple, but you get my point. Chromie time doesn't affect when you can go anywhere at all. You can technically level all the way to 50 without Chromie time. And that actually brings me to my third point, was I'm thinking about possibly doing a new route, but I don't know if I should or not, because of how close the next expansion might be. B, I'm thinking about doing a video, you know, talking about the issues with Chromie time. And C, that's my next point, is related to the first two. I have a suspicion, based on everything, how much I've leveled and everything I've done, that it actually might be better to not level with Chromie time, to level without Chromie time. And most of my guides, most of my routes, if you notice, if you look at when, you know, the natural cap is what I put it, like, you know, vanilla is 30, for example, happens, I've learned that most zones and expansions are better. You get better results out of them with or without Chromie time when you level there during its natural cap. So like in the Horde route, for example, Silverpine and Hillsbrad, I have you go 10 to 30 in those zones. Well, that is because for some reason after 30 it slows down significantly, like stupidly significantly, no matter where you go. Even in Chromie time, it just, XP just goes, it's just terrible. Even if the numbers look right, like somehow it's slower, it takes longer, and in some areas it's harder, like it's more difficult than it feels like it should be to complete things. If you're there after its natural scaling. Yeah. But if you turn Chromie time off, obviously you can't level there without that. Like if I wanted to stay in Hillsbrad after 30, it's not just because the rest of Hillsbrad sucks. I can do the rest of Hillsbrad fairly well. It'll take me about 40 to 50 minutes to complete the rest of the quests if I'm doing really good. I'll only get like a couple levels, like between 3 and 4. Maybe. In Chromie time, mind you. And I have a suspicion that's because even though you're in Chromie time, you're above the natural scaling, the natural cap for that expansion. And of course, this is just theory. This is just experience theory. I don't have like solid proof for you. This is just theory and feely stuff. Like it's a suspicion, okay? Don't, run to the bank with this information, if you will. But that's why I've been thinking about, if I do redo, it wouldn't be a complete redo, but it kind of would, a fresh, updated route for 1 to 50. 10 to 50 technically, because it still exiles reach for 1 to 10, no matter how you slice it. But if I do that, I would possibly thinking about doing a Chromie time to non-Chromie time comparison, because I have tested it zones without Chromie time and with Chromie time, and while you technically get the same-ish results with Chromie time as you would without, you know, so long as you're within the proper range, I've noticed that Chromie time, non-Chromie time rather, is consistent, like it used to be. I get, because it's static, it's no longer dynamic, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how else to explain it to you with it making sense, but it's no longer, the rat, it's no longer dynamic. When you turn Chromie time, off, it becomes static. You cannot level anywhere you want until 50. You can't stay anywhere you want until 50. You have to leave at certain levels and go somewhere else. So like if I wanted to level to 50 without Chromie time, I could not do that. Even in Legion, actually, because Legion only goes to 45. Which means the last 5 levels, I'd either have to do Chromie time, or I'd have to go to BFA. Which is the only option. These rats, man. Which is not a problem, but yeah, it's coming out. So I have been working on this off screen and without really telling too many people. It's coming out to about the same time, but I think the consistency would be more welcome, honestly, because Chromie time is just causing issues for me, for all of us. Even if you don't realize that's what's causing the issue, I think that is what's causing the issue. Because even just today, I woke up and had comments on my 1 to 50 videos like, I think something's wrong, or I think you were using buffs beyond war mode or something. I'm like, no, it's just war mode. It's just Chromie time. It's dynamic. You're gonna get slightly different results. That's why I warned people at the beginning for both videos. It's dynamic now. Which I didn't know people wouldn't know what dynamic meant, but apparently some people don't realize that's what that means. So, yeah. I don't know. I just have a lot of theories at the moment. I don't have a lot of I have a lot of hard data. It feels like a theory to me because, you look at the exact XP that you're getting out of it and it looks the same. And yet, when you reach the end of the route, it's different. I'm never exactly 50 at the exact spots. Sometimes I'm not even 50. And it's like, what did I do different? I had rested for almost every zone. I was even ahead. Well, there you go. It was probably because you're ahead. Because coming into a zone is with higher level is actually more detrimental than it is with a lower level. Like, whoops, getting crazy here. You wouldn't think that'd be a thing, right? But for some reason, it squishes. I don't know how else to put it. How much you're getting if you come in too high, because it's trying to, and this is just a theory, again, another theory. I think what it's trying to do is it's trying to slow down your leveling to make sure that you can stay in the expansion you're in until 50. I don't really know how else to put that, because for example, if I come into Highmountain here, since we're in Highmountain, at level 40, Horde or Alliance doesn't matter because it's faction neutral zone. If I come in here at level 40, I will be almost 49 by the end of it. 48, 49. That's almost, you know, almost 9 levels. Yet, if I come here at 44, I will possibly get only to 48. Maybe even 47. Sound right to you? And I think I know why, and it's because it comes back to that natural cap I was talking about. Like, none of these are terms that Blizzard, as far as I know, have called them. These are things I'm calling them. The natural cap for Legion, which is non-promy time, is 45. And the closer you are to that cap, even in promy time, it seems the less you get from those zones. And that's why coming in closer to 45, for example, at like 44, you'll get way less out of the zone. Even though during the 40, if you come here at 40, even though you get almost to 49. Like, it's crazy. Like, I don't really know what else to say. It's just crazy. It's nuts. I have video after video, footage rather, it's not like, you know, a video for you folks, it's for me, of data showing this. Just these different results. Because I record almost everything I do. Just because. And it's just crazy. I can do the exact same things. That's why I dropped professions, because I had found that picking flowers and mining ore was actually hurting my overall experience. You would think it would help, but it wasn't, because that meant I was coming into zones higher than I should. And that's the crazy part. And you would think, well, wouldn't that be a good thing, because then that means you don't need as much out of that zone. Not necessarily, because you're getting less. I don't know what else to say. You're getting less if you're coming higher. I feel like somehow what level you come in at is kind of like what it determines how much you need for your duration of being there. Now, I know that sounds a little crazy, but it's just a feeling. Like, I don't know how else to explain it because I don't really understand. You know, I don't know how this works in the back end. I'm not a coder. I'm not a game designer. I'm a writer. I'm an artist. I do the story. I do, you know, that part of it. I don't do the software engineering coding stuff. I don't get or understand or even begin to comprehend how that works. So feel free to try to explain to me. I probably won't understand even if you do. But regardless, this is kind of what I've been seeing. It's janky. So, I got some good tea. It's so cold, my nose is all stuffy, I'm sorry. It's still snowing outside. It's that time of year. That's why I got my headband and my fluffy jacket. And I'm unintentionally all black today. I need to get some more colors for my headbands if I'm going to start wearing these, because black on black's not exactly great for recording. Anyway, yeah. So, I know it's a lot of rambly stuff that probably doesn't make a sense to a lot of you, but it's just stuff I've noticed, like while I'm leveling, and I can't really put it into simple words, really. So I just gotta figure out what to do. Because I want to give you all a solid, a consistent, uh-oh. Let me kill these things and then check real quick, because if it's gonna try starting to download shit, I'm gonna flip a cow. Let me look here. What are you doing, computer? Okay, well, it doesn't look like it's trying to download anything. It's probably just because of the weather. It's probably snowing again or something. I don't mind a laggy blip once in a while, but you know, I don't want that Windows update shit I told you about to try me again. No. But anyway, yeah. So, I know it's not probably the easiest to follow along with my train of thought here, but that's kind of the issue. It's kind of just me spilling my guts, my thoughts to you here on what's going on. Because I want to give you a route that you can consistently get results from, but I think to do that I might have to not use Chromie time either at all or very much. Because I think that's what's causing the issue. Because every time I level without Chromie time, I get very consistent results. Every time. Which is interesting. And, you know, that comes back to me debating whether I should go ahead and do an updated guide or not. Which I might go ahead even though we're really close to the next expansion, because it is, you know, realistically it's not even a year. Like if we do get the next expansion next year, as you know I would expect it to be, if they're able to be, you know, on track with that, depending on how things go with Blizzard. I don't know, they're kind of in a dumpster fire right now because of various things that I'm not going to bother getting into. But if they're able to, it's still, you know, pre-patch could be between July and November. I mean, I don't know. That's not that far away. That's like barely 6 to 8 to 9 months. Like to some of you, that might seem like a long time, but that's really not that long. In terms of job, work, development, that's not that long. It's not a lot of time. So, you know, I'm gonna have to make another guide for that anyways. Which is fine. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the new zones being added to the... to the regime here. That way, you know, I might smooth out some things. But if I do an updated zone, or an updated route, and it's going to be for both factions, I think I might go the non-Chromie time route, at least, you know, until 45-ish, because right now I'm thinking about one that's looking really good, for Horde at least, is possibly doing, oh hey, rude, Zuldazar, Val'sharah, Highmountain, and then another zone. So it would be 4 zones for Horde, because doing Zuldazar, Val'sharah, and Highmountain on Horde, specifically, up to 45. Technically, with Chromie time, it'll get you to 46. And that's actually cutting off 4 levels from Zuldazar and only staying there until 30, even though you could stay there till, I think it's 34 is what it will give you if you do everything. But just because some of those quests in Zuldazar are not great, and you can cut them out, and if you do cut them out, you know, it improves the zone significantly. So it needs some optimization there. I have a route, it's tentative. I'm not going to tell you what it is until it's good. You know, it might not even work out, I don't know. But if I do that, then I would have to figure out something for the 45 to 46, 45 to 50. Unless I do Highmountain with Chromie Time, which I don't really want to. Because, you know, there is also the, well, I stay here until 45, and then as soon as I hit 45, I hearth back, turn on Chromie Time, and then come back. But A, if you're gonna leave like that already, you might as well go somewhere else, and B, I've done that before. That was a test that I did when I was making these first routes, and I didn't like the results because something funky happens when you do that, and it just crushes in a bad way the XP that you get. If you've half leveled in a zone with non-Chromie time. I don't know how to explain it. It's just, it takes like twice as long for some reason, and you get half as much, and it's just crazy. I don't know how else to put it. It's a little funky. Treasure. But yeah, so it's, yeah. And then there is the thing too, I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm kind of thinking as I'm doing this here. Because ideally, I could drop the Garrison, the Gorgrond intro, and the BFA Footholds stuff. So you would think that would make it faster, but that depends on how much I can optimize Zuldazar, because technically the best 10 to 30 for Horde is Silverpine and Highmountain, but you actually get more out of Zuldazar overall. You can actually go there and get more if you optimize the route. You'll be like 34 and about the same time. I don't know, it's just, I don't have a lot of data on that yet. I haven't done a lot of testing on that specifically yet. And the reason I would want to replace Silverpine and Highmountain, Silverpine and Hillsbrad is just because, mostly because I'm sick of it. Like, and it's not just because I've necessarily done the zone so many times, it's just because Silverpine specifically is really slow. Like, it's just slow. And I think it's as good as it is because we're actually, if you do it at 10, you're actually doing it in the range that it used to want you to be in, if that makes sense, before the squish. It was a low-level zone. You leveled there right after Tears Fall, you know, whatever you hit after that. But, yeah, it was a very low-level zone. But since it's, you know, not that way anymore, it's still pretty good, because it's not really affected too much by Chromie Time or not Chromie Time. And I think that's what makes it so good. Whereas Lochmadan was not that way. Oh, no, 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 no. We don't want that guy. Oh, please. That guy will punch your face in. That's with the end. Anyway, yeah, so, but it's just really slow. And it's only good in that range. Like, I have done Silverpine and Hillsbrad, and I kind of combine those two together just because it's the full 10 to 30 for them too. And both of them are only good in that range. I did him 30 plus, I did him 40 plus. I don't get the same, like obviously I don't get the same, you know, levels, but it just, compared to other zones that I think are better equipped for those ranges, it just doesn't hold up. So, yeah. So that is kind of the thing with leveling, as we do now. It's dynamic, but if I do it without chromie time, I don't know that I need to stick to the caps as hard as I did if you're in a zone that you can be there longer for. That probably doesn't make sense, but what the example in this case would be if I were to replace the 10 to 30 that I currently have, which is Silverpine and Hillsbrad, with Zuldazar. And Zuldazar is a BFA zone, and BFA, you can be there all the way until 50 without chromie time. It is not a expansion that you need chromie time for. There's not even a chromie time option for BFA, because BFA is technically the default time. When you turn on chromie time, you're coming out of BFA time. So, that's kind of an interesting note, but so my point is you could technically stay there and that cap isn't gonna hurt you while you're there, but will it hurt Val'sharah if I don't have chromie time on? I'm not sure. Because Legion is good until 45. So say I go all the way to 34 in Zuldazar and do everything regardless of how long it takes me. And then I hop over to Legion and hop into Val'sharah. Because I'm coming there at 4 levels later than I instruct you to do so in the guide, but I'm not using chromie time, is it gonna be destroyed? Because as it is now, if you come in that late into Val'sharah, come in that high level, you're not gonna get much. I don't know why, but you're not gonna get much out of it. You're gonna be like 41, maybe 42. No, it'd be less than that. It'd be about 40. 39 or 40. I have it somewhere. I don't remember what it was, but it was terrible. Just believe me on that one. Yeah. But without chromie time, though, would it be that bad? And then the other thing is, just kind of, you know, talking this is just so you know my thought process here, is, would it actually just be better to just go straight to Highmountain? Because as long as you have flying, and actually I can do Highmountain really fast without it, but that's just from experience. As long as you have flying, Highmountain is really good. Like, even if you don't have flying, if you know the route, because if you actually watch how I do the route here, my route in this zone is based off of how I used to level in Legion back when we could not fly in Legion. And you could actually, when you go this way, you're going uphill and then down, which means you can glider from here to there, you can glider from this area all the way down, and then you hearth back anyways. So physically, it's not super hard. And between these two, you know, these little spots where you do have to ride, there's roads. They have roads for you. It's actually a very well put together zone if you know how to traverse it. Unlike a lot of other zones in the game, which are not like that. Yeah. It's a big old puzzle, really. Knowing what zones to use at what order, because Highmountain and Val'sharah are both zones that were both good in any of the 3 brackets, the 10 to 30 to 30 to 40 and the 40 to 50. If I don't use chromie time, there would tend to be 4 brackets, because 45 to 50 would be it would either need you to do chromie time or you would go to BFA. So that 45 plus would be special. And even then, there is technically the 3-level rule that I used to use and has still worked in a couple zones. And the 3-level rule, I called it the 3-level late rule in my head, was if you are someone who's watched my 1 to 20 guides from 1 to 120 guides from BFA, I, for the 60 to 80 section, would have you stay, because that was the worst bracket ever. I'm so glad we don't have to do that anymore. But I would have you level in Winter Spring until 63, because that was the zone I had you do before you went to Brain Tundra. I think that's what I did. Something like that. Yeah, Brain Tundra. Because then you could just use Borean Tundra for that 63 to 80. Because there is about 2 to 3 levels, and this goes for anything, it's for the beginning and the end, of XP that's still decent. Not amazing, but decent. And sometimes it's handy. So like if you stayed in Winter Spring until level 63, instead of leaving exactly at 60, even though its cap was 60, you were fast, still fast, because now you're higher than the zone is scaling. So you could kill things faster, which made up for the lessening XP that you would get. And it was 3 levels exactly before the XP really just dropped into nothing. And it actually is still that way to a point if you don't use Chromie Time. So for example, what I'm getting at is it could be possible that if we don't level in Chromie Time in Highmountain, if we were still to keep that for, say, a 40 plus range, how far would I actually get without Chromie Time? Because 40 to 45, I'll be fine. But, and that's about half, 3/4 of the zone. But after I hit 45, how far am I going to get in the zone without Chromie Time? And would it be worth doing? Or do you need to just immediately go somewhere else? I hope that makes sense. I know that's probably confusing. But hopefully that makes sense to you. Because even now, like, if you do islands 50 plus, they're really only good, in my opinion, until 53. Because after that, the XP really drops off because it's XP, it's leveling from a previous expansion. And you can kind of, sort of level in previous expansions for 3-ish levels. Kind of. I say kind of because it's not really that way anymore. Did I just res you? Yeah. Like if you're level 50 and you want to level in BFA, not the islands, until 53, you're not going to get very far, very quickly, unfortunately. They kind of put a big old damper on that with the 9.0 stuff. But in some areas I can still use this, like in this older stuff. It's hard to explain. It's just one of those, like, you have to do it to see it and understand what I'm talking about. It's funky. So, you know, whatever. But anyway, yeah. Did I get everything? I need one more dude. Should be one over here. Yep, here we go. So, yeah, that's just kind of my thought. That's my thought. Thoughts, plural. Because if I do a new route, redo a new route, if I do it, I'd probably go the non-Chromie Time route because, and this is just my theory, you know, I'd have to do an actual route and then test it. I've been getting more consistent results, very consistent, when I don't use Chromie Time. And the only time that causes a problem, if you're doing that, is if it's, you know, is the last 5 levels, which are the worst part anyway. And maybe those do need to be done in, you know, either with my cheesy way of staying like in Highmountain or something until 48 or whatever. Because my theory is if I come here at 40, I will still hit 48 even without chromie time, and I complete the zone even though it only goes to 45. So in theory, I guess. I can't prove it. I think I only tested it once, and I think it was during pre-patch, so the results are probably wrong now. These things changed after launch, Shadowlands launch. But, yeah. That's just kind of my theory. You see why I write scripts now? Because, my thoughts are a jumbled mess of confusion. Makes sense to me, but I know, yeah, I gotta put it into words for you to get it. So. Anyway. Yeah. What time are we at? 1:13. Make a pretty good time. This sort of stuff, you know, I don't appreciate it. But, 81? Yep, I got it now. On a random note, speaking about my routes, it's kind of funny when people occasionally comment like, this is really slow, or why aren't you doing the speedrunner one, or you're a bad speedrunner, or something. I'm like, I never claimed I was a speedrunner. I never claimed this was the fastest route ever. No. I even watched my routes again to make sure it's not what I said. And I didn't say anything about trying to be the fastest. I'm just saying this is what I did, you know? This is the fastest for me, because it's repeatable. I don't know if I talked about this already or not, because I don't know if that was in the episode that got corrupted. Which was the other Highmountain I did. But anyway. Yeah. I'm not a speedrunner. I do not claim to be a speedrunner. Speedrunning is not my thing. Excuse me, my goodness. I'm all airy today, I'm so sorry. But yeah. I'm not a speedrunner. It's kind of funny that people keep going, you're a bad speedrunner. Well, good, because I'm not a speedrunner. Or like, oh, this seems slow. I'm like, well, I'm not trying to be the fastest ever. Don't know what to tell you. It's just funny. Funny that folks will assume that everyone's trying to be the fastest and be the best ever. I'm not trying to be the fastest or the best. I'm trying to be efficient. It's different. It's very different. Because it's one thing to just, you know, level like mad and be a crazy speedrunner and put all this time and effort into leveling. And that's fine. Oh, you know what? I just noticed I didn't have my buff on this whole time. I didn't have my extra lovely strength buff. But, yeah. People just kind of assume when they see a leveling guide that you're trying to be a speedrunner about it. I'm like, I'm really not. I'm really not. I'm just trying to get from 1 to 60 in, you know, a decent amount of time in a way that's easily repeatable and isn't an issue. And unfortunately, it's been an issue, even though the route itself is technically fine, just because of the chromie time shit. So, I think I might start doing stuff without time and see what happens. Because see, when do I do the Garrison stuff? Where are these guys? Yeah. Yeah, I think, well, not necessarily. No, yeah. I think the Garrison stuff and the 45 to 50 are the only two spots in this guide that would not work well without Chromie time. But the 1 to 30 is totally non-Chromie timeable. Val'sharah and Highmountain. Val'sharah at least, because it's 30 to 38. You can do without. I mean, I would prefer to have Highmountain right next to Val'sharah, like I do in the Alliance guide for the Horde. But I don't know if I explained this in the previous episode or not, or if it was in the one that I lost. But the BFA Footholds and the Garrison part for the Horde give less than the Alliance do, by actually quite a bit. That's just kind of how the cookie crumbles on that one. That's how that panned out, which is fine. But because of that, that means the later I use those, the less I'm going to get out of them, even though the time won't change. So I got to use them earlier rather than later, but not too early, because then that messes up like the 10 to 38, if you will. Dude, bro, there he is. Hey, bro. Bro. So I can't use them super early, because if if I use them in the like at 10, for example, like a lot of people do, it kind of destroys Silverpine. You don't get 23 levels out of it for the same amount of time. You get like 19 or 20 for the same amount of time, which then those few levels that you're missing actually make it worse than some of the other zones. And Zuldazar, for example, is immediately better, which is kind of funny. So, if you rearrange things, you're going to get different results, and that's just how it is. Which is fine. You just gotta know what order you're doing them in. Oh yeah, and if you notice, I'm getting flight points and stuff, which means I did not use the scouting map toy, because I'm pretty positive, and that's another issue people are probably having without realizing it, is the scouting maps are definitely dampening how much XP you get from these zones. Because like in the Legion portion, for example, it is definitely a large part of your XP is the exploration. So, and you might not notice it like if you're Alliance, for example, because right now, I think it might still be actually, at least as of recording, Alliance's War Mode buff is 20%, which is awesome, but when I did the guide, it was only 15, and I wouldn't let it jumped up to 20, I think, like once during testing, and I wouldn't use it if it was 20 plus, because that's too imbalanced. I want to keep it, as samey as possible. And Alliance never seems to go below 15, so that's pretty consistent. And it's been that way since BFA. I mean, it's going on 3.5-ish years now. 3+ years of, I think that's pretty consistent for people. So, Warmwood doesn't change that often, so it is not consistent to me, or not inconsistent, rather. To me, it's consistent. Hope that makes sense. Stumbling over my words like usual. Oh, I'm making a good time. Yeah, I'm making a good time, I think. But yeah. So you need to stop it. I pulled too much. Whew. Clutch warrior heals. Thank goodness for Raged regeneration, man. Oh, and Victory Rush. Big plus. But anyway, so hopefully I will hit 50 at the end of this Highmountain like I am supposed to. But don't be surprised if I don't. I did in the last one, but, you know, that doesn't mean I will, because I don't always. That's kind of the thing. I either leave, you know, don't have to do all the quests and I leave early, or I have to do all of them and don't get enough. So, that's what I have to say. Oh yeah, and back on the note of whether or not I should make an updated route. I think on another positive side, getting it more fine-tuned now, I can know what I do and don't need, if that makes sense, for future guides. So like, you know, theoretically, when Shadowlands comes into the fold, let's just assume that Ardenweald flops of the two that I mentioned, and Bastion stays good. And if that's the case, then adding in Bastion could knock out another 1 to 2 other pieces that are not that great on my current ones. So if I have this as finely tuned as possible, then I can just pluck out one thing that I don't like or could be improved on and replace it with Bastion, if that makes sense. Or, you know, as an example, I don't know what it's going to be, but the better I have this now, the, you know, better it's going to be, and I can spot, you know, like maybe they're not improvements, I don't know. That is the flip side of it too. Maybe Bastion and Ardenweald wouldn't be better, and my theorizing isn't correct. I don't know. It's hard to say. Of course, this is Threads of Fate as well. This is not talking about the replay storyline version, which is an interesting thing too, that I'm curious how, like, is that staying? Is that going to be, like, how much of that is changing? Is that going to be just a current expansion thing? Are they dropping Threads of Fate? I don't think they would, but I don't know. When they add Shadowlands to the low-level queue, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with that. So, I am curious there. But, you know, that's kind of speculation I don't have yet. But, anyway. So, that's why I'm kind of like, well, even though it might not get much runtime, I might go ahead and do that route. But if I do, I'm going to do the non-Chromie time version. I just got to figure out how I'm going to do that, because that is quite different, actually, than Chromie time. Yes and no, because I could just do the same route, you know, without Chromie time. But it will pose problems in a couple spots. More so on the Horde one than the Alliance one. Yeah. There you go. Nice. I did it. Nice. Okay, let's get out of here. Look at that tasty laced-in seam. Oh well. But, yeah. I don't really know what else to say on that, I guess. Just, what comes. Oh, I guess one more thing I could say on that note is, speaking of the Shadowlands quest I just untracked, because I'm 48 now, so it's like, hey, you can go to Shadowlands if you want. There is the possibility, too, of bleeding the tail end of 1 to 50 here to the 50 to 60. And I have them spread out like that because, mainly because, well, there are some really good spots within the Shadowlands stuff. It just, the more you have to level there, like, even if you go there at 49, it just takes that much longer. It just takes so much longer, upwards of a couple of hours longer. Like, it's a little crazy. This is just like about 3/4 of what's in Shadowlands is really efficient. But then there's just some of it that's just not. And that's the stuff that's going to eat you up, especially if you need more, because you'll come up short. Which I think is also why they require you to do the Maw intro at 48 and 49. You have to be 50 to get the skip. Which is interesting. So even they know that you'll come up short. Which is interesting. So, because that was their reasoning, that's why they said that they had done that. But because of that, like, the Maw intro is not great, really. It's really not an efficient... Like, it seems like it, because you're getting a whole level out of it, but if you really think about, you know, say it takes you a good 40 minutes. My fastest is like 35. To get through that intro, the Maw intro for Shadowlands. That's barely one level, and that's even if you get one level. I come out at 90, 95, 98% of a level a lot of the times. So it's under what, you know, a level. But assuming you know, rounding up, assuming you got a level, that's still one level in 40 minutes. And the way I rate things to know how good they are is, oh darn it, is taking the time that it takes you to complete something, so in this case 40 minutes, and dividing that by the levels that you've gained. And if we round up, that's one level. So that's 40. That means it's a flat 40. You don't even have to divide it right there because it's 1. I mean, 40 divided by 1 is 40. That's actually terrible compared to many of the other zones that I've gotten, which are in the 20s. So it's almost twice as much. Twice as long, if you will, to get the one level out of the Maw intro than it is, you know, later. And you're eating up the, remember the 3-level late rule that I told you about? If you do it even at 50, if you do the Maw intro, you're eating up a whole level of that precious, super good leveling. Because I think I talked about this either in a previous episode or the one that got destroyed. The first couple levels, usually like the first 2 or 3, are kind of what I call the vulnerable levels, or the fast leveling, or the easy leveling, whatever you want to call that, because that is where you're going to level the fastest, the easiest, and the most, because it's blending from the previous expansion into the new. It's not a hard change, it's slightly dynamic. So that's why, for example, if you're doing the islands at 50 instead of like 51 or higher, you are at level for BFA, and that's why the islands can be more of a challenge than you would think they should be, because you are at level, and so it is expecting you to be, for that type of content, higher geared or something. It's not taking really account for, as far as I can tell, I don't know, what your item level is. That's when item level comes into factor, because you are at the cap for that expansion. But you are not at the cap for the next expansion. So when you're doing stuff in the next expansion, you level really quickly, theoretically. Now Shadowlands is kind of different because there's just not enough of the good stuff there, so that's why we kind of have to use, like in my 50 plus guide, it's kind of why I have you use up that first level like on islands or Ma intro or something, even though I don't like it. Because I think it could be someone else better used somewhere else, but there's not a lot of somewhere else's to use it. So, like if I had it my way, we would level in BFA until about 52. But it's not very good for us to do so now, which is unfortunate. Like you can, but on a comparison to like the Shadowlands zones, it's not as good. The XP drops off really hard. Like you'll go from getting like, what's the last one I got? The last big one, the actual quest, 7,200 at 48. You'll go from 7,200 to getting like a few hundred, and I'm not kidding. It is that big of a jump. Oh, I need to be over at whatever his face is. Missing not here yet. Getting ahead of myself. My bad. But yeah, you need to be. I don't remember what I was saying. Shit. Sorry. It's okay. Whatever. I was probably rambling. It's fine. It's good. It's good. I got distracted because I distracted myself. Alright. We're making good time. We're making good time. And we're about where we should be in the levels, so we're doing fine. Hopefully we'll hit 50 like we're supposed to. We should. It looks like we will. But, yeah. Whether I hit 50 or not in this... I mean, I will hit 50, even if I don't finish Highmountain, you will see me get to 50. I will do something else to make up for it. But, yeah, I was talking about bleeding the last level or so into the next expansion. Shadowlands doesn't have a lot of great... I don't know how to put it. It has a lot of great content, but not a lot of efficient content. About half of it to maybe 3/4 of it, talking in terms of Threads of Fate, is actually efficient. Not all of it. And it's that last bit, that last quarter to a half or so, that will totally wreck your time. So for example, I can go from 50 to about 58 or 9 in about 3 hours. Which is really good, you know. But that last chunk, that last level to 2 levels, it'll eat you up. That's why I had to spread it out instead of front loading, because all the good stuff doesn't amount to enough. And it just, that's why coming in earlier for, you know, when you could be leveling here until 50 could really hurt your time, could hurt your efficiency just because of that. You can't do that, whereas like Legion to BFA you could. I did that on a lot of my characters. I was like 111, 112 before hitting BFA content. And then, you know, that made BFA even faster. It's a little hard to do that now. Like, I still kind of try to get us to do that for 50, 60, but it's really difficult to do so efficiently, because as far as quests go, which is what I like to do, just don't quite hold up anymore. Now, of course, I do want to test it again. I haven't tried that since Spring Patch. Maybe it was a little after launch, I'm not sure. But I didn't do it very much because I tried it, found out it was immediately pretty shitty, and decided I'm not going to waste my time and then do other things. But I do want to try it again, because now I'm curious. Now that I have, because at the time I didn't have BFA, or I didn't have Shadowlands data like I do now. I have leveled through the Shadowlands zones 6 ways from Sunday. I know exactly what kind of rating that I have is good and what is bad. Ma bad, Bastion good. Like, for example. So, you know, 20s is good. Late 30s, 40s, not good. But now that I have that, which I didn't at the time, I didn't know what to expect from Shadowlands, I can compare it. And I haven't done this. I need to. I want to. I might do that after this, after I finish this and get him to 50. Excuse me. Is to go to BFA. I might do it on him actually, because he'll be 50 and he'll be fresh. Because I'm gonna use my hunter still. The hunter, who is 50 now, can continue the 50+ route like I originally have. But I might try that on him actually. Because I won't be in Chromie time anymore. I can't use that. And go to BFA and see. I don't think I've done. Yeah, I didn't. I haven't done any of these Oldazar or anything on him. Because I did the Footholds. The intro and the Footholds. So, yeah. I can do that. But that is the thing, too. If I drop the Garrison and the Footholds from the 1 to 50, the BFA Footholds are actually really good for 50+. Well, specifically 50. You get half a level to 3/4 of a level, and you can do it a little bit faster than you can when you're lower level. So, like, that doesn't sound like a lot, but, and I gotta compare it. Like I said, I haven't compared that now. I now have the 50+ data I need to be able to compare. But, you know, doing half a level for BFA stuff, that's not bad. Especially if you actually do it efficiently. I did not do it efficiently in this series. It's very hard. Whoa, Addie, whoa! Why'd you go pull all that? Whoa, okay, that's fine. Damn it, Eddie. Anyway, yeah, I can compare it now, which I need to do. So, might be something worth doing. Because of course that is a guide that's going to have a very short shelf life, which is the current expansion range. And, you know, the Shadowlands guide that I have now is not going to be efficient or really used after 10.0, for example, hits. And on that note, too, in the next expansion, I will be able to get the next leveling guide out way sooner instead of a year later, because, you know, at least version 1 of it, because I won't be stuck doing the entire frickin' 1 to 50 like I was before. That took me from November of 2020 to July? Is it the June or July of 2021? Okay, that was doing every damn zone in the game. So many different ways, it wasn't even funny. Which needed to be done. I have that information now, and even if things change a little bit, it won't be, you know, drastically, assumingly. It'll just be off by a level or two, which is manageable. I can, you know, I know generally what to expect now from every zone, and can give a rough estimate, which is good, just by looking at it. There we go. She's good now. So, you know, that's the thing. Nice. Oh wait, I don't want theirs. Get out of here. The only one of those three that I want is Irewing, because if you try to do, you can. I mean, if you feel baller, you can do the cat and the moose quests that they have, but they'll take your heart out, man. They have a lot of health and do a lot of damage. The only easy one here is Irewing. If you notice, this one's not marked as a party quest. The other two are. So that's why we're just doing Irewing here. But anyway, yeah. So I'll be able to get the next whatever range it's gonna be. We'll just call it 60 to 70, I guess. When that comes out a lot faster, like I want, because my goal for this year is to be finish getting all of my sub 50s to 50, if that makes sense. To finish leveling all my lobies. I didn't want this many alts originally, but they just kind of happened. They're just from the leveling boom, as I call it, from doing all that leveling testing. You had to have a lot of alts. I added 3 accounts worth of alts to be able to do the testing that I did, which was worth it. I have all those, all that data now, which is good. I needed it. I'm glad to have it. I have all that footage now. I've referred to it many times. But there's no reason for me to just let them sit there, and I'm not the type to just start deleting characters just because I'm not going to use them. They can go sit on an unsubbed account until I feel like I need them for something. Like, there are many reasons to keep a lot of alts on hand, even if you don't have them active. Like, I like to level them, and then let the sub run out until something crazy happens. For example, in BFA, when the Brutosaur was a thing, 5 million gold is still stupidly expensive in my opinion. That's still insane, even now. The best gold for me was doing Blackrock Foundry. You could do Skyreach. Skyreach was good. There's treasure in there. Hey, Marcus. Hey, honey. He had a threesome with the Tauren. If you read his naughty book. But anyway. But of course, Blackrock Foundry is a raid. It has a weekly lockout. However, it's a weekly lockout per character. So all the alts I had, which was about like 130 or something at the time, you do the math. I could kick them out pretty quickly, and I could just do as many as I could stomach, instead of having, I can only do 10, or I can only do 5 or whatever. It worked out really well. So, I had subbed up those accounts and went for it. And I was able to do that because I had a lot of alts at the time. I had a couple accounts worth. So, yeah. Worked out pretty good. Really wish Evan Horn would hurry up. It's like, come on, man. Oh well. But yeah, so I have no reason not to just keep all those alts. I put all this time on them. Of course I'm going to keep them. I can use them for stuff. And so I will. I'm going to finish getting them to 50, which I've been doing very slowly. And just let them all unsub, and I'll just keep my one account active, my main one, until I feel like I need them. But once I get that, my point in saying that is my goal is to get that done before the next expansion. Which means that I won't be doing this low-level catch-up anymore I'll only have the 60 plus, I guess it would be, to contend with. Depending on how they do the leveling for next expansion, I'm not sure. Because to me, it's kind of silly to add more levels if we're just going to have to squish it again in the future. I guess that's just how I look at things. I do have a couple solutions for that, which I'm not going to get into now because they're topics that I'm going to save and talk about in a more well thought out manner in my podcast that's coming in February. So, yeah, my friend Canary and I are going to start recording podcast episodes in January, and they'll start going live in February. So, and I'm hoping to be able to get them on Spotify too. I got to look more into how that works. That way y'all can listen to it on Spotify. That's kind of the podcast place, I guess. I don't use Spotify myself. I've literally never used it. So I gotta figure out how it works. But anyway. We're getting there. We're almost done here. Yeah. If you have any ideas for leveling, by all means, feel free to tell me in the comments. I may or may not answer you, but I like seeing what people come up with. And I half expect more semi-snarky comments, like be like, we'll just use the speedrunner route. Like, no, it doesn't work anymore. I was doing pre-patch and they had like 30 to 50% worth of buffs that you can't get when it's, at any given time. So if I want to level, I don't want to have to sit here and wait for a holiday or for Darkmoon Faire just to level faster, when in that time waiting for it, I could have had that character level. You know what I mean? So, like, it just, to me, that's how I look at it. I'm like, that seems silly to me, that I would have to use a route to, do that. And that's why it's for speedrunner stuff. Their goal with a speedrunner is to get as fast as freaking possible. It is not to be repeatable. It's to be as fast as possible. To set a record. Records are not something you do repeatedly. Record is kind of a one-time thing, even in the real world. Like the swim record of Olympics, whatever, is not something that just keeps happening, or it wouldn't be a record. That's what speedrunners do. They're like the Olympic levelers of WoW. I am not that. I like doing stuff that's repeatable. That's why I like to call it efficient instead of fast. To me, it's fast, but it's also efficient. It's repeatable. It's stuff that I can pick up and do theoretically on any alt and not have to spend half my WoW life savings for items, enchants, gear to be able to... Oh, and wait, for all the different buffs of the stars, XP stars to align to get what I need to be able to be the fastest. When I'm going to be doing this on several alts, that seems silly to me. So in that context, that's why my route does not match up to theirs, because it is not a speedrunner's route. It is, in my preference, casual. So, deal with it. If you want to try the speedrunner stuff, go for it. That is why there's videos out there. And that's why most speedrunner videos, if you notice, will be during a pre-patch or right at the beginning of an expansion. Because that is before things are tuned. Before the masses get their hands all over them and Blizzard's like, okay, we need to adjust this a little bit. People are doing this too fast. Which happened, and that's why I waited. Because then my guide would have a very short shelf life. It's already only going to be good for, a year and a half. I would like it to be good for that whole year and a half to the best of my ability. Granted, I'm going to be redoing this one now, but this is also, in my opinion, kind of the first expansion that I'm really doing a major, like a thorough guide. Like, I know I did a 1 to 120 guide back in BFA, but there were multiple things wrong with it, even though people thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. Was just because, A, it was a route that I had been using for a long time, and while I'd tested it, I hadn't tested every zone in the game, and I just knew it was good because it's what I use and what I was used to. And I was leveling with a friend. It was not a solo route. This is a solo route. So, I need one more drum. I didn't get all my dwams. There it is. That's the one I missed. There we go. This is a solo route. Ooh, perfect timing. So whatever you do here, you know, you don't need to do. You don't have to have a friend carrying you. And in case you missed it, I have a 1 to 50 carry test with my friend Canary. And it turns out that because of how the system is now, even without Chromie time, the scaling, it's not, you don't need it anymore. You can't really do, being carried through questing means now isn't as efficient as it used to be. In fact, I think it's actually more efficient doing it solo. As crazy as that is. And by carry, I mean literally having a 50 or 60 level player flying your bum around and helping you kill shit, or killing everything for you, outside of Chromie time, because you can't really do that in Chromie time. You have to be party synced and scaled to do that in Chromie time. But anyway, yeah, so we only saved, I think, like technically 30-45 minutes, something like that, in Chromie time. Or not in Chromie time, in the carry test, which was just not worth it in the grand scheme of things for as many issues and errors we came across. Party sync, man, that is a whole nother animal. I don't know what's up with party sync, but it has so many glitches and errors. It's a little crazy. So, icky poo-poo. That's what I can say about that. I don't like party sync. Like, it's nice on one hand because you can use it to redo quests, like, you know, you've maybe already have done, and then you can quest with a friend, but it just comes with so many errors along the way, like scenarios, for example, like the WAD scenario or the BFA scenario. It either doesn't let you do it all at all, or if, even with party sync, if you already did it, or if it does, it glitches out, and like it'll freak out your game, and then, like, there's a lot of weird stuff. A lot of weird stuff with that one. So, party sync's a little volatile, shall we say. Oh darn it, I hate it when they do that. Stupid frickin' little piece of shit. Okay. Fine, whatever, I'll come back for you. I'm gonna go do this one. Harumph. Alright. Nope, it's over here. Alright. Collect bunnies. Humph. She's so cute. I love the new bunny models. They're so adorable. No! Don't you try to take my bunnies, asshole birds. But, yeah. Anyway, I'm almost there. I'm making good time here. Making good time. I'm at almost 2 hours, which is spot on for this spot. I think I've got Val'sharah and Highmountain down pat as far as time, because I've done it so many times. Not so much on Silverpine and Hillsbrad. It might be the best. I don't really like it. So you can kind of guarantee, because there's, put it this way, there's two things, really, I guess, that go into me making a route. Well, which I would prefer to... Oh, no, I don't... No, okay, I thought he was coming for me. I was like, no, please. Anyway. One is the data, the results, you know, how efficient it is. And in the case of the routes that I have now, I kind of look for cold hard data. But I also know myself. If I don't like something, I'm not gonna do it. I don't like Silverpine and Hillsbrad. Hillsbrad's alright, but I'm just tired of Silverpine. It feels so slow. And you are there for 100 hours, 100 hours, wow. 100 to 130 minutes, something like that. I think I have it down as like 80 to 100, because those are like my best times. But you know, if you're not familiar, you're gonna be pulling easily over 100 minutes, which 60 minutes is an hour. So you could be there, you know, a couple hours if you're not being efficient about it, or you're not familiar with the zone or whatever. And like when I'm not paying attention, yeah, because you can't really optimize. That's kind of the thing about Silverpine. Because there's a lot of RP, a lot of unskippable cutscenes, you can't optimize it too much. You can't go beyond, because you have, you know, bottlenecks, if you will. And that's why I'm having strong hopes for Zuldazar as a possible replacement, because Zuldazar only has that in a couple of spots, and those are actually the least efficient spots in the zone anyways. So, because I guess the comparison here is you can't efficiency your way out of a cutscene that you can't skip. You have to sit there and watch it. Or like the RP at the beginning of the zone in Silverpine. You have to sit there and let Sylvanas and Garrosh and all them talk before you can do anything for a good few minutes. You have to watch Ivar and Crowley, I think it is. Maybe it's Gen. Whoever it is in that cutscene, when you're spying on the Worgen in that house. You have to sit there and let them talk. You can't efficiency your way out of that. That's on them, not you. Now, when you take a zone that doesn't have that sort of stuff, you can level faster because it's not reliant on... Oh, I'm 50. Well, I guess I'll just save those. That's fine. Anyway, yeah. I gotta clean him up anyways, so I'll stick around for that. Well, that was Highmountain. I didn't finish the zone. All we had left were this here, these quests, and then a couple more after that, because the end is like right there. We're right at the end. And there's a couple back at Thunder Totem if you really wanted to do them, and then there's a couple over at Nessingwary if you can muster the strength, which is the two-party ones. But I usually don't do all those like I show in the guide, just because the two-party ones are really hard to solo. I can't do it on all my ults. And the Waterwise, or the Old Lady one, Old Lady Tarn, and the Bolas quest, shooting the harpies. Those two suck. They take too long, so I don't do them. But yeah, that was Highmountain. I did good. I did 2 hours exactly. That was perfect. That's what, 120 minutes? I think I'm right in line with what I said. I hope. So that's good. I think I'm finally getting used to talking and playing at the same time, and I'm getting better, I think, about looking at the camera, so practice. I haven't done this a lot, so this is still kind of new for me. Alright, so let's... I'll leave more mode on for now, because I'm going to use him for the things. But, anyway, my last thought was what I was saying. I have high hopes for Zuldazar. I don't know if it'll be good or not, but that's just because I can be efficient. Because the speed of a zone is not reliant on is not bottlenecked by RP. It's reliant on my skill as a player. And I like that from an efficiency standpoint. Like, I love the RP in the cutscenes, don't get me wrong. When I'm doing a zone for the first few times, I love that stuff. I like seeing the lore. I love seeing the RP. I love looking at that and seeing, understanding what's going on. But when I'm coming back to the zone and I'm doing it repeatedly, I want to be able to skip those things because I've already seen them. I've already seen them. I've already done them. I don't want to have to sit through it again and again. I just want to blast through the quests and be done with it, So, and I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way, I would imagine. So, anyway, that's enough of that. I am 50 now. That's all you'll see of this particular character, because the next thing that's technically on the 1 to 60 total list is the islands from 50 to 51, and I will not be using this character for that. I'm going to go back to the hunter. I think I got him to 50 already. If not, he will be. And you will see me on my hunter again. So, again, sorry for the insertion of a different character. But that's just how it be sometimes. So, anyway. So he's 50 now. I'm going to go do some testing in some other areas on him while I have him here. Just to see what happens. So, anyway. Thank you so much for watching. And as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to another episode of my long play of my entire 1 to 60 guide. My 1 to 60 route series. I'm never going to nail down that intro. I'll probably actually get a good one by the time the series is over. Because we're almost there. We're picking up almost where we left off from last time. And by that I mean, if you saw the previous episode for the Horde, we finished Highmountain, and we are level 50. But it was on a warrior, because if you remember, my computer had crashed while I was leveling this one, and thus the recording was not saved. So, we're back on the hunter. We're not on the warrior anymore. We can continue the rest of the route as I'm supposed to. Woof! And we are now on the 50 plus guide, the 50 plus route, the 50 to 60. We have still quite a ways to go. In a way, we're kind of like a little over half-ish done with the entire thing. Even though, we only have 10 levels left. So, what are you going to do? So, I'm level 50. Let me make sure he's still good. He should be. Still got all my heirlooms, yes. I haven't touched my gold. That's the gold I ended up with after finishing Highmountain. Let's see. Don't need that. I picked up archaeology because I had thought about doing archaeology for 50 to 51, because as a little tip, before we actually get into the route here, before we actually start, one tip, because I know some of you had complained that the islands are too hard for you. And I know. So for some of you, it's going to be the case. At level 50, island expeditions are not very easy. That's why I had warned, if they're too hard, you can go do the Maw intro instead. And, if it's taking you too dang long to do the islands, then do the Maw intro. But some of you also said, well, what if I already skipped the Maw intro? Because you can't go actually do the Maw intro again, unlike the Warlords of Draenor intro, which if you skip it and do the Garrison and stuff, you can actually come back and do the intro. The Maw intro is not that way. Same with the BFA intro. You skip those, they're skipped. You can't go back and do them. Even with Party Sync. I couldn't get it to work even with Party Sync. So I don't know what that's about, but anyways, so one thing you can actually do other than that, I found, is archaeology. Specifically vanilla archaeology, because you get more XP out of it. You can level in Kalimdor. I like the Eastern Kingdom ones better. I'm probably going to do a different video on this. I don't know when I'll release it. Soon. Maybe after the series is done, that way you can get a look at it. It takes about 30 minutes, but the kicker is you have to have rested for it to be good. Yeah, that's the thing. That's kind of something I'd found is a lot of the, I don't know, tricks, I guess, to get 50 to 51 before going into Shadowlands require rested. Like herbalism, which, I mean, that's in Shadowlands. Herbalism and mining, killing rares with party sync, specifically like Eastern Kingdoms, like vanilla rares, in certain zones. You need rested for that. If you want to do archaeology, you can do it without rested, but it'll take you about twice as long. And it needs to be specifically the vanilla archaeology. You can go do Legion and BFA archaeology at archaeology level 1, but you get less, and it takes longer, even though they're in smaller spaces. But I'll go over that in its own video, so don't worry about it too much now. Just know that if you are to do any of that, it kind of requires rested. And island expeditions, from what I've found, also don't rely on rested, but they are better if you have rested. And I unintentionally got rested on him here, because I can't do these consecutively. I just don't have the time. Because that's how I play. I don't play all at once, you know. I take breaks. And so my characters have rested. And that's just why I almost always have rested, and that's never a problem for me. But, because honestly, for me, it's harder to not have rested than it is to get rested. But anyway, I'm going to talk more about that in a second. So what we are going to do here, this is the Horde character, and as I said in the previous episode and on the Alliance route, the Horde character here, because the 50 to 60 route is absolutely identical for both factions. So this Horde character is the one that's going to do the guide that I made, that route. The Alliance one will do something different with that, and you'll see that when it comes out, because this, I think, comes out first. But, so the route that I published, that I showed you, 50 to 60 in my guide, this is what this character is going to do. And I know that I am going to skip the mod intro. So, as I had mentioned, I'm going to go ahead and skip it. Because I want to get my Covenant ability, because it's quite useful, have that extra power, and I can go ahead and pick it up because I'm just not going to do the mod intro. I know I won't. So, we are going to go pick our Covenant, and for him, I'm going to pick Night Fae because I rather like the Hunter Night Fae ability. And per the guide, we also need to pick up our lovely Engineering. Let's run in here. In case you're wondering, I am using, what do you call it? Help me play. The add-on I said not to use at this point because it has been updated since I made it. And as you saw, it just flew through all that for me. And it's attuned to Torghast. If you do /HMP/hump, it'll bring up a menu now. And you can tell it to pick certain things. Like, it even works for pre-Shadowlands stuff, but I kind of just like it for the Shadowlands stuff. I'm going to go ahead and turn off adventure maps now because I don't want that anymore. But you can tell it what to do and what not to do. So that's really nice. And of course, if you don't want it, you just turn it off entirely. So we have the Tower of the Damned, the Torghast quest, but we're not going to go do that yet. We are actually going to go back to Orgrimmar and go back to BFA, because we've already opened BFA up, and because we did the footholds and stuff, if you remember, to get to 50. And so, we are going to go to Zuldazar, and go down to the docks and do between 1 and 3 islands. Apologies, I've got some hot chocolate, and that might not have been the best idea. But I got it for Christmas, and I really wanted it, so... you know. But yeah, so that's what this episode is going to be, is depending on how long it takes me, how well it goes, because it does vary. Nice of everything to load in. The islands can go either really good or really bad. And I think there's a few things that depends on that. Because I've done it not with every class, but almost every class. I've leveled with Mage, Monk, Hunter, Priest, Paladin, Warrior, Private, Normal, thank you. I think that's it. I haven't done Shaman or Warlock yet. Yeah, I think that's it. And I didn't have a problem with certain classes. What I had a problem with, what made these islands difficult, is A, how you did the island, and B, what the team you got was. Because most of the teams are really easy, especially in the normal version here. They don't come out for the first several minutes, so you get a huge head start. And actually winning doesn't actually matter. You get a little more if you win, but it's okay if you lose. You don't have to, like, you know, be worried about that necessarily. But there are some teams that will hound the hell out of you. They'll just hunt you down, beat the shit out of you. I had that a couple times, and I just had to quit because I couldn't compete. Now, I'm going to take this a little slow to show you how I do this, because I think this is something that I should have done in the guide but didn't think about it. I'm level 50, as you see here. My heirlooms are item level 58. They will jump up about 40 levels when I hit 51. They'll be like 80 or 90 something. I don't quite remember, but it's quite a jump. And then these become significantly easier, but we're not going to be here at that point, and you get way less XP at that point as well. So, you got to be crafty about it. Because if you look, you can see here that these adds are 51. That rare is a 51 elite. That rare is a 52 rare elite. That rare is a 52 rare elite. But there are also mobs that are only 50. Now what you want to do, if you have rested, and we'll start with that version first, is kill as much as possible. You can still collect these and stuff. I mean, there's no reason not to collect these if they're right in front of you. But if you have a decent little chunk of rested and you have your heirlooms on, your rested will last a lot longer. You will get a nice little chunk of XP per mob. Excuse me. And these 51s are pretty easy to kill, as long as they're not elites. Now, so you see those rares, because I'm solo and there are 52 elite, since I'm on a hunter, I could probably solo them, but they're difficult. So what you actually want to do is avoid the rares if you can help it. Now, not all rares are high like that, but you want to avoid the rares. They'll just slow you down. They'll probably kill you. Don't mess with the rares. What you want are all these little mobs. And of course, you know, click on these. Oh, and that's something else I totally forgot to mention in the guide as well, because I was testing it and I forgot. If you have... Oh, shit. No, it was 53. How much did it deposit? I forgot. No! Money log. Sorry, hold on. My GB auto deposit got turned back on. Damn it. 53. We'll just do 53.05. It's fine. Gotta turn that off. What was I gonna say? Where is it? Darkmoon Fire Water. If you have those, watch. There's 2 left here. Okay, it takes a few seconds there. You chug one of those down, it's good for an hour. Speeds it up a little bit. These are technically gathering nodes. Now these are 51 elites, which means they're going to be harder than the regular 51s. And normally, I'm killing it to show you here, normally I like to avoid elites as much as possible unless they're by themselves. Because like this crab coming over here, if I had to pull 2 of these, I'd probably die. I would have some issues. But I can kind of pick these off one by one. I'm also a hunter, so you kind of got to know your class. Yeah, that's kind of that. Now, if you don't have rested at all, none whatsoever, obviously you're not going to get nearly as much XP out of these mobs. Because that's kind of the funny thing. If you go do Torghast, you will immediately notice that the XP per mob that you're getting here, even with rested, is way higher than the Torghast mobs. Like, it's kind of silly, but the islands are really kind of only good until level 52. Like, you can technically, if you have enough rested, or even if you don't really, you can stay in them until 52, and I've found personally that 52 plus, like 52, 53, even though it's significantly easier, you get practically nothing. It's just not worth your time, and you'd be better off doing something else. So if you want to stay here until like 52, you're more than welcome to. And on that note, that is something I was noticing, is I had wondered, well, what if I did... See, here's some 50s. Look at these low little 50s. Tasty. But anyway, I had wondered, what if I did Torghast, the Torghast daily, because we only do it once in the guide, because it kind of just sucks without it. You know, if you want to do it all in one shot. If the daily, like I said, is daily, so you can do it every day, and then it's good if you're, you know, you can do it again. But if you're doing this in the same day, don't bother with Torghast again, in my opinion. It doesn't give much. But anyways, I had wondered, since islands here are a little difficult if you don't really know what you're doing at 50, I wondered if you could do Torghast first. And you can do Torghast first right at 50. I don't want those crocs. I hate the chompers. Those are elites. This one's not an elite. And that one's not an elite. But see, if you're kind of choosy but quick, ooh, that's an extractor. The extractor can be good but also not good because, like I said, you're trying to get as much out of it. So in fact, because I have rested, I'm actually going to not activate, I don't want that guy. I'm actually going to not activate the extractor. Well, maybe. I see elementals around it. I'm going to activate that one because there's 2 different kinds of extractors. There's the one that you just activate and it just does its thing and it just stays that way until either the Horde or the opposite team kills it or it finishes. And then there's the other one where it will dig up mobs. And that's the one, that's the good one. I think based on all this shit around it, I think that's what this one is. I think I missed. Got him. Okay, good. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, see? Instantly. Oh no. Oh no. I pulled too much. I got greedy. See? You can't get greedy. Can't get greedy. It's a habit because I'm so used to questing in all the previous zones up to level 50 and just pulling like mad, you know, and it doesn't matter. Not here. It's kind of fun though. Like, I think it's a fun little challenge because you're not mindlessly doing it. Like, if I'm not in the mood, I won't do these, but sometimes I like a little bit of a challenge once in a while, you know? Let's go this way. Did I lose my... Yeah, it's fine. I'm not going to put on another Dark Moon Firewater. It's not necessary. Look at all those. But anywho, if you don't have rested, let me finish that. I didn't finish talking about that before we moved on. If you don't have any rested and you still really wanted to do island expeditions, you can kind of go about it two different ways. If you still want to kill everything as much as possible, you are still going to get decent XP even without the rested. Because winning or losing, completing, I guess, let's kill this guy first. Completing an island expedition does not get you much XP. It just doesn't. What gets you the XP is what you do inside of it, and that means technically it's the stuff you're killing. That's what actually makes it pretty decent. In a way, it's an instanced mob grind. If you want to cut it down to... cut it down to probably really what it is, as far as where your XP is coming from. Because the XP for completing it, even if you win, is pretty weak. So, yeah, not particularly great. Let's get that guy over here. Come here, you. I don't want that elite. I don't want that rare. He will pwn my face in. So we're just gonna not. You know? We're just gonna not. I know that treasure back there is tempting, but ooh! Okay, I thought he was coming over here. But all it technically is more azurite, so you know, whatever. And even these yellow these yellows here, kill them too. They're 50. They still give XP. Not as much, but they're really easy. And see, that's kind of the thing. You want to move through this as quickly as possible, but at the same time... Oh no, it's Stabby Lottie. Damn it. Ironically, I was called Lottie... Well, my name is Lottie. Way before, obviously, that character came out. But... frickin' Stabby Lottie. She likes to come stab you, hence the name. She won't stick with her group and she'll just come heckle you. It's not a loss if she's part of the team, because she's a rogue. She's not very consistent. She's not part of the team that just hounds the hell out of you. She'll just come heckle you once in a while, which is fine. But anyway, what was I even saying? Oh yeah, you want to try to get through this, like, not necessarily as quickly as possible, but just kind of efficiently, if that makes sense. You want to kill as much as you can. I mean, see, look how far ahead I am, and I haven't even spent that long in here. Ooh. Elementals. Neat. That's a rare. 52 rare. I don't want to get greedy. When they're in big old clusters like that, be careful, because it's like, well, you saw, I died. I pulled the stuff at the extractor. Yeah, over here. Got myself killed. I could probably handle these two. I don't want to get too greedy, but I bet I could. Hey. They're harvesting from the rupture. That's fine. They can stay over there. That's another thing too. You don't want to engage with the team because I have not successfully killed the enemy team. Leave them alone, and if they're gonna leave you alone, because most of the teams do leave you alone for the most part, there's just like one or two that will come try to eat your face. But just keep your distance from them. You don't want them. They're bad juju. Let's see. Let's pull some of these. And we're gonna... You just stay right there. We don't want you. I probably could kill the rares, but I don't want to. That's not kind of worth it, in my opinion. So we're just gonna slaughter these two. And hopefully I didn't aggro him. Yeah, I probably did. That's okay. Never run away. You can just stay in there and contemplate life. Okay, let's start picking off some of these. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Alright. It's a bad decision. Run away! Run away! I shouldn't have hit my thing so soon. I kind of panicked. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. See, don't get greedy. I got greedy again. I know better. I know better. I know better. Go away, please. Forget that. Go away, please. I know they'll eventually go away. I'll just do that. Look at me being a dumbass. Ah, that button. I hate how that button keeps getting screwed up. What is up with that lately? Anyway, as you can see, I'm not being very good about this particular island. But, I'm trying to show you what to do and what not to do. Did they get pwned? I think I just saw Stabby Lottie die. I think the Alliance is struggling over there. Losers. I'm just gonna take all these. That's actually funny. Huh. Well, that's fine. Yeah! I think they died. It's overtuned even for them. That's funny. I think they pulled too much. Yeah, I don't see them anymore. That's funny. That's okay. That is okay. And you can, if you wanted, also do these in groups still. You'll just get less XP, which is unfortunate. So I need to be smart. I need to be smart. Stop doing my thing. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. Take my own advice. Attack. Spood. Bad spood. But, yeah. So, that's kind of it. If you just loot stuff, avoid the 52s, and if you want to tackle the elites, if you feel confident enough, pick them off one by one. Don't pull in groups. But you just do that. There's a lot on these islands. Oh, damn it, it's Stabby Lottie. See, I told you she'd come be a little bitch. Get out of here. See, now I feel like I need to make a gnome named Stabby Lottie. I don't actually have a character. Yep, there she goes. Chicken. Luckily, she'll just do that. If she's in the team, like I said before, it's not a loss. She's just gonna come heckle you once in a while. So just beat the crap out of her until she runs away. And that's kind of the end of it. I don't remember what team it is that will come beat the shit out of you repeatedly. But let's see, they're too close together. I need to pick it up here. I might lose. If you want to elite, here we go. Here's a couple small ones. And there's definitely enough on these islands. I've not run into one that didn't have enough mobs for me to kill. There's so much on this island, which is nice. I do wish we didn't have to, like, let's see. I could probably take that one. Let's kill the little guy first. Kill, 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 kill. Okay. Alright. We're doing okay. We're doing fine. I know we're a little behind now, but I'm not worried. It's okay. It's Okay. So I only got like, it wasn't even in as much as a quest. It was like 3,500 XP or something for winning. I don't even remember. I'd have to go look. But it wasn't much. So the actual completion of the that alliance, that's alliance. That's an elite. We're gonna go around them. We're gonna beat them to this thing. That's an elite. Another elite. Turtle. Let's hope the alliance doesn't come over here. And let's take out this guy real quick. In fact, let's speed this up a little bit. I don't want to mess with the alliance. I want to get these little guys before they come over here. Alright, I'm probably going to focus a little bit. I want to try to win this. I'm probably going to lose. I dawdled too much to talk at the beginning, but it's okay. I wanted to show you, you know, kind of how to go about these, because there is a way to do it. There is. You know, and keep an eye on your health. It just kind of comes down to knowing your class. If you don't think you're a very good player, like even on a very basic level, then maybe, you know, islands aren't the best. I say as I almost die. I happen to like the challenge. Come on. Yes, go to my dog, please. Or it's not a dog, it's a spooter. Oh, health. That's what we want. Yes, keep an eye out for those Orbeez. They are lifesavers. Yeah, I think the alliance didn't come over here. They might be avoiding me because I beat up Latte. I don't know how smart they are, but supposedly those AI that you fight are semi-intelligent. I know Blizzard was quite proud of them when they created them, which is super cool. It is almost like playing against players. Like, honestly, if you told me they were players, I'd probably think they were. I wouldn't know, you know, aside from how they're named, I wouldn't know any better. They do play like players, which is neat. Some of them even do the jump around thing and like dance around you, and it's so freaking annoying, you know, like actual PvPers. So, little Twitch bots. These juicy things. All these things that got left behind. Excellent. Give. Yes. All the tasty tasties. Oh, there's that. There's Latte. You little wench. See? Told you she'd come heckle you again. You see that portal in the up right? What? Look at that. What? It is freaking out. Bye, Latte. I might still win. I don't think that team is doing very well. They didn't clear out all the stuff. But, then again, it's not entirely unexpected. Let's go this way. Is it just the turtle rare over there? Yeah. Oh yeah, and there are quests in here. They're random. Like there was the send help thing back there. I don't want that elite. I could probably take some of those if I do that. But yeah, like I was saying, you need to just kind of know your class, at least. Know your spec. If you can understand how your spec works for the most part, I'm not talking mythic raider level of expertise. Just, you know what all your abilities do and roughly how to use them. And if anything, this could be good practice. No one's here to make fun of you. This is solo play. If anything, this is kind of like a little mini solo challenge, you know? It'll teach you how to use all your stuff. If you look at it that way. Maybe I'll start recommending, people do, Whatever you call it. Can I? No, I gotta kill this guy. Like no health. But yeah, maybe I'll start recommending people do solo islands to better learn how to play their class. It's a thought. Interesting thought. Yeah, they're catching back up to me. Neck and neck. There's a lot of that with these. Because there's technically 3 of them and 1 of you. So, you know, they're gonna be a little ahead. Come on, kill him. Oh, this lightning. It hurts. It hurts. But yeah, see, look how far we are. We haven't even been in here that long. I'm not sure how long we've been in here. I've been recording for half an hour, but I think I talked for like 10 minutes, and I was not very efficient at the start of this because I was showing you kind of what I wanted to tell you about. Oh, I didn't get the chest here. Yes, you do. Killed the dude, get the chest. There we go. Nice. And those portals, in case you're wondering what that's about, that will take you to a really big elite, like a boss, kind of a boss, if you will. I don't recommend them. They're really hard. They're really cool. I loved when those pop up, but ouchies. Let's try to take out this guy. It's by himself. The other 2 aren't elites. But you kind of see what I'm talking about now. How I'm showing to do this here. But, and we only need to get to 51. And even if you're like almost 51, it's fine. I say over in this case is better than under, but you know, if you're like 5% off from being 51, it's not worth an entire another island expedition unless you had fun, because if you're 51 to 52 is really easy, actually, I thought, because it's, if you're wearing your heirlooms, they scale up a lot higher. I'll show you when I hit 51. So 58, remember that number. I'll show you the jump. There's a uncomfortably large jump between 50 and 51 in item level, and I kind of don't like it, but it's how it is. So there we go. See, look how much easier these guys are compared to like the elites. And I'm not gonna pull that big ol' 52. He will cream my face. I mean, I could probably kill him, but I'd rather not. Let's go ahead and get that going. Yeah. I'm going to back up because that might summon things. Yup. It's a big ol' 52. I knew it. I don't want that. I'm just gonna let that thing do its thing. Alright, let's go find something else to pick on. There's some more crabs. Oh, there's a thingy over here. Let's get that. Oops, wrong mount. It's okay. This is a small island. Rotting mire. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh, there's even some 49s. Some babies in here. 52 rare. Oh no! Shit. Kill fast. Gotta go fast. Go in here. I don't want that rare. Kill everything, and then... I forgot the thing. Take a sip, and then... run away. Passive. Get over here, Spood. Actually, there's another thing over here. You just stay there and think about what you've done. Alright, let's go kill this one last guy. Oh no! What? How did you get out? Oh, I bet it was that stupid thing. Oh, that's mean. Ah! No! Oh, there goes the Spooder. Run this way! No! No. 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 Actually, I wonder if I could actually take him. I'm right at the end. The Alliance are gonna win. Yeah, let's go ahead and take him. Why not? Let's see if I can do it. I probably can. Maybe. Yeah. He doesn't have a lot of health. Some of them have a lot of health and some of them don't. I think it's because he's a rare, not a rare elite. The rare elites. Those the bad ones. Those are the ones you don't want. Really don't want. Okay, yeah, he wasn't too bad. But that's only because I'm a hunter, and I know that. And my pet can take it to the face for me. But look at that. I mean, I started at 50.05. Nice Stabulati. Look at her immediately come for me. Be mean. And tap it. She did half the work for me. Yes. Oh, that one's all used up. I might still be able to win. I let it kill Latte. Let's see, what else can we pick on here? Golden Vein. He's a big boy. I bet that's the rest of the other 2 Alliance members, isn't it? Yep. We're not gonna mess with them. And one of the reasons you don't want to mess with them, in addition to you probably can't kill them, is some of them, when you kill them, they'll come at you with a vengeance, where they might have otherwise left you alone. They're, smart AI, so they'll hold a grudge if you kill them. You'll activate their hostile mode. So all of them, if you leave them alone, with the exception of like one team, they'll just ignore you and stab you, Latte. And I think it's Sneaky Pete, I think, is the Horde version of that character, because they all have equivalents. Let's freeze that one. Get this boy. But as you can see, the opposite faction, or the other team, they don't go very fast. I would have won this if I didn't die, and if, I was actually being quick about it. That guy's still moving. So, is what it is. So, they're gonna win here in just a second. Let's try to kill this before they finish. Nah. Yeah, see, there it is. I lost, and I got 3450. And if I recall, I'll do another one because I still have about 30% to go. I'll actually win this one. If I recall, it was like the same for winning. If not, maybe a teeny bit more. And I'll try to prove that in this video. So, I might go a little quiet because I want to make sure I win this one to try to show you and prove myself. Ooh, snowy! How thematic. I love this one. This place is pretty. Look at all the pretty. Look at all the pretty. It's so snowy and icy and frosty. I love snow. Snow's like winter is my favorite season, absolutely. Stick in the mud. I know there's these two that you can to be detected by enemies. Old Lucky Do. Yeah, sure, why not? Do those stack? Yeah. Might as well throw them on. I'm not gonna get enough, coins on this character. Those, any elites in there? I think I'm good. Anyway, I'm not gonna get enough coins on this character, doubloons rather, to buy any chests or anything for mounts. So I'm not gonna worry about it. So yeah, by all means, if you think buying those little tokens like that will help you, then do it. Oh, it's still on passive. Maybe? No. There we go. Joys of being a squishy hunter. I may have a tank pet so I can kind of get away with things, but on the other hand, when I don't have a pet or I decide to play marksman or something, really squishy. Really squishy. So, yeah, we're not gonna mess with those guys. Excuse me. Yetis. Necromancers, big boy. Look at these Yetis, they're so cute. I think the Yetis, these are the Pandaria Yetis. I think they're so cute. I wonder if we're north or south, the Dread Chain. See, that's kind of the funny thing is, I think it's because they didn't want to, but, these maps, you see these islands, but you can't back out to the world, so you don't know where you are on the world in comparison to the rest of everything else. They're just these islands in the middle of nowhere. I think probably they didn't do that probably mostly because they didn't want to try to have to add all these different islands to the main world map. But there is a finite amount of these, and I think it would be really cool if they did. Like there's a Gilnean one, there's a Pandaren one, like you can kind of guess where they are. You know, based on that, like this. I'm not sure, it's possibly really north, but I'm seeing dinosaur skeletons and stuff. So it could be really south. But how far south? Because that is kind of the thing too. I don't know where like the equator and such would lie on the map of the world map. I don't think it actually shows it. It doesn't show like a Arctic Circle, equator, and all that stuff type of ring. You just kind of have to guess based on climates. So this is probably north because of the snow. But yeah, I think that's Rykul stuff. Yeah, this is like Rykul stuff. This is probably a north of Northrend or something. Who knows? It's hard to say. I can only guess because we don't actually see where we are on the map, so. I love lore like this. I love geographical lore. I love history, like ancient history. All that stuff I think is fun. All elites. Elite is 3 elites in there. I'll probably pick off 1 at a time, 2 at a time. Alright. Got my big boy pants. Didn't want 2 elites, but that's okay. If I can kill them, that's 2 of them dealt with. They're definitely difficult. Ooh. Bad. Ooh, yes. Give. Excellent. Delicious. Beautiful. Okay. There. 1 elite's not so bad, but 2 though. Oof. Okay. And then... Okay. I think we're okay now. We still have that 1 more elite, but no. Why do you want me so bad? Go to the spider. Thank you. There we go. That's better. Whew. It can be done. These wolves hurt. Excellent. Now I'm gonna hit 51 while I'm in here, but I'm gonna stay. Getting a little ahead. What? Am I supposed to do something with this? Whatever. Is definitely, like, there's no reason why not, and it's only gonna get easier when I hit 51. And that doesn't mean you can go mow down these 52 elites by any means, but it will get significantly easier if you have your heirlooms and stuff on. I've not done it without heirlooms because I don't really have any reason to. So I don't know if it is still easier without heirlooms, but just get your heirlooms, honestly. They're nice. I like them. They scale real good, especially for Shadowlands content. So I don't have any reason not to. Okay, let's take out this elite. Oh shit, bring him over here. Forgot, it's attached to that. Come here, you. Big boy! Okay, there we go. Bunch of trolls. Who's the bad one? You. Okay. I pulled a wee bit too much, but it's okay. I can handle it. You come away from that big guy. That way we can corner him by himself. Yeah, see? And now I know not all classes have a CC, but you just do with what you got. That's why it's important to know your spec. You know, play the spec you're good at or want to learn. And this is a good way to do it. This will make you get familiar with your class real quick. What's this do? Oof. Ah, neat. So. Alright, I'm gonna hit 51 after this guy. You watch, 58. Item level 58. Like I was saying. Kadoosh, 51. Now you can just leave right now if you want. I'm gonna go ahead and finish this because I see no reason not to. See, now it says 98. 58 to 98. That's 40 item levels? 30? I can't count. A lot. It feels like a lot, you know what I mean? So, what's down here? I mean, look at this. It's just immediately easier. It's kind of silly, honestly. But we're just going to finish this one, and then we'll go do Torghast. I'll go ahead and do Torghast in this episode because it's by itself, it's like 15-20 minutes. That's not worthy of an entire episode, especially since these are coming out weekly. So we're gonna finish this and then do Torghast, and that will be this episode. Glacier Fist. After we kill these Yetis, for funsie, we'll see if we can take that guy on. Now that I'm 51. I don't know that I can. I probably can. But he's a... See how it says rare elite? It's not just 52 rare. Like that other rare we killed in the last one. The lizard guy. So, we'll see if we can kill him. He's a big bad, technically. Okay. Get him. Seek him. Kill him dead. See if we can do it. Oh yeah, I think we can do it. Popped everything. This spider happens to have lust on it. Oops, uh-oh. Okay, good, there's nothing up here. Usually getting feared into things is a bad thing. Okay, yeah, we did it. Nice. Ooh. Cavaldir. Ooh. Spooky, scary. Spooky, scary skeletons. Oh, here they come. It's so cool. I love the Cavaldir. Everything of Rhycool I just love. Yeah. Ooh. the Rotten. The Rotting something. Let's do that and take out your friends. It's all misty. It looks so bright on the snow. I love it. Okay. I'm purposely not using my bombs because those will pull that guy. And I am gonna pull him. I'm gonna see if I can kill him because I killed that other guy okay. But I definitely wanted to make sure I took out all of his friends first. Oh, he's in the ship. Alright. In the ship. Brr, I bet that water's cold. This is cool. It's all misty. Okay, let's get out of the ship. Let's get out of the water here. There we go. Yeah, I can take him now. Not bad. I usually avoid them anyways, just because they take a while to kill. But, I still have rested. Thanks to my heirlooms. And, yeah. So, not bad. Alright, cool. Ah, sweet. Let's get that. All these little shinies. Excellent. Alright, let's go see who else we can pick on. Oh, I see the alliance is active now. That's fine. Look at all these little yellows. Whoa! They got bigger. They must have been drunk. That's hilarious, honestly. Whoop. There's a whole bunch over there. What are those? Oh, I bet that's a necromancer. Or something. Oh, that's rare. Oh, but it's just a regular. It's not an elite. Alright, well, let's kill the oaf first. I'm not gonna bother with these bonus objectives. I don't recall them giving XP. And even if they did, I don't recall it being very good. I'd have to look back at my data, but I feel like it was a no. That's okay. Alright, alright. I mean, they're all pretty low. Big boy's over there. Okay, well, let's just play with these hounds then. I think I got this. Because I almost lose my mouse. I think I can do this. Yeah, there we go. Another rare that's just a regular rare. I like those. Alright, let's stop you in your tracks. Excellent. Yeah, see, it would have pulled her. Uh-huh. Oh no. Is that Alliance? That is Alliance. I don't want to engage them. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, okay, they left me alone now. Assholes. That's fine. I can go fight other things. Hrumph. That's alright. They didn't hound me for too long, so I don't think they're the... Yeah, see? Just run for it. We won't chase you. Fine. That's fine. Good. I don't want them to chase me. That is good. Raoul the Tenacious. He can, that's fine. Alright. Yeah. go. Beautiful. Look at all this stuff. The volcano over there? It's so random. The snow is on fire. I don't think that's quite how that works. That's okay. Okay. I'm gonna start pulling some of these. There's a couple of elites there, and we don't want to pull both of them at once. Oh no! You're not supposed to chase me! Go away! Really? Did you shoot? Did you send your dog all the way up here just to bite me? That's so rude! What an asshole! What an asshole. What an asshole. That's okay. That's alright. We're still ahead. Wanna win this one. I usually just lose them because it doesn't matter, but I want to show you that it doesn't matter. Obviously I'm gonna be getting a little bit less XP anyway, because I'm 51 now, but still, you should see that it isn't that much. Necromancer. That just looks like a bad time. I'm not gonna mess with them. Necromancers always pull things out of their ass. Excuse me. Let's see. Either I cleared these out. Nah, the Alliance did. Oh, speaking of. I'll pass on that. Thank you. What's down here? There's stuff up there. Is there anything in here? Nothing exciting. Alright. Well. Not gonna bother with that. No thank you. Oh, leave me alone. Ah. You're supposed to leave me alone. I hate it when they don't. Because I got too close. Good, they're not giving chase. Hey, what's this? A Netherite machine. Well. Don't mind if I yes. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, he's not an elite. We can take this guy. He just looks scary. That snow is so bright. I freaking can't see the extractor. Disoriented. There we go. Now I don't know if this one is gonna pull out mobs or not. It might not. Some more necromancers. Oh, it's an elite all by himself. Look at that. That? Yeah, that's not a mob one. That's okay. Yeah. That is okay. Man, that's bright. That snow is so bright. I mean, it's accurate. Snow's freaking bright. But the mist on the snow is just... yeah. It's just cranking it up. Whew. Alright. Well, that wasn't so bad. Some more ice tusks over there. Yeah, normally I would just drop out at 51 here, because it's not necessary beyond that point. But I want to show you how much you'll get if you win, since I didn't win the last one. Which is fine, because I wanted to, you know, show you that, I mean, you don't get much for losing. Uh-oh. Pull this guy back out. Oh, is that the Alliance again? You assholes. Taking my shit. Rude. I want these. They're gonna switch to me, aren't they? Dicks. You just stay over there and play with those. Can I actually take you out now that I'm 51? I am a level above them. Ow! Ow! No. Run away! Run away! There goes my wolf! Go away, please. It's a big boy. Rare elite. Ow. Yowie! They were mean to me! What's this? Don't know. We're gonna not use AoE. Fine. Okay, now we can pull this guy. There we go, that's what I wanted. Health. Excellent. Okay. Yeah. We'll win unless they suddenly get something really big. Oh. Oops. Oh well. Yeah, see, look. 3450. I got exactly the same. It's right... Oh, shit. You realized you can't see it. I forgot the experience thing. I'll pull it down for you. My camera's blocking it. I forgot that it had been reset on this character. I moved it down on the other one. Oh, yeah. Well, I can scroll up and show you. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Not general, darn it, it's emotes. Ah, poopy. I'm sorry. I've all been like, see, look! And you can't look. Ah, my bad. My bad. There we go. Now you can see that, chat. I am sorry. Okay, see right here. 3450. Can I go back far enough to see the other one? Piglet. Ice Tusk. No. They reset. Darn it. Anyway, just take my word for it. It was the same. Even at 2 different levels, in fact. So winning or losing does not matter. It does not matter at all. So, I didn't set my hearth. Rats. Rats. That's okay. I'll do this. I forgot to set my hearth to Oribos. And I'm not going to use my generator because I want to use it. Actually, I'm not doing it immediately. I'm dumb. I can just use my generator. Oribos, please. I was thinking I was going to immediately go to one of the zones. That is incorrect. I am going to Torghast. We are going to go to Torghast first because that one's quick. So, alright. First, set my hearth. Alright, hearth. Over here at the Idelia. See? 5137, not too shabby. We might even be 52, when we, I don't want that quest, but it's fine. Might even be 52 when we do finish Torghast. So, but if you're at least 51.5, like I show you in the guide, you'll be fine. All right, in we go. Whee! It's Torghast time. All right. Hello, sir. And oh, ma'am. Alright, what do we got this week? Skuldus or Mortregar? Let's do Skuldus, that sounds fun. Oh, now this part should only take you between 15 and 20 minutes. It's usually what I time it at. Unless you're just really struggling for some reason, but you should be fine. Alright, let's see here. Kill a shot. Yeah, let's do that. Here we go. Torghastarino. Torghastarino. Alright. Didn't loot. Whoops. Got used to not looting in the islands. Now for Torghast here, you don't need to kill as much. See, look at the XP difference in killing these. You know, a few thousand versus that 60. And I have rested, so it's technically increasing it. It's normally like 35 or whatever it is. Gross. So you can skip actually as much as you want here. The only thing you technically have to kill are the end bosses of each little floor. I kill them just because I can. They're not hard. They're significantly easier than islands. And you don't have to worry about like elites and non-elites and all that stuff. More health, please, yes. Now we'll focus on that one, thank you. Thingy. Sure. Get more things, stuff and things. More stuff and things. Oh yeah, the souls. You definitely want to get the souls, because you just saw they give XP. And the quest gives XP. Like if you're gonna... I mean, you don't have to. You can skip it. You're gonna get roughly the same XP either way. But, you know, there's the only thing in here that actually gives any XP, really. So... Well, yeah. That's a thing. But that's okay. That's okay. I honestly wish they gave more, like even almost as much as island mobs. And I would love doing Torghast repeatedly. But doing it without the daily, because it's really the daily quest that gives you any valuable XP, in my opinion. Because, without it, you don't get much for completing the actual run itself, you know, kind of like islands. You don't get much for completing the actual island. It's what you're doing in it that gets you the XP. So without the daily, Torghast just kind of sucks for leveling, that is. I love Torghast. I think it's really cool. But for leveling, it's not great, honestly. I mean, if you're leveling over a period of multiple days, then by all means, do it at least once a day, because you do get decent XP. Of course, you get less the higher level you get. I've not actually leveled a character on just Torghast dailies. I don't actually know how long it would take. I could probably guess. Oh no, I hate those. If you're good at those, go for it. I hate them. I hate those type of puzzles. That and the one with the colored runes on it. They frustrate me. I don't like puzzles, ironically. They just frustrate the hell out of me. So I don't bother. It's whatever. It's whatever, man. It's okay though. Alright. No. Yes, please. More Covenant ability. Thank you. Okay. Come on. I would like to see, please. Thank you. Okay. It's probably the one episode where I really talked about what I'm doing the whole time. I usually don't, just because, I mean, it's just questing, you know? There's not, like, a fine art to it, really. I mean, maybe there is, and I'm just discrediting myself, but I don't know. It's just quests to me. But, you know, stuff like this is different. Sure. Let's go faster. Torghast is cool. Oh, another thing. Sure. More haste. Why not? Alright. Yeah, this is going pretty well, but yeah, you see what I mean? You see how easy this actually is? If you don't pull 10 million mobs at once, you can just cream through it. They really don't hurt that much if you don't pull too many of them, so just pull them in chunks. And some hulls are harder than others. Some wings, I mean. The soul forges, I think, are my favorite, just because they're the easiest. Down we go. Kind of. Eh. Spood, there you are. Where are we going? Oh, there's the end. Yeah. I mean, I really like all the Torghast wings. All the Torghast, the different wings. I think they're really cool. But some of them are harder than others. Like Cold Heart Interstitia. However you properly say that. Whew. That one's rough for me. Especially since you can get bumped off when you're not looking by the Mossworn. Oh. Many of AFK deaths because of that. I'm so glad they didn't make this timed though. I'm so glad they reeled back on that because I like going at my own pace and not being pressured because of a timer. That's something I really wish they would do with islands. Like, technically, oh, I should have saved that for the end boss. Oh well, whatever. Technically, you don't have a timer, but there really is for islands because, whoops, what's going on here? Getting crazy. There we go. Anyway, because you're fighting against an enemy team, and you can only be there if you're not, trying to win. You can only be there for as long as that team allows you. Which annoys me, because I want to go explore every little nook and cranny of all the islands. But you can't really do that so long as that enemy team is there. No. Sure, why not? I'll be jumpy. Mr. Jumpy Pants. Whee! Whee! Oh, darn it. Get these souls. Yes, please. Tasty, tasty souls. Mm-hmm. Ooh, more thingies. Yes, please. Mm-hmm, more souls. Smash the pots, Legend of Zelda style. Give. I don't need these. I can technically skip these. You can skip these. You can skip all this. You don't need to kill everything. You don't need to loot everything. I like to, first of all, and I think it's fun. So, you know, why not? I'm here. Why not? Why not? Alright, what boss we got? Ah, he's got a little Christmas hat! I like that. We're gonna kill evil Santa. Alright. Hello, friends. In fact, I'm gonna pull a little big so I can use up this. Oh no, it's doing the glitchy thing. I don't know why it does it, but sometimes this glitches out and I have to reload because it won't let me use it. It doesn't do it very often, but it's so irritating. Well, better here than at the boss, I guess. I'll save it for the end boss now. Yeesh. Get these and then I'll reload real quick. Okay, reload. Now I can actually use the dang thing. So irritating. But yeah, as you can see, Torghast is way easier than Islands. And it's, for me, it's just as easy at level 50. So, since I know you lovely lovies are watching this and taking notes if you wanted to, you can do Torghast first, and then do Islands. But Torghast first, unless you do it like 4 times, will not get you 1 full level, unfortunately. Because the first time you do it will get you at 50, probably like 70% of a level, maybe? It's between 60 and 70%. And then, you know, that's with the daily. And then after that, if you don't have the daily, you get like 10%, which is awful. It's just awful. So, personally, I wouldn't bother, but, you know, unless you really enjoy it, by all means. Oh. Kill, 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 kill. Killing this boy. Oh, guess we're pulling this guy too. That poor soul. Alright. Here we are. And if you're still all watching, there's one more trick I'm going to show you after Torghast here, before the next episode, which is a little, it's not about leveling necessarily, it's a little anima trick, if you will. So I'm going to show you how I do that. I'm not going to tell you what it is, I'll just show you when I get there. So, stay tuned. Alright, the soul. Lovely, lovely. We're almost there. Doesn't take long. Boop. Boop. Oh, the Phantasma. What is Phantasma, even? Have we been told what it's... This extinguished strand of anima. Oh, so it's like it's like toxic sludge. It's like ectoplasm that's been used, huh? That doesn't sound very tasty. I mean, technically, probably none of it is, but you know, whatever. Alright. Hey. We got ourselves a friend. Oh. A friend. Hello. There we go. Eh. Rude. Ah, more jars, more pots. Murder. Nice. Alright. Now this, if you get one of these, a buddy like this, save them, and you find where you turn them in at to finish their quest. Turn them in after you finish the little end boss of this floor. That way your follower here can help you kill the end boss. They do a little bit of help at least. Something. A little bit of something. I lagged there for a second. I was worried I was going to DC. I was like, please don't. That's okay though. Alright. We are almost done. Excellent. Look how easy these guys die. Pretty easy, honestly. Compared to, regular Torghast and compared to islands. Islands are tuned quite high, I think. They could definitely be dialed back a little bit. Here we go. Are we almost at the end here? Close, hopefully. This is a long haul. It's okay. Part of the experience. Okay. Alright. Looking sassy, looking fine. It's probably over there. I don't actually need to pull all these. Oh yeah, I forgot I had the jumpies. Well, I guess we're pulling them anyways. Alright, that's fine. I can do Fey things. And I have Calyx. Useful. Excellent. Yes, please. Those souls give you buffs too. 1% per soul, so my strength, agility, and intellect are up by 14%. Which is pretty cool. Alright. Might as well kill everything in here, I guess. Nice. Whoop, make sure to loot. Here we go. Doot. Alright. Yep, I see the question mark. We must be nearing the end here. Kill these darn shacklers. Yeah. Alright. This place is so cool. I love how spooky it is. I love how it's quiet most of the time. Like, there's spooky music once in a while, but I do like that it's quiet most of the time. Just because it's, adds to the spookiness. Where's the end? Are we almost there? This one's long. It's a long haul. I have to pee. Yep. Not gonna turn them in just yet. The end should be around there somewhere. Hopefully. There we go. More souls, please. Give. Yeah, there's the end. Pull these guys. Beautiful. Tasty. Tasty nuggets. And I'm actually going to save this for the next floor boss because the end boss is on the next floor. So, I'm going to save that. Kill our Santa Sworn. I'm out of water too. I'm thirsty. You need to die. Get out of that. These guys' armor is so cool. I love it. They look awesome. I just love the aesthetics of the mod, Torghast, and all that stuff. It's all spooky, epic. But the art team always does a good job. I mean, they just do. Sure. Alright. Go turn this guy in real quick. There you go. Give me my thing. See, look, XP. Excellent, help by 15. Down the boots. Why not? Whee! That's a new one. I haven't used that before. But then again, I haven't done many hunters to Torghast. I mean, I have this part, but not like, well, I guess I have done a lot of hunters to Torghast. I don't know. I just haven't seen that one before. Maybe it's a survival thing. Super best. Hello, Saw. Perfect. Beautiful. Alright, let's use this thing. What do we got? Sure. I like that. Alright. Warden Scoldus. You mean he doesn't have his hat on, or maybe he does. He does, it's just small. It's behind his little thornies. I love it. Oops, I caught that. I should have done that right in front of him. Oh well. Whatever. We're gonna murder his face. Oh yeah, we got this thing too. Yeah, we're gonna murder. Look at this. Look at this murderage. Epic. Warden Santa Scoldus on his doge, his mighty doge. Kill. Eh. Come here, you. No rats, thank you. Those are gross. No likey. I mean, rats are completely adorable, but not when they're trying to eat your face. Nice. Look at that. Bam. Done. Where's the exit? It's over here. Nice. And we got renown from that. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do the renown thing first. Whoops. That's why we got renown from it. Oh well. Turn in the quest, please. Okay. He got stuck. There we go. Hey, look at that. Alright. And before we turn in this next quest, because that'll give us renown, we don't want to waste our renown. So I'm going to show you my little tricky trick. Because like I show you in the guide, you want to grab the island from the... I'm supposed to do it before I jump in, but I totally forgot. You want to buy the lovely... delete that. Item here. You know, to get yourself to 40 renown. We're actually going to buy 4 total. I'm going to show you my little secret here. It's quite tasty. It's tasty wasty. Alright. So first, we're gonna use this. I'm renown 40 with Ardenweald. Now watch what happens in my bags. Ugh. Bam, I got them out, which I already know, so I can delete it. And 1k anima. There's 4 250s right there. Okay, see that? 1k anima. Now watch this. Emperor the Venthyr. I'm gonna use this. Give it a second. Oh, what's this? Another 1k anima. Not that I already know. Let's switch to the Necrolords. Why not? Now I'm 40 with the Necros. Another 1k anima. An amount I already know. Okay, now let's switch to the Kyrian. And use the last one. 40 with the Kyrian. Nice, nice, nice. And another 4k anima. An amount I already know. I now have 4k anima. I have 4k anima total. There's 250. Worth 250, and there's 4 in a stack. So now I can go back to the Night Fae. I can go ahead and turn in this. And we actually don't need to pick these up, as I have found. I didn't know that it didn't force you to pick these up. You don't actually need them. You don't need to pick the next one. So I know in the guide I said to pick Ardenweald. Doesn't make a difference. We're not going to bother. However, before we quit here, we're going to do a thing. I'm going to go straight to Ardenweald, but we're not going to quest there yet. That just happens to be my... I mean, obviously Revendreth is technically next, but we're not doing the zones yet in this episode. I'm just completing my anima trick, because for that anima to be worth anything to me, this alt's not going to use it, but my main is, who I'm currently grinding out all the Covenant transmog on. But for this to be useful, it has to be mailable, not soulbound. So, even though I'm only 51, I can go all the way to my Covenant. For me, it's Night Fae, so here in Ardenweald. And we're gonna go down to our Sanctum and deposit the anima. 4k. Okay? Now I can't do anything with any of this until 60, as it says here, which is fine. I don't want that on him anyway. I'm not going to be using it. So, I can hearth back to Oribos now, since I already used my engineering portal. And we're going to go talk to that same vendor. Because that same vendor I bought the renown items from is also the one who will talk to me. Give you anima caches that are now account bound. Bam! I now have 4k anima that I can mail to my main character. Excuse me. Which I will do just for the heck of it. So, we have a mailbox over here at the bank area. I'm gonna send this to my main, which is Rolled, Fear, Moonguard. There's Alliance, so I have to type that all in. Yes, I know who that is, and even if I did it wrong, it wouldn't let me send it to him because it's account-wide, account-bound, and I can't mail it to other players. And bam! Now, in my main's mail is going to be the delicious 4k anima. And of course, that was paid for by all the gold I had gotten from questing from 1 to 50. So, that was the islands and Torghast. The islands themselves should take you a total of about 30 minutes, maybe less, if you're good. I did not do very good, but I wanted to show you, you know, what to do. And I got greedy a good couple times, and I went over 51. You can do that too. It doesn't give you much of an advantage, unfortunately. But you can just stop at 51. Even if you're in the middle of an island, you can just leave. It's fine. And then you do Torghast, and you should be at least 51.5, and you're golden at that point. And Torghast should only take you 20 minutes, if that. So, you know, less than an hour, and you should be level and a half minimum. I didn't do very well here. I mean, my Torghast was fine. And I did a lot of talking and explaining and showing, so that's okay. But anyway, we're going to end that here, because now the next 4 episodes, because there will be 4, because there's 4 different zones. I'm going to keep them separate by zone. And, you know, they're going to be about an hour-ish, kind of. But anyway, Revendreth, Ardenweald, Maldraxxus, and Bastion. So, I might combine a couple of them. I don't know. Anyway, so that's it for this episode. That was the Island Expeditions and Torghast. I'm sure you can do better. I know I can. I just wanted to show you how to do it. So, anyways, thank you so much for watching. And as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my 1 to 60 series, where I do my entire route the proper way. This time we're on Horde, picking up exactly where we left off from last time, which was Islands and Torghast. And now we're going to get into the 4 zones. We're just going to get right into it, because we got a lot of work to do. And we are going right to Revendreth, as per my guide. So, here we go. We're going to get right into it. I'll be glad to finally be able to finish this series, recording this series. Like, that's my goal today. I'm going to spend all day recording this. I just haven't had time, you know, to do it. So, but here we are. We're going to finish it. So, we are in Revendreth. As you can see on screen here, I made I'm calling it a prototype route in-game, using the add-on routes to be able to make a line route. It's prototype because I haven't used it yet. I made it simply based off my instructions in the guide. So per instructions, we're going to do this bonus objective, which that's the world quest. We don't need that. By all means, if you want to do the world quests, you know, while you're doing these, go for it. But I've found them to not really be worth my time unless they completely overlap. Like this kind of does. I guess it technically does because of that, but wow, excuse me, my voice immediately. I even did warm-ups and it's immediately like, nope, we're done now. It's okay. Where is everything? And it's a Sunday, so unfortunately there's a lot of people on right now. And when I'm recording this. So, I might have some competition for things, but that's okay. That's okay. So, we're going to do this bonus objective first before we get going into the rest of the zone. Oh, that's right. I need to set it to survival because I redid keybinds. There we go. Alright. We're getting right into it. And I'm going to push the Horde version, this series particular here that we're working on, because, you know, I got Alliance and Horde going at the same time, and the Alliance is doing something different for leveling. I'm going to push the Horde one out first, so that's going to double up each week, because there's going to be 4 episodes left of this, because I'm making sure each zone that we do is going to be in its own episode. That way, if you want to watch just that, it's individually laid out for you. But they should be in 4 pieces like that. They'll be much shorter than the other episodes, which will be nice. Mostly for me, maybe for you too, but mostly for me because it means the upload time won't be nearly as long. Takes me a while. But how have y'all been? It's been a little while since I recorded for this particular series. Because I've been so busy. I've been trying to get all kinds of stuff going. I've talked about it before in other episodes, so I'm not gonna rehash that, but you know, busy. So much to do, so little time, never enough time to get it all done in a day, you know. It's how it is sometimes, but it's okay. That is okay. Pop that down. Kill that guy. Yep, get out of here. Oh. But I expect to fly through this. And hopefully my route is... my prototype route is fine. When I make sure... you know, because this is the first time I'm going to be using it. I didn't have routes in-game. Line routes, rather, using routes for my leveling stuff. I only ever really use the add-on routes for... 99% really? Alright. I only ever use it for like herbalism, mining, treasures, stuff like that. Really, you're gonna be that way? Whatever. I hadn't really, ironically, thought to use it for leveling. I don't know why, but I guess just because I'm so used to doing my own thing. It's whatever. So, I'm going to see how this works out. And then I need to remember to share it when it's good. Probably going to change the color of it. I usually do pinkish because most greens aren't pinkish, but a lot of the zones in all of the zones in Shadowlands, the pink kind of blends in a little bit, so I'm going to probably change it to like super bright green or something. That way it's more obvious. But yeah. So, we're gonna right back into it. So, you won't have to see my sometimes pretty face for much longer in this series, because I don't really do a whole lot of these otherwise, but that's okay. I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little low energy today, and I don't really know why. Especially since I'm like, I went to bed going like, yeah, I'm gonna get 6 episodes cranked out. I'm gonna finish this series because there's about 4 more required for this Horde route. And I wanted to get this one out specifically first, on that note real quick, because I noticed more and more people are watching my 50 to 60 guide again. And I keep seeing it recommended on Twitter and stuff, which is super awesome, by the way. Super thank you for that. I mega appreciate it. Coming from being a teenager in my youth who had terrible self-esteem stuff, and then, you know, making myself grow up, if you will, and believe, like, no, I am better than that. I can do better. And then to see that people are like, I love this guide. I'm going to recommend it to so-and-so without me even saying anything. That makes me feel good. You know what I mean? Like, it feels good when people... Well, I don't need that. I can just do this. People are like, hey, I recommend, you know, Kraken Latte. I'm not saying you have to go do that if you haven't been. Don't feel required to. I'm just saying to those that have been. It's been a real confidence booster, if you will. Because that's something I'd struggled with growing up, was, I guess, depression, technically. Even if I didn't recognize that's what it was. But, you know. But, anyway, so I'm a little low energy today for no reason, really. Other than I just am. But that was a real confidence boost this morning to see that. Guess I don't need that anymore. Oh well. We're skipping that one, that's right. We're going over here, pick up the Wanted, and then going to Laurent. That's right, yeah. It's been a while since I've actually done this route myself. I had to watch my guide for a quick refresher to make sure I give you all proper instructions here, just because I've been working on a lot of other things that haven't been Shadowlands leveling. So, you know, yeah. Alright. Not walking with him yet. Gotta go kill the dudes to take his stuff. But yeah, I want to get these 4 episodes out first. Of course. That way, if I can recommend it, I can put it underneath that guide video in case people want to see a full long play of the 50 to 60 portion. Because some people work better if they can see every detail, and I get that. I totally understand that. So that's what this is going to be. accurate to the guide as possible. I know I'm already a little bit ahead because I did an extra island BFA island in the previous episode. I didn't need to, but I wanted to show you, like, if you continue to do it, you'll get less XP type of thing. So I'm a wee bit ahead, but not by much, honestly. We'll be fine. So and I have my heirlooms and stuff on you. Yeah, good. I definitely recommend heirlooms. I already did a video on heirlooms, but I might do a refresher for folks or something, or update the other one I had just to kind of point out, because rested experience, this little bar here that I have from LVUI, tracking that, rested really does make a huge difference. They've kind of designed it so you get more if you play less in terms of experience. Get on your mount. But, you know, it's just kind of interesting. But yeah, in the other 2 episodes, I said 6, so it's going to be 4 for this, because I got the 4 zones left, and I want to separate those out. That way they're, you know, you can look up exactly what you want, instead of having to click through a time bar. And the other 2, I'm assuming it's only going to need 2, are going to be the Alliance one, finishing that off. Which I might just put that in on Saturdays or something, because here shortly, the old Let's Plays and things that I'm putting out, re-uploading from my other channel, are coming to an end. There's only a few things left, and should end on the 3rd officially. And so those slots will no longer be old Let's Plays, but new stuff from here on out. All my old stuff's already been re-uploaded, with the exception of a few ambience videos, but they're not quite the same as the old ones. A lot of them have been added on to. I'm completing zones, and I'm putting them out. From here on out for the ambience, I'm going to put them out as hour compilations. Oh, get the thing. Instead of the 10 minutes slices that I used to do. I think people like them more like that, which I can totally understand why. And I'm going to keep doing the ambience videos. I like them. I don't care that they're not that popular. I know they're niche. I don't care. I like them. And I know those that do like them for the same reasons I do. They're nice to listen to. You can use them for whatever you want. I don't care. But I'm a big fan of the ambience in this game. I love the music too, don't get me wrong. But after so many times of hearing the music, you know, you kind of don't need to hear it anymore. Because you get it, I guess. So I like putting on just ambience. But so those will still be going out. Those will basically be new because they're being updated and redone a little bit. So after the 3rd of February, no more old stuff. It'll all be new stuff from here on out because the channel mergers are done, and everyone that originally wanted me to separate all my content into different channels, like over a year ago now, because they didn't like my Let's Plays, or they thought it was stupid, or, you know, stuff like that, they can suck it, because I want it all in one area, and that's where it's going to be for the rest of my YouTube career, which, oh, there we go, is not going to stop anytime soon, because I like it. Speaking of, I don't remember who it was by, but someone commented in one of my videos the other day, and I like it when you comment positive things, just because I do read them, even if I don't answer them. It makes me feel good. So I'm that person, I guess. It's nice to feel that reassurance, I guess. But anyway, someone said that YouTube wasn't recommending me to them. They hadn't seen me in a while, and they're like, you know, I miss Kraken Latte. I'm gonna go see if they're still around. And they were delighted to see that I'm still going and all that stuff. And thank you for that. Like, I think that meant a lot more to me than I think you realize, because it's, I don't know, maybe it sounds selfish, maybe not. It's nice to be missed, if that makes sense. Because I know we're kind of in a funky time in Warcraft right now. Because there's like a big divide. Some people love it, some people hate it. I mean, it's always been like that, but more so this time. Blizzard's, you know, changing and growing, and they've been bought by... Oh, sorry, person. I'd res you if I could, but they're changing and growing. They've been bought by Microsoft, and some people are angry about that. Some people don't care. Some people love it. I'm indifferent, I guess. It's whatever to me. I still need Ravagers. Here's some. But, yeah. And you know, a lot of YouTubers are quitting World of Warcraft stuff. Uh-oh, there's the lag. The game's been a little laggy today. And they're doing maintenance tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? Wednesday morning. Which is unusual instead of Tuesday, so I don't know what that's about, but... Anyway. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh, so, you know, I don't care if people want to quit and move on. No one's holding you to continue to do this type of content. No one's requiring you to keep playing WoW. If you've fallen out of love with WoW, then so be it. That's on, you know, that's you. It's not me. But in my case, I'm not stopping. I always have loved the game. To me, I don't care if it's controversial. You can bite me. I thought, well, WoD, BFA, and Shadowlands were all great expansions. Are they the best? No, but they're not the worst. My least favorite are actually BC, Wrath, and Mop. And I know that is controversial. Maybe I'll do one of those tier list things for fun. Because every once in a while I get asked, you know, what my favorite expansions are. But I always feel like there's so much that goes into an expansion. Everybody's got different reasons. Like, Mop, for example, is my probably first or second least favorite expansion. Despite that being technically the one I officially started in. But I like the aesthetic. It's not like I don't. I love the Mog. I love the zones are beautiful. But I don't like the storyline in it. I feel like a lot of the characters are kind of... Yeah, like that. Kind of lame. I don't know. I just didn't care for a lot of it as in terms of story. Kind of like BFA. It's kind of the same, but I liked it more than Mob. So, but it's for different reasons, you know? And I feel like, you know, if I'm going to do a tier list like that, which I kind of want to do, I kind of want to download that app thing that I see sometimes, or whatever it is. I've never used it. Where, you know, you can put in the little tier things and it's on the S through F or whatever it is list, and you can move the little blocks around. I've always kind of wanted to do it just for fun. So I probably will, but I feel like when I rank each one, I'll have to preface why and why not, I think would be prudent, because, you know, everyone's gonna have their different reasons. I don't have that first expansion nostalgia. I didn't like vanilla. I didn't like classic, the original WoW, World of Warcraft, when it first came out. I didn't like BC when it came out. I didn't like Wrath when it came out, despite the story being one of my favorites in the game, because I'm a huge Arthas fan. I love the books. I love the lore and the story and the Lich King and all that stuff. I don't really like questing there. I kind of feel like Wrath kind of had a whole lot of nothing to do, if you will. It doesn't have a lot of the endgame stuff that we have now. You know? So, same with BC. Didn't particularly care for it. So that's why it's, you know, it's going to be very different. I don't have that nostalgia love necessarily, because mine is a very, you know, not probably totally different from other people, but it's a different experience. Because games I played as a kid were very different. It's a lot of, it wasn't WoW. I didn't get into WoW until I was like 19, 20. I was always a Warcraft fan. I played the RTSs, you know, Warcraft 2 and 3, and I read the books. I've always had all the books. I collected cards. I have a lot of cards behind me on the shelves from multiple expansions. I have TCG mounts, not all of them, but some of them, because I was a card collector. You know, that sort of stuff. I miss those cards, by the way. I wish you could still collect them. When you can, if you want to pay half your soul for a set, though. But anyway, so I've always been a Warcraft fan. But in terms of the MMO itself, I didn't really like it until probably MoP. And I didn't even like MoP much, Mists of Pandaria, when I started. But the reasons I like the game are probably very different than most people. Which is, like, I know I had mentioned before, I want to do a video on why I'm still playing, why I still love World of Warcraft. And I know folks had said I don't need to do that because I shouldn't have to justify myself. But I think I see it a little different. It's not that I'm justifying, but I think maybe I look at things differently than a lot of people. I've found that out over the years. I just see things different. And I think maybe that could help. I don't know. Maybe that could help some people be like, you know what? Yeah, I never thought of it like that. You're right. This is why I keep playing, or why I miss it when I'm gone, or something. You know what I mean? Maybe that would help people a little bit. Like another video, like I feel like I need to do more personal stuff here and there. And I think I will, because I'm going to have the Saturday slot kind of open for stuff, because I want to do art stuff for that eventually. I want to do an art day because I am an artist. I do have the capability of doing art stuff like that. I want to do World of Warcraft characters and such, but I'm working right now off camera, if you will, on discovering my style. And I know that sounds a little funny, but I feel like it's just something I've always struggled with, and maybe that's why I'm not happy with my art a lot, because I haven't, like, really figured out or mastered my style, because I tend to mimic people, mimic art that I see, because that's how I learned. So that's going to be a while, because ultimately what I want to do with that, I want to draw my own characters. I want to sketch scenes. I want to do like my version of like in-game characters in my style. Like I could do Illidan in my style, and I'm getting there. I kind of know like what I'm starting to like, but and I want to be more comfortable with it though before I start doing that for everyone. And also what I want to do with that too is I want to learn how to do animations. Just little short ones, not like longer ones, because that's a lot of work. I know what kind of work goes into that stuff. A lot of work, but I want to do some of that. But that's going to be quite a while before I... Excuse me. It's going to be quite a while before I can get into that. So in the meantime, I think I want to do some more, I guess, personal stuff. Like, you know, like I had just said, why I love World of Warcraft, or just Warcraft in general. Or another one that's crossed my mind a few times, and I've still thought about it, so I obviously want to do it, would be, I guess, not so much necessarily how I play, but perhaps a how I enjoy how I play. I don't quite know how to word it yet, but it would be like, I don't do competitive play, for example. I guess maybe kind of a story of how I learned how to enjoy World of Warcraft, if that makes sense. Because as big as this MMO is, there's a lot you can do in this game. Like, maybe more than people realize. But 9 times out of 10, it always seems like folks really try to push you into the competitive arena. You know, PvP, mythic dungeons, raids. And so people think, like, that's how you play well. Like, that's all you do. Even if they might not naturally enjoy it. And I feel like a lot of people, it's just my opinion, maybe aren't enjoying the game because they're not playing it, letting themselves play it how they actually want to, or maybe they don't realize, you know, that they want to play it differently. Like, for example, just kind of what would go into this video is kind of like my story background, my realizations, and kind of, I guess it's kind of like a self-discovery, if you will. Because I did learn more about myself in the process. But it's kind of a... Oh, there she is. It's like... Because I started... Like, I've played every expansion, and including WoW when it came out back in 2004, officially. But I didn't enjoy it. I didn't really know why. I just kinda didn't. And it wasn't until MoP that I finally stuck around. And when I did, I didn't want to join a guild. I didn't want to raid, but I was kind of pigeonholed into it by friends that I had at the time. And that just ended up being how I played it until mid-Legion. You know, that's MoP, WoD, and Legion. That's 6-ish years, a roundabout, of playing it that way. And I was always happier when I wasn't raiding, if that made sense. I did PvP. Like in WoD, or in MoP, I did WoD and MoP actually. I did a lot of PvP. I did 2s, I did 3s, I did competitive, I did RBGs. I was Gladiator a couple times, so I know how. But I was never quite happy with it. It felt hollow because I'm not naturally competitive. I just did it to do it because that's what my friends wanted, if you will. I was that kind of person, unfortunately, at the time. And, raiding, for example, I hardcore raided, like every day type of raided. If I wasn't raiding with the guild, I was raiding with pugs, or another guild. I was in multiple guilds at once at one time, and I would raid with them, you know, every day. Of course, you know, it's different loot, but each of them would progress through different stuff. They'd all be at different stages, so it wasn't, and it was like, they would do different tiers, so it wasn't necessarily, you know, like I'm doing it just to raid, it was to get different loot. And that was back when bonus rolls were more a thing, and you could use bonus rolls as many times as you want, as many times as you could afford, unlike now where there's no bonus rolls. So, you know, that was kind of a thing. But I burnt out. I didn't enjoy it. Even in WoD, when I think I enjoyed raiding the most, and that's when Mythic became a thing. Mythic, not Mythic raids, but Mythic dungeons came in WoD. Not Mythic Plus, that was a Legion thing, but just regular base level Mythic came in WoD. And I enjoyed those for what they were. Mostly because I was in a different guild, and you know, they were more laid back, they were more fun. They weren't so pressury with everything. And I ended up raid leading for a while. I was heal lead, and then took over as raid lead for several months. And we even sold the Grove Warden mount, AOTC carries in Hellfire Citadel, until the guild disbanded because of a quarrel with another guild, GM drama, because her boyfriend was over there and the GM was, you know, a very moody lady, and she never actually stuck around with the guild. She didn't like her own guild, and I don't know why she didn't just like hand it over to someone else who was more capable. She never even raided with us. She didn't like her own guild, and yet I thought they were the nicest people ever. She would go rather raid with her boyfriend's guild and then come back when she was around and just be like, yeah, you're all terrible. She was awful. She was the only bad part of that guild, was the GM. Everyone else was great. But the guild ended up disbanding because of her, and everyone just kind of quit. They didn't continue, which drove me nuts. Anyway, you know, I raid leaded and sold carries for AOTCs, and even gave out a bunch of free ones when the end of the expansion was nearing, before that disbanded. And we did halfway through Mythic Hellfire. We did in Legion I did Mythic. I switched to a Hunter and Monk, and then Priest was at the end. Yeah, it was Hunter and Monk first. And I did Mythic in Emerald Nightmare and Nighthold. And then, darn it, my pet keeps dying. Stop it. Bad spood. Anyway, I didn't raid lead there, but I was starting to... I wasn't playing with anyone anymore. All my friends had quit by the time, just all throughout WoD. And then Legion, I was completely solo. So, well, Legion is also when I met Silverfire T, but that's halfway through Legion. The first half of it, I was raiding. I didn't know her, and that's when I was raiding, doing Mythic. I just kind of woke up and smelled the coffee, if you will. I learned that I didn't like it. I was like, you know, what am I doing? I was doing this because my friends did it, but now I'm not doing it with friends. Why am I doing it? You know? I stuck around loosely to do AOTC at the very end, but the guild I was in simply could not do it, and they all quit and transferred servers and everything. I don't miss them. But, so I ended up doing it with the pug. We ended up pugging AOTC. I just wanted the mount. That's all I ever wanted was the mounts in MOG. I don't like raiding just to raid. And I don't need the character power, the player power. I'm getting distracted. I am absolutely taking way too long on this. I am sorry. When I'm doing this without blabbering, I'm really fast. I need another bear paw, and then I can go through that quest and move on. But anyway, yeah, it's but you know, it's that type of stuff that I would want to do a video on, because I was realizing that I wasn't playing for myself. I was playing for other people. And when those other people were no longer around... Did I still not get my dang bear paw? Good grief. Thought I heard someone behind me. The walls in this house are so thin, it's hard to tell. There's another bear. A couple bears. Here we go. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was realizing, you know, I wasn't playing for myself. I was playing for other people. I wasn't doing what I wanted to do, and I wasn't happy because of it. And I often hear that about people that I've talked to, or just seen them complaining about something like, I'm bored, I don't know what to do. And then they go play with their friends, and it's content they don't enjoy, but they're doing it because their friends are doing it. So it's like, well, you just haven't discovered what makes you happy. It took me a while to wake up to it, because I just wanted to be liked. You know what I mean? I was that person that never had great self-esteem. I just wanted someone to like me. I wasn't good at keeping friends. And it was very hard to keep people around. Because they would quit. And it wasn't just in WoW, it was in real life too. And you know, being constantly kind of beat down on that was never a great feeling. But, which that isn't the case now. I've grown up. I just wish I could have grown up sooner, if that makes sense. And I think I would have enjoyed the game a lot more. Okay. Questy quest. Pick up your quest. But you know, it's videos like that where maybe I should tell my origin story, or maybe I should tell, you know... Like, I didn't really use YouTube, for example, because I didn't really know how it worked necessarily. I didn't watch videos much until, like, Legion. But, I wanted to start back in WoD. I wanted to be a WoW YouTuber, but the friend I had at the time was like, no, that's absolutely stupid. Why would you do that? And it made me feel so terrible, even though I was so excited about it that I didn't do it. Didn't do it until BFA. Which is disappointing. I shouldn't have listened, because I've been enjoying it. Go figure. But you know, whatever. So just think, I could have been around since WoD. Could have made guides. Who knows? Whatever. But, you know. Hurry up, Glob. Globnub. But it's just various things like that. Just kind of, maybe kind of a booster, or help people kind of wake up a little bit, or realize what maybe they're not happy with something, or maybe they don't like competitive play, because I can't tell you how much I am so glad I quit competitive play. I didn't enjoy it. I'm not naturally competitive, and I've been happy as a clam, and I enjoyed BFA because I wasn't a competitive raider. I enjoyed every bit of it, despite the janky story. So, like, I'm enjoying Shadowlands, and I think it's because I'm not playing competitively. I'm just doing what I want, you know? And I feel like maybe if I kind of say that, because apparently from what I've seen, other people don't really talk about it like that. Everyone thinks they have to do the raids and the dungeons. Like, if you want to, then do it. I'm not saying if you know, that you shouldn't. My point is, if you don't want to and you're only doing it because your friends are doing it, and if they weren't around, you wouldn't do it, then maybe you shouldn't do it. And find something else to do that you enjoy, you know? WoW, one of the reasons I like it is it's one of the best, if not the best, solo MMO, which is funny to say, but it's really nice. I can do everything I want except raiding, dungeoning, and PvP solo. And even then, if I really wanted to, I could, solo queue for those, and get into a group, a pug, but not really into that anymore. But, anyway, you get my point, I hope. And, I'm 30. I'd obviously make a script for it and do a way better job of explaining and regaling the tale. But I hope you get my point. Like, if, as a content creator, because people seem to look up to WoW content creators for some reason. Like, to me, I'm not that special, because to me what I'm doing anyone can do. But I know a lot of people don't see it that way. So maybe I can kind of use that advantage and tell people, like, hey, if you're not into something, you don't have to do it. I mean, you're paying to play this game, and I think people forget that this is a game sometimes. This is meant for your enjoyment. There's a lot to do in this game, and I think people really realize that, because I learned real quick based on everything, because I kind of took a step back and looked at how I was playing, what I enjoyed, and I realized I'm a collector. Oh, there it is. I'm a collector, not, I'm not competitive. I'm just not. Because, I'm so not competitive, even when the mythic races and stuff come out, for example, I don't care. I'm like, cool, good luck, guys. And that's about as far as that goes. I don't even watch them because I don't care. I don't get into it. I don't like sports. I'm not, I don't care who wins or who loses. It's not my thing. I'd rather go level characters, hang out with my bestie, and just chat and collect stuff and mog my characters and be like, ooh, I got a new mount. Check out this one. Oh, it's so pretty. Look at the detail on its fur, or whatever, Or go through quests and read all the dialogue, read all the text, and be like, oh, this is so cool. Or, haha, that joke was funny. Some of these quests have, the best jokes. The quest writers are great. And wow, I'd rather do that any day. And so that's what I do. So that's what I've been focusing on. So I feel like maybe some sort of personal video, better written, mind you, on the topic, going over that, my kind of, however I would word it, my self-discovery, I guess, how I enjoy WoW, why I enjoy it, something. Maybe that could help some people. I always felt like maybe I should say something, because everyone's always like, oh, you have to do the raids, you have to do the PvP, you have to do the thing, you have to be the best. You have to be the very best, like no one ever was. In a game with several million people in it, you have to be the best, It's not necessary, guys. Not everyone wants to be the best. And it's funny, too, when I tell people that I don't gear my alts. I don't super gear my main. Like, I get my main. My main is the most geared of my characters, but I don't raid or dungeon or PvP, so the only gear I get is, you know, the whatever the newest catch-up stuff is, if you will. And I'm fine with that. I mean, even just the regular low-tier non-catch-up gear, like World Quest gear or something, is fine. I don't need it. Because that's kind of the thing. People are like, oh, how do you have so many ults? How do you deal with all the upkeep and stuff? I'm like, there really is an upkeep. I don't need... And usually when they're talking about that, they're like... Usually they're talking about gear. There's been a few times where they weren't, but usually it's gear. And I'm like... There isn't any. They're like, but why? How do you do stuff? And I'm like... I don't need the gear. You actually don't need the gear. You don't need to be mythic geared to the high heavens to do world content in old raids like I do. It's not required, you know? Like anything difficult that I need to do that might want some of that higher tier gear, that's what my main's for. Like Torghast. Obviously, I'm decked in a fully upgraded Korthia set, so when I start farming Torghast eventually, which I haven't done yet, he's going to be the one that does it, that character, because he's got better gear, because that's something I would want better gear for. But I ain't doing that on my alts, you know? It's not required. Everything I do with them, for the most part, they don't even need to be 60. Most of my alts can be totally fine at level 50. And they just kind of slowly, you know, as they do things, they get XP, and eventually they'll be 60. I've got, you know, a good handful of characters at 60, but I haven't really needed more than, like, 1 or 4. And I say it like that because eventually I'm going to run 3 more characters through all 4 covenants so I can collect the other 3 armor types, because my main's a paladin, so he can only collect plate, of course, and then the weapons he can learn. But I haven't done that yet. I've only been doing the main stuff on my main. Excuse me. So I'm not in a hurry. Really, it's not going anywhere. And the funny thing about Blizzard stuff, about WoW, is unless it's something that's limited time content, which I strongly dislike, ignoring that stuff, the longer you wait to do stuff, usually the easier it gets, at least in my experience. Where are all the spiders at? Here's one. Someone came and wiped out all the spoons. But yeah. The longer you wait to do, you know, current content, the easier it's gonna get, because you're gonna be higher level, you're gonna outgear it kind of naturally. That's why I'm not too worried about it. I'm not in a hurry. Stuff that I find too difficult now, unless it's going away, which to my knowledge, none of it is right now, I can do that later. So, not in a hurry. So that's kind of nice. But you know, that's kind of that thing. It's just kind of prioritizing. Ooh, someone's already killing it. Sweet. You know, it's just kind of prioritizing what you want to do in WoW, and when you want to do it can be important too. Because if you wait a little bit, it could be easier. I like to do some content when it's current, you know? But if I get kind of tired of it, there's like, what, 6 other expansions or whatever? I go do something else. Like right now, Canary, who I've been playing with off and on, and I are focusing on getting our mains, what we call our perma-mains, which is our character that we do all the major stuff on. We're focusing on getting them done with all the content in the game. All the reps, doing every quest in the game, all the, you know, the zones, the end game content from past expansions, like Garrison, Order Halls, Molten Front, is another one. Stuff like that. And I've been enjoying it because it's a change of pace. I've been needing to do that forever. I've been wanting to do it. Yeah, I've been kind of lazy. But I'm super psyched to get that done. And that's not competitive. I can do that at my leisure, you know? So that's why I need, I think, to, and this is what I'm planning, make more content focused around that. Not that I've been doing content that's focused on the newest, best, whatever that just came out. Competitive, whatever, gearing, legendary things. I haven't done stuff like that anyway, but, like gold guides, for example. Everyone keeps asking when I'm going to do gold guides again. And I'm like, well, I'm not sure if you noticed, but I only do raw gold. And every time I did it, it was really for a gold sink. Besides a couple small things, there isn't really a major gold sink right now. Except for saving up for a couple AOTC runs for 9.2 raid when that's a thing, because I'm going to need a carry. I want the mount. That's the only time I buy carries, is for that AOTC mount, because I don't care. I could care less about the achievement itself. I only want the mount, you know? So, come on. Ooh, I'm gonna die. Yep, there it goes. Do I not have my... Yeah, I didn't put my health on my bar. Whoopsie. I am not paying attention. I'm being bad. Talking and playing at the same time, man. But anyway, so, you know, I'm gonna start doing more old content guides, just stuff around leveling, stuff around that. Not that I wasn't doing that anyways, but where's my pet? Get out of here. But, you know, because that's what I prefer, that's what I enjoy, and I want people to see that's what I do. Because for some reason, a lot of people only know me for my gold guides, which is really a shame because that's actually a very small percentage of what's on my channel. But that's what was the most popular. So that might have been all people only saw me for. And I still do gold stuff. Like when there's a gold sink or whatever, and you need a certain way to farm stuff, I'll put out, you know, more stuff like that when there is new stuff. But the way I like to farm gold right now isn't super viable, which is via old raids and not by selling stuff in the auction house. I do that anyway, but you know, I'm not gonna make a guide on it because my guide would be 3 seconds long. Sell everything. Like, oh, well, what do you sell? What do you farm? I don't farm anything specific. I just sell what I come across. I make between 5 and 50k a day on the auction house, depending on what people feel like buying. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Oopsies. And that's fine. But Shadowlands for itself, for example, current content, just doing your dailies, your conductor stuff, you know, like your rares and things. I don't know that really it's super necessary to worry about gold because it's been giving me so much gold, I haven't needed it, you know? So, there you go, dude. You can have that one over there. I only need 2 more. The rest of yours. But yeah, so it's I've been getting a lot of gold from just doing dailies and current content, and I've not had a reason to go farm for a whole bunch of gold all of a sudden all at once, because we don't have a Brutosaur that's being pulled off the vendor in 3 months or whatever like we had before, you know? That's not here right now. I feel like we'll probably get another gold sink next expansion. They seem to put in a new gold sink mount every other X pack. I don't personally like them. They're always something really cool, like the Yak with Transmog, that's cool, or the Bruto with the auction house, that's cool, but I don't like gold sinks. I would rather be doing other things, you know? So that's kind of whatever for me, but would you step it? But, you know. So, yeah, but for some reason that's all people seem to know me for, really, is my leveling guides or my gold guides, which is fine. I'm not saying there's a problem with that. I know those are the big hot button topics that everyone wants, and that's fine. I'll do those when they're relevant, but I'm not going to put it out for the sake of putting it out, if that makes sense, because that doesn't feel genuine to me. I'm going to put it out if I like it. I'm going to keep to a schedule. Like, I try not to miss, so don't mistake that, but I make sure that everything I do is something I'm happy with, something that I like. And if I'm unhappy with it after it's been out for a while, I'll redo it, you know? I'll make a new version, I'll make it better, I'll do something. And that's kind of my plan here. What is... okay. Little bats. But, you know, stuff like that. So... but, I'm working on multiple things right now that are old content, and, like, you know, a little tiny spoiler for those of you who are watching. Something I'm gonna do is, let's see if I can untrack that, is, it's getting distracted here. Something I'm gonna do is, like, a new series that's kind of gonna be coming out, how to unlock different kinds of gated content. Like, the Molten Front Offensive. If you even know what that is, do you know how to unlock it? I'm not talking about how to do it. Like how, like, once you've unlocked it, how to do the dailies and do the things. I'm talking about just unlocking it. You know, do you... the Sunsong Ranch, do you know how to unlock it? Do you know how to open it and get access to it? I bet a good handful of you don't. You know, if you think about it. And those are the types of videos I'm gonna do. I don't care about, like, you know, how to farm these for gold, or how to, like, be super fast about doing the rep or something. What I care about is getting it open. Like, what's another one? I guess your Garrison would be one, but a lot of people know that one because of leveling in WoD. What's another more obscure one? Dominance Point. Dominance Offensive. Dominance Point. Isle of Thunder. Do you know how to unlock those? Did you know that there's rep and dailies and stuff you can do there? It's not just a zone with a raid. You know, stuff like that. There's a lot of things. I have a very long list, actually, of stuff like that in WoW. Or Twilight Highlands. That's just a zone, but did you know that unless you do the intro sequence for it, you can't use the portal that's in your capital. And the Twilight Highlands portal is actually very handy as a way of getting around, because that section over there, when you need to get something to something over there, there's not a lot in game that will port you close. So it's really handy. Cashier is another portal for a zone you have to unlock. You have to do the intro for it to open it. I need the other rubies. They're over here somewhere. Where are the rubies? I'm getting all turned around. I'm too far. I can usually do this a lot faster, but you know... I'm being slow, unfortunately. Not making great time, but it's okay. It's okay. But... nope, I want that. There we go. But anywho, you get my point, I hope. I've got a whole list of those. I'm gonna show you how to unlock them so that you can start those and do old content if you want. Or, the Argent Tournament's probably one I should list. It's not completely straightforward. You actually can't just fly up there and go do it without doing a couple other things, without being invited to it, if you will. So, you know, you might not realize that. There is something you have to do to unlock it, to have it become available for you. And it's, you know, little guides like that I'm going to put out and show you how to do that, because there's a lot of content in this game that newer folks or people who don't, you know, do things beyond the current expansion might not know about, you know. But it's stuff like that I want to make guides on. Stuff that's actually helpful to people, not just, here's another gold farm. I do more than that. I actually don't farm gold in my off time at all. I only do it when there's a gold sink. That's it. And there's no gold sink right now. And even though they're kind of as a self-imposed gold sink, since I'm going to have to pay for AOTC carries so I can get them out for myself and Canary, so I got to pay for 2. It's not necessarily, you know, a big deal because of how much gold I've been getting out of Shadowlands stuff, so yeah, so that's kind of nice. But yeah, so that's kind of fun. But it's stuff like that I'm looking forward to doing, and I've been working on them. I've been enjoying it. I've been doing my lore walk series with Canary. Super been enjoying that. We already cranked through an entire first zone, and we're gonna do some more tomorrow. Super excited about this. So those have been really fun. Podcast series coming out. Those have been fun. So yeah, I think Saturdays, see, kind of debating if I should do my more personal type vids on Saturdays or Mondays, because I have podcasts currently slated for Mondays once all the old content is out, which will be done on the 3rd. Or if I should have those on Saturdays, like a Saturday podcast or a Monday podcast. I don't know. Where is our dude? Here he is. So, probably might. I don't know. It's debatable. It's debatable. Got some peach tea. Tastes so good. So, I know I'm rambling all over the place, but I think that's, as you've learned, kinda... Oh yeah, I need to get the souls, that's right. Missed a couple. Whoopsies. That's kind of my style, I think, by this point when I'm solo. Is I'm rambly. Give me your soul. I think there was one back here that I missed. Sec, right. There he is. Where are you? And there's one over here. Shamvar. Here it is. Give. Got. Excellent. There we go. Okay. And for this part, like I say in the guide, just focus on the quests while you're here, even though there's a bonus objective, because the bonus objective is connected to everything. It covers this whole area, and everything you do here overlaps with it, so it will complete itself. So that'll be quite handy. And even if it doesn't, you're not going to have much to do on it when you finish all the quests, if you for some reason haven't finished it yet, so. Start it up, Latte. I am sleepy today. I don't know why. It's just one of those days, man, where I'm just kind of like I'm not exhausted or fatigued. I'm just kind of like, relaxed, I guess. maybe I'm starting to feel satisfied. Actually not a little as stressed because I got my recording software here working properly. Still can't figure out the dang editing software that I downloaded, but it's fine. I'll mess with that later. I'll just keep using Shotcut for now. It works absolutely fine. I don't need to do fancy stuff right now with that. I upgraded one thing at least, my recording software, and it's been working fabulous. It was a little pricey. It was like $200, but I've been enjoying it, and it has, like watch this. Like watch my camera here. Whoop. Whoop. Hi. I love that. I love that about it. Like it has cool stuff in it that's gonna be fun when I start using that. Because ultimately, at some point, I want to be able to stream. And that's why I'm taking the time now to get comfortable with one of the better streaming programs. Software. I keep saying program. I'm old. Softwares out there. Because it has different transitions and things. It has scenes that are much easier to use. Like OBS has a lot of that, but I feel like XSplit Broadcaster is a little more, I don't know. It feels, like I paid for it, if that makes sense. Nothing against OBS at all. I still use it a lot. Like when I need to do clips, like I'm not talking, I'm not doing live stuff like this. I like OBS for just a quick and dirty, I need to record this section of gameplay so I can put this clip in this video and then edit the crap out of it. OBS is perfect for that, and that's what I like it for. Because this takes a little bit more setup, but it remembers everything too. So, it's been going great. It's been totally fine. Not worried. Now that I know how to use it, I watched like 5 hours worth of tutorials. So I know, not necessarily the ins and outs, but I know how to use it pretty good. Which has been nice. So. Well. Yeah. So. All kinds of stuff. Like, I'm just working on all kinds of things. I'm happy about all of it. And I think maybe that's why I'm a little low energy today, because I have been working so hard. But I think it's more contentment. I think I'm finally getting to that point where I know it's been 2 years, but I'm comfortable, I guess, with what I'm doing. Finally. Like, I'm comfortable with my style. I'm comfortable with how I do things, and I'm sort of starting to upgrade a little bit, but here and there, I'm doing more of the content specifically I want instead of paying attention to analytics, because I can tell you, analytics, paying too close attention to analytics, and what, is a hot topic right now, that stuff stresses me out, because in a way that's a form of competition. And I don't see YouTube videos as competition. Like, I've heard multiple times that other YouTubers, specifically for like WoW content for example, don't like watching other YouTubers because they don't want to know what they're doing in case they see that they're doing something the same, or they do something, put out something before them, and then they feel like they can't put that out because it's already been done. To me, that feels silly, just because, like, you're gonna have a different spin on it, I'm sure. You're gonna have your flavor. Or, like, here's an example. People like watching who they watch because they like them, if that makes sense, and how they do things. Like, I watch plenty of WoW YouTubers, whether I like them or not, just because I like seeing what everybody's doing. Sometimes they have great ideas, even if I don't like them, like 90% of the time, and I'm like, oh wow, you know what? They had a good point there. That fits with how I do things. I'm gonna start integrating that, But the example here, it would be... I need to pick up this quest. I had someone ask if I was gonna do any more gold guides. That topic again. Which I'm totally fine with people asking. I get it. come on, lag. A little bit of lag. And I said, not right now. I'm going to be, you know, not anytime soon at least. What is this lag? Is this game lag or is this me lag? Because I know the game's been a wee bit laggy lately. Anyway. And I said, no, I'm not going to be doing that anytime soon because there's not a current gold sync, and doing just regular Shadowlands stuff has been absolutely fine for me. There's not really much of a guide to make on that because I'm not, you know, it's just doing everything. It's just doing my dailies and weeklies and callings. Not really much of a guide to me. And I recommended them to a couple other channels and they said, thank you, but I'd rather just watch you on your gold guides. I like how you do things. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I know not everyone's like that. It's just an example, you know, of don't feel bad if someone has already done what you were planning on doing. But don't feel like you need to one-up them either. Like, to me, it's not a competition. It's, I mean, we're all kind of doing this together here. We can piggyback off of each other. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. We're going to find, you know, similarities. It's a game with millions of players. Of course there's going to be similarities and things. So, I don't know. But, is what it is, I suppose. But, I need more fragments. But like, leveling guides, for example. I could have easily been like, well, I don't have the best time. I don't have the best ever route or whatever. I'm not going to put out a guide because it's already been done. That's a terrible way to look at it, in my opinion, because everything's already been done at one point or another, whether you're the first to get to it or not, you know. But everybody's got a different take on it. So, people want to see your flavor. And I've gotten to that point where I need to just be okay with that. That people watch me for me, not just because of the content I do. And that's why I want to insert a little more of myself, maybe, into my content. I still try to keep a lot of opinionated stuff out of my guides, specifically, because to me, it's a guide on how to do something, not an opinion. Okay, it's definitely game lag because my latency's going up. Not going up. Anyway. Yeah, so... But continuing the leveling guide thought, other people probably wouldn't watch, as far as being a content creator, watch other YouTubers who have already put out like 50 to 60 guides, for example. Or even the 150, just leveling guides in general. I watched every single guide, even if it was a little old, that I could find. Because I wanted to know what people were doing. I want to know, like, if there's something I don't know about, and it's clearly superior, but still something I would want to do, then I need to try it, test it, and see what I think. And if I like it, you know, I'll add it in. I did my research. I think of it as research. We have a huge, I don't know what you call it, a huge, reservoir, a pool, if you will, to pull from, of WoW content, whether you like all of them or not. But there are a lot of them out there, if they're, you know, even though a lot of them aren't doing WoW anymore. But it's because there's, you know, so many different ways you can play the game. So even if it's the same content, everyone's going to approach it a little bit differently. And, you know, kind of related to that, that's why I'm trying to just make myself... Yes, I'm still doing research on my content. Of course, that will not change. But I'm trying to make myself be okay with if someone already put out something before me and it's the same thing I was going to do, I'm obviously going to go about it differently in my guide than someone else. I would hope. You know, I'm not mimicking people. I'm just doing it the way I would do it. And I need to be okay with guides that overlap a little, even if it's from different content creators. You know, because I'm not trying to be competitive. I'm not trying to take the limelight. More often than not, sure, there's people that will only watch like 1 or 2 people, but then there's a lot of people who will watch all the content creators. I do. I like seeing the variety. I even watch some who are more competitive. Let's see. Halls of Solution. Oh, I see. Yeah. Doesn't want to pick up the... There it goes. I don't need that. I like picking that up. Even though we're not going to do that dungeon quest, I like picking it up anyways. Just because I might want it later for something. In case I do the dungeon, I can just go turn it in and, hey, piece of gear. Cool. You know. But, was that it already? I guess I made okay time. My time wasn't awful. So, there you go. We're done with Revendreth. That was Revendreth. So, I know we're kind of coming to an abrupt end here, but we're gonna pause this here after I turn this in because I'm right on schedule of where I should be. And that was the Revendreth portion. So, I'm gonna end this episode here because I'm gonna keep each zone into its own episode. That way you can watch it uninterrupted without trying to find it in a 6-hour list. So thank you so much for watching. As always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my 1 to 60 series, my long play where I go through my whole route. So, picking up exactly where we left off from last time, and we're going to Ardenweald. We just finished Revendreth. So now we're going to hit up Ardenweald. You can absolutely go back to Orbo's first and turn your thing in if you want. Sometimes it'll give 3 renown, but I think that's only if you're under 46, renown 46, because this one's going to give me only 1. Not going to bother, it's going to give me 1 regardless where I'm at the end of that. So we're going to go straight to Ardenweald, because it's more about the leveling and less about the renown for me. The renown's just kind of a nice bonus if I so felt like wanting the renown. So yeah, anyway, welcome back to the long play leveling. So we're gonna crank through Ardenweald here, and unlike what we did in Revendreth, just like in the guide, we are not skipping anything in Ardenweald. We're doing all of it because Ardenweald has great time per level output. It's got great results. So, and as a reminder, we don't have to go up and over to the heart of the forest and turn in our initial quest because we didn't have to pick that up. That is a holdover from testing in whatever you call it. PTR, because you couldn't do that on early stages of PTR without, you know, you couldn't go to certain zones. Well, you're a first zone, because you know when you pick up your zone thing from Oribos, and it's like you can go to Ardenweald or Torghast or whatever. Originally, you had to pick up at least 1 to be able to go into it, at least on early PTR. And then I don't know when that became a thing that you didn't have to, but it never, yeah, that needs to go over more. I never looked beyond it, but you don't have to actually do that anymore. I mean, you just pick up Torghast at the beginning, you do need that one. But other than that, you don't need to pick up another zone intro thingy because breadcrumb quest, whatever, I guess it would be because it's not required. When you go to the zone, you just automatically get the bar, so it's no big deal. But anywho, welcome back everyone. We're getting right back into it. And we should have a grand old time. Granted, the game stops lagging. I'm kind of not appreciating the lag. It is not me, it's not my internet. It is the game this time. There's some server lag going on. I'm kind of not approving because, of course, you know, it's on the day out. I don't even choose. I have to do it today. It's on the day I have to, you know, record a whole bunch of episodes that are kind of more time sensitive. Go figure. Whatever. So we're continuing this now. So yeah, and I am using my route. Again, it's a prototype, like I said in the last one. I haven't actually used my line route yet, so it's a wee bit off because I just kind of went for it based on memory and instructions. It doesn't exactly follow, like, you know, line for line stuff, if you will. Oh yeah, I need to get the wings. There we go. So I can pick these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, give, 5. Alright, so yeah, so we're gonna do everything on Ardenweald, and that'll be this episode. You can see how I do Ardenweald. I don't want to say it's half-assed, because it's not, but my distracted version. Because figured, you know, me being here with you is way more fun than watching a silent walkthrough, silent playthrough. That's boring to me. Way boring. So, you know, figured I'd spice it up a little bit. Oh, but how's your days been? I know it's been a few days since these particular episodes have been released. So, you know. Man, there's so many people on today. It's putting me behind a little bit on my stuff because there's no ritualists. Normally I get all the ritualists I need up here. These guys, because, you know, they're usually everywhere, but people have been clearing them out, because that's the joy of playing on weekends on a full server. There's people. So, you know, is what it is. Just part of it. Gotta kill these when I see them, that's for sure. Need one more altar. Where'd the other altar at? It's probably over here. Kill! These poor fairies. The dressed are super, super cool, but these poor fairies. You know. Ripperino. So they're all possessed and they're basically zombies, if you will. That's okay. Alright, I didn't get all my ritualists yet, but you can turn in these two first, technically. Because Blooming Villains goes to a different NPC. So you can do Beneath the Mask first. And kill poor Primrose here, and then finish your Blooming Villains and go back to Hibernal. Which is nice. So get this part done since we're here. Really wish we could have saved Primrose, because that's super disappointing. But, you know, I know, because there's this option here, resist control, but even if you spam it, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. Maybe it does. I don't know. But I've never been able to do it in time before Primrose goes sour here. So poor guy, because he got stabbed with the evil thorn. The dressed thorn. Stab. Right in the heart. Ugh. Poor little Fae. Poor Primrose. That's the thing too, like, I don't really know how it works with them, because I know, like, for the most part, like, if you die in the Shadowlands, not us as mortals, we're already alive, but I mean, people that are already dead, if they die, they don't come back. You're like perma-dead. It's like killing demons in the Nether. You know, lore-wise for a WoW. You kill demons in the Nether, they're perma-dead. Which is interesting. And that seems to be kind of a a WoW thing for their lore. If you kill it where it's naturally from, it seems to be dead. Which is why I highly don't believe that any of the old gods we've killed over the years on Azeroth are actually dead, because they are not from here. We've only ever fought their avatars, not, you know, them in their entirety. And we technically fought N'Zoth and Ny'alotha, for example. Ny'alotha is just a dream realm, an illusion realm that N'Zoth made, not his physical manifestation. So I'm skeptical. But anyway, you get my point here. Yeah, that line needs to come up further into here. My line route here is very prototype. I threw it together because I didn't have one, because I don't usually use these. I just do it by memory. I don't have a line route that I follow normally, like ever actually, in terms of leveling. But people seem to want it, so I'm trying to... Yeah, this needs to come up further too. Put it together. I might take... Yeah, that's off a little bit. I was thinking about doing it with this one, but I'm trying to be more time efficient in these particular episodes, so I think I will take another alt through this route, but very slowly, and fine-tune the lines and also make them a different color. Fine-tune the lines, that way they are more direct, more specific, and not just kind of a generic direction like I have from the video guide, because, you know, obviously when you look at it this way it makes sense because it's an overworld kind of map for the zone. It's a zone map. But when you're down here looking at your mini-map, and that's kind of more what you're following, having it being a little more specific would probably, I think, be more helpful. People like following directions. Come on, game. Oof. There we go. Yeah, it ain't my internet. This game's being laggy today. Don't approve. See, look, world's at 293. That's too high. What? Why? Whatever. I don't mind little lag blips once in a while. It's when it lags so hard that you get forced off the game and your internet stops working. That lag's frustrating. I don't mind a little bit of in-game lag. That's, you know, server lag. That's different. Especially when it recovers pretty quickly. Ooh, we don't want that guy. Ugh. Okay, well, we might get that guy. Alright. Alright, that's fine. Yep, well, I guess we didn't have to pull him. I thought he was going to come up further. Never mind. That's okay, he'll give me a whole bunch of percentage. I can handle him. I just don't like fighting the elites because they take too long, you know? That's okay. That's okay. My hair is driving me crazy. It's all crazy today. Revive my pet. Explosion. Dang moth. Hurry. Get out of here. These moths are adorable, but oif. That's okay. There we go. That one's done. Alright. Now we need to come over here. Yeah, I think I need to bump that up a little bit. But, anywho. Yeah, so how y'all been? How's things? I will have this line route, not super soon, but maybe soon by the time this episode goes out, hopefully. Take another character through and fine-tune it, and then share it on that guide in the comments and in the description. Because people don't like looking at descriptions for some reason. You have to like tell them to go look at it. I'm like, there's links in there if you want links to things. Like, I think one of the most common questions I get in my comments, not that I'm complaining, because, you know, people want to know and I'm happy to answer, but is, what UI do you use? And it's kind of funny just because it's like, in my description, I literally have I don't remember the exact wording I have for it, but it says UI series or something, my UI, with a link next to it, and profiles and weak auras all, like, you know, next to each other, so people can look at that. But, you know, so because of that, you can always tell who doesn't look at the description. It's kind of funny. I'm not complaining or anything, and I totally don't care. It's just kind of funny. Yeah, no. It's how it be. Totally fine. So. I like getting the Night Fae, the Sylvar here, out of their cages because they stick with you for a little bit. So you can bring them into the next bonus objective. They don't last much longer than that, beyond this one and the next one. But they're kind of helpful with taking out stuff a wee bit quicker, which is nice. Now we're gonna fly our way. See, they come with you. Come, Farrens. They can come help me with the next bonus objective. Make it a little faster, which is kind of nice. So, let's see, I should probably put on some gear that I've been getting. Haven't really been doing that. Get out of my low greens here. Guess I don't have too many yet. It was just those. Huh, that one. Yep. Yep. We good. I see. All my Sylvar is still here. I love it. Playable Sylvar, please, by the way. They're super cool. I absolutely love them. Where are you? Well, alright. Whoops. I didn't want all them, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll kill them anyway. Get them all. Oops, I activated my thingy. It's fine. That's okay. I got friends. Let's go over. Yeah. I don't know how much damage these Sylvar actually do, but they are nice to kind of have for a little extra, you know. Especially if you pull too much. Oh, there's one up here. I don't know what you guys are off chasing, but whatever. Come up here. Help me up here. Please. Come on. There they come. Goobers. Almost done. Just need, like... Here, I'll come help this person over here. There you go, little monk. I will help you. And we're lagging. Actually, that's a Nightborn. I think I just took her stuff. Shit, I was trying to be helpful and I ended up stealing it. No. I'm a blood elf. It's okay. I keep thinking I'm a void elf. I'm not. Oh, I'm not done yet. Come on. Uh-oh, this lag. Wonder if she's lagging too. Hard to tell. Server lag, definitely. Is that done yet? No? Still no? Give more. Give percent, please. Why are those not counting? There it goes. Jeez. Get me out of here. This spot's having an issue. Moving on, please. Man. Is that my internet? It's up high for some reason. Jeez. What's going on? Let me check a thing real quick here. It's always when I want to record, man. Something always goes awry. What's going on, internet? What are you doing? Well, my internet's not being funky. It says it's fine, so... Not sure. Could be a server thing. Someone was complaining about, well, multiple people were complaining about server lag earlier, so maybe it's just having a hard time. It's a full, very full server anyway, and I think on weekends it probably struggles. And people have been coming back more recently just because the next patch is coming and people seem to like to play by patches, which is fine, not knocking on that, but you know, so they come in waves. So I think that's might be what's going on top of anything Blizzard might be doing in the background, like live updates or just adding background content, since 9.2 is coming hopefully soon. They haven't set a date yet, which is fine. I don't want them to hurry, but you know what I mean. They could be adding stuff in the background that's affecting the server. I don't know, because this is a live game, so obviously they do live fixes and updates without you realizing it, probably quite often. So that is okay. Long as I don't lag for more than 30 seconds and I don't get kicked offline. Oh, that guy has the Solar Firehawk. Jealous. I want that mount so bad. That particular mount comes from Rookmar, which is a world boss in Spires of Iraq and Draenor. But, as you can imagine, world bosses have very, very, very low drop rates for their mounts. Like, disgustingly low. And I've farmed, I'm up to a few thousand, I think, for Rookmar. A few thousand attempts for the mount. So it's just kind of something I farm. I haven't farmed it lately, but it's just kind of something I farm in the background if I feel like it. If I have the time. Alright, so we need to pick up this one. Yeah, see, like, having the lines down here, because you do a little bit of crisscross here and there, but I think maybe being more specific to all this, because yeah, see, this one's incorrect. I need it to go over here, and then up there, and then back. So, yeah, prototype. That will be fixed. I will get those figured out. And, you know, get that fixed and link it in both these when they're done. Both these episodes and the original guide. And, yeah. I don't know that I'll do one for the 1 to 50. Just because... Like, I might for, like, Val'sharah and Highmountain, because there is a specific route I take there. But for Lochmadon, well, for the 1 to 30 part, there isn't, like, a specific route different than what's already in-game, because they're linear zones. Lochmadon's linear. You have to do it in a certain order. Whatever you call it. Silverpine. You have to do that in a certain order. You just go where the quests tell you to. You can't, you know, you don't have an option of, well, if I go over here and do that cluster of quests first, it could be faster, yada yada yada. So, for those I probably won't, but I might for Val'sharah and Highmountain. Because if you do a certain order with those, it speeds it up a lot. So I might there. And for those two, at least. Trying to get all the fairies. All the fairy masks. Oh, it's so nice doing this with heirlooms. It really is. So much easier. Because, you know, they level with you. I mean, look at those. They're 122 now. Compared to my other pieces and stuff. So nice. Look at this fairy over here. Get down here. all these lovely furries. But, yeah. I'm trying to be talkative. I'm fairly low energy today, so I don't really have like a lot to talk about necessarily. Trying to think of something I can put myself on a tangent for. Because me just running around in silence isn't exactly, you know, enjoyable. Because adding this element to it is, you know, the me being here makes it enjoyable for people to watch it as a let's play, not just for hard data. But it's, you know, it's there for both folks who might want that, so. All kinds of people on today. Go away. I mean, I don't care that there's other people around, it just, you know, makes it a little difficult when you're trying to get everything in an orderly time. I don't like leveling on weekends. Normally I would do this on like a Monday or a Tuesday or something, but I kind of don't have the choice right now because both Monday and Wednesday and Friday I'm going to be recording lore walk stuff with Canary, and Tuesday is when this particular series needs to come out. I'm also going to put it out on Friday as well, so I'll be a little bit ahead so I can work on other stuff, which will be nice. But you get my point. I have to have it out today, so yeah, but that's okay. That's just how it be sometimes. Get all these turned in. Beautiful. Go over here. Yeah, this part's way off. I need to fix that. Definitely gonna run another character through each zone and fine-tune that route. The Revendreth one was alright. I'm still gonna do that with that one too, but this one definitely needs to be fixed. Because there's a lot of, like, I don't know, back and forthy stuff with these. A lot of crisscrossing your own route lines. But I think if I fine-tune it, it'll look a little better. Be a little more helpful, not so confusing. Because, you know, for someone that might not be a little more familiar with the zone, they'd be like, well, she said to do everything out here, but the line doesn't go over there, so do I need to go up and do that first? Or, you know, that might get confused, and I don't want people to be confused by just a line route. Because that seems silly. So, I'm going to make that as accurate as possible. And I don't like doing things half-assed. I want to, you know, be confident in my line route by itself. That way if someone were to just use the line route and not actually follow the guide, they could mostly figure out what was going on. So, you know. Need to get some more tea. Do that after this episode. But, yeah. How was everyone? How are you all? How are you? I'm actually doing quite well. Even if I seem a little like down or something, I'm not. It's unfortunately just how my face is when I'm not like super excited ecstatic about something. I tend to you know, just be pretty neutral, unfortunately. I'm not the most expressive person visually, and that's fine. I'm more of a sound, voice, expression person, but which kind of doesn't make for great Let's Plays in the form of a face cam, but it's okay. It's whatever. These aren't going to be super common. So, yeah. Which will be totally fine. stretch. I think I need to get a new standing pad or something. This one's kind of got divots where I usually stand, so you know it's I have to kind of adjust and spread my legs more because I like to stand quite, you know, upright, but I have to get the squish. I have to stand kind of funny. I'm also kind of a huncher. I like to hunch. I'm like, I'm that kind of person. It's okay though. Alright, I'm gonna go kill Fiona over here. Not to be confused with the Worgen Fiona. I think I might look into like some leave-in conditioner for my hair. Because it gets... I usually have it up just because my hair is so thin. It gets super poofy and like it tickles me. It's not like, you know, it's not like I don't care for it. I shampoo it, conditioner it, brush it. Vigorously, in fact. But, you know, it's just, I have frizzy hair. Just how it is, I guess. That's alright. Okay, got all those done. Neat. Turn these in wherever he is. There we go. Got all that. Alright, and now we're gonna go up and do bonus objective first. Yeah, that line's way off. Whoops. I don't know what I was thinking with that one. That's okay. I was gonna edit it as I go through this, but I didn't want to take forever doing that. When I should just be focusing on showing you the proper route and not taking my sweet ass time. So, it's not that it's hard or takes that much time, but editing line routes can be a little, you know, nitpicky. So, especially with me, I like to be quite particular. So, that's okay. Yeah, getting stuck on routes. But we're moving along at a pretty good pace here. We're right on track as to where we should be, despite everything. Despite the slight lag. Luckily I know where I'm going, so I don't need to worry about, you know, following the line route to a T. Because, oh darn it, I didn't want that guy. He's a pain. Fine, I guess we're killing him. This guy hurts. He's biod. Spider, would you, like, take his aggro or something, please? I need my pet. I'm squishy. Oi. Yeah, he does not care. Alright. We're just gonna ignore you then. Because I don't like that guy. He is way too hard to kill. Darn it. Missed. Yes, kill my spider, hurry up. I need to get that stupid tome. I really hate that you have to go get a separate tome to make your pet play dead so you can actually properly use your dead thing. Your, feigned death. So I have to wait for him to kill my pet so I can be out of combat. Oy vey. Come on. Hurry up, please. Kill the pet. I don't want to fight you. Because you will kill me. Die, spider. Thank you. Go away. You and your adorable butt. There we go. I'll res you later, Spood. I am sorry. Let's see, and this one's not even done yet. We still need to do more. Where is him here? There we go. I know what I'm capable of. I could probably take that guy down, but I really don't want to. You know? Too much. Too much health. I'll pass. I will pass. Oh, I am done with this. Oh, that's a world quest. I was like, that's weird. I thought I finished this. I did. I just, you know, confused me because that was the world quest item. I thought that was the bonus objective. My bad. Yeah, these lines are all jabberwockied. We'll have to fix that. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh well. Alright, turn in those, and now we go over here. Okay. Now we got this part to do. I actually do not like this part very much because the Gorm part kind of annoys me. Like making them follow you, I mean. Alright. Put the thingy down. Go get some of these little dinguses to follow you. I don't know why I can't just pick them up and chuck them over there, but you know, whatever. Alright, everybody. Spider, you're kind of in the way. Dismiss. There we go. Oh, still off key. That's okay. Come on. You're all annoying. Come on. Get your ass back here. I like doing them all at once. I know I could do it individually, but I've always felt like it's faster, even though you're juggling all 4 of these little dinguses. Come on. Even though you're totally small enough for me to just pick up, but, you know. There they go. Alright. Talk to you. Gotta do this on you. Yes, thank you. Give me your barf. Alright. Now we gotta make them bad Garmlings. Whoopsies. Whoopsie daisies. I think of all the zones, Ardenweald's my favorite. I love the vampire aesthetic of Revendreth. Definitely a close second, but I think Ardenweald's my favorite. It's all pretty and speaks to that girly part of me, I suppose. I like the nature-y stuff. Blood Elf Druids, please. Bite me. Wouldn't a Blood Elf Druid be cool? We could turn into like phoenixes and those like fire sabers for kitty form, and they could be super cool. You could easily make some thematic stuff. Would absolutely do it. Maybe one day when they remove class race restrictions, that would be nice. Because to me, restricting races to classes seems silly. Because realistically, just like in the real world, anyone can be anything. It's not restricted to your race. You know? So it seems a bit silly. And be like, well, the lore is... Don't pull that. The lore can be whatever Blizzard wants it to be. You know, I could give you a million excuses. I can make any lore on the spot for you as to why. It's just a matter of what they want it to be. So, don't give me that. Alright, fine, Gloober here. We gotta use the thingy on them. Boop. Our lovely Gorm, so we get their Gris. Delicious. Whee! Quest. Alright. Okie dokie, use that on you. Health. Beat you up first since that has a cooldown, which kind of drives me nuts. Use that on you. Where we get our Gris. Our delicious Gorm poop. Barf. Waste. Whatever you want to call it. Yummy. Let's see. There's better wrists. Nice. And we're actually already almost done with the support the court. That one, the Ardenweald one goes really fast, but because Ardenweald gives a good chunk of XP and their quests are really easy, that's why I have us continue and do Glitterfall and all that stuff, because we could just stop after this little quest line because I think we'll be finished with that bar. But it's not just about completing the bar, because you could do all 4 bars for all 4 zones, but if that's all you focused on and only stopped when that bar was done, you would not hit 60, unfortunately. So you gotta do more, which I don't particularly like, honestly. I feel like if you complete the bar in all 4 zones, you should be getting enough to get from 50 to 60. But what would I know? I just level all the time. I only play this game. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, you know, whatever. Alright, I need more Gris. I think I didn't put the thing on the last guy and didn't get Gris out of him. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. There we go. Use another thing. Get that done. Almost halfway done with that one. This part always takes so long. I don't particularly like this part of the quest chain. It's not great on time, unfortunately, but we're here. We might as well finish it. Only like a couple quests. Not too bad. I'm just being impatient, you know? Oh, come on. Let me get this, thank you very much. Do what I want. There. Now we can kill you. See, we need to start making our way this direction. The queen's down here. As her smack. Might as well smack her while we're I can't talk, apparently. I have lost the ability to speech. As we'll get the matriarch while we're down here. So she can go to her final spot and see if she's a big old chicken. Speaking of her, I noticed that, I mean, I noticed this ages ago, obviously, but the model they used for the Gorm matriarchs, you know, for the big Gorm, is the same model they used for wherever that boss is. I can't remember his name right now. In Old Deer in BFA in the first raid. The end boss, the one that the Titans were experimenting on, I guess. So he's like basically a Titan-made old god because of the experiments, which is interesting. Oh shoot, I didn't put my Gormy thing on him. Ugh. So irritating. But, kind of wondered, like, so is he a Gorm? Originally? Like, did they pull him from the Shadowlands and brought him to their research facility and then infused him with old god stuff and so he became like this big old blood god thing? Like, is that... What did I did it again, darn it. Use the Gorm thing. That's not even mine. That's gray. That's irritating. Come here, you. But yeah, so like, is he a Gorm? I don't know. I need to look up any lore on that particular boss again, but I don't recall if they had confirmed a connection or not with that, with the Gorm here, because it's kind of interesting. And hopefully you know what I'm talking about. It's, in fact I can look right now. Raid. BFA. Old Deer. Gahoon. That one. See, look. It's one of the matriarch Gorm models. He's really gross. But, yeah. Yeah, see, let's look at this. In Old Deer, the Titans had hoped to find a solution to the old gods, but when they experimented upon the old gods' unending ravenous need to corrupt, they unexpectedly created a perfect avatar of that desire. Gahoon is nothing but rot, pestilence, and decay. See, it kind of reminds you of death. The ultimate parasite who cannot stop himself from consuming his host until it is gone. And that's his little lore. The rest is about the fight. So, because that has to do with death, is it a Gorm? Is that what it is? Did they pull it from the Shadowlands? Because old gods would be susceptible to death power, death magic, because they're technically beings of void and life. Not necessarily off the life tree, but they need life to exist. They are living creatures. They're the physical manifestation of the void. That's why they need living beings, and they don't affect the undead very easily. I mean, you can use void and stuff in necromancy, which is very interesting that they have that. I've seen that multiple times. But that technically just means that void has the power to give life. Which is interesting. But because of that, it would seem that the death forces would be potent, I guess, against old gods specifically. Not so much maybe the void, but old gods themselves. And that's why I'm wondering if, since it is the same model and just tweaked to look different, if perhaps that Gahoon was a Gorm, and that's why, because it's used to eating stuff, and it's like technically a creature of death. I mean, like, as beautiful as this place is and full of life, you gotta remember, we are in the Shadowlands. This is the land of the dead. We are in Death Realm. So, kinda interesting. I don't know. I don't really have too much to input on that, because I don't know anything beyond that about it, and that connection there, so. But I love the lore in this game. I like stuff like that. I like trying to theorize, putting that together. Like, I have a lot of ideas for, like, theory videos, but kind of my problem with a lot of them that I have is I don't have a lot of, like, data to back it up. And maybe that's just a me thing. Maybe I don't need a lot of data to back it up, but I guess I'm more of a data person when it comes to making theories. I like theories that be like, you know what? Yeah, all this data supports that. I could totally see it, instead of just being like, well, I had this thought. You know? That's probably just a me thing, honestly. There's no rules on making a theory video, but it's whatever. So, okay, now we're on this part. And technically, we don't have to use the zappy thing on them to get these guys' verse, which is nice. So I keep forgetting to get that, and it's really irritating. No shell hardening for you. No, no, no. Egg tender Tiam. Nope. Bad. We don't want that. Okay. Get these eggy eggs. Smoosh. They're so wiggly. Boy. GIF. There we go. I'm kind of hungry. I might eat something after this episode, because I want to record all 4 episodes of this, the entire remaining part of this particular series today, at the very least. I'll hopefully have enough energy to do the remaining Alliance portion as well. But I need to, because I got a lot on my plate the next few weeks, and I need to make sure I get ahead on videos so that I can do that. Alright, egg tender heiress. These things are gnarly looking. I love how they designed their mouths. They look so gnarly. Just creepy! Here we are. That one. Yummy, squishy, wiggly eggs. Mmm. Tasty. And egg tender bloom. Either bloom or bloomy. Sometimes the E is silent, sometimes they're not. It's always hard to tell when. Let's kill you a little faster. I'm getting impatient. I'm a little behind on where I want to be. But that's okay. Let's remember, right? This place is supposed to be 50 to 60 minutes, and I'm a little behind. But what are you gonna do? It's okay. It's kind of hard to be super efficient when I am blabbering away about who knows what. You know? So, it's okay. Okay, I got all the eggs. Now we just need more Gormgris. More Gormy Wormies. Here's one. And there's another. Kill you too. Ooh, sleepy on. Definitely sleepy. That's okay though. We are mostly almost done with this zone. All we have left to do is this Glitterfall area. Lots of quests here, don't be mistaken, but we're on the last stretch, if you will, of this zone, so that's kind of nice. We're almost there. Getting close. Oh, come on, give me my last one, Ree. You know you want to. Oh, not that one. That's the rare. Here's one. Oh, my nose is a little itchy. It's been kind of dry out, so it's... My nose gets all itchy when it's dry. There we go. There's our last bit of gris. Alright, turn this into this guy. Nice, we're 56, right on cue. Okie dokie. Snag this dude while we're here. Excuse me. Pick up this quest in the cart. Kill that dude. Get out of here. Here you go, madam. And pick up this quest over here. Boop. Nice. Alright. Now we're gonna need to pick up some husks. Save some more silver. Yes. Here's one. thing. And a Gorm. Kill the Gorm. Kill the Gorm. Get out of here. Bad Gorm. There we go. And here's a thing. And the tree. More husk. Here's another husk. On the other hand, when I don't need the mobs, it is kind of nice when everything is cleared out. The advantage of that. Oh yes. I know I didn't have this in the guide, but it's because I wasn't really collecting treasures much at that point. But this quest here will give you a quest. Or this treasure will give you a quest. And give you some extra experience for that. Which is kind of nice. Did I use this one already? Yeah, because I did. But, yeah, you can snag that while you're there for a wee bit extra. Because for the guide, I didn't have treasures besides like 1 or 2 in it, just because, they weren't entirely necessary for the route. Because doing the treasures is... I don't know that it's way less efficient, but it's a little less efficient than doing the quests. But it also kind of depends on how good you are at quests. It's way easier to pick up treasures, but the treasures themselves don't give a lot of XP, you know? But, they do give a lot of, they give some XP. They're just really fast and easy, and I don't know. Oops, not that one. There we go. There we are. Now we just need silver. Here's one. Get this guy. Mr. Schmexy. This chickie. Mrs. Smexy. Alright, I need one more. There's usually a few inside here somewhere. Here's a couple. Only need one of you, though. There you are. Alright. Now we turn into this chickie. Give her a second to talk before she offers her next quest. There we go. Pick up the drum. And now we grab a bunch of little gormies. Because they're cute. I love the music for this place. It's so pretty. But I think a lot of my favorite parts of WoW are the high fantasy portions, you know? So, it's definitely nice. Come on, guys. Okay, still need some more. Here's a bunch. And there's one. Alright. Still need more. Alright. Here we go. These respawned. Give me those. There we go. Alright, done. Now we can move on to the last section officially, which is all those ones over at the falls. I mean, this whole little spot's Glitterfall, but you know. Turn in all these, and we're almost done with Ardenweald. We're getting close. We're getting there. We're definitely behind on time, unfortunately. But that's me. A mixture between server lag, me not paying attention and messing things up, and also not killing things fast enough, but it's okay. It's not gonna kill me. Alright, kill this guy. So we need to do that. Murder, murder, murder. we're just gonna beef it up here. It's taking forever. Die, please. Hard to chatter when you're sleepy. Like, I'm not tired necessarily, I'm just, I don't know, content, I guess. I don't really know what else to say, you know? Alright, we're gonna talk to all the peeps first so we can pick up their quests. We definitely want to do that. Let's see, did that count for you? There we go. And we're gonna pick up these along the way. That way we can do all the things. Alright. Elder Schmelders. Hello. Okay. And might as well get these as we pass them. On our way to the other elder. Which is kind of interesting that they're referring to these as elders. So apparently these Sylvar and various things do age, I guess. Which is interesting. To me, I wouldn't have thought that would be something that could be possible. Oh, I forgot. That was... can't get that. Whoopsie. I wouldn't have thought that was possible, you know? But, here in the Shadowlands, at least. That's why I've just been curious. You know, what exactly are these? I assume that these were creatures made by the first ones to aid the Death Pantheon. Much like, let's see. Let's do these first. So I got string, which is for harps. I got the baskets, and I got the dream catchers. Alright, harps, baskets, and dream catchers. Yeah. Alright, harp. Dreamcatcher. Kill all these. Getting the Dreamcatcher up there. Get up here, Spood. All these dudes. Those little tricksters. I do wish we totally had Spriggan and Atronax and things like that in WoW, similar to the ones like we have in Elder Scrolls, like the ones you see in Skyrim. We'll do this guy first. Why not? Because oh, there he is. Because they're super cool looking. Like, if you've never played Skyrim, it's totally fine. But look up, like, the Flame Atronax and the Spriggans. They're quite gorgeous, if you will. And I would super love to have some of those in WoW. Because that would be super neat, I think. I mean, I know, obviously, that's lore and characters from a different game, but... you know, whatever. It's okay. Remember, if you have Help Me Play on, it automates this part, which is so nice, because this guy takes way too long between each thingy. And it drives me nuts. So I'm like, hey, you've already lost my interest, dude. Come on. Oh, yeah. And honestly, as much as there is in Glitterfall Basin, the part, if I were to drop off quests from this zone, it would be the Gorm stuff here and the Glitterfall Basin stuff. Everything else I don't mind so much, but these ones just feel like they take longer than they should, but they do give a lot of XP, so it's, you know, is what it is. Is what it is. See, he takes way too long. That's why I jumped on the chance when Sire Lights guy, someone, the creator for Help Me Play in my Discord, had mentioned that he had a personal add-on, because it was personal, it was just for him originally, for this sort of stuff. And I was like, yes please, I would like that, please share. Him opening it up to the public was totally his call. I just wanted it at least for me, you know, because like this right here makes it absolutely worth it. Just at least this, because man, this part takes way too long. Excuse me, I am very hungry. We'll definitely get food after this episode here. Finally! Yeesh. Yowzers. Like, these quests aren't hard, they just, I don't know, kind of meh about them for whatever reason. Nope, okay. There's another one. Well, we got enough of those, but I need more sediment and booby traps. Well, here's another booby trap. Boobies. Here's more sediment. And more sediment. I gotta kill this guy because he's being a jerk. I really, speaking of the way this guy looks, I really love the dressed druid forms for the Kultirians, but I don't really like playing as a Kultirian specifically. So, and I really like the Zandalari ones too, but, you know, I don't play Zandalari much. I really do wish we could, either through an attunement or buying it or rep or something, be able to use other racial druidic forms, because that would be super cool. I would absolutely have the dress druid forms on a night elf. I would absolutely do that, because that feels way cooler to me. Or even a Worgen. On a Worgen would be even cooler. Can you imagine? That would kind of fit with their visual theme too, because of the harvest witches and stuff, technically, that they have in their lore background, which is the closest thing to druids that they had before the Night Elves gave them official druidism. You know, so, you know, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. They're super cool. Super fascinating stuff. Alright. Now I'd go pull this guy out. Boop. There he is. Murder, murder. No, that's not off cooldown yet. Oops. Oh well. That's okay. Just got this guy. After this guy, we can turn everything in and go turn in support the cart, and then we're done with the zone. Not bad. I didn't make as good a time as I wanted. I'm over by like 10-ish minutes. But it's gonna happen. We are technically doing everything in the zone. Turn in, please. So, you know, it's gonna happen, but it's alright. It is okay. Alright. Turn in these ones. Turn in these. Being a little slow to turn in today. Alright. Now we just go turn in refugees. Because it doesn't do anything with that. And support the court. And of course, since this guy is Night Fae, my turn in for support the court is going to be inside the tree instead of outside of it. But, you know, that doesn't make much of a difference, honestly. So, that's good. Am I at, like, max flight speed? I am. This Doomhawk feels so slow. But it's okay. There we go. And that's right, my thing's inside. We picked up the dungeon quest, but I don't really care about that. And there you are. We are 2% away from being 57. That's okay. That's okay. Yep, that one's only going to give 1, 2, so we're going to ignore that one for now. So there you go. That was Ardenweald. Obviously, my line route is way off. So I'll fix that later. So we'll end this one here. That was Ardenweald. Thank you so much for watching. And as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my 1 to 60 long play series where I do my full route as per my guide. So last time we finished Ardenweald. That's why we're still here in Ardenweald. And we're actually going to go straight to Maldraxxus. Now Maldraxxus is actually not my favorite zone in terms of leveling. I think Bastion is way better. But unfortunately, I've found that if I do Maldraxxus before Bastion, I get more out of it. Enough that I can skip quests instead of needing to do everything. Whereas when I had it as Bastion and then Maldraxxus, I had to do everything in Bastion and everything in Maldraxxus, and I was actually still coming up short. I don't know why that is. It's just how that kind of came to be, I guess. So if we do most of Maldraxxus, and then we can do most of Bastion if we do it in that order. So I don't know why that's the case, but doing these zones in different orders seems to produce different results. So that's how it seems to be. Oh yeah. And again, excuse my voice here. A little weak today for some reason. We are doing I have a route, a line route as you can see here. That's hopefully a little better than my other ones were. I haven't altered them yet, but I plan to. I'm going to take a separate character from this one. And make sure these are all lined up properly and all that. So that the line route is more accurate. But I'm using my prototype line routes for this guide to see how it pans out. See, that one should be right here because it's a little off, but that's okay. So, welcome back everyone. I just took a break from the previous episode because I'm recording all 4 zones of the Horde one here consecutively because I need to get it out of the way. I need to get onto other things, and I've just not had a lot of time to be able to do so. So, I just had some lunch. And, ironically, I had mentioned it's been really dry out in the last episode. And then I went and had dinner. I guess it's like lunch dinner. Early dinner, I guess. And, it started raining outside, so. It's whatever. So, we gotta wait for this bozo to get his bum over here. He's coming. You can see he's talking. He'll port over here in a second. I wish you could, like, make him port without having to wait at all. I've tried. People say they've done it. I don't know how, because I can't seem to get him to do it. But at the very least, we can just wait for him here. We don't have to walk with him, which is kind of nice. There he is. Well, I'm super hoping, and it might even be out by the time this goes live, but I'm super hoping we get an announcement for 9.2 soon, because I'm trying to plan stuff around that date, and I can't because they haven't given us a date yet. And as of recording this, they had said that there was going to be a big announcement for content last week, and everyone's like, oh, I bet it's like the 9.2 date, or maybe even 10.0 talk or something. It wasn't. They were just posting a hiring ad for a new survival game that Blizzard's working on, which is totally fine. But they had hyped it up so much that everyone thought it was going to be something like about the next patch or expansion for WoW. So, needless to say, I think they should have added a little context with it when they said that they were going to give a big announcement like that, because I think everybody got their hopes up in the wrong direction. I did too as well. I mean, I thought for sure it was going to be like the 9.2 announcement date. We were all like prepping for it so we could make plans and things, and yeah. So I guess not. I'm not mad about them making another game or anything. You know, it's not everyone at Blizzard works at World of Warcraft. They've got multiple games. And it's super awesome that they want to get into the survival game genre. I wish best of luck to them. Survival games aren't quite my forte. And I'm a little disappointed that we haven't gotten a 9.2 date yet, but that's okay. I know there's been rumors about it being like February 22nd or something, but that's awfully close. Like right now, it's the 30th of January. So that's less than a month away. And that if that's the case, then they're going to be announcing it awfully quick, which is kind of a bummer. Because, well, awfully late, I should say, if they do go with that rumored date. Simply because people might want to try to plan days off or something. I know Canary, my co-host of the channel, if you will, you're going to start seeing her in more content. Probably actually by the time this one's live. We've done couple series together already, but you're going to see more of her going forward. Now that as the time of this airing for you, that the old Let's Plays with Latte and Tea will be done. There's no more of those. Anyway, because she was wanting to take time off so we could do Patch Day together, and I hadn't entirely sprung it on her yet, but I was going to ask her if we wanted to stream it or something, if my internet was being good for that day. Because she can stream, and I can be, in Discord or something with her while she's streaming. It's just, it just has to be through her end, unfortunately. Yeah. But I hadn't brought it up yet, just because I don't know if I should stream or not, since my internet's not that great. It's a little unreliable. And I didn't want to put that pressure on her if, they announced 9.2 a week before release. I don't know if she'd be able to get time off for that or not. So I'll probably talk to her about it after I record this, but yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. Oh, there goes my pet. We'll see. Like, it's totally fine. Like, I don't mind if things come out late. Like, to me, Blizzard should just put out their stuff when they put it out, because when it's done, it should come out, in my opinion. Gone are the days of this era, it seems, that things are released when they're complete. Everyone's always rushing on me like, hurry up, it needs to come out. I'm bored. It's like, Yeah, and then when they push it out early to try to appease everyone, it's buggy, and things might not be completely finished because they didn't have time to finish it. Go figure. But, you know, whatever. I was trying to avoid world quests, but it looks like that will not be possible. So I will unfortunately have done one world quest, but it's okay. I don't want that guy. Can you hurry up and die, please? No, thank you. But anyway, I'm totally fine with them putting stuff out when they put it out. I just wish we would get, like, announcements, or at least a projected date, like, between this time and this time, possibly this time, type of thing, instead of just, oh, surprise, it's next week! Which they've done a few times, and it kind of drives me nuts, just because... Oh, I can dodge that. I have to plant the banner. Good! I don't have to do that. I'm trying not to do world quests in this run, just to show you that, you know, you don't need to, unless you want to. But, anyway. Yeah. So... I find that a little annoying, but, you know... I'm sure their production is all over the place at the moment because of everything, so who knows. You need to change. There we go. There we are. But, yeah, so... What are you gonna do? Is what it is, I suppose. That, and I wanted to put out, like, you know, if I can stream it and Canary can get the day off, I wanted to put out, you know, a stream reminder on YouTube so everyone knows that I'm going to be streaming. That way, you know, there's... people actually can show up because they know about it. You can't show up if you don't know about it, you know? So, it's whatever. We'll see. I might not even stream it at all. I don't know. Don't know. Why I really wish Starlink would hurry its ass up and get here, because all these stream things I wish I could be streaming. Like this series, I would have streamed it if I could have. But I can't. So, you know, a little frustrating being held back, but is what it is. Unfortunately. Ah, stop it. Stupid books. Yes, we are doing Maldraxxus. It's kind of the funny thing, too. You get so much less XP out of Maldraxxus than any of the other zones, and yet it's still about the same time, if not more, than both Ardenweald's time and Bastion's time. Bastion is the shortest of the four in terms of time, but Maldraxxus has less XP overall for some reason. So it kinda falls short. There's always one zone, it feels like, in each expansion that seems to feel like it's just not quite right, you know? Which is rather unfortunate, but it's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, you know? Everything can't be perfect. Got me some coffee. I am full of dinner and now I'm a little sleepy. I was kind of low energy today anyways, and so now with a full belly I'm like, nap time. But no, I must persevere. I want to finish this series. I've been putting it off for too long, and not even intentionally, just how things fell. But alas, I need to get it done. So, humph. That's okay though. It's not like it's hard, it's just, you know, work. Here we go. Loot, loot, loot. The lag seems to have hopefully stopped, however, so whatever was going on earlier, that I think they remedied it, because it wasn't my internet. I never got DC'd. Everything else that is currently using internet is fine. So it was definitely something in game, but whatever it was, it seems to have righted itself, so that's good. That is good. There you are. Come on. There you go. Alright. Let's kill this guy. This big boy. This big boy, his tomes. His books of evil. Here we go. Gosh, thank you. I'll pick this up because I can, even though it doesn't give any XP, which is a bummer. Alright, in we go. Whee! Big old book. Alright. Book. 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 And book. These are thick books. Books that I wish we could read, because this is all kinds of cool stuff that the Primus presumably has written. This is all where he keeps all his knowledge and things, which is super cool. And I kind of hope something comes of us doing this, because we're just giving all these books, all these tomes to this broker for free and not really question it. It's like, oh yeah, I wanted to help it, you know, preserve it. Yeah. Seems a bit suspicious to me, but very well. Okay, over to the next bonus objective area. Well, the first one technically. Let's see, do we have any gear we should put on? No? No? Delete this mount. Don't need it. Okay, bonus objective time. Let's start over here and start killing things. Kill, kill, kill. All the kills. Did I get a key? Probably not. Nope. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna go up here. Mess with these instead. Pull all these boys. Not that guy, darn it. I don't want that. I want these. Keys. There we go. There's some keys. Oh, we can open some of these cages. Release the poor carrion. There we go. Up, the lag's back. Whoa. 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 Come on. Oh dear. Okay, we are hopefully back. Hopefully. Obviously I'm dead because that was a major DC. The internet did not want to come back from that, so that was irritating. But we're back now, at least. I hope. Seems to be running fine now, so. Joys of using, well, being required to use a hotspot as your internet. Because it just isn't great. I don't recommend it to anyone, but when you don't have a choice, it is what it is. That was what, 19 to 27? Almost 10 minutes. Figures. Alright. We can get back into the groove now. Yeesh. So we got a ways to go. Let's see, are those better? No, they're not. Okay. Oh, there they are. Those are better. I knew we got wrists from that one, I just couldn't see where they were. I usually clean out my bags, but I'm gonna see if I can not clean it out. Just because I want to show you how much stuff I get out of it. Because gear and gray items and quite a bit of gold. I'm already at 8,000. And about, what, like 3,000 of that was from the 1 to 50 section. Because I kept the gold on him, even from the Highmountain part, which you didn't get to see him do Highmountain with this specific character because of the glitch. The computer crashing. And I had to do that on a different character, so he didn't have the correct gold. But this guy does. He does, because I completed it on him. It just wasn't recorded properly, so, you know. But, yeah, you can see, it's not about getting the gold, obviously. I don't level 4 gold. But, you know, it's a nice bonus. And we're also gonna get, like, 1,000 anima as well. Technically 5,000 altogether. 4K if you do, is from the renown part. If you use the, broker distinction item thing that puts you to 40 renown. Belt. Definitely gonna put that on. Where'd that piece go? There it is. Nice. Have we replaced all of our crappy pieces? We have. Excellent. Where am I going? It's this way. But, yeah. Might as well get this. I guess not that it matters. I'm gonna use the flight map after all this, but anyway, yeah. So, the gold's definitely a nice bonus for, leveling up your alt. I think I should pull all that. I think I should be smart and not pull all that. Let's just pull gently here. I'm very bad at being over-eager. Pull things into our circle of death here. Come on, use the thing. There we go. Oh, it's gone. That's okay. Well, hopefully those of you that wanted to see this series, hopefully this helps you. And it gives you insight in kind of how I quest too, so maybe you'll learn something, I don't know. Because, you know, I've been questing for years and I do things without thinking about it. And, newer or less experienced folks might learn a thing or two. And that's cool beans in my book. So, I hope it helps you. Because I'm usually not pushing for time like this. Not that I'm trying super hard to be super on time, but at the same time I'm trying not to be a total slacker because I don't want you to look at my results in my guides and be all like, yeah, she's totally lying. She can't get those times. She can't even do it herself. I'm like, which is not the case. I've done it many times. I can get those times when I'm being good about it. But, you know, so I guess that's just me. I strongly dislike being called a liar when I'm just presenting facts that I've recorded, you know? Because if I really wanted to, I record when I level, testing stuff like this. I could have just put up each zone, the best version of each zone, and left it at that. But I wanted to give you all a fresh take, some fresh commentary while I'm doing it, instead of just my testing videos, because, you know, that feels a little unprofessional to me, at least, to do that. This is a personal thing, I guess, but, you know, is what it is. I thought this was super cool. I was wondering who that was, or if it was anyone specific, that statue, because it's not the Primus. He doesn't look like that. Or maybe he used to? I don't know. But it's cool looking, for sure. Certainly cool looking. And hopefully no one's trying to summon things, because I need to do my quest. But, you know, we'll find out. Oh, I'm going to talk to you. Talk to you. See, what's it at? Not gonna tell me? Maybe it's broke. Alright. That's fine. Now it's telling me. Well, I've not been doing reds, so I will do some reds. But, not that it matters. I can't put reds in the thing yet anyways. Come on. This quest either is really fast or takes forever, because sometimes these oozes do not want to give up the ghoul. It's a little irritating, but, you know, is what it is. Irene? I'm just glad you can fly with it, even though you're super slow. It's nice. Flappy, flappy, flappy. Dude. That one gone? Yeah, that one's all gone. Alright, let's see if we can get one out of this one. Nope. It's being mean. Alright. Come on. Here's one. Of course not. Here we go. Come on. Nope. Alright. Cameron. They're obviously trying to summon Violet Mistake over there. Let's see what it's at. 9-7. So I can put red in there because Violet Mistake is 15 blue, 15 red. And this person was smart and was doing the blue first. Because if you do the blue first, people who want to do their quest won't mess up your thing because most people do red, like I'm doing right now. So I only need 3. Come on, stay for the last one. Nope, of course not. There we go. No gloppy? Okay. No, that's a green one. We don't want that. It doesn't even give any goo, I don't think. It's just there to be mean. Here we are. And I might as well stick around and help finish, because I wouldn't mind. I don't know if I can loot the Violet Mistake mount at this low level, but I wouldn't mind helping out summoning it and trying since I'm here. So it'll be a little slower than normal, but it's okay. 11-11. Alright. $13. Alright, now I'm gonna help with blue. Might as well help him summon it. It's the courteous thing to do, and I would like a smack on that mount. I've killed that mount a lot, and summoned it myself a lot as well. I don't know what the drop rate is, but it's pretty low. And I don't believe it's Maldraxxus only, or Necrolord, rather. It didn't say that in its tooltip. In fact, let's look at Violet Hulking Deathrock. Yeah, it doesn't have the thing on it. It's not Covenant specific. So if I can loot it on a low level, I should be able to loot it even though I'm Night Fae. So. Okie dokie. Might as well untrack that. Where'd the blue go? There it is. And that guy's 55. So he must be wanting to try too. Does the thing scale? I don't know if the Violet Mistake scales down. I assumed that guy was 60. But I guess we're about to find out. Red and a blue. Perfect. Look at that. Is that guy 60? Oh, that does not scale. Oh boy, that's a big boy. That guy's 60. Let me announce it since that guy's not pulling. Well, I'll pull it. See what happens. Come here, you. Pull it out. Come out. Come on. There we go. I'm 57, so I'm close enough, right? We'll see what happens. We at least have 160 here, so we can try this. He doesn't seem too hard, so that's good. Helps that my pet is tanking as well. Slime-covered reigns of the Hulking Deathrock. 0 attempts. Yeah, on this account. I'm at like 50-something on my main one. That's okay. Yeah, he doesn't seem too bad. That's good. That is good. I'm sure it would hurt a lot more if I was lower level, but hey. Might as well give this guy a slap while I'm here. You never know. I've had that on alts, deciding to be like, I'll help. You know, why not? I'm not farming for that right now, but I'll help. And then I get him out and I'm like, whoo! That's why I play, is to collect stuff. And I don't have this one yet. So, I would like one. I'd like it. I don't have the, Plague Sprayer Containment Pack thing that comes off the oily... the black one either. The Oily Abomination or whatever it's called. Oily Aberration. Something like that. Which you also spawn from this. It's a bit more of a pain to spawn because it needs yellow coloring in it. But I haven't gotten the thing from that too. The stuff in Maldraxxus seems to have a really low drop rate on their stuff. I've gotten almost everything from the other zones, but not Maldraxxus. And that's really kind of annoying, especially since this is my least favorite zone. Kind of for... yeah, it just is. That's kind of a bummer. Well, sorry, this is taking a little longer than I anticipated, but you know, I figured I'd give this a slap over here. I like mount chances. And I'm hoping you can get mount chance off of it. We'll find out. Rarity will tell me. Granted, I can loot it. I don't think I've ever killed this on a low level character. No mount. And yeah, looks like you can. One attempt. Dead. There we go. Alright. You're welcome, Mr. Kegamoo. Okay, moving on. Back to our regularly scheduled program. I was really hoping I would get that mount. But, you know. Whatever. It's fine. I'll get it eventually. Alright. Let's get back to what we were focusing on here, which is webbing. You see the yellow that you need, the yellow goo comes from these guys. And there's one that sometimes spawns over on the other side, but it's easiest to just drag one of these as close as you can. And do that. Yeah, see, there it is. There's the yellow goo. You need that to spawn the oily aberration or whatever it's called. Which we're not gonna do because we're not here for that. We are here for webbing. That's okay. Can I just say, the texture on this goo is so pretty. It's like water, but prettier. I love the colors that they did with it. It's gorgeous. Let's pop over to this one. Come on. Get over here. There we go. We're over halfway done with the 50 to 60 portion though, because we're partly done with Maldraxxus here, and then we just have Bastion after that, which we won't even be finishing because we'll be out of there as soon as we hit 59.80. That way we can just turn in the aid bar for our Anima and Renown and call it a day. So that'll be good. So we're almost there. Almost there. Alright. Need to go do that bonus objective. So this one's a lot better with its lines. So that's good. Of course, this one's a little more straightforward. There's not so much back and forth. It's literally just kind of a pentagon shape. That you do this zone in. There it is. There's the treasure. I like getting the stolen jar. I don't remember if I put this in the guide or not, but it has a chance to spawn anywhere over here. There's like 3 or 4 different spots. But it has a quest. And we're going to pick it up because we need to go... It brings us over there, which is our next destination after these. And remember, we're skipping smack and grab and all those because they take too long and there's only like 3 quests. And they take way too long to do. They're not worth it, so. I am getting warm now. I need to turn off my heater. There we go. Whew. Finally got some food in me and turned my heater back on and I'm getting a little toasty. Toasty, roasty, roasty, toasty. Yeah. Ah, damn it. Alright. Let me go. There we go. No. Go away. I don't like you. Come on, Spood. Damn it. Damn spider. Where is everything? Are you following me now? Okay, well, you're not gonna have me because I'm going this way. I don't care. Nothing exciting. No. Do that. And you can just, I'm just ignoring that guy because I do not care. He can go eat an egg for all I care. Come on, Spood, get your butt over here, please. There you are. There he goes. He's going away now. Good. And as a reminder, yes, I did name my spider Spood. That's why I keep calling him Spood. That's his name. Spood. Oh, I like my little Spood. Okie dokie schmooky. We're getting there. Eh. These guys are cool. Would you stop, Mr. Badness? Oh, those guys came back. Good. There we are. Almost done. Just gonna go release this thingy, and we should be good. Nice. Alright. On to the next spot, which is quests. Got to do all these quests over here. Which is the longest portion of this zone. But it won't take very long. We're making decent time, despite the bit I have to cut out that you won't see of me trying to reset my internet because my internet decided to stop functioning. Anger. Yeah, alright. Gotta do all these. Yeah, your divine physique. Man. I don't agree with you, but okay. It's kind of funny that we're pumping up these guys, because we don't seem to... These ones don't seem to participate in the arena over there, but I guess like maybe they're newbies or something. Alright. Let's pick up your quests. Pick up this quest, even though we're not gonna do it. Stop tracking it. Here we go. Buy the thing. Might as well let it sell all my greens while I'm here since I opened it. There we go. Clear some space. It's getting a little full. There you go, ma'am. Alright. Turn that in. Okie dokie. Now we go do piggies. 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 Get all the pigs. Yes. I am sleepy, man. Not even that late. It's only 6:30. But it is rainy out there now. And I'm warm. And I had dinner. I've kind of been low energy today anyways. That's okay. I want to at least finish this series. I really wanted to get both. And there's technically still time for me to finish the Alliance one as well, but I'm wearing down. Starting to get tired. Because this type of Let's Play type format really wears me out, actually. Really makes me sleepy. I don't know why, but it does. That's okay though. It's probably just because I'm not normally a very social person, so when I'm working by myself, I'm whoops, I need the thing. I'm absolutely silent. But, you know, it's just how it be sometimes. How's that going? I got the previous 2 episodes rendering at the moment. Checking on that, make sure it's still going. Yep, it's doing good. Half done with the 10th episode, so that's good. Should have done 9 first, but that's okay. So, rendering takes a while. Rendering always takes slightly longer than the length of the video, which is understandable because it's compressing it. It's, you know, putting it all together. But luckily well then. Long plays like this, the Let's Play type format's very simple. It's not a layered video. It's one track. It just has the intro video and the outro. Oh, I need to do the thingy. Oh, I missed it done it already. So, you know, it doesn't take that long, which is nice. More skulls. In fact, there it is. Rallying Maldraxxus. It untracked that when I DC'd. I don't know, technically I could actually use treasures and probably fill in for the lack of fill in for some quests here. Like, I would probably skip this portion. I don't like a lot of the quests in Maldraxxus, honestly. I don't mind like these ones here, but this last section, it takes too long, but it's the only other sizable chunk here, and that one's just an absolute waste of time. So I don't bother with it. But we do want to fill up that bar, which could be... Oh. I need to do the thing on this. No! Darn it. Tired of the stupid corpse louse. Get out of here. Okay, anyway. Did I do it already? I must have did it already. They usually turn red when I do it on them, but... I guess it didn't feel like it. That's fine. So this would be 8, 9, and 10. And if they're up around the Big Mama, we'll get the last 2 heads around Deadeye up there. Over here. So we need these. Yeah, I see a couple. Perfect. Okay. Pull all these and have a heyday here. Get my lovely piggy heads here. Delicious. Here we are. Oh, still need you. Die. Here we go. Alright, got all our skulls and we got Deadeye. Now we just need these buddies. Here's one. There we are. And Appraiser Vix is up there if you wanted to do him. He takes, if I can solo him, he takes way too long for me. So I'm just like, whatever. You know? So, it's whatever. Alright, gotta turn this in first. Alright. I don't like these couple of quests either, personally. Just because it takes forever. And it's a pain, because there's so much you gotta kill in here. Come on. I don't think the world quest is... No, there's no world quest in the middle. So I really doubt, unless someone's trying to spawn the Sabriel, really doubt that we'll, do the ladder quest, which is killing those bosses in there at the end of this chain. This is too much of a pain. You can't solo it. I mean, maybe some people can, but I can't. So those big bosses. It's a hard no for me. But we're almost done with Maldraxxus-ish. We're on the last section, so that's good. That is good indeed. Yeah, look at all this garbage. Come here, you. All these grodies. I love the Night Fae ability so much for hunters. It's so nice. Really helps with AoE. Really helps. Nice. So it looks like they are being attacked out there, but yeah, Sabriel's up there. I likely won't reach the ladder in time. They'll probably be done, so that's a rip, but it's okay. We don't technically need that quest. It's just kind of a bonus if the world quest is up, or if people happen to be trying to spawn something. Because we can't pick it up yet, unfortunately. We have a good few more quests to do before we can get to it, so that's okay. And I'm sure they'll be done by then, so it's fine. It's fine. Not a big deal. That. Oh, grab you two for you to spear. Nope, never mind. Alright. And I'm not gonna... It sounds like the Sabriel's coming down. Yep, they're gonna be done already. And I'm not gonna bother smacking Sabriel because even though I'm here, that mount is definitely Necrolord only, which is unfortunate, so I'm not gonna bother because I am Night Fae. So that's kind of a bummer. I don't really like the Necrolord specific mounts, honestly. Or the Covenant specific mounts in general. I dislike that you can't farm for them on multiple alts if they're not in the same faction. Even though I got a Renown 80 and all 4 Covenants already so that I can use all the stuff. You can use it if you get it on any Covenant character, but you can't farm for it. Sure, you can go change Covenants back and forth, but when you're out like this, you know, and it's right now, there's not time to go change. So, it annoys me. There's a thing up there. Let's get some of these out here. That one. That one. Let's throw it to that guy. And let's put this thing through that. Almost done with these quests. Maldraxxus ones just take so long and you don't get as much out of them, and it kind of drives me nuts, you know? Like, I don't hate them by any stretch for sure. Would you go away? Seriously. So annoying. Okay. And that guy. There we go. Okay. Now we can go turn those in and move on to the next quests. Alright. Time for these bosses. Easy peasy little champions. Let's rack them up. Oops, pulled some extras. That's okay. These guys aren't hard, so, you know. Nothing to worry about, which is nice. Okay. And this guy. Alright. Getting close. We're getting there. And technically, if you want, you can just stop at whenever you finally complete the bar for the Maldraxxus here. But you're almost done with this particular chain, and you do want the extra XP, so you might as well finish it, you know? Hard to say. Because that's unfortunately why we have to do Maldraxxus before Bastion. You get more out of it, just enough to make it kind of viable. Really? You're gonna fight me? Come on. Yeah, give me your shit. You too? Come on, don't start that. Hate it when they make me fight all of them. Just give me your thing, please. Come here, you. Yeah, you better give it to me. Give. Oh my word. Do I not look that threatening? Come on, I have a giant spider and a super epic frosty polearm. And skulls all over my armor. Seriously. Oh my word. Unlucky. I'm very unlucky. Making long quests already take forever. Come here, you. Please just give it to me. Thank you. Alright. Okay. See, we could just skip this particular one. You can if you want. That just means you'll have to do more in Bastion, which you totally can, because I leave like a whole quest chain and a half early. But this one isn't hard. It's like the last quest here that we can do, so we might as well, you know, we're here, we'll do it. It gives decent XP, so. I like how the brokers can walk around and this stuff doesn't attack them. They must not have any anima in them or something. Which seems highly unlikely, but you know, what do I know? This place is pretty though. This is one of the planets we go to during one of the Argus invasions. Where we're invading an invasion. That's what those are. And we go to different planets to do it, which is super cool. This is one of them. So it's kind of neat that they brought it back. Alright. Head up that direction. Things make a cute sound. And we'll use this thing. Or not. Alright. Didn't think they would see me from there, but alright. Probably Spood. I bet Spood pulled it. Oops. Alright, there we go, it's fine. Definitely gonna use it on this guy. He can be a bit of a challenge if you're not very acquainted with your class. So he can hurt. Which is also why, you know, this one's totally optional. There we go. Alright, get me out of combat, please. I want to ride back. Thank you very much. There we go. Now we can leave. Almost done! With Maldraxxus at least. And then we just got one zone left and we're 60. That'll make me happy to get this series done. So I can go back to making guides. Because I don't know about you, but I prefer making guides, honestly. But I know a lot of people really wanted me to do this series. So here we are doing it. Give you what you want. Come on, load screen, seriously. Alright. Yep, go turn in a sure bet just because we can. But I don't believe anyone's doing the... Nope, boss is down there now. So... Give. So we are not going to be doing the ladder. That is not what we're going to do. Go turn this in. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I could adjust it in a couple spots, but this line route was pretty good. So that's good. It's not as complex as some of the other ones. Alright! We did it! That was Maldraxxus. Yay! We just have Bastion left. And we will do that in the next episode. We've actually made pretty good time on Maldraxxus here. About an hour. About what I expect. Maldraxxus is unfortunately long for not a lot of results. Even if you do it first, it just doesn't hold up like the other 3 zones do. So, anyway, that is all for this episode. So thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my 1 to 60 long play series where I do my entire route based off my guides from start to finish. And we are actually on the last episode for my route. We just finished Maldraxxus in the previous one, and now we're going to the final zone, which is Bastion. We're 58.6, so we're almost there, which is awesome. I am eager to hit 60, and I'm sure you're eager to see the end of this. So that is good. So that'll be a nice weight off my shoulders to get this done, because this is more taxing for me than it looks. It just makes me tired. It just wears me out because this is very different. This is not my type of normal content. Alright, my line's off. And just like in the past for the other episodes, if my map will load, there we go, I'm going to be using a rough line route. And this one looks fairly good, I think. It's a little off there, but that's okay. So here we go. We're just going to get right into it. Try to whip through this as quick as we can. We are in Bastion. Yeah, there we go. Talk to me. There we go. Just being a little stuttery today, which is really annoying. Game's been a little wonky over the day, of course, you know, when I'm trying to record. Ah, but that's just how it be sometimes. That's okay. Oh, where's all the things? Alright. Guess we'll come down here. Need to kill these so we can do the bonus objective and the quest at the same time. And I don't like doing the whatever you call it. You can spar dudes over on the other side in the arena part for for this bonus objective as well, but you don't get XP from them because you're not killing them. So I like doing this one. And you need to kill these if you're going to do the quest as well, so, you know, it works. It works out. And these guys aren't hurt anyways, so... Pretty cute though. These lovely worms. There we go. So loot that flower. Since we're there. A lot of people on today. Must be a lot of new folks if they're here at level 50 in Bastion. I don't know if we get phased in with the campaign people or not, but I do see a lot of 50s here often, so I'm assuming yes. I've never tested it. Oh darn it, I hate it that that disappears right there. Okay, quest is done, and now I just need flowers for the bonus objective. Alrighty. GIF. Fleur. There's another one. There we go. Gloves. Turn that quest in, put on some new gloves. There we are. Alright, moving on. Now we're gonna go over here and do those quests. See, if you go over here first, you can pick up a quest that sends you over here anyway, even though you're a little bit closer to that bonus objective. If you come over here first, there's a quest, mini quest chain that sends you over there, so. From this chickie. Hello, lady. Talk to me, please. we are. And we'll pick up this one just to get it off the map. Maybe. There we go. But we're not gonna do that one, because that's the rare, well not a rare, it's sentinel thing down there. That's way too difficult. So, you know. Way too difficult for my taste. That's okay. That's why we're skipping it. There we go. And like I mentioned in one of the previous episodes, we're doing Bastion last because for some reason if you have Maldraxxus last, you get almost nothing out of it and you'll actually come up short despite doing everything in Bastion and everything in Maldraxxus. I don't have an answer as to why. It just doing the zones in a different order in Threads of Fate will give you totally different results up to like 1 to 2 levels. So it took a lot of testing to figure out what order I needed. Oh, alright, not doing that one. So many lands on today. Here's some more. Here we go. These. Get all of our lovely Cloud Strider pelts. There we go. Now I just need Larian plumes. There's one. There's a couple. Hate leveling on Sundays. Or Saturdays. I usually prefer to level during the week because there's less people on. Less people that are either on the server or phased in with the server. So, you know. But is what it is. Couldn't be avoided this time, so here we are. And we follow this over here. Just like the line route says. And now we shall pick up this one. And this one. And then we're gonna go kill some Ascended. Uh-oh. Scour the temples up, which is gonna give me the stupid purity chime thing. That means I don't have the spear, which really irks me. Really hate that this world quest will sometimes override, so we gotta kill this thing the hard way, but it's fine. Whatever. I'll kill it the hard way if that's how it has to be. So what I'm talking about is the spear. You're supposed to get an extra action button for this quest that lets you spear the Ascended and they will take increased damage because they have a stupid amount of health. But alas, you would have to do this world quest first to not Scour the Temple, the Vicious Vesper thing, to do it. And I really don't like when world quests override the bonus objectives or quests in the area in some fashion that forces you to do the world quest first. I do not like that. That is a silly glitch to me, and if it was intentional, bad thinking on their part, because that's not cool. Not everyone likes world quests. I like world quests, but I don't like them for leveling. They don't give enough XP. They take way more effort than necessary for their time and such. So does this even help me damage them at all? Dealing with damage and letting you collect ammo, sure. Well, let's let it collect hit damage. I don't know how much it'll help with this guy, but you know. But like I mentioned in the guide, if you focus on the Ascended here for this quest, it'll count for a large portion of your bonus objective, which is nice. Come on, hurry up and die, please. So much health when you can't use the thing on them. Let's go ahead and pull those down here. And this guy too, if he'll put his butt down here. Take advantage of this. Do damage, please. There we go. Alright. Kill these. Might as well pull that guy. Or not. There we go. Oh yeah, now you come over here. I thought you didn't want to be pulled. Alright, might as well use that on this guy, because sheesh. This guy's a pain in the bahookie. Because we can't use the spear on him. Boo. It's like there's spears over here, but you won't get the action bar for it. So, there's no point in going and picking it up. I've tried, and it didn't work, because this stupid world quest overwrites it. And I don't know if it's actually helping me kill the Ascended here, but whatever. It's fine. We almost got him. We're big boys around here. We can do it. Even if it's the long way. There we go. Okay. Go turn in that quest. And then we can move on to the next bonus objectives. There we go. Alright, on to the next bonus objective. We'll do both of those. This one's pretty straightforward. Alrighty, ready. Let's pull all these. There we go. Alright, nice. We got all these bozos. Beautiful. Turtle. Turtle. I don't know why these memories take random animal shapes, but someone around here must really like turtles. Or was traumatized by turtles, since technically they remove memories that were traumatizing, I guess. Because these are the people that get sent here were the ones that couldn't handle their past lives. They were too plagued by whatever it was. So, the weaklings. No. You know what I mean. Which is kind of interesting when you look at it that way. There we go, this one's nice and quick. I like the bonus objectives once they fixed how much you get, you know, in terms of how quick you can you know, complete them. I got a belt. Where'd it go? I know I got a belt. I saw it. Did I not? Yeah. Chain. Where am I going here? Down there. Where did it go? Am I blind? Yep, I'm blind. There it is. There we go. Okay. So, let's do this bonus objective. Kill the kitty kitty! Alright. can activate this thing. Nice. And we can't help that person. Oh, my headset's dying. This headset does not have a very good battery. That's okay, but it should live long enough for this episode, hopefully. If not, I'll have to plug it in. Alright. Can I use this one? Nope. Alright. I probably can after I kill this. Murder, murder, murder. I am tired. That's okay. We're gonna chug through this. No stopping. Might take a quick nap though after this one. But I do want to do the rest of the Alliance one as well. But I need a little more energy. I seem to be lacking today for whatever reason, which is fine. It happens. Alright. Okay, got these to do. Here we go. Come down, do the animal stuff. Give me your quests, please. There we go. All the burbs. Poor burbs. They're just starving. I say that, but like if you think about it, all of these Shadowlands creatures are kind of creepy because they feed on anima. So technically they're feeding on soul energy. So like all the animals in the Shadowlands are kind of like reapers, reapery type creatures because they're soul eaters. Nom nums. Maybe not the soul directly, but you know, the power of the soul, which is the anima. So that's interesting. Interesting indeed. Alright. 2 more of these and turn those in. There we go. Nice. Perfect. Alright. Now we get to go in here and wait for cats to be cats and steal things. Because cats are assholes. I'm not saying I hate cats or anything. Not that at all. I think they're adorable little creatures. But, you know, how often has your cat purposely tried to steal or destroy things? Or be mean? Seems quite common in cats for some reason. Which is a bummer. Like I've only... Oh, I gotta touch the thingy. Like I've only ever had owned sweet cats that were just wanted to lay in your lap all the time, but I don't know. Maybe it's just how I raised them, I guess. Who knows? Oh, come on. Whoops. There we go. Wait for these things to get over here. Kill the worms. Poor anima-starved creatures. Yeah, that's my headset. I don't know if you can hear that or not. I don't know if the thing picks up the... if XSplit picks it up or not, but it's beeping at me. So hopefully it doesn't die. But it's just gonna have to deal with it because I'm trying to get this done. Darn it. Alright. We can go up here. Turn it in, because she just kind of poofs out there. Go beat the crap out of the cat to get the stick back, because apparently it's that mean, which is interesting. Bad kitty. Hey, look at that. Perfect timing. We get to beat the crap out of the cat. Bad cat. Ah! My nose is itchy all of a sudden. Come on. Oh, there we go. Give me your stick. Stick. Alright. Let's get out of here. Kill the bird. There we go. Alright, animal part done. Let's go get the wind blossom. Wind blossom. And we'll pick up this quest. But we're not going there just yet. We're going up here first to this bonus objective. You can also pick up the dungeon quest here too, because this is where this one is. So we'll pick it up. But I don't care about the dungeon quest. I only care about the bonus objective and stuff. Which is what we're doing. Over, spider, seriously. Playing with other stuff. There we go. That thing. Click on the ting. Click on the ting. Oop. Eh. Might as well get this treasure while we're here, since I know it's there. And I know I didn't gather any treasures in the, well, it's for like maybe 2 in the guide, but that's fine. You know, if you know about them and you see any treasures, grab them. If you want to see me do all the treasures, check out the Alliance version of this 50+ route, because I'm doing the treasures and bonus objectives and things on that one. And that one will be finished as well, but I'm going to complete it after it's a world quest, so I don't need to be here now. Fine journey. But anyway, that one will go up. The last couple episodes of that will go up after this series is I want to hurry up and get the Horde one out because it's a little bit longer than that one. So it needs to be. And it's technically the more important one, so it needs to hurry up. So, you know. Kinda interesting that the Void assaulted the Shadowlands. I don't entirely know why all the cosmic powers want to dominate each other, but I guess that's just kinda how they function. I guess there wouldn't be much of a story if everyone was sensible and actually got along. So, you know. That's just conflict makes story, I suppose. Alright. Anything interesting to put on? No. Alright. Meditate. And now we kill. Even though the boomy pulled that one, but that's okay. Alright. Okay, into the other version of this realm we go. Alright, pick up these. Pick up, please. My quest log is full. What? Oh, I still have stuff from all the other stuff. Whoops. Yep, alright. That's fine. There, that's good enough. Alright. Oh, I need to pick up that quest. Duh. Eh. Made room for it and I didn't pick it up. There we go. Kill the tentacles. I think the void colored stuff is so pretty. I love how it's all galaxy colored. It's pretty. Okay, save this defender. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. See, look at that. 59.5. We just need to hit 59.80 and we can stop. Because I don't care about finishing the zone if we're just gonna, you know, be level 60. No reason. Okie dokie. There's that. Another defender. Good, good. Uses ew. Actually, they're super cute. Little jelly looking things. There we go. Alright. Another defender. I think that's our last defender, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Now we just need a portal. There's one. And these should be our last two dudes as well. That worked out. Perfect. Here we are. Excellent. Alright, let's go turn those in. Effectamundo. Okay, now for the big guy. And this guy can hurt, so if you can't do this quest, you can skip it, but still, it's like, pff, you know? Alright. Kill, kill, kill. Yes, I know, headset, deal with it. It's like beep beep. I don't know if you can hear it now. Beep beep. Deal with it. Ow, that hit me anyways. Whatever. Can I stun you? Yes, I can. Excellent. There we go. Nice. Onwards. Almost there. Getting close. Nice. Okay, let's go turn in more than a gift while we're at it, because that wants us to go all the way down here. Which is, you know, really easy. We just deliver a couple things. Pick up a flower and all that. There you are. Okay, and now we're going up to that spot right there to snag the next quest. You don't technically have to, but I like to. Though I might drop it. It's not technically necessary. So I'll pick it up, but yeah, this quest right here, yeah, that one. Technically the breadcrumb to tell you to go over there and do that, but it shows on the map anyways. So maybe I'll just kind of skip that one, because there's a couple others like that in other zones that I've skipped because they're just not necessary, you know. Alright, let's pick up both of these. We're actually going to go do Gorgebeak first, because I know I can do that one. If you can't, you see, these two are both wanted quests, and I skip almost all of them in this guide. But these two are a little easier than the others, so if you can do these, do them, because these, they give you a lot of XP. It's just, you know, a matter if you can do them or not. So, you know, we'll see how this works here. Yeah, easy peasy. Ease peas. Helps that I have a tank pet, but even when I don't, as long as you have some self-heals and stuff, I'm sure it's harder for some classes, but I haven't had too many problems on all the ones I've done, which is, well, all of them at this point. So, yeah. Alright, so let's turn that in. Nice. Almost done. So why don't we do... let's turn in Friendly Rivalry here. And we'll go grab Guadamados, because these Cloud Strider ones are really annoying, because there's always people like farming them there. Or there's a lot of people, that's like a major bottleneck for this zone. So, definitely one reason why I like skipping. What? Where'd you come from? Oh, yeah. And I don't need that much XP left. I'm almost there. And the bolstering Bastion, which is the aid bar, will give us 20% at minimum. So, come on, Guadamados. Get in there. Get in. Thank you. Let's see. Is that enough? Yes. Perfect. It's exactly enough. Let's go turn this in. We don't need to do the rest of the quests, because we're done. Nice. That is awesome. Look at that. Level 60. But we're not 100% done yet. Let's go to Oribos. I don't care about those quests, but we need to turn in our 4 Return to Oribos quests, because those are going to give us renown. So 1 renown each, and that'll put us to 65 or whatever it ends up. It varies sometimes. So that's nice. That part went pretty quick. Bastion always seems to go pretty quick. Yeah, 35 minutes so far. So that's nice. I like when I can skip the bottleneck quests. It's definitely handy. Alright, let's go turn those in. Oof, Orbos. Stuttery today. Everything's populating very slowly today. I don't know why that is. Usual. Come on, guys, I know you're here. Populate a little faster, please. One of those days, I guess. There he is. There you go. I hit 66. This will catch up. Arena on 64. It's really slow. Arena on 65. I'm 66, believe me. And then I have my Moonberry one when she shows up over there, but we're not doing that in this guide because that's the end. We did it! Hooray! We're level 60, and that didn't take us that long. It's not that hard at all. We also got 1k anima from doing those as well. And in fact, let's, since this episode was nice and short, let's sell all of our stuff here and see what we got out of, you know, out of all that. Let's clean out our quests and stuff too. Goodness. Don't need the stuff from Bastion. Don't need that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. I'll keep those because I can need to do those later. And let's see, is there any gear that we should put on? Let's see, my weapon is 146. Here we go. Here's a weapon that's higher, so we can delete that. That's good. Some of the ending weapons will be a wee bit higher. But everything else looks less than 146. Cool. Alright, so let's sell everything. Oh, not that. 52. Yeah, okay. I already know that ensemble. Yeah. And yes, I am selling the BOEs because the item itself vendors for more than the materials that they produce. So, that's fine. Here's some more. Yeah. Alright. So, looks like overall I got over 14k from leveling. About 10 of that ish was from 50 to 60, and the rest of it was from 1 to 50. But as a reminder, I did take out gold for my flight licenses and stuff, and the only one that I didn't pay for with this character specifically was my fast flight license, because you don't make enough from 1 to 50 to pay for it, unfortunately, because it's like roughly 5k depending on your rep with your factions. Excuse me. And so minus about, we'll say 5k. Maybe 4,500. I don't remember what it was. So roughly 10k. Even taking out, you know, what I got previously. So there you go. And a bunch of mats. I got a legendary. Got a follower upgrade thingy. Wish it wasn't soulbound. I have no use for it on my alts. Wish I could send it to my main, but whatever. I technically got 5k anima. 4k of it I already sent off to my main. But that's from hitting 40 renown with all 4 covenants. And yeah, so there we go. 66 renown. We're level 60. Made good time, at least. So this series is now at an end. This is the final episode for this particular series. The Alliance one still has 2, maybe 3 more. I'm gonna release these ones first, which you'll see. And yeah, so thank you so much for watching. I hope this series was helpful. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something maybe, or at the very least found it amusing. I'm not going to be doing series like this very often. It's not my style, but I hope it helped. So thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. And there we have it. If you think I've missed information or you want to request I do a specific guide, let me know in the comments below. Even if I don't answer you, I just might add your idea to my list. As always, thank you so much for watching, and remember, it's never too latte. This is the part where I ask you to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing at least one of those gets my videos recommended more. The higher these numbers are, the more YouTube likes me, and that helps me bring you more coffee-fueled content. I thank you so much for any support you choose to give. Did you know I stream on Twitch now? I do everything from transmog to leveling to gold making, and I'm live 5 days a week to chat with, so come hang out. And there we have it. If you think I've missed information or you want to request I do a specific guide, let me know in the comments below. Even if I don't answer you, I just might add your idea to my list. As always, thank you so much for watching, and remember, it's never too latte.